The Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Hari Prasad Shastri. Narrated by Matthew Schmitz. Book 7, Uttara-Kanda. Chapter 1. The Sages Pay Homage to Rama. When Rama regained his kingdom, having slain the Titans, all the sages came to pay him homage. Kaushika, Yavakrita, Gargya also, and Kanva, the son of Medahati, who dwelt in the eastern region, Svastiyatreya, the blessed Namuchi and Pramuchi, Agastya and Atri, the blessed Sumukha and Vimukha, led by Agastya, came from the southern region, and Nrishangu, Kavashin, Domya, and the great Rishi Kosheya, who inhabited the western region, also presented themselves with their disciples, and Vasista, Kashyapa, Vishvamitra, Gotama, Jamadagni, and Bharadvaja came with the 7 rishis who were established in the northern quarter. Reaching the palace of Raghava, those magnanimous ascetics who shone like fire, the devourer of offerings, presented themselves at the gate, and they were all conversant with the Veda and its component parts and versed in the various traditions. Addressing himself to the doorkeeper, the virtuous Agastya, prince of sages, said to him, "Let the arrival of the ascetics be made known to the son of Dasaratha." Thereupon the vigilant guardian of the door, hearing these words from the sage Agastya, instantly went away, and trustworthy, skilled in the art of procedure, instructed in conduct and gesture, he entered the presence of that magnanimous sovereign, who was as radiant as the full moon, and informed him of the arrival of that prince of sages, Agastya. Learning that those ascetics who resembled the rising sun had come, Rama said to the doorkeeper, "Usher them in with all due respect." Thereafter, when the sages had entered, Rama rose in deference to them and honored them with water and the argaya, bestowing on each a cow. Then Rama, bowing low, paid obeisance to them and caused raised and costly seats encrusted with gold to be brought that were covered with cushions of kusha grass and antelope skins, and those mighty sages seated themselves according to rank, and, questioned by Rama concerning their well-being, the great rishis versed in the Veda, who were accompanied by their disciples, replied to him, saying, "O long-armed hero, joy of the house of Raghu, all is well with us. By the grace of heaven we behold thee happy and delivered from thine enemies. By divine grace, O king, thou hast slain Ravana, that destroyer of the worlds. Nor is it any great matter for thee to slay Ravana with his sons and grandsons. Furnished with thy bow, thou canst undoubtedly destroy the 3 worlds. By heaven's favor, we behold thee with Sita victorious today. We see thee with thy brother Lakshmana, who is devoted to thine interests, in the midst of thy mothers and other brothers, O virtuous prince. By the grace of heaven, the rangers of the night, Prahasta, Vikata, Virupaksha, Mahudara, Akampana, and Duradarsha have perished. By divine grace, O Rama, Kumbhakarna, he whose monstrous form had no equal in the world, was overthrown by thee in combat. Trishiras, Atakaya, Devantaka, and Narantaka, those mighty night rangers, were struck down by thee, O Rama. By the grace of heaven, thou didst measure thy strength against that Indra of Titans, whom the gods themselves were unable to destroy, and didst vanquish him in single combat. Assuredly, it was no small matter for thee to overcome Ravana in fight, but by divine grace, thou wast able to join issue with Ravana, and in combat slay him also. Once thou wast delivered from his magic bonds, O long-armed hero, by heaven's favor, thou didst triumph over that enemy of the gods who bore down on thee like time itself. We marveled to learn of the death of Indrajita. By granting us the sacred and agreeable gift of security, thou hast enhanced thy security, O Kakusta, O scourge of thy foes." Hearing those pure-souled sages speak thus, Rama was extremely surprised, and with joined palms answered them, saying, "O blessed ones, I vanquished Kumbhakarna and that ranger of the night Ravana, both of whom were filled with valor. Why, therefore, do you praise me particularly on account of Ravana? Since I vanquished Mahudara, Prahasta, the Titan Virupaksha, also Mata and Unmata, who were both invincible, And those great warriors Devantaka and Narantaka, why this commendation on Indrajita's account? Did I not overcome those rangers of the night, Atakaya, Trishiris, and Dhumraksha, who were full of courage? Why therefore do you extol me because of Ravani? In what lay his special power, strength, and prowess? How was he superior to Ravana? If I may learn it, for this is no command I lay upon you, if it be no secret that you may not reveal, I desire to know it. Therefore speak. Shakra himself was vanquished by him. In virtue of what boon and from what source did the son derive those powers that his sire, Ravana, did not possess? From whence did this Titan gain preeminence over his father in combat? How was he able to triumph over Indra? Tell me now of all the boons he received, O foremost of sages. Chapter 2. The Birth of Vishravas. Thus questioned by the magnanimous Raghava, the illustrious Kumbhayoni answered as follows. Learn, O Rama, of the brilliant exploits of that warrior, and how he slew his adversaries without being wounded by them. But first I shall tell thee of Ravana's birth and lineage, O Raghava, and thereafter of the rare boon accorded to his son. In former times, during the Kritya Yuga, there lived a son of Prajapati, O Rama, and that lord, Pulastya by name, was a Paramarishi equal to the grandsire of the world himself. One is unable to enumerate all the virtues he owed to his excellent character, and it is sufficient to say that he was the son of Prajapati, and as such was the favorite of the gods. He was beloved of the entire world on account of his charming qualities and great wisdom. In order to pursue his ascetic practices, that foremost of Munis repaired to the hermitage of Trinabindu and took up his abode on the slopes of the great mountain Meru. There, that virtuous soul, his senses fully controlled, gave himself up to the practice of austerity, but some youthful maidens, whose fathers were rishis, panagas, and rajarishis, wandering in those solitudes, disturbed him. Accompanied by apsaras, they came to divert themselves in that place, and as it was possible to find fruits in every season and disport oneself in those woods, the young girls constantly went there to play. Attracted by the charms of Pulastya's retreat, they sang, played their instruments, and danced, thus in full innocence distracting the hermit from the exercise of his penances. On this, that mighty and exalted sage cried out in indignation, "She who falls under my gaze will instantly conceive." Thereupon all those maidens who heard the magnanimous sage, terrified of the Brahmin's curse, left that place. But the daughter of the sage, Trinabindu, had not heard it. Entering the wood, wandering here and there without fear, she was unable to find the companions who had accompanied her. At that moment, the illustrious and mighty Rishi, born of Prajapati, was concentrating on the sacred scriptures, his soul purified by asceticism. Hearing the recitation of the Veda, that youthful maiden approached, and beholding that treasury of asceticism, she instantly grew pale and manifested all the signs of pregnancy. Thereupon, discovering her condition, she became extremely bewildered and said, "What has happened to me?" Thereafter, realizing the truth, she returned to her father's hermitage. On seeing her in that state, Trinabindu said, "What means this strange condition in which thou dost find thyself?" Thereat, with joined palms, the unfortunate girl answered that treasury of asceticism, saying, "I do not know, dear father, what has brought me to this pass. Preceded by my companions, I had gone to visit the sacred hermitage of that great and pure-souled rishi, Pulastya. Thereafter, I was unable to find any of those who had accompanied me to the woods, but perceiving the alteration in my body, seized with fear, I returned here." Then that Rajarishi Trinabindu of radiant aspect entered into meditation a while, and it was revealed to him that this was the work of the ascetic, and the curse of that great and pure-souled sage having been made clear to him, he, taking his daughter, went to where Pulastya was to be found, and said to him, "O Blessed One, accept this daughter of mine in all her native perfection as alms spontaneously offered. O great Rishi, assuredly she will ever be completely obedient to thee who art given to the practice of asceticism and to the mortification of the senses." Hearing the words of the victorious Rajarishi, that twice-born one who was willing to accept the young girl said, "It is well. and having given his daughter to that king of the sages, Trinabindu returned to his hermitage, whilst the young wife remained with her consort, gratifying him with her virtue. Her character and conduct so charmed that powerful and exalted sage that, in his delight, he addressed her, saying, "O lady of lovely limbs, I am well pleased with thine outstanding virtues, and will confer on thee a son like unto myself, who will perpetuate both our houses. He will be known by the name of Pulastia, and as thou hast listened to me reciting the Veda, he will also be called Vishravas." Thus, his heart filled with delight, did the ascetic speak to his divine consort, and in a short time she gave birth to a son, Vishravas, who was famed in the three worlds and full of glory and piety. Learned, looking on all with an equal eye, happy in the fulfillment of his duty, like unto his sire inclined to asceticism, such was Vishravas. Chapter 3. Vishravas becomes the protector of wealth. The son of Pulastia, that foremost of Munis, was not long in establishing himself in asceticism like his sire. Loyal, virtuous, devoted to the study of the Veda, pure, detached from all the pleasures of life, his duty was constant aim. Hearing of the life he was leading, the great Muni Bharadwaja gave his own daughter of radiant complexion to him, and Vishravas accepted Bharadwaja's daughter with traditional rites, and began to consider how he might perpetuate his line and happiness. In extreme delight, that foremost of the ascetics, conversant with his duty, begot with his wife a wonderful child, full of vigor, endowed with all the Brahmic qualities. At the birth of this child, his paternal grandfather was filled with joy, and Pulastia, beholding him, bethought himself how he might make him happy. "He shall become the guardian of wealth," he said in his delight, which was shared by all the sages, and he gave him a name, saying, "Since the child resembles Vishravas, he shall be known as Vishravana." Thereafter, Vishravana, retiring to pastoral solitudes, grew up to resemble the mighty Anala, who is invoked at the time of sacrifice, and while he sojourned in that retreat, the thought came to that magnanimous one, "I will pursue my supreme duty. That path of duty is the highest path." For 1,000 years he gave himself up to asceticism in the great forest, and practicing severe austerities, performed heavy penances. At the end of 1,000 years, he underwent the following discipline. Drinking water, he fed on air alone, or took no nourishment whatsoever. 1,000 ages passed like a single year, whereupon the mighty Brahma, accompanied by the hosts of the gods and their leaders, came to the hermitage and said to him, "I am highly gratified with thine accomplishments, O devoted son. Now choose a boon. May prosperity attend thee. Thou dost merit a favor, O sage." Then Vishravana answered the grandsire of the world, who stood near, and said, "O blessed one, I desire to be the savior and protector of the world." In the satisfaction of his soul, Brahma, who was accompanied by the celestial host, joyfully answered, "So be it. It is my desire to create 4 guardians of the world. Now there shall be the region of Yama, the region of Indra, the region of Varuna, and the one sought by thee. Go, O virtuous ascetic, and reign over the dominion of wealth. With Chakra, Varuna, the lord of the waters, and Yama, thou shalt be the 4th. Receive as thy vehicle this chariot named Pushpaka, which is as bright as the sun, and be equal to the gods. Be happy. We shall now return from whence we came, having accomplished that which we had to do by conferring this double gift, O dear son." With these words, Brahma withdrew to the region of the gods, and when the celestial host, with the grandsire at their head, had gone to the heavenly region, Vishravana, having become the lord of wealth, humbly addressed his sire with joined palms and said, "O blessed one, I have received a rare boon from the grandsire of the world, but the divine Prajapati has not assigned me a dwelling place. Do thou therefore counsel me, O blessed one, O Lord, as to where an agreeable retreat may be found, where no suffering comes to any living being." At these words of his son, Vishravana, the foremost of the ascetics answered, saying, "Here, O most virtuous of men, on the shores of the ocean to the south, there is a mountain named Trikuta. On its lofty summit, which is as great as the capital of the mighty Indra, the ravishing city of Lanka was constructed by Vishvakarma for the Rakshasas, and it resembles Amaravati. Do thou well in Lanka and be happy. Do not hesitate. With its moats, golden walls, engines of war, and the weapons with which it is filled, with its gold and emerald archways, that city is a marvel. The Rakshasas left it formerly in fear of Vishnu, and it is deserted, all the demons having gone to the nethermost region. Now Lanka is empty and has no protector. Go and inhabit it, my son, and be happy. No harm will visit thee there." Hearing the words of his sire, the virtuous Vishravana went to dwell in Lanka on the summit of the mountain, and soon under his rule it was filled with thousands of delighted Naritas disporting themselves. That righteous king of the Naritas, the blessed sage Vishravana, dwelt in Lanka, that city surrounded by the sea, and from time to time the saintly lord of wealth in the Pushpaka chariot went to visit his father and mother. Hymned by the hosts of gods and Gandharvas and entertained by the dances of Apsaras, that guardian of wealth, radiating glory like unto the sun, went to visit his sire. Chapter 4. Origin of the Rakshasas and of the boons they received. This discourse of Agastya filled Rama with astonishment. How was it that the Rakshasas formerly dwelt in Lanka? Such was the question that Rama put to the ascetic, shaking his head and casting wondering glances upon him from time to time. He said, "O Blessed One, the words, 'Formerly Lanka belonged to the eaters of flesh,' from thy lips causes me extreme surprise. We have been told that the Rakshasas were the offspring of Pulastya, and now thou affirmest that they owe their origin to a different source. Were Ravana, Kumbhakarna, Prahasta, Vikata, and Ravani stronger than they? Who, O Brahman, was their first king? What was the name of that one of terrific strength? For what fault were they driven out by Vishnu? Tell me all in detail, O irreproachable sage, and as the sun chases away the shade, so dispel my curiosity." Hearing Raghava's fair and eloquent words, Agastya, amazed, answered, "Formerly Prajapati created the waters, choosing that element as his source, and thereafter, in order to protect it, that lotus-born one generated all creatures. Then those beings, tormented by hunger and thirst, humbly presented themselves before their author and inquired, saying, 'What shall we do?' Whereupon Prajapati, smiling, gave this answer to them all, 'Protect the waters carefully, O sons of Manu.' Then some said, 'Rakshami, we will protect,' and others, 'Yakshami, we will sacrifice.' Thus addressed by those afflicted by hunger and thirst, the Creator said, 'Those among you who have said Rakshami shall be Rakshasas, and those among you who have said Yakshami shall be Yakshas.' On this, two brothers sprang up, named Heti and Praheti, the equals of Madhu and Kaitaba, who were Rakshasas, oppressors of their foes, and the righteous Praheti withdrew to these solitudes to practice asceticism, but Heti did all in his power to find a wife, and immeasurably intelligent and of great wisdom, he espoused the sister of Kala, a young girl named Baya, who was exceedingly terrifying. And that foremost of those possessing sons begot a son by the name of Vidyutkesha. The son of Heti, Vidyutkesha, was possessed of the splendor of the sun and grew like a lotus in a lake, and that ranger of the night having reached the bloom of youth, his sire resolved that he should wed. In the interests of his son, he sought out the daughter of Sandhya, who was his equal in beauty, and Sandhya, reflecting, "A daughter must inevitably be given to some stranger," gave her to Vidyutkesha in marriage, O Raghava. Vidyutkesha, that ranger of the night, having received the daughter of Sandhya, began to divert himself with her as Maghavat with the daughter of Pulami. After a time, O Rama, Salatanaka was filled with child, as a cloud is charged with water from the ocean. Repairing to the Mandara mountain, the Rakshari brought forth a child who was as beautiful as a cloud, even as Ganga had been delivered of an infant by the god of fire. Having given birth to that child, she again desired to disport herself with Vidyutkesha, and, forsaking her son, she rejoined her consort. Then the infant, who had just been born and was as radiant as the autumnal sun, whose voice resembled the rumbling of a cloud, placing his fist in his mouth, cried for a long time, and Shiva, who was following the path of the wind, mounted on his bull and accompanied by Parvati, heard the sound of weeping, and with Uma beheld the son of Rakshasi, who was crying. Allowing himself to be moved by compassion by his consort, Bhava, the destroyer of Tripura, made him equal to his mother in age and bestowed immortality upon him. Thereafter, the unchanging and imperishable Mahadeva bestowed an aerial car upon him that traversed space in order to gratify Parvati, and she, on her side, also conferred a boon on him, saying, "The Rakshasas shall conceive instantly and give birth as they conceive. Their children shall at once attain the age of their mothers." Thereafter, the highly intelligent Sukesha, proud of the favors he had received, having obtained this great fortune from the Lord Hara, began to range everywhere, displaying himself in his aerial car and resembling Purandara when he obtained heaven. Chapter 5. The Story of the Three Sons of Sukesha. A Gandharva named Gramani, who was as effulgent as fire, had a daughter named Vedavati, in all the beauty of her youth, famed in the three worlds, equal to a second Shri, and that virtuous Gandharva, beholding Sukesha to be thus endowed, gave her to him as a second Shri of whom he was the guardian. Approaching her beloved consort, who had attained a sovereign state by virtue of the boons he had received, as a mendicant on whom wealth has been conferred, Vedavati was highly delighted. United to that woman, the Ranger of the Night appeared as majestic as a great elephant, the offspring of Aryama. In time, Sukesha became a father, O Raghava, and begot three sons, the equals of the three sacrificial fires, Malayavan, Sumali, and Mali, the foremost of heroes, rivals of the three-eyed god. Such were the sons of the sovereign of the Rakshasas. In repose, they resembled the three worlds. In action, they were like unto the three sacrificial fires, as powerful as the three Vedas, and as formidable as the three humors of the body. These three sons of Sukesha, shining like three fires, throve like diseases that have been neglected, and learning of the boons their sire had received, which had led him to increased sovereignty, and which he owed to his asceticism, the three brothers repaired to Mount Meru in order to practice penance. Adopting a rigid and formidable course of austerity, O foremost of monarchs, those Rakshasas gave themselves up to fearful mortifications, sowing terror among all beings. On account of their penances, faith, virtue, and equanimity, scarce to be witnessed on earth, they agitated the three worlds with the gods, asuras, and men. Then the four-faced deity in his marvelous chariot came to pay homage to the sons of Sukesha and said, "It is I who am the conferrer of boons." Whereupon they, recognizing him to be Brahma, the dispenser of favors, who was accompanied by the Indras and their hosts, with joined palms, shaking like trees, answered him, saying, "If our penance has found favor with thee, O Lord, then grant us the boons of remaining invincible, of destroying our enemies, of living long, of becoming powerful, and of being devoted to one another." "Let it be so," replied the god, who was a lover of Brahmins, to the sons of Sukesha, and he returned to Brahmaloka. Thereupon those rangers of the night, O Rama, who had become supremely arrogant on account of the boons they had received, began to harass the gods and asuras, and the celestials with the companies of rishis and taranas, being thus persecuted, and having no protector with whom they could take refuge, resembled beings in hell. Meantime, O Prince of Raghu, the three Rakshasas sought out the immortal Vishvakarma, the foremost of architects, and joyously said to him, "O thou, who from thine own resources created the palaces of the great gods, strong, dazzling, and impregnable, do thou in thy transcendent intelligence construct a dwelling for us of our own choosing on the Himavat, Maru, or Mandara mountains. Build us a vast abode equal to that belonging to Maheshvara." Then the mighty-armed Vishvakarma spoke to the Rakshasas concerning a residence equal to Indra's Amaravati, and said, "On the shores of the southern sea there is a mountain named Trekuta, and there is also another named Suvela, O princes of the Rakshasas. On the central peak resembling a cloud, inaccessible even to birds, and which is hewn on 4 sides, is a city of 30 leagues in extent, covering a space of 100 leagues in length, surrounded by golden walls, pierced by gateways, and furnished with terraces of gold. It is called Lanka, and was constructed by me at Shakra's command. Go and establish yourselves in that city, O invincible Rakshasas, as the inhabitants of heaven dwell in Amaravati. When you occupy that citadel of Lanka, with the innumerable Rakshasas who surround you, none will be able to expel you, and you will overcome your foes." Thus counseled by Vishvakarma, the foremost of the Rakshasas, followed by thousands of their companions, went to inhabit the city of Lanka. Surrounded by strong walls and deep moats, it was filled with hundreds of golden palaces, and there the rangers of the night began to dwell in great felicity. At that time there lived a Gandharvi named Narmada, O descendant of Raghu, and she had 3 daughters born of her own will, who were as lovely as Shri or Kirti. Though not of their race, she gave her 3 daughters, whose faces were as radiant as the full moon, to those 3 Indras among the Rakshasas. The youthful Gandharvis of supreme attraction were wedded by their mother under the Uttara-Falguni constellation, which is presided over by the deity Bhaga. Having accepted their wives, O Rama, the sons of Sukesha diverted themselves with them, as the celestials sport with the Apsaras. And the consort of Malavan, Sundari in name and nature, gave birth to many sons: Vajramushti, Virupaksha, Durmukha, Suptagna, Yajnakopa, Mata, and Unmata. Sundari had a daughter also, O Rama, the lovely Anala. On her side, the consort of Sumali, whose complexion resembled the full moon, was called Kadumati, and she was dearer to him than his own life. I will enumerate the offspring of that ranger of the night begot with her, according to their birth, O great king. They were Prahasta, Akampana, Vikara, Kalakamukha, Dhumraksha, Danda, Suparshwa, of great energy, Samrari, Pragasa, Basakarna, Raka, Pashpatkala, Kaikasi of gracious smiles, and Kumbanasi. These, we are told, were the offspring of Sumali. Mali's wife was the Gandharvi named Vasudha, who was supremely graceful, whose eyes resembled lotus petals, and who rivaled the most ravishing of the Yakshis. Hear, O Lord Raghava, and I will tell thee of the offspring the youngest brother begot with her. They were Anala, Anila, Hara, and Sampati. These sons of Mali became the counselors of Bibhishana. Meanwhile, those foremost of night rangers, surrounded by hundreds of their sons, in the intoxication of their extreme strength, harassed the gods and their leaders with the rishis, nagas, and yakshas. Ranging the earth, irresistible as the tempest, ruthless as death in combat, overweeningly proud of their boons, they constantly impeded the sacrifices of the sages. Chapter 6. Vishnu goes to the defense of the gods. Thus afflicted, the gods and rishis, those treasuries of asceticism, terror-stricken, sought refuge with the god of gods, Maheshwara, he who creates and destroys the universe, the inner ruler, who is unmanifest, the substratum of the worlds, the supreme guru, adored by all. And the gods, coming to that enemy of Kama, the destroyer of Tripura, addressed him in a voice shaking with fear and said, "O Bhagawat, the sons of Sukesha, wrought up with pride on account of the boons they have received from the grandsire of the world, those scourgers of their foes, are oppressing the children of the Lord of creatures. Our dwellings, which should be our refuge, no longer afford us shelter. Having driven out the gods from heaven, they themselves assume the role of gods. I am Vishnu, I am Rudra, I am Brahma, I am the king of the gods, I am Yama, I am Varuna, I am the moon. Verily, I am the sun." Thus do Mali, Sumali, and Malyavan speak, those Rakshasas formidable in combat, who harass us, as also those who precede them. We are terrified, O Lord. Deliver us from fear. Do thou assume a terrible form and subdue those thorns in the side of the gods. On this prayer from the united gods being addressed to Kapardin of reddish hue, he, in deference to Sukesha, answered the celestial host, saying, "Nay, I shall not destroy these Rakshasas. I am not able to slay them, O ye gods, but I shall unfold to you how you may rid yourselves of them. This step having been taken, O Maharishis, go and seek refuge with the Lord Vishnu, who will himself destroy them." Thereupon, offering obeisance to Maheshwara, with jubilant cries they presented themselves before Vishnu, though filled with terror on account of those rangers of the night. Bowing down to the god who bears the conch and discus, they paid him great homage, and in trembling tones denounced the sons of Sukesha, saying, "O Lord, by virtue of the boons they have received, the 3 sons of Sukesha, like unto 3 fires, penetrated into our abode and took possession of it. Lanka is the name of that inaccessible citadel built on the summit of the Mount Trikuta. It is there that these rangers of the night, our persecutors, have established themselves. Come to our aid and destroy them, O slayer of Madu. We take refuge in thee. Be our deliverer, O Lord of the gods. Do thou offer up their lotus-like faces, severed by thy discus, to Yama. In time of peril, none but thee canst give us shelter, O Lord. As the sun dispels the mist, so do thou dispel our terror in regard to these Rakshasas, who, with their adherents, take delight in warfare." When the gods had spoken thus, the Lord of Lords, Janardana, who strikes terror in the hearts of his foes, reassured them, saying, "The Rakshasa Sukesha, who on account of the boons received from Ishana is intoxicated with pride, is known to me, and his sons also, the eldest of whom is Malavan. Those Rakshasas, the vilest of all, exceed all limits, and I shall exterminate them in my wrath. O ye gods, have no fear." Hearing the words of the mighty Janardana Vishnu, each of the gods returned to his abode, chanting his praises. Learning of the intervention of the gods, that ranger of the night, Malavan, said to his 2 valiant brothers, "The immortals and the rishis have unitedly sought out Shankara in order to bring about our destruction, and addressed him thus: 'O Lord, the offspring of Sukesha, intoxicated with pride by the power they have received from those boons, torment us without respite. Harassed by these Rakshasas, it is impossible for us, O Prajapati, to remain in our retreats for fear of those wicked ones. Do thou defend us and subdue them, O three-eyed God, and with thy word of power, burn them up, O supreme consumer.' Thus did the gods speak, and the slayer of Andaka, shaking his head and hands, answered them, saying, 'It is impossible for me to destroy the celestial children of Sukesha in the open field, but I will tell you the means whereby they may be slain. Let the god who bears the mace and discus in his hands, who is clad in yellow, Janardana, Hari, Narayana, the Lord of Shri, be your refuge.' Having received this counsel from Hara and taken leave of that enemy of Kama, the gods went to Narayana's abode and related all to him. Then Narayana said to the gods, who had Indra at their head, 'I shall slay all your enemies, O ye gods. Fear not. O foremost of the Rakshasas, Hari promised those gods who were filled with terror that he would destroy us. Therefore, do what you think fit. Narayana has slain Hiranyakashipu and other foes of the gods, Namuchi, Kalanami, Samrara, that foremost of warriors, and Radeya, Bahumayan, the virtuous Lokapala and Yamala, Arjuna, Hardikaya, Shumba, Nishumba, and all those Asuras and Danavas, full of courage and strength, said to be invincible in the field, who had offered hundreds of sacrifices, were versed in magic and skilled in the use of weapons, and who were all a source of terror to their foes. Knowing this, it behooveth us to unite in order to slay the wicked Narayana, who wishes to exterminate us." Hearing Malavan, their elder brother, speak thus, Sumali and Mali answered him as the twin Ashwins address Vasava, saying, "We have studied the Veda, made charitable gifts, offered sacrifices, safeguarded our sovereignty, obtained the boon of longevity and freedom from disease, and have established righteousness. Plunging our weapons into the bottomless ocean of the gods, we have explored it. We have overcome our enemies, though their valor was unequaled. Nay, we have nothing to fear from Mrityu. Narayana, Rudra, Chakra, and Yama all hesitate to oppose us. Since we have come together, let us assist each other mutually and exterminate the gods whose perfidy has been revealed to us." Having taken counsel together thus, those huge-bodied and valiant Naritas hurled themselves into the fray like unto Jamba and Vitra of yore. O Rama, thus resolved, summoning up all their strength, they set out to fight, mounted on their chariots, elephants and horses that resembled elephants, mules, bulls, buffalo, porpoises, serpents, whales, turtle, fish, and birds resembling Garuda, also on lions, tigers, boars, deers, and yaks. Intoxicated with pride, all those Rakshasas marched out of Lanka, and those enemies of the gods determined to lay siege to Devaloka. Perceiving the destruction of Lanka to be at hand, all the beings who inhabited it, recognizing the peril in which they stood, became wholly dispirited, whilst the Rakshasas, borne in marvelous chariots, hastened towards Devaloka in hundreds and thousands, but the gods avoided the path they had taken. Thereupon, at Kala's command, terrible portents appeared on earth and in the skies, foretelling the death of the Rakshasa leaders. From the clouds, a torrent of hot blood and bones fell, the seas overpassed their bournes, and the mountains shook. Jackals of formidable aspect howled lugubriously, emitting hoarse laughter that resembled the rumble of clouds. Groups of phantoms passed by in succession, and flocks of vultures, vomiting flames, hovered like fate over the chief of the Rakshasas. Red-footed pigeons and crows fled in all directions, ravens croaked, and two-footed cats were seen. Disregarding these omens, the Rakshasas, proud of their strength, continued to advance without halting, caught in the noose of death. Malavan, Sumali, and Mali of immense power preceded the Rakshasas like unto flaming braziers. Malavan, who resembled Mount Malavan, was escorted by all the rangers of the night, as the gods by Datar. That army of the foremost of the Rakshasas, thundering like massed clouds, eager for victory, advanced towards Devaloka under Mali's leadership. Then the Lord Narayana, learning thereof from a messenger of the gods, resolved to enter into combat with them. Making ready his arms and quivers, he mounted Vainateya, and having put on his celestial armor, which shone like 1,000 suns, he strapped on 2 dazzling quivers full of arrows. Buckling on his stainless sword, that god, whose eyes resembled lotuses, furnished with his conch, discus, mace, sword, excellent weapons, and his bow, fully equipped, mounted the son of Vinata, who was as high as a hill, and thereafter the Lord set out in all haste to slay the Rakshasas. On the back of Suparna, the dark-hued Hari, clad in yellow, resembled a cloud transpierced with lightning on the peak of a golden mountain. As he left with his discus, sword, bow, spear, and his conch in his hands, Siddhas, Devarishis, great serpents, Gandharvas, Yakshas, hymned the praises of the renowned enemy of the Asura host. With the blast of his wings, Suparna struck at the host of the Rakshasas, bringing down their standards and dispersing their weapons so that they reeled like the dark summit of a mountain whose crags are crumbling away. With their excellent shafts, however, soiled with flesh and blood like unto the fires of doom at the end of the world's cycle, which they loosed in thousands, those rangers of the night covered and pierced Madhava. Chapter 7. The combat between Vishnu and the Rakshasas. In the midst of rumblings, the clouds in the form of Rakshasas poured down a shower of weapons on the peak Narayana, as with their torrents they shroud a mountain, and the dark and immaculate Vishnu, surrounded by those swarthy and powerful rangers of the night, resembled Mount Anjana under rain. As locusts in a rice field, or gnats in a flame, as flies in a pot of honey, as monsters in the deep, so did the arrows, keen as diamonds, swift as the wind or thought, which the Rakshasas loosed on Hari, piercing him, disappeared as the worlds vanish at the time of universal destruction. Warriors in chariots, or seated on the heads of elephants, soldiers on horseback, infantry stationed in the sky, leaders of the Rakshasas resembling mountains with their shafts, spears, swords, and darts, caused Hari to hold his breath like unto the twice-born when practicing pranayama. Like an ocean where fishes play, that invincible god, under the countless blows of those rangers of the night, drew his bow and loosed his shafts on them. Then Vishnu, with extreme force, like unto lightning, swift as thought, riddled them with his penetrating weapons and spears by hundreds and thousands. Having dispersed them under a load of arrows as the wind a downpour, the supreme Purusha blew his great conch Panchajaya, and that king of conchs, born of the waters into which Hari blew with all his strength, re-echoed in such a fearful wise that it shook the three worlds as it were. The sound of that king of conchs struck terror into the Rakshasas as the king of beasts in the forest terrorizes the elephants intoxicated with ichor. At the sound of the conch, the horses were no longer able to stand erect. The frenzy of the elephants was subdued, whilst the warriors fell from their cars bereft of strength. Loosed from his bow, Vishnu's arrows, possessed of plumed hafts, having rent the Rakshasas, penetrated into the earth. Pierced by those darts which the hand of Narayana loosed in the fight, the Rakshasas fell on the earth like crags struck by lightning, their powerful limbs torn by Vishnu's discus, the blood flowing in torrents as from mountains secreting gold. The sound of that king of conchs, the twanging of the bowstring, and the voice of Vishnu stifled the cries of the Rakshasas. Then Hari severed their trembling necks, their darts, banners, bows, chariots, pennants, and quivers. As the rays fall from the sun, as masses of water spout forth from the sea, as mighty tuskers rush down the mountainside, as torrents of rain fall from a cloud, so did the darts and arrows discharged by Narayana from his bow fall in hundreds and thousands. As a lion before a sharaba, as an elephant before a lion, as a tiger before an elephant, as a panther before a tiger, as a dog before a panther, as a cat before a dog, as a snake before a cat, as mice before a snake, so did the Rakshasas flee before the mighty Vishnu. Some escaped, others fell in their flight, and the rest lay stretched on the earth. Whilst slaying his foes in their thousands, the destroyer of Madu filled the conch with his breath, as Indra the clouds with water. Put to flight by Narayana's shafts, terrified by the sound of the conch, the army of the Rakshasas, their ranks broken, fled in the direction of Lanka. Seeing his troops routed, decimated by Narayana's arrows, Sumali covered Hari with a hail of darts on the battlefield as the fog obscures the sun, whereupon the valiant Rakshasas plucked up courage. Then Sumali, proud of his strength, rallying his forces, hurled himself forward with a great shout. Shaking his earrings as an elephant his trunk, that night ranger, in his joy, raised a great clamor like unto a cloud pierced by lightning, and while Sumali cried out thus, Hari cut off the head of his charioteer with its dazzling earrings, and the steeds of that Rakshasa swerved, bearing away Sumali, the leader of the Titans, as those other steeds, the senses, when uncontrolled, bear away man's judgment. Thereafter, while Sumali was being borne away by the horses of his chariot, Mali, alert, armed with his bow, rushed on the mighty Vishnu, who on his vehicle had thrown himself into the fray. And he let fly his arrows decorated with gold from his bow, which fell on Hari, piercing him, as birds penetrate into the Karuncha mountain. Assailed by the shafts which Mali loosed in their thousands in the flight, Vishnu remained as undisturbed as one in full control of his senses in the face of adversity. Twanging his bowstring, Bhagavat, the author of all beings, still bearing his sword and mace, discharged a hail of arrows on Mali, like unto thunder and lightning, penetrating his body, and those shafts drank his blood as serpents a pleasing draught. In the confusion into which he had thrown Mali, the god who bears the conch, discus and mace, struck off his diadem and brought down his banner, his bow, and his steeds. Deprived of his chariot, that most powerful ranger of the night seized hold of his mace, and with this weapon in his hand, like a lion from a mountain height, hurled himself on the king of the birds, as Antaka on Ishana, striking him on the forehead as Indra strikes a mountain with his thunderbolt. On receiving that violent blow dealt by Mali, Garuda, distracted with pain, carried the god away from the fight, and Vishnu, having turned away through this act of Mali's and Garuda's, a great clamor arose from the Rakshasas, shouting in triumph. Hearing the Rakshasas shout thus, the younger brother of Harihaya, the blessed Hari was incensed with that king of birds who served as his mount, and with the intention of slaying Mali, though his back was turned, he loosed his discus that was as bright as the solar orb, whose radiance illumines the heavens. Like unto Kala's wheel, the discus fell on Mali's head, and that terrible head of that leader of the Rakshasas, thus severed, rolled down amidst torrents of blood, as formerly that of Rahu. At that instant, the gods, transported with joy, emitted roars like unto lions, crying with all their strength, "Victory to thee, O Lord!" Beholding Mali slain, Sumali and Malyavan, in burning grief, took refuge in Lanka with their forces. Meanwhile, Garuda, having recovered, retraced his steps, and in fury dispersed the Rakshasas with the blast of his wings. Their lotus faces cut with the discus, their breasts torn by the mace, their necks severed by the plowshare, their foreheads split open by pikes, some pierced by the sword, some slain by arrows. Those Rakshasas began to fall from the skies into the waters of the sea. Narayana, like unto a luminous cloud with his excellent shafts loosed from his bow, as so many lightning strokes exterminated those rangers of the night with their hair disheveled and streaming in the wind, their parasols broken, their rich apparel torn by the shafts, their entrails ripped open, their eyes wide with fear. Those warriors, throwing away their arms, fell into a frenzy of terror. Resembling elephants attacked by a lion, those night rangers with their mounts emitted cries whilst fleeing from that primeval lion who pursued them. Overwhelmed by a rain of darts from Hari, they threw away their weapons, and those rangers of the night resembled somber clouds, which the wind drives before it. Their heads severed by the discus, their limbs crushed with blows from the mace, cut in two by strokes of the sword, those foremost of the night rangers, resembling sable clouds, crumbled like rocks, and they stumbled and fell on the earth, which they covered completely like dark mountains, which have been shattered. Chapter 8. The Combat Between Vishnu and Malavan. When the army that followed him was destroyed by Padmanabha, Malavan halted in his flight, as the ocean when it reaches the shore. His eyes red with anger, his head trembling, that ranger of the night said to Padmanabha, the supreme Purusha, "O Narayana, thou art ignorant of the ancient tradition of warriors, since thou, as if a stranger to their caste, dost slay those who in their terror have retreated in the fight. That assassin who commits the sin of slaying a foe who has turned his back on him, O chief of the gods, does not attain heaven, as do the virtuous on leaving this world. Assuredly, if thou dost desire to enter into combat, thou who art armed with conch, discus, and mace, here I stand. Manifest thy prowess that I may witness it." Seeing Malavan standing motionless like unto the mountain of that name, the younger brother of the king of the gods, in his valor, answered the foremost of the Rakshasas, saying, "I have vowed to the gods that I will deliver them from the terror thou hast inspired. By slaying thee, I shall honor that pledge. The welfare of the gods is dearer to me than life itself. Therefore, I shall destroy you all. Now descend into the lowest hell." Thus did the Lord of Lords speak, he whose eyes resembled crimson lotuses, and filled with fury, the Rakshasa, with his spear cut open his breast. Wielded by Malavan's arm, that weapon emitting the sound of a bell, glittered in the breast of Hari like lightning athwart a cloud. Thereafter, he who is dear to the god who bears the spear, drawing out that lance, hurled it at Malavan, and as formerly Skanda loosed it, that weapon, flying from the hand of Govinda, rushed on the Rakshasa like unto a great meteor striking the Anjana mountain, and it fell on his mighty chest that was adorned with innumerable diamonds, as lightning strikes a rocky summit. That blow cut his mail asunder, and his eyes were veiled, but, recovering consciousness, he stood erect once more, like unto an immovable rock. Armed with an iron club with innumerable spikes, he struck the god violently in the center of the breast, and in his martial ardor, having wounded the younger brother of Vasava with his fist, that ranger of the night retreated a bow's length. At that moment, the cry, "Excellent! Excellent!" arose in the sky. Thereafter, the Rakshasa attacked Garuda, and Vainateya, incensed, drove him off with the blast of his wings as a violent tempest disperses a heap of withered leaves. Seeing his elder brother driven back by the blast of Garuda's wings, Sumali, overcome with confusion, with his troops fled in the direction of Lanka, and thrust back by the violence of the wind produced by those wings, Malavan also, joined by his forces, fled to Lanka, covered with shame. O lotus-eyed prince, the Rakshasas, having been repeatedly defeated in battle by Hari, and having lost the most valiant of their leaders, in their inability to withstand Vishnu, who was destroying them, abandoned Lanka and went to dwell in Patala with their consorts. O prince of the house of Raghu, those Rakshasas renowned for their strength and who were the issue of the Salakatankara race remained under the leadership of Sumali. It was thou who didst destroy those warriors of the family of Pulastia named Sumalia, Malyavan, Mali, and their companions, who were all exceedingly resourceful and more powerful than Ravana. None other could have subdued the enemies of the gods or have weeded out those thorns in the side of the celestials, save Narayana, the god who bears the conch, discus, and mace. Thou art that four-armed god, Narayana, eternal, invincible, and immutable, who came to exterminate the Rakshasas. Thou art the father of all beings, who, whenever righteousness declines, and for love of those who take refuge in thee, dost appear to wipe out evildoers. O Lord of men, I have related in detail all that concerns the origin of the Rakshasas. Learn further, O Prince of the Raghus, of the immeasurable power of Ravana and his sons. For a long time, Sumali wandered about the nether regions, tormented by the fear of Vishnu, whilst the mighty god of wealth, surrounded by his sons and grandsons, sojourned in Lanka. Chapter 9. The Birth of Dashagriva and His Brothers. After a time, that Rakshasa named Sumali emerged from the nether regions to range the world of men. With his earrings of pure gold, he, like unto a dark cloud, took with him a young girl who resembled Shri without her lotus, and as that Rakshasa wandered about the earth, he beheld the Lord of Wealth, who in his chariot Pushpaka was going to visit his sire. Beholding that son of Pulastia, that lord who was as radiant as a god, advancing towards him like unto fire, he, amazed, returned to Rasatala from the world of men. Thereafter, that exceedingly intelligent Rakshasa reflected, which is the best way of increasing our power? Thus did the foremost of the Rakshasas, who was like unto a dark cloud and was wearing golden earrings, reflect within himself, and having considered a while, that extremely sagacious Rakshasa said to his daughter Kaikasi, for such was her name, "My daughter, it is time for thee to wed. Thy youth is slipping away, and afraid of being refused, those who are in love with thee do not pay their suit. Striving to fulfill our duty, we seek only thine advantage. Assuredly, thou art endowed with every good attribute and resemblest Shri in person, O dear child. A young daughter is a source of anxiety to her father, who is concerned for her honor, nor does he know whom she will wed. O beloved child, the mother's family, the father's family, and the one into which she is received are all three involved in this anxiety. Do thou therefore seek out that blessed ascetic, the foremost of Pulastia's offspring, and choose Vishravas, the descendant of Pulastia, O my daughter. Assuredly, thou wilt beget sons equal to that Lord of Wealth, who in his splendor rivals the sun." At these words, in filial obedience, that young girl went to seek out Vishravas, where he was undergoing penance. At that time, O Rama, that twice-born, the issue of Pulastia, was engaged in the fire sacrifice, and himself appeared like unto a fourth fire. Heedless of the late hour, and in obedience to her sire, she presented herself before the ascetic, and halting there with her eyes cast down, fixed on her feet, she scratched the earth from time to time with her toe. Beholding that lovely girl, whose face resembled the full moon, and who shone in her own radiance, that Muni of exalted lineage inquired of her, saying, "O fortunate one, whose daughter art thou? From whence dost thou come, and for what reason, or with what motive? Answer me truthfully, O beautiful one." Thus questioned, the young girl with joined palms answered, By thine own powers, O Muni, thou must be conversant with mine intentions. Learn only, O Brahma Rishi, that it is by the command of my sire that I have come, and Kaikasi is my name. The rest must be known to thee." Thereafter, the Muni, reflecting a while, uttered these words: "I know well, O fortunate one, what brings thee here. Thou art desirous of having sons by me, thou whose gait is like unto an intoxicated elephant. But having presented thyself at this hour, hear me, O fortunate one. Thou shalt bring forth offspring of a dark aspect, delighting in the companionship of doers of evil deeds. O lady of lovely form, thou shalt beget Rakshasas of cruel exploits." At these words, Kaikasi prostrated herself, saying, "O blessed one, who recitest the Veda, I do not desire such sons whose nature is depraved. From thee be gracious unto me." Thus besought by that youthful maiden, Vishravas, foremost among Munis, like unto the moon in the presence of Rohini, added, "O lady of lovely face, the son thou shalt bring forth last will be like unto me. Assuredly he will be virtuous." Thus did he speak to that young girl, O Rama, and after some time she gave birth to a hideous child with the face of a demon, exceedingly dark, and he had 10 necks and great teeth, and resembled a heap of collyrium. His lips were the hue of copper, he had 20 arms and a vast mouth, and his hair was fiery red. At his birth, jackals and other wild beasts with flaming jaws circled from left to right. The god, Parajanya, let loose a rain of blood whilst clouds emitted harsh sounds. The sun ceased to shine, fierce winds blew, and the unchanging ocean, lord of the rivers, was agitated. His father, who resembled the grandsire of the world, thereupon conferred a name upon him, and said, "This child with 10 necks shall be called Dashagriva." After him the mighty Kumbhakarna was born, that giant who was unequaled on earth, and a daughter of hideous aspect named Shurpanaka, while Kaikasi's last child was named Bibhishana. When this great being was born, a rain of flowers fell, and in the heavens the celestial gongs resounded, whilst an aerial voice cried, "Excellent, excellent." Thereafter Kumbhakarna and Dashagriva throve in that vast forest, and each was exceedingly powerful, and they were scourgers of the world. The insensate Kumbhakarna ranged the 3 worlds, devouring the great rishis who were fixed in their duty, and yet he remained unsatisfied. As for the virtuous Bibhishana, ever vowed to righteousness, the study of the Veda being his chief nourishment, he lived as the subduer of his senses. After a time, Vishravana, the lord of wealth, went to visit his sire in his chariot Pushpaka, and seeing him flaming with effulgence, the Rakshasi sought out Dashagriva and said to him, "My son, behold Vishravana, thy brother, blazing with glory, and behold thy state, who art of the same family, O Dashagriva. Thou who art of immeasurable might, strive to be like Vishravana himself." Hearing his mother's words, the arrogant Dashagriva experienced a wave of overpowering bitterness, whereupon he formulated this vow: "I swear to thee in truth that I shall become my brother's equal, if not his superior in power. Banish any fears that may have entered thine heart." Thereafter, in his spleen, Dashagriva, accompanied by his younger brother, began to undertake an exceedingly difficult task, undergoing a rigid penance. He thought, "I shall accomplish mine end by asceticism," and having thus resolved, he went to the lovely hermitage of Gokarna in order to purify his soul. There that Rakshasa with his younger brother performed unsurpassed austerities. Such were his mortifications that he gratified the Lord, the grandsire of the world, who, in his satisfaction, granted him those boons that would assure him of victory. Chapter 10. Concerning the penances practiced by Dashagriva and his brother. Then Rama inquired of the Muni, "How did those highly powerful brothers practice penance, O Brahmana, and what nature was it?" Then Agastya of tranquil mind answered Rama and said, "Various were the pious observances of each of them. Kumbhakarna, too, putting forth all his strength, constantly pursued the path of duty. In the heat of summer he stood amidst 5 fires, and in the rainy season he took up the Vira posture, whilst in the winter season he remained plunged in water. Thus 2,000 years passed, during which he applied himself to piety and remained on the righteous path. On his side, Bibhishana, who was virtue itself, intent on duty and of pure soul, stood on one leg for 5,000 years. This penance accomplished, troops of apsaras danced, and a rain of flowers fell, whilst the gods hymned his praises. During another 5,000 years, he stood facing the sun, his head and arms raised, his mind fixed in contemplation of the Veda. In this wise, Bibhishana, like an inhabitant of heaven in the Nandana gardens, dwelt for 10,000 years, and Dashagriva deprived himself of nourishment for the same period, and every 1,000 years sacrificed one of his heads to the god of fire. Thus 9,000 years passed, and 9 of his heads had been sacrificed to fire. When 10,000 years had gone by, Dashagriva prepared to sever his 10th head when the grandsire of the world appeared, and he, with the gods highly gratified, presented himself before Ravana and said to him, "I am pleased with thee. What boon shall I confer on thee this day? Thou shalt not have undergone these austerities in vain. O thou who art conversant with Dharma, speedily choose what boon will most please thee. Thou hast found favor with me, O Dashagriva." Thereupon Dashagriva, delighted, bowing down to that god, answered in a voice trembling with joy, "O Bhagavat, for living beings there exists no fear like that of death. There is no foe comparable to Mrityu, therefore I choose immortality." Thus spoke Dashagriva, and Brahma answered him saying, "It is not possible to grant thee immortality. Choose some other boon." At these words of Brahma, the creator of the world, O Rama, Dashagriva replied with joined palms, "May I not be slain by Suparnas, Nagas, Yakshas, Daityas, Danavas, Rakshas, nor by the gods or Eternal One, O Lord of beings. I do not fear other creatures, who with men I look upon as mere straws, O thou who art adored by the celestials." Thus spoke the Rakshasa Dasaratha, and the Lord, the grandsire of the worlds who was accompanied by the gods, said to him, "It shall be as thou desirest, O foremost of the Rakshasas." Then, having answered Dashagriva thus, O Rama, the grandsire added, "Hear what great favor I shall grant thee further in my satisfaction. The heads that formerly were sacrificed by thee into the fire, O irreproachable one, will now grow again as they were before. And, O Rakshasa, I will finally confer another boon on thee that is hard to obtain, O my friend. Thou shalt be able to assume any form thou desirest at will." As soon as the grandsire had spoken thus, the heads of the Rakshasa Dashagriva that had been consumed by fire grew again. O Rama, having spoken thus to Dashagriva, the grandsire of the worlds said to Bibhishana, "O my dear Bibhishana, thou whose intellect is fixed on virtue, I am gratified with thee. Choose a boon, O righteous and pious one." Then the pure-souled Bibhishana, who radiated good qualities as the moon her beams, spoke with joined palms, saying, "O Bhagavat, I have endeavored to do that which I ought to do. Thou art the guru of the world. If in thy satisfaction thou dost accord me a boon, then hear me, O blessed Lord. May my soul ever be fixed in righteousness in the midst of the greatest adversity. Without being instructed, may I be able to use the Brahma weapon. May whatever thoughts come to me, wherever or in whatever state I find myself, always conform to virtue, and may I fulfill my duty. O most exalted of beings, these are the boons I consider to be the most precious. For those who follow Dharma, nothing is impossible." Then Prajapati, full of joy, again addressed Bibhishana, saying, "O most virtuous and dear child, let it be as thou sayest. Though thou wast born in the Rakshasa race, O slayer of thy foes, no evil ever enters thy heart. I grant thee immortality." Having uttered these words, as Prajapati was preparing to accord a boon to Kumbhakarna, all the gods, with joined palms, addressed him thus, "As for Kumbhakarna, do not grant him any boons. Thou knowest well how the 3 worlds fear this perverse wretch. In the Nandana gardens, 7 apsaras and 10 servants of Mahendra were devoured by him, O Brahma, as also rishis and men. Such are the deeds of this Rakshasa before receiving a boon. If one is conferred on him, he may consume the 3 worlds. O thou whose splendor is immeasurable, feigning to grant him a boon, cause him to become bemused. In this way, the worlds will live in peace, and he will receive his just deserts. Thus did the gods speak, and Brahma, born of the lotus, thought on the goddess, his consort, and as soon as he called her to mind, Saraswati appeared at his side, and with joined palms said to him, "O Lord, I am here. What shall I do?" Then Prajapati answered that goddess who had come there, saying, "O thou who art speech, be thou in the mouth of that Indra among the Rakshasas, and utter that which the gods desire." "So be it," she answered, and having entered his mouth, Kumbhakarna said, "To sleep for innumerable years, O Lord of Lords, this is my desire." "May it be so," answered Brahma, and with the gods he departed. The goddess Saraswati then left the Rakshasa, while Brahma with the gods ascended to the heavenly region. When Saraswati had departed, Kumbhakarna came to himself, and that perverse wretch in his misfortune reflected, "How can such words have passed my lips? I must have been bemused by the gods who came hither." Having received those various boons, the 3 brothers of flaming energy returned to the Shleshmataka forest, where they dwelt happily. Chapter 11. Narada cedes Lanka to Dashagriva. Sumali, having learnt of the boons that the Rangers of the Night had received, abandoning his fear, emerged from the nether regions, and the companions of that Rakshasa, Maricha, Prahasta, Virupaksha, and Mahodara, rushed out also full of fury. Thereafter Sumali with his friends, surrounded by the foremost of the Rakshasas, sought out Dashagriva, and embracing him said, "By the grace of heaven, O dear child, the desire of my heart has been fulfilled since thou hast received these excellent boons from the Lord of the 3 worlds. The great fear that forced us to abandon Lanka in order to take refuge in Rasatala, into which we were precipitated by Vishnu, has now been dissipated. Many and many a time under the threat of that terror we abandoned our retreat, but being pursued, together we plunged into hell. Thy brother, that crafty lord of wealth, took possession of the city of Lanka, the abode of the Rakshasas. If it be possible, by conciliation, gifts, or force, to regain the possession of it, then do so, O irreproachable hero. Thou wilt then become the sovereign of Lanka, and by thy grace, the Rakshasa race that has been disestablished will be reinstated. Thereafter, thou wilt reign over us all, O Lord." Then Dashagriva answered his maternal grandfather, who stood near, and said, "The Lord of Wealth is mine elder brother. It is not fitting that thou shouldest speak thus." Quietly rebuked in this wise by that Indra of the Rakshasas, the most powerful of them all, Sumali, being aware of his intentions, did not insist further. Some time later, as Ravana continued to reside in that place, Prahasta addressed these significant words to him. "O valiant Dashagriva, such a speech is not worthy of thee. Brotherly love is not the concern of heroes. Hear me, there were 2 sisters who loved each other, and who were supremely fair. They were wedded to that lord of creatures, the Prajapati Kashyapa, and with him Aditi begat the gods, those lords of the 3 worlds, whilst Aditi begot the Daityas. To the Daityas, those virtuous heroes, the earth with its mountains, surrounded by the ocean, formerly belonged. They waxed exceedingly strong. Nevertheless, they were slain in war by the mighty Vishnu, who gave over the imperishable triple world to the gods. Thou art therefore not the only one to act in opposition to a brother, which was done by the gods and asuras. Follow my counsel, therefore." Dashagriva, hearing these words, was filled with joy, and having reflected a moment, he said, "It is well." And in his delight, that same day, the valiant Dashagriva with his Rangers of the Night repaired to the wood bordering on Lanka. Stationed on the Trikuta mountain, that Ranger of the Night sent out Prahasta, who was skilled in speech, as his ambassador, and said to him, Go speedily, O Prahasta, and speak to the foremost of the Naritas, addressing him in conciliatory words, saying, This city of Lanka, O king, belongs to the magnanimous Rakshasas. O my friend, thou didst take possession of it. It is not just, O thou, who art beyond reproach. If thou dost restore it to us now, O hero of unrivaled exploits, I shall be gratified, and justice will have been maintained. Then Prahasta repaired to the city of Lanka, whose strong support was Danara, and addressed that lord of wealth of illustrious lineage in the following words. I have been deputed by thy brother Dashagriva, who is near at hand, that long-armed hero who is pious and the foremost of warriors, to come hither, and my words are those of Dashanana, O lord of wealth. This ravishing city, O large-eyed hero, was formerly held by the Rakshasas of terrible exploits, whose chief was Sumali. It is on this account, dear son of Vishravas, that Dashagriva asks thee to restore it to them. This request is made in all friendliness. Having heard Prahasta, Ravana replied in words worthy of one who is skilled in speech and said, Lanka was bestowed on me by my sire when it had been abandoned by the rangers of the night. I have peopled it by inducements of gifts, honors, and every kind of privilege. Now go and bring this answer to Dashagriva. The city and the kingdom under my dominion are thine also, O long-armed hero. Enjoy this realm without restriction. Share this dominion and its riches with me, without division. Having spoken thus, that lord of wealth went to visit his sire, and paying obeisance to him related the nature of Ravana's request, saying, O my father, Dashagriva has sent a messenger to me, saying, Give up the city of Lanka that was formerly occupied by the Rakshasa race. What shall I do now, O Blessed One? Tell me. On this inquiry, the Brahma Rishi Vishravas, foremost of the ascetics, said to Danara, who stood before him with joined palms, Oh, hear me, O my son. The long-armed Dashagriva has spoken of this matter in my presence, and I have often rebuked him. He is exceedingly wicked, and in my wrath I said to him, Thou wilt be destroyed. It were better for thee to listen to my words, which are fraught with reason and integrity. He is perverse, however, and the boons he has received have so intoxicated him that he can no longer discriminate between what is just and unjust. It is on account of my curse that he has fallen into this lamentable condition. Do thou therefore retire to Mount Kailasha, that support of the earth, O long-armed hero, and leave Lanka with thy followers at once. In that place, the enchanting Mandakini, the most excellent of rivers, flows, whose waters are covered with golden lotuses radiant as the sun, and Kumuda, Utpala, and other varieties of water lilies of sweet fragrance. Devas, Gandharvas, Apsaras, Uragas, and Kineras sojourn there, constantly disporting themselves. It is not fitting, O Danara, that thou shouldest enter into combat with the Rakshasa, for thou art conversant with the special boons he has received. Hearing this reply, and obedient to the counsel of his venerable sire, Danara left Lanka with his consort, his sons, his ministers, his vehicles, and his wealth. Meantime, Prahasta had sought out the mighty Dashagriva, and with a joyous heart said to him in the midst of his counselors, The city of Lanka is now free. Danara has abandoned it and has departed. Do thou establish thyself therein, so that with us thou canst fulfill thy duty. Thus did Prahasta speak, and the all-powerful Dashagriva invaded Lanka with his brothers, his army, and his court. As the gods enter heaven, so did that enemy of the celestials enter that city that Danara had just deserted, and which was divided by well-planned highways. Enthroned by the rangers of the night, Dashanana installed himself in that city, which was filled with the Rakshasas resembling dark clouds. The Lord of Wealth, however, in reverence for his father's words, built a city on Mount Kailasha, which was immaculate as the moon, adorned with splendid palaces sumptuously decorated, as Purandara constructed Amaravati. Chapter 12. The Marriage of the Rakshasas. The foremost of the Rakshasas, having been anointed king, with his brother, began to consider giving his sister in marriage. He therefore gave the Rakshasi to the king of the Kalakas, and the lord of the Danavas himself presented Shurpanaka, his sister, to Vidyajiva. This being accomplished, that Night Ranger left for the chase, and thereafter he beheld the son of Diti, Maya, O Rama. Seeing him accompanied by a young girl, that Rakshasa, Dashagriva, said to him, "Who art thou wandering in the forest that is devoid of man or beast? How is it that thou art in the company of this youthful maiden whose eyes resemble a doe's?" O Rama, to this question put to him by that ranger of the night, Maya replied, saying, "Hear me, and I will tell thee the truth. There was a nymph named Hima, of whom thou hast already heard. The gods bestowed her on me, as Paloma was given to Shatrugna. Full of love for her, I passed centuries at her side when she was taken from me by the gods. 13 years passed, and in the 14th I built a golden city which I decorated with diamonds and emeralds by the aid of my magic powers. There I dwelt, deprived of Hima, sad, dejected, and extremely wretched. Thereafter, taking my daughter with me, I left that city in order to retire to the forest. This is my child, O king, who was brought up in Hima's lap, and here I am seeking a husband for her. A daughter is a great calamity, at least for all those who have regard to her honor. In truth, she is a source of anxiety to the family of her father and that of her mother. 2 sons were also born to me by my wife. The first was Mayavi, O dear friend, and Dundubi followed immediately. I have told thee the whole truth in accordance with thy wish. And now, my dear son, I would know something of thee. Who art thou?" At these words, the Rakshasa answered respectfully, "I am of Pulastya's race, and my name is Dashagriva. My father was the sage Vishravas, who was the 3rd son of Brahma." On hearing these words of that Indra among the Rakshasas, O Rama, indicating that he was the son of a great sage, Maya, the foremost of the Danavas, wished to give his daughter to him. Taking her hand in his, Maya addressed that king of the Rakshasas, saying, "O king, this child whose mother was the nymph Hema, the youthful Mandodari, for such is her name, do thou accept as thy consort." "Let it be so," answered Dashagriva, whereupon, igniting a fire there, he took her hand in his, O Rama. Maya was conversant with the curse that Dashagriva's sire, that treasury of asceticism, had pronounced. Nevertheless, he bestowed his daughter in marriage on him, knowing him to be the offspring of the grandsire of the world. At the same time, he gave him a marvelous spear which he had obtained through his supreme penances. It was with this weapon that Ravana wounded Lakshmana. Then, having brought about this marriage, the lord of Lanka returned to that city. There, with their consent, he chose 2 wives for his 2 brothers. The daughter of Virokana, named Vajravala, was given to him by Kumbhakarna, and Bibhishana received as wife the virtuous Sarama, the daughter of the king of the Gandharvas, the magnanimous Shailusha, and she had been born on the shores of the lake Manasa. At that time in the rainy season, the waters of the Manasa lake were swollen, and the mother of the girl cried out affectionately, "Do not overflow, O lake." Thereafter the girl was called Sarama. These alliances having been concluded, the Rakshasas gave themselves up to pleasure, each with his own consort, as the Gandharvas in the Nandana gardens. And Mandodari gave birth to a child with the voice of a thundercloud, he who is known to thee as Indrajita. Scarcely had he been born that son of Ravana began to roar with a terrible voice like unto thunder, and the city was deafened, O Raghava. His father therefore called him Meghanada, and he grew up in the magnificent private apartments, hidden in the lap of the foremost of women, as a fire is concealed under shavings. And that son of Ravana filled his mother and father with joy. Chapter 13. Ravana's Crimes. Sometime later, the Lord of the World sent Nidra to Kumbhakarna in the form of overpowering sleep, and Kumbhakarna said to his brother who was present, "O king, sleep holds me in thrall. Prepare a refuge for me." Therefore the king selected some artisans, like unto Vishvakarma, who constructed a splendid dwelling for Kumbhakarna, a league in expanse and 2 in length, which was exceedingly sumptuous and secluded. On every side it was decorated with columns of crystal encrusted with gold. The stairways were made of emerald with rows of small bells hanging from the carved ivory galleries, the floors being of diamond and crystal. All should have been constantly and wholly happy in that place, which was enchanting and luxurious in every way, and which was built by the Rakshasas and resembled a sacred cave in the Meru mountain. It was there, overcome by slumber, that the mighty Kumbhakarna rested innumerable years without waking, whilst his brother, the mighty Kumbhakarna, overcome by Nidra, slept for thousands of years without waking. Dashanana of unbridled passions harassed the Devas, Rishis, Yakshas, and Gandharvas, and overran their beautiful parks and groves like a madman, laying them waste. And that Rakshasa churned up the rivers like an elephant disporting itself, agitating the trees like a violent tempest, and striking the hills as if by lightning. Hearing of Dashagriva's exploits, the virtuous Lord of Wealth, reflecting that he was his own brother, for the honor of his race and desirous of manifesting fraternal affection, sent a messenger to Lanka in Dashagriva's interests. Then the messenger, entering the city, approached Bibhishana, who received him with honor and inquired concerning his visit. After asking about the welfare of Dhanata and his kinsfolk, Bibhishana brought him to Dashanana in the assembly hall where he was resting. Beholding the king blazing in his own effulgence, the messenger said, "Hail to thee, O king," and having paid obeisance with these words, stood silent a while. At that time Dashagriva was reclining on a sumptuous couch adorned with rich coverings, whereupon the messenger addressed him, saying, "O king, I bring thee the words uttered by thy brother in their entirety. Between us two, equality of conduct should exist as among others of our race. A truce to these evil deeds. From now on, comport thyself in a seemly manner, and if possible, take righteousness as thy guide. I have seen the Nandana gardens laid waste, and it is said that the rishis have been persecuted. The measures that the gods are taking against thee are known to me. I have been disregarded by thee on countless occasions, but even if a youthful person err, he should be protected by his relatives. Having repaired to the Himavat plateau to practice dharma and subjugate my senses, I forced myself to undergo penance in order to gratify the Lord Mahadeva. There I beheld that divine god who, accompanied by Uma and a glance from my left eye, fell on the goddess. Who is this woman? I asked myself, desiring this knowledge, and for no other reason, for Rudrani had assumed an unparalleled form. Then the goddess, by her celestial power, consumed my left eye, which grew yellow, and the light became obscured as if by dust. Thereupon I repaired to another vast mountain plateau and remained there 800 years, observing silence. Having completed that penance, the god Maheshwara came to me and, highly gratified, said, "I am satisfied with thine austerities, O virtuous and saintly ascetic. This vow has been fulfilled by me and by thee, O Lord of Rishis. None other could have observed a similar mortification. These practices are extremely rigid, and I myself formerly followed them also. Grant me thy friendship, therefore, O sinless one. Thou hast conquered me, and thy penance has been fruitful. As the goddess, whose form thou didst look upon, burnt up thy left eye, turning it yellow, thou shalt be named Ikakshipangali." Having thus contracted a friendship with Shankara, I took leave of him, and on my return learnt of thine evil conduct. Abandon this impious course that will bring dishonor on our race. The gods, with the hosts of rishis, are considering how they may destroy thee." Hearing these words, Dashagriva, his eyes red with anger, clenching his fists and teeth, answered him thus, "O messenger, I knew what thou wast about to utter. Neither art thou my brother, nor is he who sent thee. For the Lord of Wealth is not speaking in mine interests. That fool forces me to hear of this friendship with Maheshwara. This speech of thine is intolerable. I have borne it till now, for he is mine elder brother, and as such it is not fitting that I should slay him. Now, hearing thine address, this is my resolve. By the strength of mine arms, I shall conquer the 3 worlds. Solely on his account, I shall dispatch the 4 guardians of the world to the region of Yama." Having spoken thus, the Lord of Lanka, Ravana, slew the messenger with a single stroke of his sword and gave him to the wicked Rakshasas to devour. Thereafter, ascending his chariot amidst acclamations, in his eagerness to subdue the 3 worlds, he set out to seek the Lord of Wealth. Chapter 14. The combat between Ravana and the Yakshas. Ravana, proud of his strength, surrounded by his 6 ministers, Mahodara, Prahasta, Maricha, Shuka, Sarana, and Dhumraksha, those heroes who dreamt only of war, departed, as if in his fury he would consume the worlds. Then he traversed cities, rivers, mountains, forests, and woods, and soon came to Mount Kailasha. Hearing that the lord of the Rakshasas, eager to fight, full of insolence and wickedness, accompanied by his counselors, had established himself on the mountain, the Yakshas dared not remain there for fear of him. Then they said to each other, "This is the brother of our king," and knowing this, they approached Dhaneshwara, and coming into his presence, they imparted his brother's intentions to him. Thereupon, with Dhanada's permission, they set out joyfully in order to give battle. The impact of those valiant troops of the king of the Naritas was as violent as the sea, and the mountains seemed to be riven asunder, whilst a furious struggle ensued amongst the followers of the Rakshasas, and seeing his army thrown into disorder, Dashagriva, the ranger of the night, after many encouraging shouts, flew into a rage. Then the companions of the king of the Rakshasas, of redoubtable valor, each took on 1,000 Yakshas. Smitten with blows from maces, iron bars, swords, picks, and darts, Dushana, scarcely able to breathe, was overwhelmed by a rain of weapons which fell thick and fast like hail from the clouds. Nevertheless, he remained unmoved under the shafts of the Yakshas, as a mountain that the clouds flood with innumerable showers. Thereafter, that hero, brandishing his mace like unto Kala's scepter, flung himself on the Yakshas, whom he hurled into Yama's abode. Like unto fire, flaming up on account of the wind, consuming a heap of grass or dried faggots which are scattered about, so did he destroy the army of the Yakshas. And his ministers, Mahodara, Shuka, and the others, only suffered a few of the Yakshas to escape, who resembled clouds dispersed by the wind. Overwhelmed with blows and broken, they fell in the fight, filled with fury, biting their lips with their sharp teeth. And some of the Yakshas, exhausted, clung to each other, their weapons broken, and sank down on the battlefield as dikes give way before a surge of waters. With those who were slain ascending to heaven, those who fought rushing hither and thither, and the companies of rishis witnessing the scene, there was not a single space left anywhere. Beholding the foremost of the Yakshas scattered despite their valor, the mighty Lord of Wealth dispatched other Yakshas, and at his call, O Rama, a Yaksha named Samyodakantaka instantly rushed out at the head of a large force. Struck by him in the fight, as by a second Vishnu with his discus, Maricha fell to the earth like a star falling from the heights of Mount Kailasha, its merits exhausted. Thereafter, that ranger of the night, regaining consciousness, gathered up his strength in a moment and entered into combat with the Yaksha, who, having been defeated, fled. Meantime, Dashagriva, his limbs loaded with ornaments of gold, silver, and emerald, advanced to the very portals of the outer defenses, and seeing that ranger of the night enter, the doorkeeper sought to prevent him. But the Rakshasa forced his way in, whereupon the Yaksha seized hold of him. Seeing himself checked, O Rama, he was not discouraged and began to break down the door, whilst the Yaksha, overwhelmed by his blows, streaming with blood, looked like a mountain from which minerals are pouring. Though struck by the Yaksha with the doorpost, that hero was not slain on account of the rare gifts received from Swayambhu, and in his turn, arming himself with the same post, he struck the Yaksha, who, his body reduced to dust, disappeared, leaving no trace. Thereupon, witnessing the strength of the Rakshasas, a general stampede took place among the Yakshas, who, mad with terror, sought refuge in the rivers and the caves, throwing away their arms, exhausted, their features distorted. Chapter 15. The combat between Ravana and Dhanada. Ravana seizes Pushpaka. Seeing the foremost of the Yakshas fleeing in their thousands, the Lord of Wealth said to the powerful Manabhadra, "O Prince of the Yakshas, slay that wicked Ravana of evil ways and deliver the valiant and heroic Yakshas." At this command, the long-armed and invincible Manabhadra set out to fight, surrounded by 4,000 Yakshas, and they hurled themselves on the Rakshasas, whom they struck with blows from maces, bars, javelins, lances, swords, and clubs. And they entered into a violent struggle, falling on the foe with the swiftness of birds of prey, crying, "Advance, advance, yield, never, fight!" Beholding that formidable combat, the Devas, Gandharvas, Rishis, and chanters of the Veda were extremely astonished. 1,000 of the Yakshas fell under Prahasta's blows in the conflict, and that irreproachable hero, Mahodara, slew a further 1,000, whilst in his fury, O Prince, Maricha, thirsting to fight, slew 2,000 of the enemy in the twinkling of an eye. On their side, the Yakshas fought valiantly, but the Rakshasas called upon their powers of magic, and thus gained ascendancy in the combat, O Lion among men. While wrestling with Dhumraksha in the great struggle, Manabhadra received a violent blow in the chest from a pike, but remained unmoved, and he in his turn struck the Titan Dhumraksha on the head, whereupon he fell senseless. Seeing Dhumraksha wounded and covered with blood, Dashanana hurled himself on Manabhadra in the thick of the fray, and while he was rushing on him in fury, the foremost of the Yakshas, Manabhadra, pierced him with 3 darts. Wounded, Dashagriva struck a blow at Manabhadra's diadem, which fell to one side, and from that day he was known as Parshvamali. Manabhadra having been put to flight despite his valor, a great clamor arose on the mountain, O king. From afar, the Lord of Wealth, who was armed with a mace and surrounded by Shukra, Prastapada, Padma, and Shaka, beheld Ravana, and seeing his brother in the field, having lost all dignity, deprived of his glory on account of the curse, the sagacious Kubera addressed him in words worthy of the house of his grandsire, saying, "As despite my warning, thou dost not desist, O perverse wretch, thou shalt recognize the consequences in the future when thou hast fallen into hell. He who through heedlessness drinks poison, and when he realizes it in his delusion does not refrain, will know the results of his acts in its effects. The gods do not necessarily approve even dharmic actions, how much less those that bring about such a condition as thine. It is because of this that thou art reduced to this state, and thou dost not appear to be aware of it. He who does not honor his mother, father, a Brahmin, or a preceptor will reap the fruit of his fault when he falls under the sway of the Lord of Death. That fool who does not mortify his body will suffer hereafter, when after death he enters the region that his deeds have merited. No wicked man sees his designs fulfilled as he would have wished. As he sows, so shall he reap. In this world, prosperity, beauty, power, sons, wealth, and prowess are all attained by pious acts. Given over to such iniquitous deeds, thou wilt go to hell. I will not parley with thee further. Thus should one act in respect of evildoers." At these words of Dhanata, which were addressed to Ravana's counselors led by Maricha, they, being struck, turned and fled. Dashagriva, however, who had received a blow on the head from the mace of that powerful lord of the Yakshas, did not move. Thereafter, Yaksha and Rakshasa entered into a fierce and prolonged duel, experiencing no fatigue, and Dhanata loosed the fire weapon on the Lord of the Titans, who parried it with the Varuna weapon. Then Ravana, having recourse to magic, natural to a Rakshasa, transformed himself in 1,000 ways in order to slay his adversary, and that 10-necked one assumed the form of a tiger, a boar, a cloud, a mountain, an ocean, a tree, a yaksha, and a daitya. Thus, though wearing many forms, his own remained hidden. Thereafter, seizing hold of a mighty weapon, Dashagriva, whirling it round, brought that enormous mace down on the head of Dhanata, and the blow knocked the Lord of Wealth senseless, who fell covered with blood, like unto an ashoka tree whose roots have been severed. Then Padma and other rishis surrounded Dhanata and bore him through the sky to the Nandana wood. Having vanquished Dhanata, the foremost of the Rakshasas, with a joyful heart, as a sign of victory, seized the chariot Pushpaka, that was furnished with golden pillars and doors of emerald, hung with strings of pearls and planted with trees bearing fruit in all seasons. Swift as thought, it ranged everywhere at will in its aerial flight. Possessed of golden stairways, encrusted with gems and with floors of refined gold, that indestructible vehicle of the gods, a perpetual joy to the eyes and heart, that masterpiece created by Vishvakarma at Brahma's command with its countless ornaments, was indeed a marvel. All that could be desired was to be found therein, and it was of a magnificence nothing could surpass. Neither too hot nor too cold, it was pleasantly temperate at all seasons. Ascending that chariot which he had acquired by his prowess, coursing wherever so he would, the king Ravana, in his pride and wickedness, deemed himself to have overcome the three worlds. Having conquered Vishravas, he descended from Mount Kailasha, and having by his prowess obtained this great victory, that ranger of the night, dazzling in his diadem and necklace of flawless pearls, in his marvelous chariot, blazed like fire. Chapter 16. The Origin of Ravana's Name. O Rama, having vanquished his brother, the supreme lord of the Rakshasas, went to the great fen where Mahasena was born, and Dasagriva beheld that vast and golden expanse of reeds, sending forth shafts of light like unto a second sun. Ascending the mountain which rose in the center of that fen, O Rama, he observed that the chariot Pushpaka was suddenly deprived of motion. Thereupon that king of the Rakshasas, surrounded by his attendants, reflected, "How is this? The chariot has halted. Why is it not still moving, since it was created to follow its master's will? Wherefore does the Pushpaka car not go wheresoever I desire? Is this not the doing of some inhabitant of the mountain?" Then, O Rama, the intelligent Maricha said to him, "It is not without reason, O king, that the chariot Pushpaka moves no longer. Without doubt it is only able to serve Narada, and since it is separated from that lord of wealth, it has become motionless." As he spoke thus, a fearful yellow and black-hued dwarf appeared, who was extremely stout and possessed a shaven head and short arms. It was Nandi. Approaching that Indra among the Rakshasas, that servant of Bhava, Nandi fearlessly addressed him, saying, "Begone, O Dasagriva! The Lord Shankara is disporting himself on this mountain. It is forbidden to birds, serpents, Yakshas, Devas, Gandharvas, and Rakshasas to come hither." Hearing Nandi's words, Ravana, with his earrings trembling in his wrath, his eyes red with fury, leapt down from the Pushpaka chariot, and approaching the foot of the peak, demanded, "Who is this Shankara?" Then he beheld Nandi standing at the side of that god, supporting himself on his gleaming trident, blazing in his own effulgence like unto a second Shankara. Beholding that monkey-faced one, the Rakshasa, in his contempt, laughed derisively, roaring like a thundercloud. Highly provoked, the blessed Nandi, Shankara in another form, said to Dasagriva, who stood near, "Since thou hast derided me in my monkey form, O Dashanana, by bursting into loud laughter resembling thunder, monkeys like unto myself in form, endowed with prodigious strength, shall be born to destroy thee and thy race. Armed with nails and teeth, O barbarian, they will descend like an avalanche of rocks, and, swift as thought, thirsting to fight and proud of their strength, shall crush thy great pride and thy high prowess with that of thine adherents and thy sons. I am well able to slay thee now, O Ranger of the Night, but it is no longer necessary to put thee to death, since thy previous acts have already overtaken thee." Hearing these prophetic utterances of that magnanimous god, the celestial gongs resounded, and a rain of flowers fell from the sky. Disregarding Nandi's words, the extremely powerful Dashanana drew nearer to the mountain and said, "As it is on thine account that the course of Pushpaka, in which I was traveling, has been arrested, I shall uproot the mountain, O coward! What is the nature of the power which enables Bhava to sport here continually like a king? He is not aware of what should be known to him, and that the moment for him to tremble has come." Speaking thus, O Rama, he seized the mountain in his arms and shook it violently so that the rocky mass vibrated. In consequence of the mountain quaking, the attendants of the god were troubled, and Parvati herself, terrified, clung to the neck of Maheshwara. Then, O Rama, Mahadeva, the foremost of the gods, as if in sport, pressed the mountain with his great toe, and at the same time he crushed Ravana's arms that resembled pillars of granite, to the great consternation of all the counselors of that Rakshasa. And he, in pain and fury, suddenly let forth a terrible cry, causing the three worlds to tremble, so that his ministers thought it to be the crash of thunder at the dissolution of the worlds. Thereupon the gods, with Indra at their head, stumbled on their way. The oceans became agitated, the mountains shook, and the Yakshas, Vidyadharas, and Sitas cried out, "What is this? Do thou pacify Mahadeva, the blue-throated one, the lord of Uma? Apart from him there is no refuge in the world, O Dashanana. By hymns and prostration seek refuge with him. Propitiated and gratified, Shankara will look on thee with favor." Hearing the words of his ministers, Dashanana, bowing before him, worshipped the god whose standard bears the bull, by the resuscitation of hymns and innumerable sacred texts. Thus did that Titan lament for 1,000 years. Thereafter, the Lord Mahadeva propitiated, released the arms of Dashanana from under the mountain, and addressed him, saying, "I am gratified with thy courage and endurance, O Dashanana. When thou wast imprisoned under the rock, thou didst emit a terrible cry, striking terror in the three worlds. For this reason, O king, from now on thy name shall be Ravana, and celestials, men, Yakshas, and other beings in the universe shall call thee Ravana, he who causes the worlds to cry out. O Pulastya, follow the path that pleases thee without fear. Thou hast my sanction to depart." Thus spoke Shambhu to the lord of Lanka, and he in his turn said, "O Mahadeva, if thou art satisfied, then I pray thee, grant me a boon. I am not able to be slain by gods, Gandharvas, Danavas, Rakshasas, Guyakas, or Nagas, nor by any other great beings. I do not take man into account, deeming him to be too insignificant. I have been granted a long life by Brahma, O destroyer of Tripura, but I desire a further lease of life. Do thou confer this upon me as also a weapon." Thus spoke Ravana, and Shankara bestowed an exceedingly bright sword upon him, famed as Chandrahasa. Thereafter, the Lord of Creatures accorded him a further lease of life, and handing him the weapon, Shambhu said, "Never treat this weapon with contempt. If thou dost disregard it, it will assuredly return to me." Having received his name from that great god Maheshwara, Ravana paid obeisance to him and reascended his aerial car Pushpaka. Thereafter, O Rama, he began to range the entire world, subduing the foremost of warriors, irresistible in combat, and those who were filled with courage and boiling with ardor, who dreamt only of war, and who perished with their troops by refusing to submit to him. But those who knew Ravana to be invincible showed themselves to be more wary, and said to that Titan, proud of his strength, "We have been vanquished." Chapter 17. The Story of Vedavati. O king, when the long-armed Ravana was ranging the earth, he came to the Himalayan forest and began to explore it. There he beheld a young girl, radiant as a goddess, wearing a black antelope skin and matted locks, leading the life of an ascetic. Seeing the youthful and lovely girl who was given over to austere practices, he was overcome by desire and inquired of her laughingly, "Why, O blessed one, hast thou adopted a life so ill-fitted to thy years? Assuredly such vagaries do not agree with thy beauty, O timid lady, a beauty that nothing surpasses, and which inspires others with desire should not be hidden. Whose daughter art thou, O fortunate one? From whence springs thy way of life? Who is thy consort, O youthful lady of lovely looks? He with whom thou art united is fortunate indeed. I beg of thee to tell me all. Why these mortifications?" Being thus questioned by Ravana, that young girl, radiant with beauty and rich in ascetic practices, having offered him the traditional hospitality, replied, "My sire is named Kushadwaja, a Brahmarishi of immeasurable renown, the illustrious son of Brihaspati, whom he equals in wisdom. I, his daughter, was born of the speech of that magnanimous one, whose constant pursuit is the study of the Veda. My name is Vedavati. At that time, the Devas, Gandharvas, Yakshas, Rakshasas, and Panagas approached my sire to ask for my hand, but my father did not wish to give me in marriage to them, O king of the Rakshasas, for the reason which I shall now unfold to thee. Listen attentively, O lion among heroes. my sire had chosen Vishnu, chief of the gods, lord of the three worlds himself, to be my consort, and on this account he would not permit me to wed any other. Hearing this, the king of the Daityas, Shambhu, proud of his strength, was highly provoked, and during the night while my father slept, he was slain by that wicked one. My unfortunate mother, who till then had been so happy, embracing my father's body, entered the fire. Now I desire to fulfill his will regarding Narayana. It is he to whom I have given my heart. With this intention I am undergoing a rigid penance. I have told thee all, O king of the Rakshasas. Narayana is my lord. I desire no other than the supreme Purusha. For the sake of Narayana, I have undergone these severe mortifications. Thou art known to me, O king. Go hence, thou the offspring of Pulastya. By the grace of mine austerities, I know all that has taken place in the three worlds. Thereupon Ravana, dismounting from his chariot, overcome by the darts of the god of love, once more addressed that young girl of severe penances, saying, O lady of lovely hips, thou art presumptuous in harboring such an ambition. It is to the aged that the accumulation of merit accrues, O thou whose eyes resemble a fawn's. Thou art possessed of the beauty of the three worlds, O timid lady, but thy youth is passing away. I am the lord of Lanka, and am called Dashagriva. Become my consort, and enjoy every delight according to thy whim. Who is this whom thou callest Vishnu? In valor, asceticism, magnificence, and strength, the one thou lovest cannot compare with us, O fortunate and youthful lady. As he spoke thus, Vedavati cried out, For shame, and thereafter addressed that ranger of the night further, saying, Who, had he any wisdom, would fail to pay homage to the supreme lord of the three worlds, Vishnu, who is universally revered, save thou, O Indra among the Rakshasas? At these words of Vedavati, that ranger of the night seized hold of the hair of that young girl, whereupon Vedavati, in indignation, cut off her hair with her hand which had been transformed into a sword. Burning with anger, she, as if she would consume that night ranger, kindled a brazier, and in her eagerness to yield up her life, said to him, Soiled by thy contact, O vile Rakshasa, I do not desire to live, and shall throw myself into the fire before thine eyes. Since thou hast affronted me in the forest, O wretch, I shall be reborn for thy destruction. It is not possible for a woman to slay an evil man, and if I curse thee, my penances will be rendered void. If, however, I have given anything in charity or offered any sacrifice, may I be of immaculate birth and the noble daughter of a virtuous man. So speaking, she threw herself into the fire that she had ignited, and straightway a rain of flowers fell. Vedavati is the lord of Janaka, her supposed father, O strong-armed lord, and thy consort, for thou art the eternal Vishnu. That woman who, in anger, formerly cursed the enemy who resembled a mountain, destroyed him by appealing to thy supernatural power. Thus that goddess was reborn among men, springing up like a flame on the altar from a field which was turned by the blade of a plough. First she was born as Vedavati in the Golden Age, and subsequently, in the Silver Age, she was reborn in the family of the magnanimous Janaka, in the race of Mithila, for the destruction of that Rakshasa. Chapter 18. The gods assume 1,000 forms in fear of Ravana. Vedavati having entered the fire, Ravana remounted his chariot and began to range the earth once more. Having reached Ushirabija, he beheld the king Maruta performing a sacrifice in company with the gods. A Brahma rishi named Samvarta, the brother of Brihaspati himself, conversant with the tradition, was assisting amidst the celestial host. Perceiving the Rakshasa, rendered invincible on account of the boons he had received, the gods, fearing an outrage on his part, assumed the shape of animals. Indra became a peacock, Dharmaraja a crow, Kubera a chameleon, and Varuna a swan. The other deities having escaped in a like manner, O slayer of thy foes, Ravana penetrated into the place of sacrifice like an unclean dog. Approaching the king, Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, said to him, "Fight or submit." Then the monarch replied, "Who art thou? To which Ravana, with a sneering laugh, answered, I am charmed with thy simplicity, seeing thou dost not flee before me. Ravana, the younger brother of Narada. In the three worlds can there be any other who is ignorant of my strength, I who vanquished my brother and carried off his aerial car? Then the king Maruta answered Ravana, saying, Forsooth, thou art highly fortunate that thou hast triumphed over thine elder brother in combat. None in the three worlds can equal thee in glory, yet unrighteous deeds can never be commended. Having committed this foul act, thou dost preen thyself on having vanquished thy brother. What course of asceticism didst thou follow formerly that has earned thee this boon? I have never heard aught equal to that which thou hast related to me. Halt where thou standest. Never shalt thou approach me alive. This very hour, with my sharp arrows, I shall send thee to the abode of death. Speaking thus, the king, armed with his bow and arrows, in the height of anger, rushed out, but Samvarta barred the way. Then the great Rishi said to Maruta, Hear the words inspired by my attachment for thee. Thou shouldest not enter into combat. If this sacrifice in honor of Maheshwara remained uncompleted, thy race will be destroyed. How can one who has undertaken a sacrifice fight? How can he show anger? Further, it is doubtful that thou wilt triumph. The Rakshasa is difficult to overcome. Hearing the words of his guru, Maruta, that lord of the earth, throwing away his bow and arrows, grew calm and gave himself wholly to the ceremony. Then Shuka, deeming he had accepted defeat, proclaimed with shouts of triumph, Ravana is the victor! Having devoured the great rishis who were present at the sacrifice, Ravana, gorged with their blood, began to range the earth once more. When he had departed, the celestials with Indra at their head returned and spoke to those creatures whose forms they had borrowed. In his delight, Indra said to the peacock, whose tail was dark blue, I am pleased with thee, O virtuous bird. Thou shalt have nothing to fear from serpents. Thou shalt bear 1,000 eyes on thy tail, and shalt manifest thy joy when it rains, as a testimony to my satisfaction. Such was the boon conferred on the peacock by that great lord. O monarch, the tails of peacocks, which were dark blue formerly, have become brilliantly hued on account of this boon. O Rama, Dharmaraja then said to the crow who had perched on the sacrificial post, O bird, I am gratified with thee. Listen to mine auspicious words. Thou shalt not be visited by the various diseases to which all beings are subject, for thou hast gratified me, be assured thereof. Through the grace of the boon I shall confer on thee, O bird, thou shalt have no need to fear death, and shalt live long, till thou art slain by man. Those inhabiting my empire, who are tormented by hunger, shall be satisfied, as also their kinsfolk when thou hast fed. Varuna, in his turn, said to the swan, the king of the winged creatures, who was disporting itself in the waters of the Ganges, Thou shalt appear in a ravishing and graceful form, radiant as the lunar orb, supremely beautiful, white as pure foam. In contact with mine element, thou wilt rejoice continually. Thou shalt taste a happiness that is unparalleled, which will be the mark of mine approval. O Rama, formerly swans were not wholly white, their wings were dark at the tips, and their breasts were the color of emerald. In his turn, Kubera addressed the chameleon who was resting on a rock and said, I confer on thee a golden hue on account of the pleasure thou hast given me. Thy head will be of an unalterable golden color as a mark of my favor. Such were the boons conferred on those creatures after the sacrifice of the gods, who, when the ceremony had been completed, returned with their king to their abode. Chapter 19. Ravana fights with Anaranya, who dies prophesying the Rakshasas' end. Having triumphed over Maruta, the lord of the Rakshasas, Dashanana, ranged the royal cities, thirsty for combat, and approaching the mighty monarchs who were the equals of Mahendra and Varuna, that lord of the Titans said to them, Fight or submit. Thus have I resolved, there is no escape for you. Thereupon, though not faint-hearted, those sagacious monarchs, fixed in their duty, took counsel together, and despite their great strength, recognizing the superior power of their foe, O dear child, all those princes, Dushkanta, Surata, Gadi, Gaya, and the king Pururava, said to him, "We are defeated." Then Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, approached Ayodhya, which was as strongly fortified by Anaranya as Amaravati by Chakra. Presenting himself before that line among men, a king who was equal to Purandara in valor, Ravana said, "Enter into combat with us, or admit defeat. Such is our mandate." The king of Ayodhya, Anaranya, hearing that wicked monarch of the Rakshasas speak thus, answered indignantly, "O Lord of the Titans, I accept thy challenge. Stay and make thy preparations speedily, as I too shall make mine." Thereafter, though already overcome by that which he had heard related, and despite his great prowess, the king with his army set out in an attempt to slay Ravana, with his elephants numbering 10,000, his horses 1,000,000, his chariots in their thousands, and his infantry, which, O Prince, covered the whole earth. And that force rushed out to fight with its infantry and cavalry, and a terrific and extraordinary struggle ensued between the king Anaranya and the lord of the Rakshasas. In the grip of Ravana's forces, the army of that monarch, having fought for a long time and manifested supreme courage, was entirely destroyed as a libation poured into a fire is wholly consumed. Coming in contact with those ranks projecting flames, the remaining battalions were completely annihilated, like moths that enter a brazier. Beholding his vast army obliterated as hundreds of streams disappear in the sea in which they empty themselves, the king, transported with fury, stretching his bow that resembled chakras, advanced in the height of anger towards Ravana, whereupon his followers, Maricha, Shuka, and Sarana, fled like deer. Then that descendant of Ikshvaku loosed 800 arrows on the head of the sovereign of the Rakshasas, but as showers loosed from the clouds on the summit of a mountain, those shafts fell upon him without inflicting a single wound. Meantime, the lord of the Rakshasas, provoked, struck the face of Anaranya, unseating that king from his chariot, so that the monarch, trembling convulsively, fell to the earth helpless as a salad tree struck down in the forest by a lightning stroke. Then the Rakshasa mockingly inquired of that descendant of the Ikshvaku race, saying, "What hast thou gained by entering into combat with me? In the 3 worlds none can stand against me, O chief of men. I deem that thou art immersed in pleasure and hast not even heard of my prowess." Thus spoke Ravana, and the king, scarcely breathing, answered, "What can I do now? Assuredly fate is inexorable. It is not thou who hast conquered me, O Rakshasa, despite thy boastings. It is time that has overwhelmed me. He is the true author of death. What can I do now that I have come to the end of my days? Nay, O Rakshasa, I did not turn back in this fight with thee in which I am about to succumb, but on account of thy disregard for one of the magnanimous Ikshvakus, I tell thee this, O Rakshasa. If I have ever given anything in charity, if I have ever undertaken a sacrifice, if I have ever practiced a rigid penance, if I have protected my subjects, may my words prove true. In the house of the magnanimous Ikshvakus will be born a warrior named Rama, the son of Dasaratha, who will extinguish thy vital breaths." As this curse was being pronounced, the sound of celestial gongs could be heard, and from the cloud-covered sky a rain of flowers fell. Thereafter the king, that Indra among monarchs, ascended to the region of Trivishtapa, and that sovereign having entered heaven, the Rakshasa went away. Chapter 20. Ravana's meeting with the sage Narada. As the king of the Rakshasas was ranging the earth, sowing terror amongst its inhabitants, he beheld Narada, that foremost of Munis, riding on a cloud, and having paid obeisance to him and inquired as to his welfare, Dashagriva questioned him concerning his presence there. Then Narada, the supremely illustrious and celestial rishi of immeasurable effulgence, stationed on the peak of a cloud, replied to Ravana, who stood in the aerial car Pushpaka, saying, "O king of the Rakshasas, O my friend, stay a moment. O son of Vishravas, offspring of a noble race, I am gratified by thy valiant exploits. Vishnu, overcoming the Daityas, pleased me, and thou also hast filled me with delight by harassing the Gandharvas and Uragas and exterminating them. I will tell thee something that should be known to thee, if thou art willing to hear it. pay attention to my words, my dear son. Why destroy the world, O dear child, thou whom the gods cannot slay? This world passes away and is under the power of Mrityu. It is not worthy of thee to harass the world of mortals, thou who may not be destroyed by Suras, Danavas, Daityas, Yakshas, Gandharvas, and Rakshasas. Who would slay creatures who are ever bewildered in respect to their welfare and a prey to great calamities? Who would strike a world such as this, which is overcome by age and disease? What wise man would enjoy making war on this world of men amidst a perennial stream of every kind of affliction that visits it on all sides? How can one torment this world, which is perishable, smitten by divine forces, hunger, thirst, and old age, and assailed by misfortune and disappointment? Sometimes, full of joy, men give themselves up to music and dancing, whilst others are crying out in distress, their faces streaming with tears that fall from their eyes. Through attachment to mother, father, children, or in affection for their consorts, they rush into ills they know not. Then why torment a world already brought low by nescience? Assuredly, thou hast heretofore subdued the world of men, O dear one. Thou shouldest undoubtedly descend to Yama's abode. It is Yama whom thou shouldest overcome, O Pulastia, O thou the penetrator of hostile citadels. When death is subdued, verily the whole universe is subdued. Thus spoke Narada, radiant in his own effulgence, whereupon the Lord of Lanka began to laugh, and paying obeisance to him, replied, O great Rishi, thou who findest felicity in the company of the gods and Gandharvas, and who takest delight in warfare, I am resolved to descend into Rasatala for the purpose of conquest, and having triumphed over the three worlds and placed the serpent race and the gods under my yoke, I shall churn up the ocean containing the nectar of immortality. Thereafter, the blessed Rishi Narada asked Dasagriva, Why therefore dost thou remain here engaged in another path? Assuredly, the way that leads to the city of Yama, the king of the dead, is extremely hard, O invincible hero, O scourge of thy foes. Thereat, bursting into laughter like unto the crash of thunder in autumn, Dashanana cried out, Verily it is accomplished. Then he added, Resolved to slay Vaivasvara, O great Brahmin, I shall go to the southern region where that king, born of Surya, dwells. Truly, O most blessed one, in my anger and martial ardor, I swear I shall overcome the four guardians of the world. Here am I, ready to march against the city of the king of the Pitris. I shall compass the end of Mrityu, who plunges all beings into mourning. Having spoken thus to the Muni and taken leave of him, Dasagriva went away and entered the southern region accompanied by his ministers. Narada, however, filled with Brahmanic ardor, stood awhile, plunged in thought, and as he pondered, that Indra among ascetics resembled a smokeless fire. He reflected, How can death be overcome? He who afflicts the three worlds with their rulers and all animate and all inanimate beings, visiting them with just retribution at the termination of their lives. He, the witness of their offerings and sacrifices, like unto a second Pavaka. He whose power energizes the worlds when beings attaining consciousness put forth their activity, and in fear of whom the three worlds are disturbed. He before whom the three worlds flee in terror. How dare that foremost of Rakshasas stand before him? He who is Vidatar and Datar, the distributor of rewards and punishments in accordance with men's deeds. He, the conqueror of the three worlds. How can Ravana overcome him? And if he does subdue him, what other order will he establish? Curiosity urges me to descend into Yama's abode in order to witness the duel between Yama and that Rakshasa in person. Chapter 21. Ravana goes to the nether regions to challenge Yama. Reflecting thus, the foremost of the ascetics departed with a light step for Yama's abode in order to acquaint him with what had taken place, and there he found the god Yama before a fire, dealing out justice to every being according to his deserts. Then Yama, becoming aware of the presence of that great Rishi Narada, offering him a comfortable seat and the argaya, according to tradition, said to him, O Devarishi, is all well, or is righteousness in jeopardy? Wherefore hast thou come hither, thou who art revered by the gods and Gandharvas?" Thereupon Narada, that blessed rishi, answered him, saying, "Hear what I have to tell thee, and do what thou considerest fitting. That ranger of the night, named Dashagriva, is coming here to overthrow thee by the force of his will, though thou art invincible. It is on this account that I have come hither in all haste, fearing what would befall thee, O Lord who bearest the rod." At that instant they beheld Rakshasas' chariot, bright as the sun, approaching in the distance, and the mighty Dashagriva, advancing in the dazzling Pushpaka car, dispelled the darkness of the region of death. On all sides that long-armed hero beheld those who were eating the fruit of their good and evil acts, and he observed the soldiers of Yama and his attendants, ferocious beings of formidable and hideous aspect. He saw those undergoing torment, emitting loud cries, giving themselves up to bitter lamentations, devoured by worms and fierce dogs, uttering shrieks that rent the ears, filling all with terror, and those who were crossing the Vaitarani river, which flowed with blood, sinking at each step into the burning sands which scorched them, and malefactors being cut to pieces in the Asapatra wood, or plunged in the Raurava region, or the Kasharanadi, or slashed with Kashuradaras, crying out for water, tortured by hunger and thirst, emaciated, afflicted, pale, their hair in disarray, besmeared with mud and filth, stricken and demented, running hither and thither. And Ravana beheld them in hundreds and thousands on the way, and he saw others in palaces where songs and musical instruments could be heard, disporting themselves as the result of their good deeds. And milk was supplied to those who had given kine and charity, and rice to those who had distributed rice, and dwellings to those who had bestowed dwellings on others, each reaping the fruit of his own deeds. Others among the virtuous were surrounded by youthful women, adorned with gold, precious gems, and magnificent pearls, resplendent in their own radiance. All these appeared to the long-armed Ravana, lord of the Rakshasas. Then those who were in torment as a punishment for their evil deeds were audaciously liberated by the Rakshasa, who was powerful and valiant, and those phantoms, suddenly receiving that unexpected clemency, set free by that mighty monarch, rushed upon him, and a great clamor arose, whereupon the soldiers belonging to Dharmaraja, who were full of courage, ran to that spot. Armed with arrows, iron bars, spears, maces, lances, and picks in their hundreds and thousands, they attacked the Pushpaka car bravely. Seats, upper galleries, floors, and arches were rapidly demolished by those warriors who fell upon it like a swarm of bees, but the celestial aerial car, though broken, was indestructible, and resumed its former shape through Brahma's power. That great army of the magnanimous Yama was not to be counted, and the advance guard alone numbered 100,000 warriors. Trees, rocks, missiles in their hundreds were thrown in profusion with all their strength, and by those valiant followers of Dashanana, and by the king himself. Although their limbs were covered with blood and lacerated by every kind of missile, the ministers of the foremost of the Titans fought like giants, and the foremost of warriors, the intrepid soldiers of Yama and Ravana's followers, struck each other with redoubled blows, O prince. Thereafter, leaving their adversaries, Yama's forces rushed on Dashanana with their spears, and the king of the Rakshasas, his body streaming with blood, shone like an Ashoka tree in flower. Meantime, spears, maces, javelins, lances, darts, arrows, rocks, and trees poured from the mighty bow of that courageous warrior. A formidable shower of trees, stones, and weapons of all sorts fell on the forces of Yama, and thereafter on the earth. Having severed all those missiles and repelled that hail of projectiles, the soldiers of Yama struck that redoubtable Titan, who fought single-handed against hundreds and thousands, and they all surrounded him like a mass of clouds round a mountain, and with their bindipalas and their spears, they assailed him with such force that he could scarcely breathe. His coat of mail severed, cut to pieces, midst rivers of blood flowing from his person, full of rage, he abandoned Pushpaka and leapt to the earth. Furnished with his bow and arrows, he expanded in energy in the combat, and speedily regaining his senses, full of fury, he stood there like a second Antaka. Placing the celestial shaft, Pashupada, on his bow and bending it, he cried, "Stay, stay." Then stretching the cord up to his ear, he loosed that missile in the fight, as Shankara when attacking Tripura. And that dart with its circle of fire and smoke resembled a blazing fire that, growing, consumes a forest during the summer season. With its crown of flames, that shaft, loosed by that eater of flesh, ranged the field of battle freely, reducing the bushes and trees to ashes. Then the soldiers of Vaivasvara fell like the standards of the great god Indra, consumed by the violence of the blaze, and that Rakshasa of formidable prowess with his companions uttered a great roar which convulsed the earth. Chapter 22. The Duel Between Ravana and Yama. Brahma intervenes. Hearing that great tumult, the Lord Vaivasvara realized his enemy had triumphed and that his army was destroyed. Knowing his forces were slain, his eyes red with anger, he addressed his charioteer, saying, "Take my chariot there speedily." Thereupon the driver brought the vast celestial car of his most powerful master, and that exceedingly energetic one ascended it. And Mritu, the destroyer of the triple world of perpetual change, with a lance and mallet in his hand, and time as his rod, stood at Yama's side, and that divine weapon blazed like fire. Beholding Kala highly enraged, inspiring terror in the whole universe, the three worlds were agitated, and the inhabitants of heaven were seized with fear. Thereafter the charioteer urged on his steeds that were the color of blood, and drove his thundering chariot to meet the lord of the Rakshasas, and in an instant his horses, the equals of those belonging to Hari, carried Yama with the speed of thought to the scene of the combat. Seeing that terrible chariot that Mritu accompanied, the followers of the foremost of the Rakshasas took to their heels, saying, "It is impossible for us to contend with him." In their cowardice, beside themselves with terror, they fled away. Dasagriva, however, in the presence of that chariot that spread terror in the universe, remained unmoved and experienced no fear. Coming within range of his adversary, Yama, in fury, loosed arrows and darts, piercing Ravana's vital parts, but he, master of himself, let fly a hail of shafts on Yama's chariot, as a cloud lets fall its waters. And though the Rakshasa was unable to repel those great shafts that fell in hundreds on his mighty breast, yet he experienced no ill effect. Nevertheless, after a fight lasting 7 days, all those missiles of various kinds that Yama, the scourge of his foes, loosed upon him, Ravana, averting his face, became distraught, and a terrible struggle ensued between Yama and the Rakshasa, each eager to triumph and neither turning back in the fight. At that time, Devas, Gandharvas, Sitas, and the great Rishis with Prajapati at their head assembled on the field of battle, for the duel taking place between the lord of the Rakshasas and the king of the dead appeared like the dissolution of the worlds. Ravana, stretching his bow like unto Indra's thunderbolt, filled the whole of space with his shafts, and he struck Mritu with 4 barbed arrows, and his driver with 7. Thereafter, with his swift arrows piercing Yama in his vital parts 100,000 times. Then, from the mouth of the enraged Yama, a circle of flame issued, accompanied by wind and smoke, verily a fire of wrath. Beholding that marvel in the presence of gods and Danavas, both Mritu and Kala were transported with rage, and Mritu, in a paroxysm of anger, said to Vaivasvara, "Suffer me to destroy this wicked Rakshasa. This very day, in accord with the natural law, this Rakshasa shall cease to be. Hiranyakashipu, the fortunate Namuchi, Shambhara, Nisbanda, Dhumaketu, Bali, Virokana, the giant Shambhu, mighty monarchs, Vitra and Bana, the Rajarishis versed in the Shastras, Punagas, Daityas, Yakshas, and troops of Apsaras, with the earth and its mountains, rivers, and trees, and the great ocean, have all been destroyed by me at the end of the world cycle, O great king. Those beings and others in great numbers, who were powerful and invincible, have been annihilated by my glance. How much more easily can I bring about the death of this Ranger of the Night? Let me go, therefore, O virtuous Lord, that I may destroy him. No creature, however powerful he may be, can survive if my glance falls upon him. This power is not mine own. It is a natural law that on whosoever I cast my glance, O Kala, he does not live even for an instant." Thus spoke Mritu, and the illustrious Lord of Justice answered, "Calm thyself, I shall slay him." Then the Lord Vaisvara, his eyes red with anger, lifted up the rod of death that never misses its target, that rod to the sides of which the snares of destruction are attached, and he seized hold of a hammer like unto a flash of lightning, which by its aspect alone extinguishes the breath of living beings. How much more when it falls on them? That weapon, surrounded by flames, that huge mace that seemed to consume the Rakshasa, emitted sparks when that mighty being took hold of it. Then, as the god prepared to smite Ravana, the grandsire of the world appeared suddenly and said, "O great armed Vaivasvara, O thou whose courage is immeasurable, know that thou must not strike the ranger of the night with thy rod. I have bestowed a boon on him, O king of the gods. Thou must not render it void, for I have pledged my word. Verily, he who makes me appear as a deceiver, whether he be god or a mere mortal, renders the triple world guilty of deceit. That terrible weapon, if loosed in anger, will strike down all beings, irrespective if they are dear to me or no. Inevitable destruction and death to all followers on that rod of death of immeasurable splendor created by me. Undoubtedly, O my friend, thou shouldest not let it fall on Ravana's head, for once it falls, none will survive even for an instant. Should it fall on the Rakshasa Dashagriva, whether he die or does not die, either way, deceit will have been practiced. Therefore turn aside that uplifted rod from the king of Lanka and confirm my good faith in deference to the worlds." Thus addressed, the virtuous lord of death, Yama, answered, "I shall restrain the rod as thou art our master, but as I may not slay mine adversary who is protected by thy boon, what shall I do now in the fight? I shall render myself invisible to the Rakshasa." So speaking, he vanished with his chariot and horses. Thereafter, Dashagriva, master of the field, proclaimed his name and, remounting Pushpaka, emerged from Yama's abode. Vaivasvara, however, with the gods preceded by Brahma, joyfully returned to the celestial region, as did the great Muni Narada also. Chapter 23. Ravana's struggle with the sons of Varuna. Having overcome Yama, the foremost of the gods, the 10-necked Ravana, proud warrior, went to seek out his followers. Beholding him with his limbs covered with blood, riddled with wounds, they were amazed. With Maricha at their head, they offered felicitations to him on his victory, and reassured by him, they all took their places in the Pushpaka chariot. Thereafter, the Rakshasa descended into the watery region inhabited by Daityas and Uragas under the powerful protection of Varuna. From there he went to the capital, Bhogavati, where Vasuki reigns, and having subjugated the Nagas, he joyfully entered the city made of precious stones. There the Nivatakavakas, Daityas protected by Brahma, dwelt, and the Rakshasa, approaching them, challenged them to fight. Instantly those intrepid Daityas, full of valor, armed with every weapon in their martial ardor, rushed out joyfully. Then the Rakshasas and Danavas struck each other furiously with spears, tridents, kalishas, harpoons, swords, and parashvaras, and while they fought thus, a whole year passed away without either side being victorious or suffering defeat. At the end of that time, the grandsire, lord of the three worlds, the imperishable god, appeared in his marvelous chariot, and in order to bring the bellicose activities of the Nivatakavakas to a close, that ancient one made known to them the purpose of his intervention, saying, "Ravana cannot be overcome in battle by the gods or asuras, and you yourselves cannot be destroyed even by the immortals and Danavas together. It would find favor with me if the Rakshasas were joined with you in friendship. Undoubtedly all benefits are shared by friends." Thereupon, in the presence of fire, Ravana concluded an alliance with the Nivatakavakas and became their friend. Honored by them according to tradition, he sojourned in that place for a year, where he passed his time exactly as in his own city. There, having studied 100 forms of magic, he became proficient in one. Then he set out to explore Rasatala in order to discover the capital of the Lord of the Waters, Varuna. Reaching the city of Ashma, he slew all the inhabitants, and with his sword pierced his powerful brother-in-law, Vidyajiva, the consort of Shurpanaka, who was proud of his strength. and who with his tongue was licking a Rakshasa, preparatory to devouring him. Having slain him, Ravana thereafter in an instant destroyed 400 Daityas. It was then that the celestial abode of Varuna, resembling a cloud, dazzling as Mount Kailasha, appeared to that monarch, and he beheld there the cow Shurabha, from whom milk ever flows, which forms the ocean Kishuroda. Ravana saw Vararani, mother of cows and bulls also, from whom is born Chandra of cooling rays, who ushers in the night, taking refuge under whom the great rishis subsist on for froth of that milk from which the nectar of immortality, the food of the gods, sprang, as also Svada, the food of the Pitris. Having circumambulated that wonderful cow, known to men as Surabha, Ravana penetrated into a formidable region, defended by troops of every kind. It was then he beheld the splendid residence of Varuna, abounding in hundreds of cataracts, ever wearing a delightful aspect and resembling an autumn cloud. Having struck down the leaders of the army in battle, whom he riddled with blows, Ravana said to those warriors, "Speedily inform the king that Ravana has come hither seeking battle, saying, 'Accept this challenge if thou art not afraid. Otherwise, paying obeisance to him, declare, I am defeated.'" Meantime, the sons and grandsons of the magnanimous Varuna, provoked, set out with Go and Pushkara. Those valiant beings, surrounded by their troops, harnessed their chariots that coursed wheresoever they desired and shone like the rising sun. Thereafter a terrible struggle ensued, causing the hair to stand on end, between the children of the Lord of the Waters and the crafty Ravana. The brave companions of the Rakshasa Dashagriva in an instant destroyed Varuna's entire army. Seeing their army struck down in the fight, the sons of Varuna, overwhelmed by a hail of missiles, broke off the conflict, and as they were escaping underground, they beheld Ravana in the Pushpaka chariot and hurled themselves into the sky in their fleet cars. Having attained an equally advantageous position, a desperate fight broke out afresh, and a terrible conflict arose in the air like unto that between the gods and the Danavas. With their shafts, like unto Pavakas, they put Ravana to flight, and in their joy emitted countless shouts of triumph. Then Mahudara, provoked, on seeing Ravana thus sore pressed, banished all fear of death, and in his martial ardor, casting infuriated glances round about, with his mace, struck the chariots that were coursing at will with the speed of the wind, causing them to fall on the earth. Having slain the soldiers and destroyed the chariots of Varuna's sons, Mahudara, seeing them deprived of their cars, emitted a loud shout. The chariots with their steeds and their excellent drivers, destroyed by Mahudara, lay on the earth. And though bereft of their vehicles, the sons of the magnanimous Varuna, by virtue of their natural prowess, remained courageously in the sky without being perturbed. Stretching their bows, they pierced Mahudara, and gathering together, they surrounded Ravana on the battlefield, and with their formidable shafts, like unto thunderbolts loosed from their bows, they overwhelmed him in their rage, as clouds rain down on a great mountain. On his side, the irascible Dashagriva, like unto the fire of dissolution, showered down a fearful hail of missiles on their vital parts, with irresistible and uninterrupted force, and there were maces of every kind, balas in their hundreds, harpoons, lances, and huge shatagnis. Then Varuna's sons, reduced to walking on foot, saw themselves restricted like unto 60-year-old elephants who have entered a great morass, and beholding the sons of Varuna thus stricken and exhausted, the supremely powerful Ravana emitted shouts of joy like unto an immense cloud, and letting forth those loud roars, he struck Varuna's offspring with shafts of every kind, which he showered down upon them like a cloud. Thereupon they turned back and fell headlong to the ground, and their followers carried them hastily from the battlefield to their homes, whilst the Rakshasa cried out, "Carry the tidings to Varuna." Thereafter one of Varuna's counselors, named Prahasta, answered him, saying, "Varuna, the Lord of the Waters, that mighty monarch whom thou art challenging to combat, has gone to Brahmaloka to hear the Gandharva music. Why exhaust thyself in vain, O hero, since the king is not here?" Then the lord of the Rakshasas, having heard this, proclaimed his name and emitted joyful cries. Thereafter, issuing out of Varuna's abode and returning from whence he had come, Ravana ascended into the sky and directed his course to Lanka. Some commentators consider the following 5 chapters to be interpolations. First of the interpolated chapters, Ravana's meeting with Bali. Thereafter, Ravana's war-intoxicated followers ranged the city of Ashma, and Dashanana beheld there a great palace, the archways of which were set with emeralds and adorned with a network of pearls. Abounding in golden pillars and sacred altars, the stairways, made of gold, were studded with diamonds and hung with small bells and delightful seats placed here and there, so that it resembled the palace of Mahendra. Beholding that beautiful dwelling, the supremely powerful Ravana reflected within himself, "Who is this marvelous mansion like unto the peak of Mount Meru? Go, O Prahasta, and ascertain speedily to whom this residence belongs." Thereupon Prahasta entered that excellent abode, and finding no one in the first apartment, he went to another, penetrating into 7 rooms till at last he observed a fire burning, in the flames of which he beheld a man seated, laughing aloud. And hearing that dreadful laughter, Prahasta's hair stood on end. The man thus seated, as if unconscious in the fire, blinding to look upon as the sun, and like unto Yama himself, was wearing a golden chain. Beholding this, that night ranger speedily left the house and communicated all to Ravana. O Rama, Dashagriva, resembling a piece of collyrium alighting from Pushpaka, sought to enter that dwelling, but a huge-bodied person, moon-crested, barred the door. His tongue resembled a flame, his eyes were red, his teeth dazzling, his lips like the bimba fruit, his nose dreadful, and he was handsome of form with a neck curved like a conch, marked with 3 lines, his jaws enormous, his beard thick, his bones well covered with flesh, possessing large fangs, his whole aspect terrible, causing the hair to stand on end. And he held a mace in his hand as he stood at the door. Then, as Ravana beheld him, his hair rose on end, his heart beat furiously, and his body trembled. Perceiving these inauspicious omens, Ravana began to ponder within himself, and while he was reflecting thus, that being addressed him, saying, "Of what art thou thinking, O Rakshasa? Tell me without fear. I shall confer the pleasure of combat on thee, O hero, O Night Ranger." Thereafter he spoke again to Ravana, saying, "Dost thou desire to enter into conflict with Bali, or hast thou some other intention?" Hearing these words, Ravana was overwhelmed with fear, so that his hair stood on end, but recollecting himself, he answered, "O thou, the foremost of those skilled in speech, who resideth in this mansion, I would enter into combat with him if thou counsellest me to do so." Then that being answered him, saying, "The Lord of the Danavas lives here. He is supremely magnanimous, valiant, possessing truth for his prowess, endowed with many qualities, resplendent like unto Yama bearing a noose in his hand, bright as the sun, incapable of being defeated in combat, impetuous, invincible, victorious, a veritable ocean of accomplishments, soft-spoken, the support of those who depend on him, devoted to his preceptor and the Brahmins, conversant with the proper time for executing actions, gifted with great powers, truthful, handsome, skillful, heroic, ever engaged in the study of the Veda. Though walking on foot, he moves like the wind, he shines like fire, radiating heat like the sun. He stands in awe of neither gods, spirits, snakes, nor birds. Fear is unknown to him. Dost thou wish to fight with Bali, O Lord of the Rakshasas, O thou gifted with supreme energy? Then enter this abode speedily and engage in the encounter." Being thus addressed, the 10-necked Titan went into where Bali was, and that foremost of the Danavas, who resembled a flame of fire, was as hard to gaze upon as the sun, beholding the Lord of Lanka, burst into laughter, and taking the Rakshasa by the hand, placed him on his lap, saying, "O 10-necked Lord of the Rakshasas, O long-armed one, what desire of thine shall I gratify? Say what has brought thee hither." Being thus addressed by Bali, Ravana answered, "O illustrious one, I have heard that formerly thou wert imprisoned by Vishnu. Verily, I have the power to release thee from these bonds." Hearing these words of Ravana, Bali laughed and said, "Hear, and I will tell thee, O Ravana. The dark-hued one who stands at the door formerly subdued all the Danavas and other powerful lords, and I also was imprisoned by him. He is as invincible as death. None in the world can delude him. He who stands at the entrance is the destroyer, creator and preserver, Lord of the three worlds. Neither thou nor I know him. He is the Lord of the past, present, and future. He is time. He is the Kali Yuga. He overthrows all beings. He is the creator and destroyer of the three worlds, and of all animate and inanimate things. That great God of all gods creates and recreates the universe again and again forever. O Night Ranger, he is the dispenser of the fruits of sacrifices, gifts, and oblations. Verily, he is the creator and preserver of the entire universe. There is none in the three worlds comparable with him in majesty and glory. O scion of the house of Pulastya, he has the Danavas, our forebears, and thee under his control, like beasts bound with ropes. Vitra, Danu, Shuka, Shambhu, Nishumba, Shumba, Kalanemi, Prahlada, and others, Kuta, Virokana, Mridyu, Yamala, Arjuna, Kansa, Kaitaba, and Madu, all radiated heat like the sun and were as resplendent as its rays. All moved like the wind and showered down rain like unto Indra. All celebrated sacrifices and underwent severe penances. All were exalted of soul and followers of the path of yoga. All acquired wealth and enjoyed many pleasures. All distributed gifts abundantly, studied the Veda, and protected their subjects. All were defenders of their kinsfolk and slayers of their foes. None could stand against them in the three worlds, and they were powerful, thoroughly conversant with the Shastras and all branches of learning, and they were never known to retreat in battle. They ruled the kingdoms of the gods, having overcome them 1,000 times, and they were ever engaged in harassing them and protecting their own followers. Inflated with pride and arrogance, given to attachment, they were as effulgent as the newly risen sun. But the glorious Hari, the Lord Vishnu, knows how to bring about the destruction of those who perpetually trouble the gods. He creates them all and himself constantly brings about their end, existing by himself at the time of dissolution. These highly powerful and illustrious Danava chiefs, able to assume any form at will, were destroyed by that glorious god. And further, all those heroes, said to be invincible and irresistible in warfare, have been discomfited by the wondrous power of Kritanta. Having spoken thus to Ravana, the lord of the Danavas again addressed the king of the Rakshasas, saying, "O hero, O thou gifted with great strength, take up this shining disk that thou seest and draw near to my side. I shall then tell thee how I have broken my bonds forever. Do what I have told thee, O long-armed one. Delay not." O descendant of Raghu, hearing this, the highly powerful Rakshasa, laughing, proceeded to where that celestial disk was. Proud of his strength, he deemed himself able to lift it with ease. But taking hold of it, he could not move it by any means. And being ashamed, that highly powerful one again attempted it, and barely raising it, that Rakshasa immediately fell to the earth unconscious, bathed in a pool of blood, like unto a sala tree that has been felled. Meantime, the counselors of the lord of the Rakshasas, who were in the Pushpaka chariot, cried out loudly, "Alas! Alas!" And thereafter, the Rakshasa, regaining his senses, rose up, his head bowed in shame, and Bali said to him, "Draw near, O foremost of the Rakshasas, and listen to my words, O hero. This disk encrusted with gems which thou didst seek to lift was an ornament for the ear belonging to one of my forebears, and has remained here where it fell. Look upon it. O thou endowed with great strength, the other fell on the summit of a mountain, and besides these two, his crown also fell on the earth before an altar during the encounter. Formerly, neither time, death, nor disease could overcome mine ancestor Hiranyakashipu, nor could he be visited by death during the day, at dawn or dusk. O foremost of the Rakshasas, neither a dry nor a wet object, nor any weapon could encompass his end. It came about that he entered into a dreadful quarrel with Prahlada, and antagonism having grown up between him and the defenseless and courageous Prahlada, the Lord appeared in the form of Nrsinga, he of dreadful aspect who was the cause of terror to all beings. O foremost of the Rakshasas, that awful being, casting glances here and there, overwhelmed the three worlds, and taking up Hiranyakashipu in his arms, he tore his body open with his nails. That same being, the supreme and taintless Vasudeva, stands at the door. I shall now tell thee of that supreme God. Do thou hear me, if my words have any significance for thee. He who stands at the door has subdued thousands of Indras and hundreds and thousands of great gods and rishis. Hearing these words, Ravana said, I have beheld Kritanta, the lord of spirits and death himself. His hair is formed of serpents and scorpions. He bears a noose in his hand. His tongue is like unto a flame of fire darting like lightning. His jaws dreadful, his eyes red. He is endowed with immense speed, and is the terror of all beings, like unto the sun, incapable of being looked upon. Unconquerable in combat, the chastiser of evildoers, yet even he was overcome in conflict. Nor did I experience the least fear of him, O Lord of the Danavas. I do not know this person at the door. It behooveth thee to tell me who he is. Hearing these words of Ravana, Bali, the son of Virokana, answered, He is the Lord Hari, Narayana, the protector of the three worlds. He is Ananta, Kapila, Vishnu, and the highly effulgent Nrsinga. He is Kratudama and Sudama, who bears the dreadful mace in his hands. He resembles the 12 Adityas. He is the first man, the primeval and excellent Purusha. He is like unto a dark blue cloud, and is the first lord of the gods. O long-armed one, he is encircled by flame. He is the supreme yogi, beloved of his devotees. He projected the universe, preserves it and destroys it, assuming the form of time endowed with great power. This Hari, bearing the discus in his hand, is the sacrifice, and is worshipped in the sacrifice. He is the one great form of all the gods, all beings, all worlds, and all knowledge. He is Baladeva, O mighty armed one, the slayer of warriors. He has the eye of a hero and is the eternal guru, the father of the three worlds. All sages, desirous of liberation, meditate on him. He who knows him thus is freed from sin. He who remembers, adores, and worships him attains all. Hearing these words of Bali, the highly powerful Ravana, his eyes red with anger, went out with uplifted weapons. Beholding him thus, inflamed with fury, the Lord Hari, who bore a club in his hand, reflected, In deference to Brahma, I shall not slay this sinner yet. And making himself invisible, he vanished. Then Ravana, not beholding that Purusha there, rejoiced, and shouting exultantly, issued out of Varuna's abode and departed by the same way by which he had come. Second of the interpolated chapters. First series. Ravana challenges the sun god. After reflecting a while, the Lord of Lanka went to the solar region, passing the night on the enchanting summit of Mount Sumeru. Riding in the Pushpaka chariot, which was endowed with the speed of the sun's steeds, he by various ways advanced and beheld the glorious and resplendent sun, the purifier of all, adorned with golden bracelets and crowned with a halo encrusted with gems. His lovely countenance was graced with a pair of brilliant earrings, his person embellished with kiyuras, golden ornaments and garlands of crimson lotuses. His body was anointed with red sandalwood, and he was blazing with 1,000 rays. Beholding the sun, foremost of the gods, Surya, that primeval deity without end or middle, having Vishravas as his steed, he, the witness of the world, lord of the earth, Ravana, was overwhelmed by his rays, and said to Prahasta, O counselor, do thou go at my behest and apprise the sun of mine intention, saying, Ravana has come hither to challenge thee. Do thou fight or admit defeat. Do one or the other speedily. Hearing these words, that Rakshasa advanced towards the sun, and beheld 2 doorkeepers named Pingala and Dandi, and having communicated Ravana's resolutions to them, he stood silent, being overpowered by the sun's rays. Approaching the sun, Dandi related the matter to him, and hearing of Ravana's intention, the sagacious Surya, that enemy of the night, said to him, O Dandi, either subdue Ravana or say to him, I have been defeated. do as thou deemest best." At this command, Dandi approached the high-souled Ravana and informed him of what the sun had said. Hearing Dandi's words, the lord of the Rakshasas proclaimed his victory by a roll of drums and went away. Third of the interpolated chapters. First series. Ravana's encounter with King Mandhata. Having passed the night on the enchanting summit of Mount Sumeru and deliberated for some time, the mighty lord of Lanka went to the region of the moon. There he beheld one sprinkled with heavenly unguents, seated in his chariot, attended by apsaras, and being embraced by them, proceeding on his way, worn out by the gratification of desire. Seeing such a person, his curiosity was aroused, and observing a rishi named Parvata, there he said to him, "Thou art welcome, O blessed sage. Verily thou hast come at a fitting moment. Who is this shameless being proceeding in a chariot attended by apsaras? He appears to be unaware of his peril." Thus addressed by Ravana, the rishi Parvata said to him, "O child, O thou gifted with high intelligence, hear me, and I will tell thee the truth. By him all these worlds have been subdued, and Brahma propitiated, and he is on his way to a blissful place. As thou, by virtue of asceticism, hast conquered the worlds, O lord of the Rakshasas, so has he. And having drunk the soma juice and performed many pious acts, he has set forth on his journey. O foremost of the Rakshasas, thou art valiant and hast truth for thy prowess. The mighty are never offended by the virtuous." Then Ravana beheld a large and excellent car, radiant and effulgent, from which the sound of music and singing issued, and he said, "O great rishi, who is that person endowed with radiance who proceeds surrounded by charming singers, dancing girls, and kinnaras?" Hearing these words, Parvata, the foremost of sages, again replied, "He is a hero, a mighty warrior, who has never retreated in battle. Having performed innumerable heroic feats in combat and slain many adversaries, he has received countless wounds and finally sacrificed his life for his master. Having destroyed a myriad people in battle, he has at last been slain by his enemies. He is now to be a guest of Indra, or it may be that he is going to some other auspicious region. This foremost of men is being entertained by singing and dancing." Then Ravana inquired once more, "Who goeth yonder shining like the sun?" Hearing Ravana's words, Parvata said, "That person resembling the full moon, adorned with various ornaments and robes, O mighty king, whom thou beholdest in a great chariot accompanied by troops of apsaras, has distributed much gold. Therefore he proceedeth in supreme effulgence in a swiftly coursing car." Hearing Parvata's words, Ravana said again, "O foremost of rishis, do thou tell me which of these kings proceeding here, if entreated, will grant me the pleasure of battle. Verily thou art my father. Do thou point out to me such a one, O thou conversant with piety." Thus addressed, Parvata once more replied to Ravana, saying, "O great king, all these monarchs desire heaven, not conflict. But, O mighty one, I shall indicate to thee one who will enter into combat with thee. There is a supremely powerful king, the lord of the 7 islands, well known by the name of Mandhata, who will do battle with thee." Hearing these words of Parvata, Ravana said, "Do thou tell me where this king doth dwell, O thou of great devotion. I shall go to where that foremost of men resides." Hearing Ravana's words, the sage said again, "The son of Yuvaneshwa, having conquered the world consisting of the 7 islands, from sea to sea, Mandhata, the foremost of kings, is coming here." Thereupon the long-armed Ravana, proud of the boon conferred upon him in the 3 worlds, beheld the heroic Mandhata, the lord of Ayodhya and the foremost of monarchs. The lord of the 7 islands was proceeding in a gilded and decorated car, resplendent as that of Mahendra, radiant in his own beauty, sprinkled with celestial unguents, and the 10-necked one said to him, "Do thou give me battle." Being thus addressed, he, laughing, said to Dashanana, "If thy life is not dear to thee, then enter into combat with me, O Rakshasa." Hearing these words of Mandhata, Ravana said, "Ravana has experienced no harm from Varuna, Kubera, or Yama. What should he fear from a mere man?" Having spoken thus, the lord of the Rakshasas issued orders to the Titans who were invincible in battle, whereupon in fury the counselors of the wicked-souled Rakshasa, well skilled in the art of warfare, began to discharge a hail of arrows. Then the mighty monarch, Mandhata, with golden feathered shafts, assailed Prahasta, Shuka, Sarana, Mahodara, Virupaksha, Akampana, and other generals, and Prahasta covered the king with arrows, but before they reached him, that foremost of men shattered them to pieces. As grass is consumed by fire, so was that host of Rakshasas consumed by the king Mandhata by means of hundreds of Bushindis, Balas, Bindipalas, and Tomaras. As Kartikeya sundered Mount Karuncha with his shafts, so did Mandhata, full of rage, pierce Prahasta with 5 Tomaras, endowed with supreme velocity, and brandishing his mace resembling Yama's, again and again he struck Ravana's chariot violently, and that club resembling lightning fell with force, so that Ravana was thrown down like unto Shakra's banner. Thereafter the joy of King Mandhata was increased, as the waters of the salty ocean at the time of the full moon, but the entire Rakshasa host, shrieking with terror, stood round the unconscious lord of the Rakshasas. Speedily regaining his senses, Ravana, the terror of all beings, lord of Lanka, showered missiles on the person of Mandhata, and beholding that king falling unconscious, the highly powerful rangers of the night were greatly delighted, and emitted leonine roars. Regaining his senses in a moment, the king of Ayodhya, beholding his adversary acclaimed by his followers and ministers, was enraged, and assuming a dazzling form like unto the sun or moon, instantly began to slay the Titans with a dreadful hail of shafts, and his arrows and the noise thereof overwhelmed the entire Rakshasa host that resembled a tempestuous ocean. Thereupon a fearful conflict arose between man and demon, and those two heroic and high-souled leaders of men and Rakshasas, like persons possessed, taking up the attitude of warriors, entered the field with swords and bows, and, highly enraged, began to assail each other with shafts, wounding each other in the attack. Then, setting the Rudra weapon on his bow, Ravana discharged it, but Mandhata turned it aside with the fire weapon. Thereafter, Dashanana took up the Gandharva weapon, and King Mandhata the Brahma Astra, a source of terror to all. And Ravana took up the celestial and dreadful Pashupata weapon, the increaser of fear in the 3 worlds, obtained from Rudra by virtue of his rigid penances. Beholding this, all movable and immovable beings were stricken with terror, and the 3 worlds, including all that was animate and inanimate, gods and serpents, together took refuge in their abodes under the earth. Meantime, by virtue of their meditation, the 2 foremost of ascetics, Pulastya and Galava, aware of the conflict, remonstrated with these 2 warriors in various ways, and restrained the king and the lord of the Rakshasas. Thereafter, the man and the Rakshasa were reconciled, and, highly delighted, returned from whence they had come.
4th of the interpolated chapters. 1st series. Ravana visits the moon region and is given a boon by Brahma.
The 2 rishis having departed, Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, proceeded for 40,000 miles in the upper air, whereupon he reached that excellent higher sphere where swans, endowed with every virtue, dwell. And having gone on, he ascended yet higher for 10,000 leagues, where on all sides the clouds Agneya, Pakshana, and Brahma are eternally established. Thereafter he proceeded to an excellent airy region where the high-souled Siddhas and Charanas ever abide, which is 10,000 leagues in extent. O slayer of thy foes, he then passed to a 4th region, where the Bhutas and Vinayakas perpetually sojourn, and thereafter he went to the 5th aerial realm, which extends over 10,000 leagues, where Gunga, the foremost of rivers, is to be found, and the elephants, headed by Kamuda, from whose bodies drops pour down constantly as they sport in the waters, spout forth the sacred stream which they sprinkle in all directions. Here the waters fall down in rain and snow under the rays of the sun, purified by the wind, O Raghava. Then that Rakshasa went to the 6th aerial region, O thou endowed with great radiance, where Garuda dwells, ever revered by his kinsfolk and friends, and thereafter ascended to the 7th aerial region, lying 10,000 leagues higher, where the 7 rishis dwell. And again, proceeding 10,000 leagues higher, he reached the 8th aerial region, where Gunga, known as the Ganges of the sky, having strong currents, is found in the path of the sun, and who, upheld by air, sends forth a great roaring. Now I shall describe the region yet higher than these, where the moon god dwells, and the extent thereof is 80,000 leagues. There the moon, encircled by stars and planets, from whom hundreds and thousands of rays stream forth, illumines the world, bringing happiness to all beings. Thereupon, beholding Dashagriva, the moon, blazing up as it were, consumed him with its cold fires, and stricken with fear of those rays, his counselors were unable to withstand them, and Prahasta, uttering the words, "Let victory be thine," thereafter said, "O king, we are being destroyed by the cold and must leave this place. O foremost of monarchs, the icy rays of the moon have the property of fire." Hearing the words of Prahasta, Ravana, beside himself with wrath, lifted his bow, twanging it, and began to assail the moon with Narachas, whereupon Brahma speedily went to that lunar region and said, "O 10-necked one, O mighty-armed one, O son of Vishravas, O gentle one, do thou go hence from here speedily. Do not oppress the moon, for that highly effulgent king of the twice-born desireth the well-being of all. I will bestow a mystical formula on thee. He who recollects it at the hour of death does not succumb." Thus addressed, the 10-necked Rakshasa with joined palms said, "O God, if I have found favor with thee, then, O Lord of the worlds, O thou of great penances, impart that sacred mantra to me. O thou truly pious one, reciting which, O great one, I shall be liberated from fear of the celestials. Verily, by thy favor, O Lord of the gods, I shall become invincible to all the asuras, danavas, and birds." Thus accosted, Brahma said to Dashanana, "O Lord of the Rakshasas, do not repeat this mantra daily, but only when thy life is in danger. Holding a string of Rudraksha beads and repeating it, thou shalt become invincible. But if thou dost not recite it, thou shalt not meet with success. Hear, and I shall communicate this sacred formula to thee, O foremost of the Rakshasas, reciting which thou shalt obtain victory in the encounter. Salutations unto thee, O God, O Lord of lords, O thou worshipped by the celestials and asuras. O thou, the same in the past, present, and future, O great God, O thou having tawny eyes, O thou, a boy assuming the form of an aged being, O thou who wearest a tiger skin. O God, thou art worthy to be worshipped, and art the Lord of the 3 worlds. Thou art Ishwara, Hara, Haratanemi, the fire at the end of the world cycle, Yugantarahaka. Thou art Baladeva, thou art Ganesha, Lokashambhu, and Lokapala. Thou art endowed with huge arms, thou art blessed, the bearer of the trident. Thou art possessed of dreadful teeth and jaws, the greatest of the gods. Thou art time, thou art power, thou art the blue-throated, and possessed of a huge belly. Thou art Devantaka, the foremost of the ascetics, and the lord of all creatures. Thou art the leader, protector, Hari-Hara, destroyer and preserver. Thou wearest matted locks, art clean-shaven and wrapped in a loincloth. Thou art mighty and illustrious. Thou art the lord of spirits and goblins, the support of all, protector of all, destroyer of all, the creator and the eternal preceptor. Thou art the bearer of the Kamandalu, the wielder of the Pinaka bow and the Durjata. Thou art worthy of veneration. Thou art Om, the highest of all, the first chanter of the Samaveda. Thou art death and the nature of death, Pariyatra, and the observer of great vows. Thou art a brahmachari, dwelling in a cave bearing a veena, panava, and quiver in thine hands. Thou art immortal, lovely to look upon as the newly risen sun. Thou dwellest in the crematorium. Thou art the illustrious lord of Uma, transcending all taint. Thou didst pluck out the eyes of Bhagadeva and the teeth of Pusha. Thou art the overcomer of fever, and bearest a noose in thy hand. Verily thou art dissolution and time of the flaming mouth, fire being thy symbol. Thou art highly effulgent, and the Lord of men. Thou art demented and causest people to tremble. Thou art the fourth and deeply venerated of men. Thou art the holy dwarf, Vamana Deva, and the dwarf who circumambulates the east. Thou wearest the semblance of a beggar with 3 locks, and art crafty by nature. Thou didst stay the hand of Indra and of the Vasus. Thou art the seasons, the creator of the seasons. Thou art time, honey, and the one of honey eyes. Thou art the lord of herbs, a lordly tree bearing fruit and flowers. Thy seat is made of arrows. Thou art ever worshipped by people in all conditions. Thou art the creator and protector of the universe, the eternal and true Purusha. Thou art the controller of righteousness, Virupaksha, the 3 dharmas, the protector of all beings. Thou art the 3-eyed one of many forms blazing like 1,000,000 suns. Thou art the lord of the celestials, the foremost of the gods, bearing matted locks and the crescent moon. Thou art worthy of being approached, and art one with created beings. Thou art the player of all musical instruments, ever creating and binding all, and dost bring about the liberation of all beings. Thou art Pushpadanta, indivisible, the foremost of destroyers. Thou hast tawny beards, bearest a bow, and art fearful, and endowed with terrible might. These 108 sacred and excellent names uttered by me destroy all sins, bestow merit, and give refuge to those who seek it. O Dashanana, if thou dost recite them, thou shalt be able to overcome thy foes. 5th of the interpolated chapters. 1st series. Ravana and the Mahapurusha. Having conferred that favor on Ravana, the grandsire, sprung from the lotus, speedily went to his own region, and Ravana, having obtained the boon, departed. After a few days, that scourge of the worlds, the Rakshasa Ravana, with his counselors, reached the banks of the western ocean, and on an island a person was seen seated there alone, bright as fire, named Mahajambunara. His form was dreadful, like unto the fire of dissolution, and beholding that highly powerful being resembling Mahendra, the chief of the gods among the celestials, or the sun among the planets, a lion among the Sharabas, Airavata among elephants, Sumeru among mountains, and Parijata among trees, Dasagriva said, "Enter into combat with me." And his eyes flickered like a cluster of planets. Gnashing his teeth, he made a sound like a grinding mill, and the highly powerful Dashanana, amidst his counselors, roared aloud. Thereafter, with darts, shatis, rishtis, and patikas, he assailed that highly effulgent being of long arms, dread aspect, huge teeth, grim form, conch-like neck, broad chest, frog-like belly, leonine countenance, feet like unto the summit of Mount Kailasha, the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet like unto red lotuses, endowed with the swiftness of thought and the wind, terrifying, bearing a quiver, adorned with bells and chowries, encircled by flames, emitting a sweet sound like a network of kinkinis, wearing a garland of golden flowers round his neck, noble, like unto the Rig Veda, and resembling the Anjana or Golden Mountain. As a lion remains unmoved by the attack of a wolf or an elephant, or Mount Sumeru by the king of the serpents, or the vast ocean by the current of a river, neither was that great being perturbed, but addressing Dasagriva said, "O vicious-minded night ranger, I shall soon rid thee of thy desire for combat." O Rama, the might of that being was 1,000 times greater than Ravana's, which was a source of terror to the worlds. Piety and asceticism, which are the roots of attainment of everything in the world, are in his thighs. Desire is in his male organ, the Vishvadevas are at his waist, and the winds at the side of his intestines. The 8 Vasus dwell in his middle, the oceans abide in his belly. The quarters are his hips, the Maruts his joints, the Pitris are at his back, and the grandsire has taken refuge in his heart. Charitable acts of making many gifts of kine, gold and land are the hair in his armpits. The mountains, Himalaya, Hemakuta, Mandara, and Meru are his bones. The thunderbolt is in his palm, the sky in his frame, the evening rain clouds are on his neck. The Creator and the Preserver and the Vidyaharis are his arms. Ananta, Vasuki, Vishalaksha, Iravat, Kamvala, Asvatara, Karkotaka, Dhananjaya, The venomous Takshaka and Utpatakshaka have taken shelter under his nails in order to vomit forth their poison. Fire is in his mouth, the Rudras on his shoulders, the fortnights, months, years, and seasons in his jaws. The lunar fortnight and the dark half of the month are his nostrils, the airy currents of the pores of his body. Saraswati, with her Veena, is in his throat. The Asvins are in his ears, and the sun and moon in his 2 eyes. O Rama, all the branches of the Veda and the sacrifices, the whole galaxy of stars, sweet speech, good deeds, energy, and asceticism are supported by his body in human form. Then that Purusha struck Ravana playfully with his hands, which were as powerful as lightning, and thus assailed, Ravana fell to the ground immediately, and having put that Night Ranger to flight, that great Purusha, like unto the Rig Veda, resembling a mountain bedecked with lotus wreaths, entered the region under the earth. Then Ravana addressed his counselors thus: O Prahasta, O Shuka, O Sarana, and ye other ministers, where has that Purusha suddenly gone? Do ye tell me? Hearing the words of Ravana, the Night Rangers said, That Purusha who crusheth the pride of Devas and Danavas has entered into that place. As Garuda swoops on a serpent, so did that wicked-minded Ravana speedily approach the entrance of that cave and entered it fearlessly. Penetrating there, he beheld 3 warriors, dark like unto collyrium, wearing kiuras, adorned with red garlands, besmeared with sandal paste, bedecked with diverse golden ornaments set with gems. And he saw 3 crores of exalted beings, fearless, pure, radiant as fire, intent on dancing. Beholding them, Dasagriva was not in the least afraid, but watched them gyrating, whilst he stood at the entrance, and they all resembled the Mahapurusha who had previously been seen by him, and all were of similar color, dress, form, and all equally endowed with energy. Then the hair of Dasagriva stood on end as he gazed upon them, but on account of the boon he had received from the self-born, he issued out of that place alive. Thereafter he saw the Mahapurusha lying on a couch, and his dwelling, his seat, and his bed were all white and costly, and he slept there enveloped in flames. And there, with a fan in her lotus-like hands, sat the goddess Lakshmi, most beautiful in all the 3 worlds, and their decoration, as it were. Chaste, adorned with celestial garlands, sprinkled with excellent sandal paste, bedecked with rich ornaments and clad in costly robes. And the wicked Ravana, lord of the Rakshasas, having entered there without a counselor, beholding that chaste damsel of sweet smiles, seated on a royal throne, became filled with desire, and wished to hold her by the hand, as one under the sway of death fondles a sleeping serpent. Beholding that lord of the Rakshasas with a loosened garment, and knowing him desirous of taking hold of her, the huge-armed deity, sleeping, enveloped in flames, laughed aloud, and suddenly by his power began to consume Ravana, the harasser of his foes, who fell down on the earth like an uprooted tree. Beholding that Rakshasa fallen, the Purusha addressed him, saying, Rise up, O foremost of the Rakshasas. Thou shalt not meet with death today. Thou shalt live protected by the grandsire's boon. Do thou therefore go hence without fear, O Ravana. Thy death is not yet decreed. Regaining consciousness after a while, Ravana was seized with fear, and, being thus addressed, that enemy of the gods rose up, his hair standing on end, and said to that highly resplendent deity, Who art thou endowed with great energy, and like unto the fire of dissolution? Say, who art thou, O God, and from whence hast thou come hither? Being thus accosted by the wicked-minded Ravana, the god, smiling, replied in accents as deep as the muttering of clouds, saying, What hast thou to do with me, O Dasagriva? Thou shalt be slain ere long. Being thus addressed, the 10-necked Rakshasa with joined palms said, On account of Brahma's boon, I shall not tread the path of death. There is none born against men or gods who can equal me, or in virtue of his prowess disregard the grandsire's boon. His words may never prove vain, nor can any, howsoever he exert himself, prove them to be false. I do not see any in the 3 worlds who could render his boon to me void. O great God, I am immortal. I do not fear thee, And even were I to meet with death, may it be through thee and none other, O Lord. Death at thy hands will bring me glory and renown." Then Ravana, endowed with dreadful prowess, saw the three worlds with all the animate and inanimate creatures within the body of the deity, the Adityas, the Maruts, the Sadyas, the Vasus, the twin Ashvins, the Rudras, the Pitris, Yama, Kubera, the seas, mountains, rivers, all the branches of learning and of the Veda, fire, the planets, the stars, the sky, the Siddhas, Gandharvas, Charanas, and the Maharishis conversant with the knowledge of the Veda, Garuda, the Nagas, the other gods, Yakshas, Daityas, and Rakshasas were all seen in their subtle forms in the limbs of that Purusha lying there. On this, the virtuous-souled Rama said to Agastya, the foremost of Munis, "O Lord, tell me who was that Mahapurusha on that island? Who were those hundreds and thousands of beings? Who is the Purusha who humbles the pride of Daityas and Danavas?" Hearing Rama's words, Sri Agastya answered, "O thou existing eternally, O God of gods, hearken and I will tell thee. That Purusha on the island was the illustrious Kapila, and all those who were dancing are the deities equaling that intelligent Kapila in energy and power. And that Rakshasa, bent on sin, was not looked on by him with a wrathful glance. Therefore he was not immediately reduced to ashes, but Ravana, who resembled a mountain with his person pierced, fell to the ground. As a crafty man penetrates a secret, so did that Purusha pierce Ravana's person with his arrow-like words. Thereafter, that Rakshasa of great prowess, having regained his senses after a long time, returned to where his counselors were." Chapter 24. Ravana carries off a number of women and is cursed by them. While Ravana, of perverse soul, was returning in the height of joy, continuing his journey, he bore away the youthful daughters of kings, rishis, gods, and Danavas. Whenever he met a young maiden of remarkable beauty, he slew all her kinsfolk and friends and took her into his chariot. Thus the daughters of Panagas, Rakshasas, Asuras, men, and Yakshas were compelled to enter his equipage, and all these unfortunate beings, under the sway of fear, in their grief, shed burning tears like unto fire. The youthful daughters of Nagas, Gandharvas, great rishis, and Danavas lamented in their hundreds in the aerial car Pushpaka, and those charming women with long tresses, graceful limbs, and faces as radiant as the full moon, but their rounded breasts gleaming like an altar and decorated with diamonds, their hips like unto the axles of a chariot, who resembled the consorts of the gods with their elegant waists and their complexion like unto refined gold, were mad with fear and grief. The breath of their sighing scorched the earth, lending the Pushpaka chariot the appearance of a fiery ceremony that is lit on all sides. Fallen into the power of Dashagriva, those women were overcome with affliction, and the sadness expressed in their looks and mien caused them to resemble black antelopes that have become a prey to a lion. And one asked herself, "Is he not going to devour me?" Whilst another, in the despair that overwhelmed her, thought, "He is about to slay me." Recollecting their mothers, fathers, husbands, and brothers, plunged in grief and affliction, those women thus assembled began to lament, saying, "Alas, what will become of my son without me? What will become of my mother?" And submerged in an ocean of grief, they cried, "What can I do now, far from my Lord? O death, I call upon thee to bear me away, for affliction is now my portion. Have I committed some misdeed formerly in another body?" Then all those wretched women, sunk in an ocean of despair, exclaimed, "We see no end to our misery. Woe unto the world! Assuredly none is more vile than the mighty Ravana, since under his blows our helpless consorts have perished, as stars disappear on the rising of the sun. Ah, that powerful Rakshasa takes delight in devising the means of our destruction. Alas, he gives himself up to evil without scruple. He is indifferent to every condemnation. Till now, none has been able to put an end to the exploits of this wicked wretch, yet it is a great sin to lay hands on other men's wives. This Rakshasa is the vilest of all, since he seeks enjoyment with them. Because of this, a woman will be the cause of the death of this wicked being." When those virtuous and noble women had uttered these words, celestial gongs sounded, and a shower of blossom fell. Cursed by his captives, Dasagriva seemed to lose all his power and glory, and hearing those women who were chaste and devoted to their consorts lamenting in this wise, that bull among the Rakshasas became distracted. Thereafter he made his entry into the city of Lanka to the acclamations of the rangers of the night, and at that time the fierce Rakshasi, who was able to change her form at will, the sister of Ravana, suddenly sank down on the earth before him, and Ravana, helping her to rise and comforting her, said, "O dear one, what is this? Why dost thou seek speech with me so urgently?" Thereupon her eyes inflamed and suffused with tears, she said to him, "O king, I have been widowed through thy ruthless conduct. O Lord, thy valor in combat has cut down those deities called Kalakeyas to the number of 14,000, and in addition my valiant lord who was dearer to me than life itself. He was slain by thee, his foe, a brother in name only, and by thee I myself am slain, O prince, thou, my kinsman. From now I shall bear the title of widow through thy fault. Was it not for thee to spare a brother-in-law in the fight?" Hearing those indignant words from his sister, Dasagriva, in order to appease her, spoke soothingly, saying, "Dry thy tears, my dear sister, and fear nothing. I shall load thee with gifts, homage, and favors. In the heat of battle, being carried away by a desire to triumph, I loosed my shafts without being able to distinguish mine own people from others, and did not recognize my brother-in-law, whom I struck in the height of the conflict. That is how thy consort fell under my blows in the fight. O my sister, whatever presents itself at this time, I will do for thy pleasure. It is for thee to go and live near thy kinsman, Kara, who enjoys sovereignty. 14,000 Rakshasas will be made subject to that powerful prince in the expeditions and distribution of spoils. There that son of the sister of thy mother, thy cousin Kara, the ranger of the night, will ever be obedient to thy commands. Let that warrior speedily go and guard the Dandaka forest. Dushana shall be his commander. Great is his valor. The courageous Kara shall ever obey thy will and be the leader of the Titans, able to change their form at pleasure." Having spoken thus, Dasagriva placed an army of 14,000 Rakshasas, full of valor, under Kara's command. Surrounded by all those Titans of redoubtable appearance, Kara set out fearlessly at once to the Dandaka forest. There he established his authority without hindrance, and Shurpanaka dwelt near him in the forest. Chapter 25. Dasagriva allies himself to Madu. Dasagriva, having given over that redoubtable army to Kara and consoled his sister, became master of himself once more and was freed from anxiety. Thereafter that powerful Indra among the Rakshasas penetrated into the marvelous Nikumbila grove, where he beheld hundreds of sacrificial posts and altars, and, as if blazing in brilliance, a sacrifice was being performed. There, clad in a black antelope skin, holding a coconut loshta and staff, he beheld his own son, Meghanada, of dread aspect. Approaching him, the lord of Lanka, clasping him in his arms, inquired of him, "What art thou doing here, O child? Tell me truly." Then that excellent twice-born of rigid penances, Ushanas, in order that the sacrifice should prove auspicious, answered Ravana, saying, "I shall tell thee myself, O king. Listen to all that has taken place. 7 sacrifices with countless preparatory rites have been undertaken by thy son. The Agnistoma, Ashvameda, Bahusvarnaka, Rajasuya, Gomeda, and the Vaishnava, and having engaged in the Mahashvara sacrifice, difficult for men to undertake, thy son, on its completion, received gifts from the Lord of creatures himself, a stable and celestial chariot coursing at will in the sky, the power of illusion by which darkness is created on the field of battle, so that even the gods and asuras can no longer find their way. And in order to exterminate the foe in combat, O king, he has also been granted 2 inexhaustible quivers, a bow that no weapon can shatter, and a powerful arrow. Having received these gifts, thy son, O Dashanana, wishes to meet with thee on the completion of the sacrifice, and will soon present himself before thee." Then Dasagriva said, "This is not well done, since our enemy Indra has been worshipped with these offerings. However, what is done, and doubtless thou wilt acquire merit thereby. Let us now return, my friend, and enter our abode." Thereafter Dasagriva with his son and Bibhishana returned to his dwelling and caused all the captives who were crying and sobbing to be brought down. And the virtuous Bibhishana, being aware of his intention regarding those women who were noble and veritable pearls, the offspring of the gods, Danavas and Rakshasas, said to his brother, "It is practices such as these which thou dost follow with deliberate intention, despite thy knowledge of the causes of destruction of beings, that are ruinous to thy good name, thy family, and fortune. After ill-treating their relatives, thou hast carried away these high-born women, whilst Madu affronts thee by carrying off Kumbanasi." Then Ravana answered, "I was not aware of this. Who is this Madu of whom thou speakest?" And Bibhishana replied to his brother indignantly and said, "Learn the consequences of thine evil karma. The elder brother of our maternal grandfather, Sumali, that virtuous old man named Malyavan, Ranger of the Night, the father of our mother, is the grandfather of Kumbanasi, so that we are virtually her brothers. She has been borne away by Madu, a Rakshasa of superior power, while thy son was engaged in the sacrifice, and I was bathing in the waters. Kumbhakarna, on his side, was still under the influence of sleep. Having slain the aged ministers, that foremost of night rangers instantly carried away the princess most ruthlessly, though she was in the precincts of the inner apartments. Though these ill tidings were known to us, we did not slay the ravisher, since it is imperative that a young girl be provided with a consort by her brothers. This is the fruit of thy perverse and wicked conduct, which, as thou seest, thou art now reaping in this world itself." Hearing these words of Bibhishana's, that Indra of the Rakshasas, Ravana, wrought up through the wickedness of his soul like unto an ocean with surging waves, his eyes red with anger, and said, "Let my chariot be harnessed speedily. Let my warriors stand ready with my brother Kumbhakarna and the foremost of the rangers of the night in their conveyances, heaped with every weapon. Today, having slain Madu, who dares to defy Ravana, I shall go to the region of the gods, burning to fight, surrounded by my companions." 4,000 Akshahinis of the foremost of the Titans, armed from head to foot with various weapons, instantly rushed out, eager for hand-to-hand encounter, and Indrajita marched in the advance guard with his warriors. Ravana occupied the center, and Kumbhakarna the rear guard. As for the virtuous Bibhishana, he remained in Lanka, faithful to his duty. All the other warriors advanced against Madu's city, and they were mounted on mules, buffalo, fiery steeds, porpoises, and great serpents, covering the sky, and beholding Ravana on the march, hundreds of Daityas who were at enmity with the gods followed him. Meanwhile, Dashanana, having reached Madhupura, entered it, yet he did not find Madu there, but his own sister, who, paying obeisance to him with a deep bow, cast herself at his feet, for Kumbhanasi feared the lord of the Rakshasas. Then he, raising her up, said to her, "Do not tremble." And the king of the Rakshasas added, "What dost thou desire of me?" Then she replied, "O long-armed prince, if I find favor with thee, then, O proud hero, do not slay my lord. It is not fitting to reduce women of nobility to such affliction. Of all ill fortune, to become a widow is the greatest. Be true to thy word, O Indra of monarchs, and receive my supplication with favor. Thou hast thyself said, thou hast nothing to fear." Then Ravana, in cheerful tones, answered his sister, who stood near him, saying, "Where is thy husband? Tell me quickly. I shall go with him to conquer the region of the gods. I shall not slay Madu because of my tender affection for thee." At these words, Kumbhanasi roused her lord, that ranger of the night, who was sleeping profoundly, and in the height of joy said to him, "My powerful brother Dasagriva is here, who desires to vanquish the world of the gods. He has chosen thee as his ally. Therefore, go, O Titan, with thy kinsman, and lend him thy strong support. It is fitting that thou shouldest assist him in this matter, on account of his magnanimity and the honor which he has paid thee." On hearing this, Madu answered, "So be it." And beholding Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, he approached him according to tradition and paid him due tribute. Thus honored, Dasagriva passed the night in Madu's abode, and then started on his way. Having reached Kailasha, that mountain that served as Vishravana's retreat, the Indra among the Rakshasas, like unto Mahendra, caused his army to set up camp.
Chapter 26. Nalakuvara curses Ravana.
It was on Kailasha, the sun having withdrawn behind the Astakala range, that Dashagriva, full of vigor, chose to encamp the army. When the immaculate moon rose over the mountain with a splendor equal to his, the vast host that composed the army, furnished with diverse weapons, lay sleeping. The mighty Ravana, resting on the summit of the mountain, surveyed the splendor of the forests in the light of the moon, the flaming Karnikara woods, the Kadambas and Vakulas, pools covered with lotuses in bloom, the waters of the Mandakini, the Champaka, Ashoka, Punaga, Mandara, Kutta, Patala, Lodra, Piriyanga, Arjuna, Kitaka, Tagara, Narakerla, Priyala, Panasa, and other trees. Sweet-throated chineras, transported with love, sang melodies that ravished the soul with delight. There the Vidyaharas, intoxicated, their eyes inflamed, diverted themselves with their consorts. Like unto a carillon of bells, sweet music was heard from the troops of Apsaras who was singing in Danada's abode. Trees, shaken by the wind, covered the mountain with a shower of blossom, distilling the perfume of honey and mead, and a balmy breeze, laden with the enchanting aroma of nectar and pollen, blew, enhancing Ravana's voluptuous desire. The songs, the myriad flowers, the freshness of the breeze, the beauty of the mountain and the night, the moon at its zenith, threw Ravana, that mighty warrior, into a ferment of passion. Meanwhile, Ramba, loveliest of nymphs adorned with celestial ornaments, was on her way to a sacred festival, and her face was like unto the full moon, her limbs smeared with sandal paste, her hair sown with mandara flowers, and she was garlanded with celestial blooms. Her eyes were beautiful, her waist high, adorned with a jeweled belt, and her hips were shapely, the gift of love as it were. She was enchanting with her countenance embellished with the marks of flowers that bloom in the 6 seasons, and in her beauty, stateliness, radiance, and splendor, she resembled Shri. Swathed in a dark blue cloth like unto a rain cloud, her countenance bright as the moon, her eyebrows resplendent arches, her hips like the tapering trunks of elephants, her hands like 2 fresh buds, under Ravana's eyes she passed through the ranks of the army. There he, rising pierced by the shafts of love, with his hand stayed the course of that nymph, who was abashed, and smiling inquired of her, "Where art thou going, O lady of lovely hips? What good fortune art thou pursuing? For whom has this auspicious hour dawned? Who is about to enjoy thee? Who this day will quaff the elixir of thy lips, exhaling the perfume of the lotus that rivals nectar or ambrosia? Who will caress those 2 breasts like unto twin goblets, rounded, blooming, that touch each other, O youthful woman? Who will stroke thy large hips, shining like refined gold, covered with dazzling garlands, celestial to look upon? Is it Shakra or Vishnu, or the twin Ashvins? O lovely one, if thou dost pass me by in order to seek out another, it will not be a gracious act. Rest here, O lady of lovely limbs, on this enchanting mountainside. It is I who exercise dominion over the 3 worlds, who with joined palms address this humble request to thee. I, Dashanana, lord of the 3 worlds and their ordainer. Therefore, grant my request." Hearing these 3 words, Ramba, trembling with joined palms, replied,
"Look on me with favor. It is not fitting that thou shouldest address me thus, thou who art my superior. Rather, it is thy duty to protect me from others if I should be in danger of suffering violence at their hands. For apart from duty, I am virtually thy daughter-in-law. I speak truth."
Then Dashagriva answered Ramba, who had prostrated herself at his feet, and whose hair stood on end merely on beholding him, and said, "Hadst thou been my son's consort, thou wouldst in effect be my daughter-in-law." Thereupon she answered,
"Truly it is so. By law, I am the wife of thy son, and dearer to him than his life's breath, O bull amongst the Rakshasas. He is the son of thy brother Vishravana, who is renowned in the 3 worlds, and is named Nalakuvara. An ascetic in virtue, a warrior in respect of valor, and in wrath he resembles Agni. In forbearance he is like unto the earth. I was going to meet that son of the guardian of the worlds. It is for his sake that I am adorned with these ornaments, so that he and no other should enjoy me. For these reasons let me go hence, O king, O subduer of thy foes, for that virtuous prince awaits me impatiently. It is not for thee to thwart his desires. Let me go. Do thou follow the path of the virtuous, O bull among the Rakshasas. It is for me to pay thee homage, and for thee to protect me." Thus did she address Dasagriva, who answered her in smooth accents, saying, "Thou hast said thou art my daughter-in-law. For those who have but one husband, this argument is valid. But in Devaloka, the gods have established a law that is said to be eternal, that Apsaras have no appointed consorts, nor are the gods monogamous." Thus speaking, the Rakshasa, who had stationed himself on the mountain ridge, inflamed with desire, ravished Ramba, and when she was released from his embrace, her garlands and her ornaments spoiled and torn away, she resembled a river where a great elephant, disporting himself, muddying the waters, has borne away the banks. Her hair in disorder, her hands clenched, like unto a creeper with its flowers shaken by the wind. Trembling with terror, she sought out Nalu Kubera, and with joined palms fell at his feet. Then he inquired of her, saying, "What is this, O Blessed One? Why dost thou prostrate thyself at my feet?" Thereupon she, sighing deeply, trembling with joined palms, began to tell him everything and said, "O Lord, this night Dasagriva scaled the Trivishtapa peak while he was encamped on that mountain with his army, and I was observed by him as I came to meet thee, O conqueror of thy foes. That Rakshasa seized hold of me and questioned me, saying, 'To whom dost thou belong?' Then I told him all, verily the whole truth. But he, intoxicated with desire, would not listen to me when I pleaded with him, saying, 'I am thy daughter-in-law.' Refusing to listen to mine entreaties, he assaulted me ruthlessly. This is mine only fault, O thou of firm vows. Thou shouldest therefore pardon me. O friend, verily there is no equality of strength between man and woman." These words filled the son of Vishravana with indignation, and hearing of this supreme outrage, he entered into meditation, and having ascertained the truth, the son of Vishravana, his eyes inflamed with anger, instantly took water in his hand and sprinkled his whole person in accord with tradition, after which he pronounced a terrible curse on that Indra of the Rakshasas, saying, "Since despite thy lack of love for him, he ravished thee thus brutally, O Blessed One, on this account he will never be able to approach another youthful woman unless she shares his love. If, carried away by lust, he does violence to any woman who does not love him, his head will split into 7 pieces." Having uttered this curse like unto a scorching flame, celestial gongs resounded, and a shower of flowers fell from the sky. All the gods with the grandsire at their head were filled with joy, conversant as they were with the whole course of the world, and the future death of the Rakshasa. When Dasagriva learnt of the curse, however, his hair stood on end, and he ceased to indulge in uniting himself with those who had no affection for him. Thereafter, among those who had been borne away by him and remained faithful to their consorts, there was great rejoicing when they heard of the curse uttered by Nalukavara, which was pleasing to the heart. Chapter 27. The Fight Between the Gods and the Rakshasas. The Death of Sumali. Having crossed Mount Kailasha with his infantry and cavalry, the extremely powerful Dashanana reached Indraloka, and, like an ocean that overflows, the tumult of the Rakshasa army, approaching on all sides, reverberated in Devaloka. Hearing of Ravana's advent, Indra trembled on his throne and addressed the assembled gods, Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Sadyas, and hosts of Maruts, saying, "Prepare to fight against the wicked-minded Ravana." At Shakra's command, the gods, his equals in war, endowed with great valor, boldly armed themselves for combat. Mahendra, however, who feared Ravana extremely, profoundly perturbed, sought out Vishnu and spoke to him thus, "O Vishnu, how shall I withstand the Rakshasa Ravana, whose strength is formidable, and who, alas, is advancing to attack me? He owes his power to the boon he has received from Brahma, and to naught else, and the words uttered by that lotus-born god must be carried into effect. Do thou grant me such assistance again which thou didst accord me when I destroyed Namuchi, Vitra, Bali, Naraka, and Shambhara. O Lord, O God of gods, slayer of Madu, there is no refuge save thee in the three worlds, with all the animate and inanimate beings. Thou art the blessed Narayana, the eternal lotus-born one. Thou art the sustainer of the worlds, and of myself, Shakra, the king of the gods. Thou hast created the three worlds with all the moving and unmoving objects, and at the end of the world's cycle, all is withdrawn into thee, O Bhagavat. Therefore, O God of gods, tell me truly if thou wilt arm thyself with sword and discus in order to enter into combat with Ravana." Thus spoke Shakra, the king of the gods, and that sovereign lord, Narayana, answered him, saying, "Fear not. Hear me. On account of the boon he has received, which renders him invincible, this wicked wretch may not be overcome by the gods and asuras combined. Intoxicated with his power, that Rakshasa, accompanied by his son, will certainly achieve a great feat. As for thy request, that I should enter into combat with him, I shall certainly not meet the Rakshasa Ravana in fight, for Vishnu never leaves the battlefield without laying his adversary low. It is not possible to accomplish this today, since Ravana is protected by the boon. But I swear to thee, O king of the gods, Shatakratu, that I myself will become the cause of that Titan's death. The gods shall rejoice when I make known to them that the hour has struck. I speak the truth, O mighty lord of the gods, consort of Sachi. Therefore fight with the assistance of the gods and banish all fear." Then the Rudras with the Adityas, Vasus, Maruts, and the two Ashvins, assembling, advanced to meet the Rakshasa. At that instant, the end of the night having come, a great clamor arose from Ravana's army as they took the field on all sides, and those valiant warriors, wrought up with excitement on seeing each other, eagerly rushed on the foe. Thereafter, confusion was sown amongst the ranks of the Daivatas by the presence of that indomitable and vast army in the forefront of battle, and a terrible struggle ensued between the gods, Danavas, and Rakshasas amidst a fearful tumult and under a hail of missiles of every kind. Then those valiant Rakshasas of grim aspect grouped themselves round Ravana in the fight, and Maricha, Prahasta, Mahaparshva, Mahodara, Akampana, Nikumba, Shuka, Sarana, Dhumaketu, Mahadamstra, Gatadara, Jambumalan, Maharada, Virupaksha, Saptagna, Yajnakopa, Durmukha, Dushana, Kara, Trishiris, Kara Viraksha, Suryashastru, Mahakaya and Atakaya, Devantaka, Narantaka, and the highly powerful Sumali, Ravana's maternal grandfather. All those warriors, encircling their valiant leader, entered the battlefield. And with their whetted shafts, enraged, he began to assail the celestial host as a tempest scatters the clouds. And the forces of the gods were overthrown by the rangers of the night, O Rama, and scattered in all directions like unto a herd of deer before lions. Meantime, the courageous Savitra, the eighth Vasu, entered the battlefield, surrounded by soldiers, full of martial ardor, furnished with every kind of weapon, and he began to sow terror in the enemy ranks when he appeared in the midst of the fight. Thereafter, the two Adityas, full of valor and intrepidity, Twastar and Pushan, at the head of a division, entered the lists in their turn, whereupon a fearful struggle ensued between the Rakshasas and the gods, who never retreated in battle and were jealous of their good name. And the celestials who were present fell in hundreds of thousands under the blows of the Rakshasas, who were formidable and armed with weapons of every kind. On their side, the gods, redoubtable in their vigor and extreme valor, with the help of faultless arrows, dispatched their foes to the region of Yama. Thereafter, O Rama, the Rakshasa Sumali, fully armed, hurled himself on the foe in fury, and scattered the entire celestial host with his innumerable and penetrating missiles, as a violent hurricane the clouds, and with formidable blows from spears and javelins, decimated them, so that the gods were unable to stand. The immortals having thus been put to flight by Sumali, the eighth Vasu, Savitra, enraged, stood fast and surrounded by his forces, full of energy and courage, stayed the onrush of that ranger of the night, whereupon a fearful duel, causing the hair to stand on end, ensued between Sumali and the Vasu, both warriors who did not know what it was to retreat in battle. Under the powerful missiles of his adversary, the chariot of the Rakshasa that was harnessed to serpents suddenly fell to pieces, and having shattered his chariot in the fight with his countless darts, the Vasu seized hold of his mace with the intention of slaying him. Brandishing that weapon with its flaming point resembling the rod of death, Vitra brought it down on Sumali's head, and the mace fell upon him with the flash of a meteor, so that it appeared like a great thunderbolt hurled by Indra on a mountain. Thereafter, nothing of the Rakshasas could be seen, neither bone nor head nor flesh, for that mace, by overthrowing him on the battlefield, had reduced him to dust. Then the Rakshasas, beholding that Sumali had fallen in the fight, questioning each other, all fled, routed by that Vasu who had overcome them.
Chapter 28. The Duel Between Indra and Ravana.
Seeing Sumali overthrown and reduced to dust by Vasu, and beholding his army in flight harassed by the gods, the valiant son of Ravana, whose voice resembled the muttering of a thundercloud, provoked, rallied the Rakshasas, and, mounted on an excellent chariot that coursed wheresoever he willed, that great warrior hurled himself on the celestial host. Like unto a fire that consumes the forests, he entered the field armed with every weapon, and when the gods beheld him, a general stampede followed, none daring to face such a combatant. Then Shakra stayed all those fugitives by admonishing them thus: "Neither should you tremble nor flee. Return and fight, O ye gods. Behold my son, who is invincible, entering the lists." At that moment, the son of Shakra, the illustrious god Jayanta, mounted on his chariot that was marvelously constructed, turned towards the battlefield. Thereafter the gods, surrounding the son of Sachi, turned back to fight Ravani, and a well-matched contest ensued between gods and Rakshasas. Then Ravani loosed his golden shafts on Gomukha, the son of Matali, Jayanta's charioteer, whilst Sachi's son, in his turn, in wrath harassed Ravani's driver on every side. His eyes dilated with the fury that possessed him. The mighty Ravani covered his opponents with darts, and thereafter, in his ire, he let fly innumerable extremely sharp weapons on the celestial host, and Shatagnis, pikes, javelins, maces, swords, axes, and huge crags were all discharged by him upon them. Then the worlds became agitated, and while Indrajita decimated the enemy battalions, the quarters were enveloped in darkness. Meanwhile, the army of the gods deserted Jayanta, and in confusion broke their ranks, being overwhelmed by the shafts of their rival. Rakshasas and gods could not distinguish each other, and the forces thrown into disorder on every side fled in all directions. The gods struck the gods, and the Rakshasas, bewildered by the darkness that enveloped them, whilst others ran away. At that instant, a warrior, full of valor, named Pulaman, the foremost of the Daityas, seized Jayanta and bore him away. Taking hold of his daughter's son, he dived into the sea, for he was his maternal grandfather and Sachi's sire. Learning of Jayanta's disappearance, the gods, cast down and discouraged, dispersed. Then Ravani, enraged, emitting loud cries, surrounded by his forces, rushed on the gods. Not beholding his son and observing the flight of the gods, the Lord of the Celestials said to Matali, "Bring me my chariot." And Matali harnessed the divine, powerful, and huge car, bringing it all in haste to his master. Thereupon, above the chariot and before him, clouds, riven by lightning, driven by the tempest, emitted formidable mutterings, and the Gandharvas struck up every kind of musical instrument, while troops of Apsaras danced at the departure of the king of the gods, and Rudras, Vasus, Adityas, the two Ashvins, as also the hosts of the Maruts, armed with every kind of weapon, formed the escort of the Lord of the 30 as he started out. As Shakra advanced, a bitter wind blew, the sun ceased to shine, and a great meteor fell. At the same time, the courageous Dashagriva, burning with ardor, himself ascended with the divine Pushpaka car constructed by Vishvakarma, and harnessed to huge serpents, who, as it were causing the hair to stand on end, consumed everything with the wind of their breath. Daityas and Titans surrounded the celestial car that was rolling towards the field of battle, advancing to meet Mahendra, and Dashagriva, having dismissed his son, took his place himself, while Ravani left the field and remained a tranquil witness. Then the struggle was resumed between the Rakshasas and the gods, who like unto clouds caused a shower of missiles to fall in the fight. And the wicked Kumbhakarna, brandishing weapons of every kind, came there, O king, unaware with whom the conflict was taking place. Using his teeth, his feet, his hands, lances, picks, mallets, or anything whatsoever in order to assail the gods in his fury. Having attacked the formidable Rudras, it went ill with that Ranger of the Night, who in an instant was riddled with wounds, and the army of the Rakshasas, hard-pressed by the gods, assisted by the hosts of Maruts and armed with every weapon, were completely routed, and in the struggle some fell on the earth mutilated and palpitating, whilst others remained clinging to their mounts. Some Titans twined their arms round their chariots, elephants, donkeys, buffalo, serpents, horses, porpoise and boars with heads of goblins, where they lay motionless, whereupon the gods pierced them with their shafts, and thus they died. The sight of all those Rakshasas lying here and there in the sleep of death on that vast battlefield looked passing strange, and at the forefront of the battle a river flowed, blood being its waters, weapons its crocodiles, in which vultures and crows abounded. Meantime, Dasagriva, seething with anger on seeing his army entirely overthrown by the gods, hurled himself with one bound into that sea of warriors, slaying the celestials in the fight and challenging Shakra himself. Thereupon Shakra stretched his great bow that gave forth a thunderous noise, and when he drew it, the twanging of that weapon caused the quarters to resound. Then Indra, bending that great bow, let fall his flaming arrows like unto fire, or the sun, on Ravana's head, and on his side that powerful Titan covered his rival with a hail of arrows loosed from his bow, and both showered down missiles on every side, so that nothing could be distinguished, and the whole firmament was enveloped in darkness.
Chapter 29. Ravani takes Indra captive.
In the darkness that had supervened, the gods and the Rakshasas engaged in a terrible struggle, slaying each other in the intoxication of their strength, and in the obscurity that enveloped them like a great veil. The supremely intrepid Indra, Ravana, and Meghanada alone were not deluded. Beholding that army wholly annihilated, Ravana was suddenly seized with a violent rage and emitted a great roar. In his fury, that invincible warrior addressed his driver, who stood near with the chariot, saying, "Take me through the enemy ranks from one end to the other. This very day, with mine innumerable and powerful weapons, all the gods in my path will be dispatched by me to the region of Yama. I myself shall slay Indra, Dhanata, Varuna, Yama, and all the gods, and shall soon strike them down and trample them under my feet. Do not delay, drive the car on speedily, and again I say to thee, drive through the enemy ranks from end to end. We are now in the Nandana Gardens, therefore take me to the Udaya mountain." At this command, the charioteer drove his steeds, who were as swift as thought, through the enemy ranks. Divining Ravana's intention, Shakra, standing in his chariot on the battlefield, addressed the gods, whose sovereign he was, saying, "O ye gods, hear me. This is what I consider expedient. Dasagriva should without delay be captured alive. That extremely powerful Rakshasa will enter our ranks in his chariot with the speed of the wind, like unto an ocean whose waves are overflowing on the day of high tide. He may not be slain, for a special boon protects him, but seek to make him captive in the struggle. It was by taking Bali prisoner that I was able to enjoy the three worlds. For this reason, let us do the same to this wicked wretch." Speaking thus, Shakra left Ravana and went to another part of the field, sowing terror among the Rakshasas whom he assailed, O great king. While the indefatigable Dasagriva went to the left, Shatakratu penetrated the right wing of his adversary's forces. Having advanced 100 leagues, the king of the Rakshasas covered the entire host of the gods with a shower of arrows. Seeing the carnage that was being created in his army, the intrepid Shakra stayed Dashanana by encircling him, whereupon the Danavas and Rakshasas, beholding Ravana overcome by Shakra, cried out, "Alas, we are lost!" Standing in his chariot, Ravani, who was transported with rage, penetrated into the ranks of the redoubtable celestial host, and routed the army by resorting to the power of illusion that had been conferred on him by Pashupati. Then, leaving the gods aside, he rushed on Shakra himself, and the highly energetic Mahendra did not observe the son of his adversary. The gods, however, whose strength was immeasurable, severed Ravani's armor, even wounding him, but he remained unperturbed, and with his excellent shafts pierced Matali, who was advancing towards him, covering Mahendra afresh with a hail of missiles. Thereupon Shakra descended from his chariot, dismissing his charioteer, and mounting Airavata, he pursued Ravani, who had made himself invisible through his magic power, but he, springing into the sky, assailed him with arrows. Seeing that Indra was exhausted, Ravani bound him by his magic and led him to the side where his own army was. Beholding Mahendra borne away by force from the fight, all the celestials inquired, "What has taken place?" One cannot discern the magician who has triumphed over Shakra, that victorious warrior who, by the aid of magic, has carried Indra away despite his skill. Then all the divisions of the gods, in their wrath, overwhelmed Ravana with a hail of shafts and forced him to retreat, whilst he, worn out in the encounter with the Adityas and the Vasus, was unable to continue the fight. Beholding his sire harassed and assailed with shafts in the encounter, Ravani, remaining invisible in the struggle, said to him, "Come, O dear father, let us give up the fight. Know that victory has been obtained. Therefore abandon thy feverish activity. The king of the gods and of the three worlds has been taken captive. The gods have seen the pride, which inspired their forces, humbled. Enjoy the three worlds at thy pleasure, having overcome the foe by thy valor. Why fatigue thyself further with combat?" Hearing Ravani's words, the battalions of the gods and immortals, deprived of Shakra, who had led them, gave up the fight, and the all-powerful enemy of the gods, the illustrious sovereign of the Rakshasas, thus entreated to cease from further fighting by his son, whose dear voice he recognized, answered him with deference, saying, "Thy valor is equal to the greatest of heroes, thou in whom my family and race find their increase, O prince. Since this day thou hast overcome the one whose strength is immeasurable, he, the sovereign of the gods. Ascend Vishravas' chariot and proceed towards the city with thine army as an escort. I, on my side with my companions, will follow joyfully with all speed." On this, the valiant Ravani, surrounded by his forces with the chief of the gods in chains, set out towards his abode, thereafter dismissing the Rakshasas who had fought in the campaign.
Chapter 30. Telling of the curse pronounced by the sage Gautama on Shakra.
When the all-powerful Mahendra had been overcome by the son of Ravana, the gods with Prajapati at their head went to Lanka, and approaching Dashanana, who was surrounded by his brothers, Prajapati, from the sky where he was stationed, addressed him in conciliatory tones, saying, "My dear Ravana, I am pleased with thy son's bearing on the battlefield. Assuredly in valor and heroism he is thine equal, if not thy superior. Thou hast overcome the three worlds by thy prowess, and fulfilled thy vow. I am gratified with thee and thy son. He, standing there full of strength and energy, will become renowned in the worlds under the name of Indrajita, and that Rakshasa, with whose support the gods have been brought under thy subjection, shall become powerful and invincible. O long-armed hero, do thou release Mahendra, the chastiser of Paka, and say what the inhabitants of heaven shall bestow on thee as ransom." Then that victorious warrior, Indrajita, answered, saying, "O Lord, if that god is to be set free, then grant me immortality." Therefore the all-powerful Prajapati replied to Meghanada, saying, "There is none immortal on earth, whether it be beast, bird, or any other mighty being." Hearing this irrevocable decree of the grandsire, the Lord, Indra's vanquisher, the courageous Meghanada, said to him, "Then hear me, and may it come to pass in this wise on the release of Shatakratu. This is my desire, I who constantly worship Pavaka with oblations and mantras, and who delight in fighting and overcoming my foes. Let the chariot Vibabasu, harnessed to steeds, be placed at my service, and may death be unable to strike me down when I am mounted upon it. This is my request. But should I engage in combat without having completed my prayers and offered my oblations to the god of fire, then may I perish. All, O Lord, seek immortality by means of penances. I wish to acquire immortality through valor." "Let it be so," said the blessed grandsire, and thereafter Chakra was set free by Indrajita, and the gods returned to their own abode. Meantime, O Rama, the wretched Indra, his glory dimmed, his heart full of anxiety, was plunged in melancholy, and beholding him in that plight, the grandsire inquired of him, saying, "O Shatakratu, didst thou not formerly commit some great sin? O chief of the gods, O Lord, when in my wisdom I created men, they were all possessed of the same color, shape, language, and appearance. There was no difference between them in form or aspect. Nevertheless, my mind was preoccupied when I reflected on those beings, and I created a woman as distinct from them, modifying each of the male characteristics. Thus I made a female, who, on account of the grace of her limbs, became known as Ahalya. Hala, meaning ugly, from which Halya is derived, and she in whom Halya does not appear is named Ahalya. This was the name I called her. When I fashioned that woman, O chief of the gods, O bull among these celestials, I reflected, to whom shall she belong? This is how, O Lord Chakra, O destroyer of cities, thou didst come to know this woman, and in thine heart, being the Lord of the worlds, thou didst resolve, she shall be mine. Meantime I placed her under the protection of the magnanimous Gautama, and he, having taken care of her for many years, gave her back to me, whereupon I, having tested the absolute self-control of that illustrious ascetic, and recognizing the height of his austerity, gave her to him in wedlock. That virtuous and renowned Muni was gratified with her company, but the gods were in despair because she had been given to Gautama, and thou, enraged, thy heart filled with desire, went to the hermitage of the sage and beheld the woman who was as radiant as the flame in a brazier, whereupon thou didst ravish her in the heat of thy passion. Thereafter thou wert observed by that high-born rishi in the hermitage, and in his indignation that extremely powerful ascetic cursed thee, due to which, O king of the gods, thou hast just suffered this change of circumstance. And that ascetic addressed thee, saying, Since thou hast wantonly ravished my spouse, O Vasava, thou shalt fall captive to thine enemy on the field of battle. This vile passion that thou hast manifested, O perverse wretch, will undoubtedly spread among men and women, and whosoever shall be guilty of it shall bear half the responsibility, whilst the other half shall be thine. Nor shall thy state be permanent, for the sovereignty of whoever the gods choose as their king shall not endure. This is the curse I pronounce on thee. Thus spoke Gautama, and thereafter he reproached his spouse, and that exalted ascetic addressed her, saying, O shameless one, leave my hermitage. Though young and lovely, since thou art inconstant, thy beauty shall no longer belong to thee alone in the world, and shall assuredly be shared by all beings, since on thine account this mischief has been perpetrated by Indra. From now on all beings shall partake of thy beauty. Then Ahalya sought to propitiate the great rishi Gautama, saying, It was in great ignorance that I suffered myself to be seduced by Indra, O great ascetic, for he assumed thy form, nor was it by giving way to desire, O rishi. Therefore forgive me, it is thy duty. At these words of Ahalya's, Gautama answered, In the house of Ikshvaku there will be born a mighty warrior named Rama, renowned in the universe, and he will repair to the forest for the sake of the Brahmins. That long-armed hero will be none other than Vishnu in human form. Thou shalt behold him, O Blessed One, and seeing him thou shalt be purified, for it is he who can efface the sin thou hast committed. Having offered him the traditional hospitality, thou shalt return to me once again, and we shall resume our common life, O lady of fair countenance. Having spoken thus, the rishi re-entered his hermitage, while his consort gave herself up to rigid penances. It is on account of this sage's curse that all this has taken place. Therefore, O mighty hero, call to mind the sin thou didst commit. This is why thou didst fall a victim to thy foes, O Vasava, and for no other cause, therefore, with thy senses fully controlled, speedily offer up a sacrifice to Vishnu. Purified by this propitiatory rite, thou shalt return to the celestial region. Thy son, O Lord, did not perish in the fight, but was borne away to the ocean by his maternal grandfather. Hearing Brahma's words, Mahendra undertook a sacrifice in honor of Vishnu, and thereafter the Lord of the gods ascended to heaven, reigning there as king. I have described to thee how great was the power of Indrajita, who overcame the king of the gods, how much more therefore he was able to triumph over other beings. Hearing these words of Agastya, Rama and Lakshmana, as also the monkeys and titans, exclaimed, "How wonderful!" And Bibhishana, who stood at Rama's side, said, "I remember that remarkable feat now. I was formerly witness thereof." Then Rama addressed Agastya, saying, "All thou hast said is true. This, O Rama, is the narrative of the origin and progress of Ravana, the thorn in the side of the worlds, who, like his son, bore away Shakra, the king of the gods, in the fight." Chapter 31. Ravana goes to the banks of the Narmada River. The all-powerful Rama, in his astonishment, bowed low to that excellent rishi Agastya, and again inquired of him, saying, "O blessed one, O best of the twice-born, when that cruel Rakshasa began to range the earth, were the worlds bereft of warriors? Was there no prince, no being, able to oppose him, since that lord of the Titans met with no resistance? Or had the rulers of the worlds lost their power, or were the many kings he overcame without weapons?" Having listened to the words of that son of Raghu, the blessed sage answered him, smiling, as the grandsire of the world addresses Rudra, and said, "It was destroying the rulers thus that Ravana ranged the earth, and, O Rama, lord of the worlds, he came to the city of Mahishmati, which rivaled that of the gods, where the deity of fire dwelt perpetually. There a monarch reigned, named Arjuna, in effulgence like unto the fire which was kept there ever concealed in a pit covered by reeds. On that day, the powerful sovereign of the Hahayas, Lord Arjuna, went to the river Narmada to sport with his wives, and at that time Ravana approached Mahishmati, and that Indra among the Rakshasas inquired of the king's counselors, saying, 'Tell me quickly, where is the Lord Arjuna? Speak truly, I am Ravana, who have come to measure my strength with that most powerful of monarchs. Do you announce mine arrival to him?' Hearing Ravana's words, the sagacious ministers informed the king of the Rakshasas of the absence of their sovereign, and the son of Vishravas, learning from the people of the city that Arjuna had departed, went away in the direction of the Vindhya range, which, like unto a cloud floating in space, appeared to him to resemble Himavat, and springing from the earth, it seemed to lick the skies and was possessed of a myriad peaks. Lions frequented its caverns, whilst its crystalline cataracts, falling over the cliffs, resounded like pearls of laughter. And gods, Gandharvas, as also the Apsaras and Kineras, with their consorts, disporting themselves there, transformed it into a paradise. Its rivers flowed in translucent waves, and that Vindhya range, like unto Himavat, with its peaks and caves, resembled Shesha with his hoods, his tongues darting forth. Gazing upon it, Ravana reached the Narmada River, whose pure waters flowed over a bed of stones, and which emptied itself into the western sea. Buffalo, Srimaras, lions, tigers, bears, and elephants, tormented by heat and thirst, agitated the waters, whilst Chakravakas, Kavandas, Hamsas, Sarasas, and other waterfowl with their impassioned warbling abounded there. The flowering trees formed its diadem, the pairs of Chakravaka birds its breasts, the banks of sand its thighs, the flocks of swans its bright girdle, the pollen of the flowers powdered its limbs, the foam of the waves was its immaculate robe. Sweet was its contact for whoever entered it, and it was lovely to look upon with its flowering lotuses. Dismounting from the chariot Pushpaka, close to the Narmada, that most beautiful of streams, Dashanana, a bull among Titans, accompanied by his ministers, went towards it as towards a lovely and attractive woman, and seated himself on the enchanting sandy banks that were frequented by sages. Beholding the Narmada, the ten-necked Ravana, transported with delight, exclaimed, "It is the Ganges herself." Thereafter he addressed his ministers, Shuka and Sarana, and others, saying, "Surya, of 1,000 rays, seems to have changed the world to gold, and in the sky, that orb of the day whose beams were just now intense, having observed me seated here, has grown as cool as the moon. Anila, who, refreshed by the waters of the Narmada, inspired by fear of me, blows softly, diffusing a sweet perfume.
that marvelous stream, the Narmada, increaser of felicity, in whose waters crocodile, fish, and birds abound, appears like a timid girl. You who were wounded by the weapons of kings equal to chakra in combat, and who were covered with blood like unto the sap of the sandal tree, now plunge into the beautiful and hospitable Narmada, as elephants intoxicated with ichor and led by Sarvabhauma immerse themselves in the Ganges. Bathing in that great river will free you from all ills. As for me, I shall presently offer up flowers and tranquility to Kapardin on this sandy bank that shines like the autumn moon." Hearing these words of Ravana, Prahasta, Shuka, and Sarana with Mahodara and Dhumraksha dived into the Narmada River, and agitated by those Titan leaders resembling elephants, the stream appeared like unto the Ganges, when Vamana, Anjana, Padma, and other great tuskers disport themselves therein. Thereafter, emerging from the waters, those highly powerful Rakshasas soon gathered heaps of flowers that they placed on the sandy bank, whose enchanting radiance rivaled that of a dazzling cloud, and in a moment those Titans had heaped up a mountain of flowers, whereupon the king of the Rakshasas entered the river to bathe, like unto a great tusker entering the Ganges. Having bathed and recited the most excellent of prayers according to tradition, Ravana emerged from the waters and divested himself of his wet garments, clothing himself in a white robe. Then the Rakshasas followed their king, who advanced with joined palms so that they appeared like moving hills. Wherever the lord of the Rakshasas went, a golden Shiva linga was borne before him, and he placed it on a sandy altar and worshipped it with flowers, perfumes, and sandal paste. Having paid homage to that symbol that delivers all beings from their sufferings, and which was large and exceedingly beautiful, adorned with a crescent moon, that ranger of the night, with uplifted arms, danced and sang before it. Chapter 32. Arjuna captures Ravana. Not far from where the dread lord of the Rakshasas was making his offering of flowers on the sandy banks of the Narmada, Arjuna, the foremost of conquerors, supreme sovereign of Mahishmati, was sporting with his wives in the waters of that river. In their midst, that monarch looked like a great tusker, surrounded by innumerable female elephants. Then he, desiring to measure the great strength of his 1,000 arms, stayed the rapid course of the Narmada, and the waters, thus arrested by the myriad arms of Kartavirya, flowed towards its source, bearing away its banks. With its fishes, crocodiles, and sharks, its carpet of flowers and kusha grass, the current of the Narmada grew turbulent, as in the rainy season, and as if purposely released by Kartavirya, that flood bore away all Ravana's floral offerings, whereupon he, leaving the sacrifice only half performed, cast his glance on the river that appeared to him to resemble a cherished consort who is overwrought. Having surveyed the waters rising like waves in the sea, rushing from the west to overwhelm the eastern shore, Ravana observed that, in a little while, the birds no longer shunned it, and it had returned to its natural state, like a woman who is pacified. Pointing with the finger of his right hand, Dasagriva signaled to Shuka and Sarana that they should seek out the cause of the rising current, and at this command from their king, the two brothers, Shuka and Sarana, rose into the air and turned westward. Having traversed 2 miles, those night rangers observed a man in the river sporting with some women, and he resembled a huge sala tree, his hair floating in the stream, and the corners of his eyes were inflamed by the desire which agitated his heart. And that scourge of his foes blocked the river with his myriad arms, as a mountain, the earth with its countless slopes and foothills, and innumerable fair women surrounded him, as a tusker in rut is encircled by female elephants. Beholding that prodigious sight, the two Rakshasas, Shuka and Sarana, returned together to Ravana and said to him, "O prince of the Rakshasas, an unknown person like unto an enormous sala tree, in order to amuse his consorts, is staying the course of the Narmada like a dike. Restrained by his myriad arms, the river is throwing up great waves like unto the sea." Hearing these words from Shuka and Sarana, Ravana said, "It is Arjuna," and rushed away, eager to enter into combat with him. And as Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, set forth to meet Arjuna, a fierce dust storm arose, accompanied by muttering clouds, raining drops of blood,
and that Indra among the Rakshasas, escorted by Mahudara, Mahaparshva, Dhumraksha, Shuka, and Sarana, proceeded in the direction where Arjuna was. Soon that mighty Rakshasa of the hue of antimony reached the waters of the Narmada, and there, surrounded by his wives as a tusker by female elephants, the foremost of monarchs, Arjuna, appeared before him. Then the lord of the Rakshasas, who was intoxicated with power, his eyes red with anger, said to Arjuna's ministers in stentorian tones, "O counselors of the Lord Hayaya, inform him speedily that he who is called Ravana has come to fight with him." When they heard these words of Ravana, Arjuna's ministers raised their weapons and answered him, saying, "O Ravana, thou hast indeed chosen an excellent moment for combat. Wouldst thou fight a prince who is drunk and who is further amidst his consorts? Dost thou really desire to fight with our king whilst he is surrounded by his wives? Possess thyself in patience today, O Dashagriva, and when the night is over, if thou still wishest to do so, then challenge Arjuna, O dear friend. If, however, thou art bent on combat, O thou sated with war, then overcome us here, and thereafter meet Arjuna and fight with him." Then Ravana's ministers slew some of Arjuna's counselors and devoured them avidly, and a great uproar arose on the banks of the Narmada from the followers of Arjuna and Ravana's ministers. The soldiers of the king of the Hayayas assailed Ravana and his ministers, on whom they hurled themselves with appalling fury with arrows, darts, javelins, and tridents that pierced like lightning, and they created a tumult like unto the sea with its crocodiles, fish, and sharks. Meanwhile, the ministers of Ravana, Prahasta, Shuka, and Sarana, enraged and full of valor, decimated the army of Kartavirya, and Arjuna's followers, mad with terror, informed him of the attack by Ravana and his ministers. On these tidings, Arjuna addressed the concourse of women, saying, "Have no fear," and rushed out of the water like another Pavaka, emitting terrible flames, so that he resembled the fire of dissolution at the end of the world period. Adorned with bracelets of refined gold, he at once seized hold of a mace and hurled himself on the Rakshasas, whom he dispersed as the sun the darkness. With his arms, Arjuna, having brandished the huge mace, let it fall with the force of Garuda's flight. Then Prahasta, unshakable like unto a hill, mace in hand, stood barring his path like unto the Vindhya range, obstructing the sun. And he hurled that dreadful weapon bound with copper, emitting a great shout like unto Antaka. At the tip of the pike, loosed by Prahasta's hand, a brilliant flame appeared like the point of an Ashoka tree that seemed to glow. But the son of Kritavirya, Arjuna, without being perturbed, skillfully deflected that mace that was falling upon him with his own weapon. Then the supreme lord of the Hayayas hurled himself on his adversary with his heavy weapon which he brandished in his 500 arms. Struck by that powerful blow of the mace, Prahasta, who had confronted him, fell like a mountain that had been riven by Indra's thunderbolt. Seeing Prahasta lying there, Maricha, Shuka, and Sarana, as also Mahodara and Dhumraksha, fled from the battlefield. His ministers routed and Prahasta struck down. Ravana threw himself on Arjuna, the foremost of the monarchs, and a formidable duel ensued between that king of a myriad arms and the 20-armed Ravana, causing the hair to stand on end. Like unto two oceans that overflow, two mountains shaken to their foundations, two flaming suns, two blazing fires, two elephants intoxicated with their own strength, two bulls fighting for a heifer, two muttering clouds, two lions proud of their strength. Like unto Rudra and Kala enraged, so did the Rakshasa and the King Arjuna, armed with maces, assail each other with fearful blows. Resembling mountains, able to withstand the dreadful lightning strokes, so did man and Rakshasa endure the blows of the mace. As the noise of thunder creates reverberations, so the impact of those weapons resounded in every quarter. Arjuna's mace, falling on his opponent's breast, lent it the appearance of gold, or a cloud illumined by lightning. In the same way, each time Ravana's mace fell on Arjuna's breast, it resembled a meteor falling on a high mountain. Neither Arjuna nor the sovereign of the Rakshasas wearied in the struggle, which remained undecided as formerly the duel between Bali and Indra. As two bulls struggle with their horns or two elephants with their sharp tusks, so did those two most valiant of men and Rakshasas fight. Finally, Arjuna, in fury, with all his strength, struck the huge chest of Ravana with his mace, but protected by the armor bestowed on him by Brahma as a boon, that weapon was rendered impotent and fell cloven on the earth. Under the blow dealt by Arjuna, however, Ravana fell back a bow's length and sank down groaning. Perceiving him to be overcome, Arjuna immediately rushed on Dashanana and seized hold of him as Garuda did a serpent. With his myriad arms, that mighty king took hold of Dashanana and bound him as Narayana had bound Bali. Ravana having been made captive, all the Sitas, Tiranas, and Devatas cried out, well done, and showered flowers on Arjuna's head. As a tiger who has captured a gazelle or a lion and elephant, so did the king of the Hahayas emit loud roars like unto a cloud. Thereafter the night ranger, Prahasta, having recovered consciousness, seeing Dashanana bound, rushed on Arjuna in fury, and the forces of the Rakshasas assailed him with extreme violence, as at the end of the hot season the rain clouds break over the ocean. Release him! Release him! They cried unceasingly, attacking Arjuna with iron bars and spears. But, entirely unmoved by the hail of weapons, ere they could reach him, the intrepid king of the Hahayas, scourge of his foes, speedily took hold of those projectiles hurled at him by the enemies of the gods, and by means of many a dreadful and irresistible missile, he put them to flight as the wind disperses the clouds. Having scattered the Rakshasas, Arjuna, the son of Kritavirya, surrounded by his friends, bearing Ravana, bound, returned to his city. Then the twice-born and the people scattered flowers and rice upon him as he made his entry into the capital, resembling the god of 1,000 eyes when he captured Bali.
Chapter 33. Arjuna releases Ravana on the request of Pulastya.
Hearing from the gods in heaven of Ravana's capture, which resembled the binding of the wind, Pulastya, despite his self-mastery, was moved by tender affection for his offspring and approached the lord of Maheshmati. Entering the path of the wind, whom he equaled in velocity, that twice-born one, with the swiftness of thought, reached the city of Maheshmati, and as Brahma enters Indra's capital, he penetrated into that city that resembled Amaravati and was full of prosperous and cheerful people. Walking on foot, he advanced like unto the sun with such effulgence that the eye could scarcely rest upon him, and beholding him, the inhabitants hastened to inform Arjuna. "It is Pulastya," said that sovereign of the Hahayas, in perceiving him, whereupon with joined palms he touched his forehead in salutation as he went forward to meet the ascetic. Like Brihaspati before Shakra, so did the Purahita precede the king, bearing the Argaya and also the Madhuparka offerings. Thereafter the Rishi drew near like unto the rising sun, and Arjuna, deeply moved on beholding him, paid obeisance to him as Indra offers reverence to Brahma. Presenting him with the Madhuparka, a cow and water wherewith to wash his feet, as also the Argaya, that Indra among monarchs addressed Pulastya in a voice trembling with delight, and said, "Since I behold thee, O thou whose sight is hard to obtain, today Maheshmati has become the equal of Amaravati, O foremost of the twice-born. Today I am happy, O Lord. Today my desires are consummated. Today my birth is rendered fruitful. Today my penance has been blessed, since I now embrace thy 2 feet that are worshipped by the celestial host. Here is my kingdom, and here my sons and my consorts are at thy service. What are thy commands?" Then Pulastya, having inquired concerning his welfare, the discharge of his duty, and the sacrificial fires and his offspring, said to the sovereign of the Hahayas, "O foremost of kings, whose eyes are as large as lotus petals, whose face shines like the full moon, none is equal to thee in strength, since thou hast conquered Dashagriva. He, therefore, whom the ocean and the wind are stayed and remain motionless in fear, he, my grandson, whom thou didst make captive on the battlefield, who till now was invincible. Thou hast swallowed his glory and rendered thy name illustrious. O dear friend, on my request, now release Dashanana." Thereupon Arjuna, without uttering a word, having listened to Pulastya's appeal, cheerfully released the foremost of the Rakshasas, and having set that enemy of the gods free, Arjuna honored him with jewels, garlands, and celestial raiment, and contracted an alliance with him in the presence of fire. Then, prostrating himself at the feet of Brahma's son, he returned to his abode. Thereafter, Pulasthya himself dismissed the powerful lord of the Rakshasas after embracing him, and he, having received hospitality, departed, ashamed at his defeat, whilst Pulasthya, the son of that grandsire of the world, he, the foremost of Munis, who had just delivered Dashagriva, returned to Brahma Loka. Thus, despite his immense strength, was Ravana, who had been defeated by Kartavirya, released at Pulasthya's request. So are the mighty overcome by those who are still mightier than they, O thou, who increaseth the felicity of the Raghavas. He who desires his own happiness should not despise his adversaries. Meanwhile, the lord of those eaters of flesh, having contracted a friendship with that thousand-armed monarch, began to range the earth full of arrogance, overcoming its rulers.
Chapter 34. Bali hangs Ravana on his girdle.
Released by Arjuna, Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, unwearyingly ranged the earth, and whenever he heard of any who was possessed of extraordinary strength, whether man or Titan, in his arrogance he sought him out in order to provoke him in combat. One day he came to the city of Kishkinda and challenged King Bali of the Golden Diadem. There he found the kinsfolk of that monkey only, Tara, her father Sushena, and the lord Sugriva, who answered that belligerent one who had just come, saying, "O king of the Rakshasas, Bali, who would have accepted thy challenge, is not here. What other Plavamgama is able to meet thee in combat? Bali has gone to the 4 oceans to perform the Sandhya ceremony, O Ravana. He will soon return. Have patience a while. That heap of bones, white as conch shells, belongs to those who desired to measure their strength in combat with the lord of the Vanaras, O prince. Even hadst thou sucked the nectar of immortality, O Ravana, thy meeting with Bali would put an end to thine existence. O son of Vishravas, look upon this marvelous universe once more, for soon it will no longer be possible for thee to do so. Since thou art in haste to die, however, go to the southern sea where thou wilt behold Bali, who resembles the deity of fire." Thereupon, having inveighed against Tara and the others, Ravana, that Ravana of the worlds, remounted his chariot Pushpaka and drove towards the southern sea. There he beheld Bali, like unto a mountain of gold, absorbed in the performance of Sandhya. Descending from the Pushpaka car, Ravana, of the hue of collyrium, stood upon Bali silently in order to seize him, but by chance he was observed by him, who had no doubts as to his fell design, though Bali remained unmoved like a lion in the presence of a hare, or Garuda before a serpent, and he was in no wise perturbed by Ravana of malevolent intent. He reflected, "This is Ravana, who with malice in his soul approaches in order to seize hold of me. I shall hang him on my girdle and go to the 3 other oceans. Then all will behold mine adversary Dashagriva, his arms and limbs and his raiment dangling, hooked to my side like a snake caught by Garuda." Thinking thus, Bali remained there reciting his Vedic mantras in a low voice, like unto the king of the mountains, each desiring to lay hold on the other. In the pride their strength inspired them, the sovereign of the monkeys and the lord of the Rakshasas sought to realize their design. Perceiving by the sound of his footsteps that Ravana was about to place his hands upon him, Bali, though his back was turned, caught hold of the Titan as Garuda a serpent, and having seized the lord of the Rakshasas, hooked him to his girdle. Thereupon that monkey with one bound sprang into the air, and though lacerated and torn by his nails, Bali carried off Ravana as a tempest propels a cloud. Meantime, the ministers of Dashanana, whom he was bearing away, fell upon Bali, emitting loud cries in order to make him release him. Pursued by them, Bali, in his aerial course, shone like the sun that is followed by a drift of clouds in space. Those foremost of the Rakshasas, exhausted by the wind that caused their arms and thighs to shake, were stayed in their course, and the mountains themselves made way for Bali. How much more those who, made of flesh and blood, sought to survive. With a speed impossible to flocks of birds, that Indra among monkeys in great haste paid obeisance to all the oceans in turn, and at dusk received the homage of all winged creatures on the way. he the foremost among them. Thereafter, with Ravana, he finally reached the Western Sea. There that monkey performed the Sandhya ceremony, and having bathed, still bearing Dashanana, went to the Northern Sea. Thereafter, that great monkey with his adversary traversed thousands of leagues, swift as the wind or thought. Having observed the Sandhya ceremony at the Northern Sea, Bali, carrying Dashanana, went to the Eastern Sea. There Vasavi, the lord of the monkeys, performed his evening devotions, and, still bearing Ravana, he returned to Kishkinda. Having performed the Sandhya at the Four Oceans, that monkey, weary of supporting Ravana, halted in a wood near Kishkinda, and that king of the monkeys, unhooking Ravana from his girdle with a mocking laugh, said, "Whence art thou?" Greatly astonished, the king of the Rakshasas, whose eyes were half closed with fatigue, addressed the lord of the monkeys thus: "O foremost of monkeys, O thou who resemblest Mahendra, I am the lord of the Rakshasas, Ravana, who came in the hope of entering into combat with thee, and here I am, thy captive. What strength, what energy, what inner power has enabled thee to bind me thus without fatigue and with such speed, O valiant monkey? Assuredly, there are only three beings who could have acted thus: the mind, the wind, and Suparna. Having witnessed thy power, O bull among monkeys, in the presence of fire I wish to enter into an alliance of sincere and enduring friendship with thee. Consorts, sons, city, kingdom, pleasures, raiment, and food will all be shared by us, O king, O foremost of the monkeys." Thereupon, lighting a fire, monkey and Titan became brothers and embraced each other. Clasping hands, the monkey and the Titan joyfully entered Kishkinda, like unto two lions into a rocky cavern. Resembling another Sugriva, Ravana sojourned there for a month, and thereafter his ministers, desirous of overcoming the three worlds, led him away. Thus did Ravana act with Bali formerly, and although humbled by him, swore to be his brother in the presence of fire. Bali's strength was unequaled, O Rama. It was immeasurable, yet thou didst consume him, as the fire a cricket.
Chapter 35. The Story of Hanuman's Childhood. Then Rama made a further enquiry of that sage whose hermitage was in the southern region, and paying obeisance to him in great reverence, with joined palms addressed him in pregnant terms, saying, "Assuredly the prowess of Bali and Ravana was incomparable, yet, to my mind at least, it was never equal to Hanuman's. Courage, skill, strength, tenacity of purpose, sagacity, experience, energy, and prowess are all to be found in Hanuman. When beholding the ocean, the army of the monkeys was in despair. That long-armed hero consoled them, traversing 100 leagues and destroying the city of Lanka. Entering Ravana's inner apartments, he discovered Sita and encouraged her by his words. Single-handed, Hanuman slew those who marched at the head of the enemy forces, the sons of Ravana's ministers, the Kinkaras. Thereafter, when he had broken his fetters and admonished Dashanana, he reduced Lanka to ashes as Pavaka the world. Such feats were never surpassed by Indra, Varuna, Vishnu, or Kubera. By the might of his arms, I have conquered Lanka and regained Sita, Lakshmana, my kingdom, friends, and kinsfolk. Who but Hanuman, the companion of the king of the Vanaras, would have been capable of obtaining tidings of Janaki? But how comes it that in his devotion to Sugriva, he did not consume Bali at the time of the quarrel, as a fire a shrub? It seems to me that Hanuman was not yet aware of his powers when he witnessed the king of the monkeys, whom he loved as his own being, set at naught. Recount to me in detail and candidly everything concerning Hanuman, O blessed and illustrious ascetic, O thou whom the gods revere." Hearing these sagacious words, the sage, in Hanuman's presence, answered, "What thou hast said regarding Hanuman is true, O prince of the Raghus. I deem none is equal to him in strength or surpasses him in swiftness and intelligence. But formerly an irrevocable curse was pronounced on him by the sages, on account of which that hero was made unconscious of his great power, O scourge of thy foes. In his childhood, O mighty Rama, he did something of which I cannot speak, so puerile was it. But if thou so desirest, O Raghava, I will disclose it to thee. There is a mountain named Sumaru that Surya gilds as a boon. There Kesharin, the sire of Hanuman, dwells.
Vayu begot a wonderful child on his cherished and illustrious consort, Anjana, and she brought that son, whose color was like unto an ear of corn, into the world. Wishing to pluck some fruits, that lovely woman penetrated into a thicket, and the child, who in his mother's absence suffered greatly from hunger, began to emit piercing cries, like unto Kartikeya in the Shara wood. At that moment he observed the sun rising like unto a bunch of java flowers, and, eager for food, he imagined it to be a fruit and rushed towards it. Turning to the rising sun, the child, himself like unto the dawn, wishing to lay hold of it, sprang into the sky. And Hanuman's bounds, he being but a child, greatly astonished the Devas, Danavas, and Yakshas, who reflected, "Neither Vayu, Garuda, nor even thought itself have the velocity of this son of the wind, who has leapt into the sky. If, whilst still a child, the speed of his flight is such, what will it not be when he attains his youthful strength?" Now Vayu followed in his son's wake lest the sun should scorch him, and protected him with his cooling breath. Thus Hanuman, rising in space, traversed thousands of leagues, and on account of his sire's power and his own guilelessness, drew near to the sun. "That little one is not conscious of his error," reflected Surya. "We must act accordingly." And he refrained from consuming him. Now on that very day, Hanuman sprang into the sky to seize hold of the solar orb. Rahu had prepared to take hold of it himself, and coming in contact with that child and the sun's chariot, Rahu sprang away in fear, he the scourge of the sun and moon. Provoked, that son of Samika went to Indra's abode, and scowling said to that god who was surrounded by the celestial host, "O Vasava, in order to satisfy my hunger, thou didst bestow the sun and moon on me. Why hast thou made a present of them to another, O slayer of Bali and Vitra? Today, which is the time of the conjunction, I had gone to lay hold of the sun, when another Rahu approached and seized it." Hearing these words of Rahu, Vasava, astonished, rose up from his throne, and, bearing his golden diadem, went out. Thereafter he mounted Airavata, foremost of elephants, who was as high as a hill, or the peak of Mount Kailasha with his 4 tusks, running with Mara juice, enormous, richly caparisoned, and whose golden bells rang merrily. Then Indra commanded Rahu to precede him, and directed his course to where Surya and Hanuman were. Thereupon Rahu set out with all speed, leaving Vasava far behind, and the child, Hanuman, beheld him as he drew near, whereupon he let go of the sun, and, taking Rahu to be a fruit, once more bounded into the sky to seize Samika's son. Observing that Plavangama loosing his hold on the sun in order to throw himself upon him, the offspring of Samika, of whom the head alone remained visible, taking refuge under Indra's protection, in his terror cried out, "Indra! Indra!" without ceasing, and Indra, recognizing the voice of Rahu ere he was able to discern him, answered his appeal, saying, "Have no fear, I am about to slay him." Meantime, beholding Airavata, Maruti reflected, "Oh, the lovely fruit," and threw himself on that lord of elephants, and while he sought to take hold of Airavata, his form, fearful to behold, suddenly appeared over Indra and his followers. Thereafter, as he rushed on Sachi's consort, Indra, not unduly angered, with his finger loosed a thunderbolt that struck Hanuman, and at the impact the child fell on a mountain, in his fall breaking his left jaw. Seeing his son lying inanimate under the stroke of the thunderbolt, Ravana was enraged against Indra, and the god Maruta, who penetrates and infuses all beings, withdrew into a cave to which he bore his child. Thereafter, as Vasava restrains the floods, he caused immense sufferings to all beings by preventing the passage of excreta and urine in them. On account of Vayu's wrath, all creatures on every side were deprived of their breath, so that their joints were dislocated and they became as blocks of wood. All sacred studies, the holy syllable Vasat, religious ceremonies and duties being suspended by Vayu's displeasure, the 3 worlds became a hell. Then all creatures with the Gandharvas, Devas, Asuras, and men, in their affliction and the desire to become happy once more, hurried to Prajapati, and the gods, their bellies swollen with joined palms, said to him, "Thou hast created 4 kinds of beings, O Blessed One, thou art their protector. Thou hast given us Pavana as the lord of our lives. Why, nevertheless, has he who had become the ruler of the vital breaths now brought about this misfortune in the manner of a woman in the inner apartments?" Hearing these words of all the beings, Prajapati, who was their protector, said to them, "It is true," and added, "Learn the reason which incited Vayu to anger and has caused this impediment. O beings, this I have probed for myself. The foremost of the gods this day caused his son to fall at Rahu's instigation, whereupon that god of the wind became enraged, and Vayu, though bodiless, circulates in every body. A body bereft of Vayu is like a piece of wood. Vayu is the vital breath. Vayu is felicity itself. Vayu is the universe. Without Vayu, the whole world cannot be happy. Now that the universe is bereft of Vayu, it is deprived of life. All creatures without breath are as boards. For not having honored the son of Aditi, we must seek out Maruta, the author of our ills, lest we perish." Thereupon, accompanied by all beings, Prajapati, with the Devas, Gandharvas, serpents, and Guyahakas, approached Maruta in the place to which he had borne his son, whom the king of the gods had struck down. Meanwhile, perceiving the offspring of Satagati, radiant as the sun, fire, or gold, in that dark cave where he had been withdrawn, the four-faced god was moved with compassion, as also the Devas, Gandharvas, Rishis, Yakshas, and Rakshasas.
Chapter 36. The boons bestowed on the child Hanuman and how he was cursed by the ascetics.
As soon as he beheld the grandsire of the world, Vayu, taking his young child for whom he had wept as one dead, rushed towards Datar. With his waving locks, his diadem, and the 3 garlands with which he was adorned, Vayu, having bowed 3 times, fell at the feet of Brahma. Then he, who was conversant with the Veda, his arms decorated with dazzling bracelets, touched the child as if in play. Thereupon that god sprung from the lotus, merely by caressing the child, revived him as seed that is watered. Beholding his son restored, the wind god, blowing auspiciously, began to circulate in all beings as erstwhile, and freed from the obstructions caused by Maruta, all creatures became happy, like lakes covered with lotuses over which an icy wind has ceased to blow. Then Brahma, who possesses the 3 pairs of qualities, who is himself the essence of Trimurti, having his abode in the 3 worlds, he who is revered by the gods, said to the celestials in his anxiety to propitiate Maruta, "Know the truth. I will impart it to you, for it is important. Hear all of you, Mahendra, Agni, Varuna, Maheshwara, Daneshwara, and others. This child will carry out all you have to accomplish. Therefore grant him every boon in order to gratify his sire." Thereupon the god of 1,000 eyes, delighted, his brow radiant, took off his garland of lotuses and spoke thus, "Since the thunderbolt escaped from my grasp and shattered his jaw, this child shall be called Hanuman. I shall bestow an excellent boon upon him. From today he will be invulnerable to thunderbolts." Then Martanda, in his turn, that blessed one who dispels the darkness, said, "I will bestow 1/100th part of mine effulgence upon him, and when he is able to learn these Shastras, I will endow him with eloquence." Thereafter Varuna accorded him the following boon, saying, "Innumerable years shall pass, yet shall my noose and my waters never be used against him." After this, Yama granted him the boon of invulnerability and immunity to disease and said, "As a sign of my satisfaction, I shall grant him the further boon of never being slain in battle." Then the red-eyed Danada spoke thus, "This mace held by me shall protect him in combat." Thereafter the god Shankara, bestowing the foremost of favors upon him, said, "I shall restrain my shafts from wounding him." Then Vishvakarma of the great car, casting his eyes on the child, said, "He will be invulnerable to these celestial weapons forged by me, and his life shall endure." Finally, the magnanimous Brahma spoke thus, "None of my weapons shall be able to harm him." Beholding the child enriched by the boons of the gods, the four-faced lord, guru of the worlds, in his satisfaction, addressed Vayu, saying, "Thy son, Maruti, will be the terror of his foes, the support of his friends, and invincible. Able to change his form at will, he will accomplish all he desires and go wheresoever he pleases with unimaginable velocity. In order to destroy Ravana and gratify Rama, he will perform such feats of arms that will cause every being to tremble. These words pacified Vayu, as also the immortals, and, with the grandsire at their head, they all departed to the place from whence they had come. Vayu, the bearer of perfume, taking his son, returned home, and, telling Anjana of the boons he had received, went away. O Rama, receiving these favors which filled him with power, and with the temerity natural to him, Hanuman resembled the ocean that is overflowing. In his intemperate ardor, that bull among monkeys shamelessly began to create trouble in the hermitages of the great rishis, scattering the spoons, jars, sacrificial fires, and heaps of bark used by those peace-loving sages, overturning and shattering them. By such exploits, he who had been rendered invulnerable to all Brahmanic weapons by Shambhu distinguished himself. Knowing from whence his power was derived, the great rishis bore with him, nevertheless, despite the warnings of his sire, Kesharin, the son of Anjana, exceeded all bounds, whereupon, highly indignant, those mighty rishis, born in the line of Bhrigu and Angiras, cursed him, O prince of the Raghus, without, however, giving rein to their full anger and irritation. They said, "Since in the knowledge of thy power, O Plavamgama, thou dost harass us, by the adverse effect of our curse thou shalt become unaware of it for a long time, but when it is remembered by thee, thou shalt be able to wield it effectively." Thereafter, the knowledge of his powers was taken from him in virtue of the great rishi's words, and from that moment Hanuman ranged these solitudes in a placid mood. At that time, Rakshasas, full of effulgence, like unto the sun, the father of Bali and Sugriva, ruled over all the monkeys, and after a prolonged reign, that sovereign of the monkeys succumbed to the natural law of time, and having died, the ministers, learned in these sacred formulas, installed Bali in his father's stead, and Sugriva as heir apparent. Hanuman and Sugriva were as one, and there was no difference between them. They loved each other as do Agni and Anila, but when the quarrel between Bali and Sugriva arose, Hanuman, on account of the Brahmin's curse, was unaware of his powers, nor in the terror in which Bali had thrown him did Sugriva call them to mind, O Lord. The curse of the Brahmins, having robbed him of that knowledge, the foremost of monkeys supported Sugriva as an ally in the fight, who resembled a lion that a great elephant subdues. For valor, energy, intelligence, strength, amiability, sweetness of disposition, knowledge of what is fitting and not fitting, steadfastness, skill, courage, and audacity, who can surpass Hanuman in the world? That Indra among monkeys, in order to acquire grammar, took refuge with the sun god, and in his spirit of enquiry that was without equal, he traveled from the mountain where he rises to the one where he sets, with a large book, a vast encyclopedia comprising the sutras, their commentaries, their meaning, and the synthesis. That prince of monkeys became an accomplished scholar, and none equaled him in the Shastras, nor in the interpretation of the prosody. In all the sciences and in the rules of asceticism, he rivaled Brihaspati. By thy grace he will become a very Brahmin conversant with the meaning of the most recent grammatical systems, like unto an ocean, eager to engulf the worlds, like unto Pavaka, desirous of consuming them at the final dissolution. Who is able to challenge Hanuman, that second Antaka? O Rama, on thine account, the gods created Hanuman and the other foremost of monkeys, Sugriva, Mayinda, Devivida, as also Nila, Tara, Tareya, Nala, Ramba, Gaja, Gavaksha, Gavaya, Sudamstra, Prabodhya, Atamuka, and Nala, as also the bears with those leading monkeys who were all created by the gods, O Rama. I have answered thy question fully, and have just told thee of Hanuman's exploit accomplished in childhood. Agastya's tale greatly amazed Rama, Saumitri, the monkeys, and the Rakshasas, and Agastya addressed Rama, saying, "Thou hast learnt all that I have to tell. Now that we have beheld thee and received thine hospitality, we crave leave to depart." Hearing the words of the supremely pious Agastya, Raghava, with joined palms bowing to that great rishi, said, Today the gods, my parents, ancestors, and my family have been blessed by thy holy sight, yea, sanctified forever. In the joy of my return, this is what I have to ask of thee. It is for thee and thine affection to concede it. I, who came to establish the inhabitants of the city and the country in their personal duties, desire thy cooperation in the sacrifice that I now wish to perform, O thou who belongest to the virtuous. Wilt thou, whose asceticism eliminates all faults, not assist me in these ceremonies? For then shall I be welcomed by mine ancestors, and my felicity be complete. Do ye all assemble here." On this request, Agastya and the other rishis of rigid penances answered, "Let it be so," and went to their hermitages. Having spoken thus, all those ascetics departed in the order in which they had come. Raghava, having reflected on the utterances of the sage, was greatly astonished, and the orb of the day having withdrawn behind the Asta mountain, he dismissed the monkeys and the kings. Thereafter, that foremost of men, having performed his evening devotions, and the night having come, retired to the inner apartments. Chapter 37. Homage is paid to Sri Rama. The installation of Kukusta, who was versed in the science of the self, having taken place, the following night was spent by his subjects in rejoicing, and when it had passed, at dawn, those who were charged with waking the king assembled at the palace. Thereafter, these sweet-voiced minstrels, like unto the learned Kinneras, chanted pleasantly to that valiant prince as to a cherished son. "O gentle hero, awake! O thou who increaseth the felicity of Kaushalya, when thou dost sleep, the whole universe is wrapped in slumber, O monarch. Thine heroism is equal to Vishnu's, and thy beauty to the Ashvins. Thou, the rival of Brihaspati in wisdom, art a second Prajapati. Thy life's span is like the earth's, thy radiance like the sun's. Thou art endowed with the swiftness of the wind, and thy profundity is like the deep. Thou art unshakable like unto Stanu, and thy charm rivals the moon. No king was ever like unto thee in the past, nor shall there ever be such a monarch in time to come, O sovereign. O lion among men, since thou art invincible, firm in thy duty, and ever seeketh the welfare of thy subjects, glory and prosperity will never desert thee. Humility and piety ever reside in thee, O Kukusta." These and similar praises were addressed to him by the bards, as also the suttas, who with divine hymns sought to rouse Raghava, and it was amidst these melodious chants that he woke from sleep and rose from his couch that was covered with white stuffs, like unto Vishnu when he leaves the snake that has served as his bed. Then that magnanimous hero stood up, and countless attendants approached him, bowing with joined palms, offering him beautiful ewers for washing, and having bathed and purified himself, he went at the appointed hour to kindle the sacrificial fire, and thereafter, with swift steps, he entered the sacred pavilion reserved for the Ikshvakus. There for a long time, Rama paid homage to the gods, his ancestors and the Brahmins, according to tradition. Then, coming forth, surrounded by his people, he went to the outer court of the palace, accompanied by his counselors and also the family priests, who shone in their own effulgence, led by Vasishta. Wealthy Kshatriyas, lords of countless provinces, walked at Rama's side, as the celestials by Chakra. Bharata, Lakshmana, and Shatrugna, of great renown, joyfully formed an escort of honor round him, like unto the 3 Vedas at the Advara sacrifice. At his side walked innumerable attendants with joined palms and radiant countenance, named Muditas. 20 monkeys full of energy and prowess, led by Sugriva, followed Rama, and Bibhishana between 4 Rakshasas walked beside that hero, as Guyakas by the Lord of Wealth. Elders and merchants of those of noble families, bowing to the king, followed him with dignity, and that sovereign, surrounded by the blessed and illustrious rishis, mighty kings, monkeys, and Rakshasas, like unto the chief of the gods, received continual homage from the ascetics, and the countless praises of those who entered Rama's presence and traditions, full of eloquence and piety, were constantly recited by the magnanimous Brahmins versed in the scriptures. First of the interpolated chapters, second series. On having heard the whole story, that descendant of the house of Raghu addressed the sage Agastya and said, "Revered Lord,
Rakshasas was the name of Sugriva and Bali's sire, but what was the name of their mother? From whence did she come, and why were Bali and Sugriva so called? Do thou tell me all concerning this matter." Thereupon the sage Agastya answered, "O Rama, I shall relate everything briefly that I heard from Sri Narada when he visited my hermitage. Once, when that highly virtuous ascetic was journeying through the world, he came to my retreat, and I paid him due homage and made him welcome. When he was seated at his ease, being curious, I put this same question to him, and he answered me, saying, 'Hear me, O great ascetic, foremost of the pious. There is a mountain named Meru, which is all golden, enchanting, and most beautiful. Its central peak is greatly revered by the gods, and the marvelous assembly hall of Brahma is situated there, which extends over 100 leagues. The four-mouthed deity, sprung from a lotus, ever resides there, and on a certain occasion while he was practicing yoga, a few tears fell from his eyes, whereupon the patriarch with his hand brushed them away, allowing them to fall on the earth, and from them a monkey was born. O foremost of men, as soon as that monkey appeared, the high-souled Brahma instructed him in sweet accents, saying, 'Do thou proceed to that foremost of the mountains, where the gods perpetually dwell, O chief of monkeys, and subsist there on the various fruits and roots. On that enchanting mountain thou shouldest live depending on me, O foremost of monkeys. Living in this wise for some time, thou shalt attain prosperity.' O Rama, that great monkey, offering salutations to the feet of Brahma, said to the creator of the world, 'O Lord, I shall execute thy behest and live depending on thee.' Thereafter, that forest dweller immediately proceeded to the wood, abounding in fruit and blossom, and there he lived on fruits, gathering honey and various blooms, returning to Brahma each evening with an offering of the most excellent fruit and flowers, which he placed at the feet of that god of gods. In this way he spent a long time on that mountain. O Rama, once that great monkey Rakshasas was afflicted by thirst and went to the northern peak of Mount Meru, where he beheld a lake ringing with the songs of a myriad birds. Shaking his neck in delight, he observed his reflection in the waters, and beholding that image, the monkey chief, filled with anger and anxiety, asked himself, 'What arch-enemy of mine dwells in these waters? I shall destroy the excellent abode of that vicious-souled one.' Thinking thus within himself, that monkey, in his impetuosity, plunged into the lake, and with a bound, emerged once more. But as he rose from the waters, he found himself transformed into a woman, who was extremely charming, graceful, and fair. Her waist was wide, her eyebrows symmetrical, her hair black and curly, her countenance fair and smiling, her bosom high, and her beauty matchless. On the banks of that lake, she appeared enchanting, illumining the four quarters, agitating the minds of all beings, and in the three worlds she was as beautiful as any. O Rama, she resembled the simple creeper, Sastilata, or Lakshmi, bereft of her lotus, or the pure rays of the moon, or Parvati. At that time, Indra, the lord of these celestials, having worshipped the feet of Brahma, was returning by that way, and the sun god also came hither. Simultaneously, beholding that lovely female form, they were overcome with desire, and their minds being in a ferment, they were wholly swept away. Thereupon Indra begot a son on that woman, named Bali, so called because his seed fell on the hair of that beauty, and the solar deity begot another son on her, named Sugriva, who sprang from her neck. Those two powerful monkeys being born, Indra conferred a lasting golden chain on Bali, and returned to his own abode, and having engaged Hanuman, the wind god's son, in the service of Sugriva, the sun god too returned to the celestial region. O king, when the sun rose after that night had passed, Rakshasas resumed his own monkey shape, and he gave his two highly powerful sons, the foremost of monkeys possessed of yellow eyes, able to change their shape at will, some honey like unto nectar to drink. Thereafter, taking them with him, he went to the abode of Brahma, and that god, beholding Rakshasas with his two sons, consoled him in diverse ways, and issued a command to his messenger, saying, "At my behest, O messenger, proceed to the beautiful city of Kishkinda. That large, golden, and enchanting capital is worthy of Rakshasas. There thousands of Vanaras dwell, besides those who are endowed with magical powers. Inaccessible and abounding in gems,
those of the 4 castes inhabit it, and it is pure and sacred. At my command, Vishvakarma created that celestial and enchanting city of Kishkinda. Do thou find an abode for Rakshasas, the foremost of the monkeys, and his sons there, and having called the leading Plavangamas together and received them courteously, install him on the throne. On beholding this monkey chief, gifted with intelligence, they will all become subject to him." Brahma, having spoken thus, the celestial messenger with Rakshasas proceeded to that most beautiful city of Kishkinda with the speed of the wind, where, as commanded by Brahma, he installed Rakshasas as king. Thereafter, having bathed and being adorned with a crown and various ornaments, Rakshasas, with a joyful heart, began to rule over the monkeys and all the Vanaras residing on the earth, comprising the 7 islands and bounded by the sea, became subject to him. Thus Rakshasas was both father and mother to Bali and Sugriva. May prosperity attend thee. The learned who listen to and cause others to hear this narrative, enhancing their delight, obtain all their desires. O Lord, I have duly described at length all that concerns the birth of the monkey kings and the Rakshasas.
Second of the interpolated chapters, second series. Sri Rama with his brothers, hearing that ancient and wonderful tale, was astonished, and having listened to the Rishi Agastya's narrative, said, "By thy favor, O Rishi, I have heard this highly sacred theme. O great Muni, I am filled with amazement on hearing the story of Bali and Sugriva. O Blessed One, I am not surprised that those 2 sons of the gods should be so powerful, since their origin was divine." Rama, having uttered these words, Agastya said, "O long-armed one, even thus was the birth of Bali and Sugriva brought about in days of yore. I shall now relate another ancient legend to thee, O Rama, as to why Ravana bore Sita away. Hear me with attention. In the Golden Age, Ravana offered reverence to the grandsire's offspring, that truthful rishi Sanat Kumara, who, shining in his own effulgence, was as resplendent as the sun, and who was seated in his own retreat, and paying homage to him, Ravana said, O Lord, who is there now among the gods who is brave and powerful, and by whose aid these celestials can overcome their foes? One whom the twice-born worship daily, and upon whom devotees constantly meditate. O thou whose wealth is thy piety, and who art possessed of the 6-fold riches, do thou graciously tell me in detail." Being conversant with Ravana's intentions, the glorious sage Sanat Kumara, having knowledge of all things through his meditations, said to him affectionately, "Hear me, O my son. The wise in their sacrifices duly pay homage to the Lord of the universe, whose origin is unknown to us, who is daily worshipped by the celestials and asuras. He is the supremely powerful Narayana, from whose navel Brahma, the creator of the world, has sprung, and from whom all things animate and inanimate are born. Yogis meditate upon him and offer sacrifices in his honor according to the Puranas, Vedas, Pancharatras, and other rituals. In combat, he is ever victorious over the Daityas, Danavas, Rakshasas, and other enemies of the gods, all of whom ever worship him." Hearing the words of the great ascetic Sanat Kumara, Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, made obeisance to him, answered, "Being slain by Hari, what state do the Daityas, Danavas, and Rakshasas attain, and why does Hari destroy them?" Thereupon Sanat Kumara replied, "They who are slain by the gods abide in Swarga, but are born again on earth when their merit is exhausted. They are born, and they die. They suffer and enjoy according to the merits of their previous births. But those who are slain by the wielder of the discus, the lord of the 3 worlds, Hari, attain to his region, since even his wrath is like unto a boon, O king." Hearing the words spoken by that mighty ascetic Sanat Kumara, that night ranger, Ravana, filled with delight and wonder, began to reflect on how he might enter into conflict with the Lord. Third of the interpolated chapters, second series. As the vicious-souled Ravana was reflecting thus, the great ascetic Sanat Kumara said to him, "O long-armed warrior, what thy mind has conceived will be accomplished in a great encounter. Rejoice and wait a while."
Hearing these words, the long-armed Ravana addressed the sage and said,
O foremost of the rishis, do thou tell me in detail what are his distinguishing characteristics.
Having listened to the lord of the Rakshasas, the ascetic replied,
Listen, and I will tell thee all, O foremost of the Rakshasas, in the universe of animate and inanimate beings. That great God is all-pervading, subtle, eternal, and omnipresent. He is present in the celestial region, on earth and in the region under the earth, on the mountains, in the forests, and all stationary objects, rivers, and cities. He is Om. He is truth. He is Savitri, and the earth. He is the supporter of the earth and the serpent Ananta. He is day and night, morning and evening, death, the moon, time, the wind, Brahma, Rudra, Indra, and Varuna. He causes the worlds to appear and shine forth. He creates them, destroys them, rules over them, and sports therein. He is eternal, the Lord of men. He is Vishnu, the ancient Purusha, and the only destroyer. What more is there to say, O Dashanana? He pervades the three worlds, the moving and unmoving, wearing yellow raiment like unto the filaments of a lotus. Narayana resembles the lightning flashes. Bearing the Shrivatsa mark on his breast, that cloud-colored lord, like unto the moon, is pleasing to look upon. Lakshmi resides in his body in the form of warfare, as lightning in the clouds. Neither Devas, Asuras, nor Nagas are able to look on him, but the one with whom he is pleased alone beholds him. O my son, neither by the fruits of sacrifice, penance, self-control, gifts, nor rituals, nor by any other means can one behold that supreme God. Those alone see him who have surrendered their whole life and being to him, and who by virtue of discriminative knowledge have burnt up all their sins. If thou desirest to behold him, hear me, and I will tell thee all. At the close of the Golden Age and the beginning of the Silver Age, the Lord Narayana will assume human form for the sake of men and the gods. A son named Rama will be born to Dasaratha of the Ikshvaku race, who will rule on earth. Rama will be highly effulgent, powerful, and as forbearing as the earth, nor shall his enemies in combat be able to look on him, as one is unable to gaze upon the sun. His consort, the gracious Lakshmi, shall be renowned under the name of Sita, and be born as the daughter of Janaka, king of Mithila. She will issue from the earth. In beauty, she will be unequaled in the world. Endowed with auspicious marks, she will ever follow Rama like a shadow, as the moon is accompanied by its beams. Of virtuous conduct, she will be chaste and patient. Sita and Rama will always appear together as the sun and its rays. O Ravana, I have now related to thee all that concerns Narayana, the great, eternal, and incomprehensible Brahman.
O Raghava, on hearing these words, the mighty lord of the Rakshasas began to devise means whereby he might enter into combat with thee. Meditating again and again on the words of Sanat Kumara, he began to wander here and there.
Listening to this narrative, Rama, his eyes wide with wonder, was greatly astonished, and being delighted, he again addressed Agastya, the foremost of the wise, saying, Do thou recount the ancient traditions further, O Lord. Fourth of the interpolated chapters, second series. The illustrious rishi Agastya sprung from a vessel, paying obeisance to Rama, as Brahma pays homage to Shiva, addressed that hero whose prowess was truth, saying, Do thou hear me? Thereafter, the highly effulgent Agastya began to relate the subsequent events in that legend, and the blessed sage, with a delighted heart, described to Rama all that he had heard narrated, saying,
O illustrious and long-armed Rama, it is on this account that the vicious-souled Ravana stole Sita, the daughter of Janaka, away. O thou who art possessed of long arms, O great warrior, O thou who art invincible, Narada recounted this tale to me on the summit of the Meru mountain. O Raghava, the highly effulgent one told me this story in the presence of the Devas, Gandharvas, Siddhas, ascetics, and other great beings. O Lord of monarchs, O conferrer of honors, do thou hear this tale which removes great sins. Listening to it, O thou of long arms, the rishis and the devas, with delighted hearts, their eyes shining with the splendor of lotus flowers, said to the ascetic Narada, He who listens to or relates this story with faith and devotion shall be blessed with sons and grandsons, and after his death be honored in the celestial region. Fifth of the interpolated chapters, second series. O Rama, Ravana, the lord of the Rakshasas, proud of his strength, accompanied by his warriors, began to range the earth, desirous of conquest. Whenever he heard of any among the Daityas, Danavas, or Rakshasas who were powerful, he challenged them to fight. O Lord of the earth, having traversed the whole world, the 10-necked Rakshasa beheld the sage Narada returning from Brahmaloka to his own abode, like unto a second sun passing through the clouds. Then Ravana, with a cheerful heart, approached him, and with joined palms addressed the sage, saying, O thou, gifted with the 6 kinds of wealth, many times thou hast beheld all creation from Brahma down to an insect. Do thou tell me, O Great One, in which region the inhabitants are the most powerful. I wish to challenge them to combat according to my whim. Thereupon, reflecting an instant, the divine sage Narada answered him, saying, O king, there is a large island in the Milky Ocean, where all the inhabitants are endowed with great strength and are of enormous stature, as effulgent as the moon's beams, possessing fair complexions, voices as deep as the muttering of clouds, and who are extremely valiant. Their arms are long and like iron bars, O king of the Asuras. Such are the people of that island, who are as powerful as thou wouldest wish to see on earth. Hearing the words of Narada, Ravana said, O divine sage, why are the people of that island so strong, and how did such mighty beings come to live in that place? O Lord, do thou relate everything to me at length. The whole world is ever seen by thee like a fruit in the palm of the hand. Hearing the words of Ravana, the blessed sage said, O Lord of the Rakshasas, the people of that island constantly worship Narayana with their whole being. Their hearts and minds are ever set on him, and having given their lives and souls to Narayana alone, they have been blessed with that abode and dwell on Svetadvipa. Those who die in battle at the hands of Sri Narayana, bearer of the discus and preserver of the world, go to the celestial region. O friend, neither by sacrifice, penance, excellent gifts, nor by any other pious acts does one attain to that region full of bliss. Hearing these words of Narada, Ravana was amazed, and reflecting a while said, I will enter into conflict with these people. Thereafter, taking leave of Narada, he proceeded to Svetadvipa, and Narada, pondering for a long time, curious to witness that encounter, speedily left for that island, he being fond of mischief and conflict. O Prince, Ravana with his Rakshasas advanced on Svetadvipa, rendering the 4 quarters with his leonine roars, and Narada preceded him to that island that was difficult of access, even to the Devas. There the Pushpaka car of the mighty Ravana was assailed by adverse winds, so that it was unable to stand against them, and was tossed about like a straw, nor could it remain stationary on account of the furious blasts. Then Ravana's counselors said to him, O Lord, we are beside ourselves and overcome by fear. It is not possible for us to remain here. How then shall we be able to fight? Speaking thus, the Rakshasas fled away in all directions. Then Ravana sent away his aerial car decorated with gold with the Rakshasas, and assuming a terrible form, entered the island alone. Thereafter, as he was approaching, he was observed by many women of that white island, who, drawing near, took hold of his hand, and smiling said, Why hast thou come hither? Who art thou? Who is thy sire? Who has sent thee? Tell us all candidly. Then Ravana, enraged, answered, I am the son of the sage Vishravas, and my name is Ravana. I have come hither in order to fight, but I see no warrior here. When the wicked-minded Rakshasa had spoken thus, the maidens laughed gently, but one of them, incensed, suddenly took hold of Ravana as one would a child, and, as if in play, tossed him to and fro to her companions, saying, See, I have caught an insect. See how wonderful it is with its 10 heads, 20 arms, and its color resembling a heap of antimony. Thereafter they passed him from hand to hand in play, each spinning him with her fingers, and Ravana, worn out by being handled thus, grew exceedingly angry, and bit the hand of one of those fair ones, who, being in pain, let him go, whereupon another, seizing the powerful Rakshasa, rose into the sky. Then Ravana, in fury, tore her with his nails, and being dropped by that damsel, the Night Ranger, terrified, fell into the waters of the sea as a mountain peak when shattered by a thunderbolt. O Rama, those youthful women of Svetadvipa again caught hold of the Rakshasa and began to fling him to and fro. At that moment, the illustrious sage Narada, observing Ravana's plight, was astonished, and laughing loudly began to dance with delight. O great king, desirous of receiving death at thy hand, the wicked Ravana bore Sita away. Thou art Narayana, the wielder of the conch, discus, and mace. Thou dost bear the lotus, the thunderbolt, and the bow in thine hands. Thou art Hrishikesha, and art adorned with the Shravasta mark. Thou art the Mahayogi, ever worshipped by the Devas, and thou dost confer fearlessness on thy devotees. Thou hast assumed a human form in order to slay Ravana. Dost thou know thyself to be Narayana, O Blessed One? Do not forget thy real self. Recollect that thou art the true self. Brahma himself has declared thee to be the mystery of all mysteries. O Prince of the Raghus, thou art the three gunas, the three Vedas, the three regions, that of the celestials, of men, and the region under the earth. Thou dost sport in the three divisions of time. Thou art conversant with the science of archery, music, and medicine. Thou art the destroyer of the enemies of the gods. In days of yore, thou didst traverse the three worlds in 3 strides. Thou art born of Aditi, and art the younger brother of Indra, born to bind Bali. O foremost of the gods, the purpose of the Devas has been accomplished. The wicked Ravana with his sons and kinsmen has been slain. The rishis who have piety as their wealth and all the gods are gratified. O chief of the immortals, all this has been brought about by thy grace. Sita is the personification of Lakshmi and arose from the earth. For thy sake she was born in the house of Janaka. Bringing her to Lanka, Ravana protected her with his care as his own mother. O Rama, I have related the whole story to thee. The immortal Narada described it to me, having heard it from the rishi Sanat Kumara. Dashanana followed the instructions of Sanat Kumara faithfully. Whoever listens to this narrative in faith and knowledge at the time of sacrifice, his offerings of food, becoming imperishable, reached the ancestors.
Hearing this divine theme, the lotus-eyed Rama with his brothers was greatly astonished, and the monkeys, their eyes wide with delight, with Sugriva, the Rakshasas, Bibhishana, the kings, their counselors, and the assembled Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras, gazed on Rama with joy. Then the highly effulgent Agastya said to Rama, O Rama, we have all looked on thee and been honored by thee, and now begged leave to depart. Speaking thus and having received due homage, they returned whence they had come. The sun having set, Rama, the foremost of men, bade farewell to the monkeys and their sovereign, and duly performed the Sandhya rites. Thereafter, night having gradually set in, he entered the inner apartments. Chapter 38. Rama takes leave of his allies. Having been duly installed as king, Raghava spent his days directing all those things pertaining to the inhabitants of the city and country. After some time, he, with joined palms, addressed the king of Mithila in these terms: O Lord, now that our happiness is assured by thy support, it being by virtue of thy great prowess that I have been able to slay Ravana, all those of the houses of Ikshvaku and Mithila, everywhere, enjoy a felicity without parallel. Do thou return to thy capital after accepting these jewels. Prince Bharata will attend thee as thine escort. Be it so, replied Janaka, and prepared to depart, thereafter adding, I am pleased with thee in thy conduct. As for the gems that thou hast heaped upon me, I bequeath them all to my daughter, O prince. Janaka having departed, Raghava with joined palms respectfully addressed the son of Kayaki, his maternal uncle, the prince Yudhajita, saying, This empire, I myself, Bharata, and Lakshmana also, are at thy disposal, O lion among men. The king, thine aged sire, may be grieving on thy behalf, and thy return this day will delight him, O Lord. Lakshmana will follow thee as thine escort after thou hast accepted wealth and gems of every kind. Acquiescing to his request,
Udajita answered, "It is well. As for the pearls and gold, do thou retain them forever." Thereafter, the son of Kaikeya paid obeisance to Rama, keeping him on his right hand, and after receiving homage, he departed, followed by Lakshmana, as Vishnu by Indra at the time of the destruction of Vitra. Having bade farewell to his maternal uncle, Rama embraced his friend, Pratardana, the king of Kashi, and addressed him in these words: "Thou hast proved thy friendship and devotion to the full, O prince, as witnessed by the campaign undertaken with Bharata. Now return this day to the enchanting city of Benares, of which thou art the support, and which is surrounded by great walls and magnificent gateways." Speaking thus, the virtuous Kakusta, rising from his throne, held him in a close embrace for a long time, thereafter permitting him to take his leave. Bidding farewell to the king of Kashi, Raghava, the increaser of Kaushalya's joy, speedily returned to his own city in safety. Having dismissed Kasheya, Raghava smilingly addressed courteous words to the 100 monarchs present and said to them, "Your loyalty has been unshakable and your affection enduring. Through the grace of your devotion and the prowess of magnanimous warriors such as you are, that insensate and perverse wretch Ravana has been slain. It is your prowess that has destroyed him. I was merely the occasion of his destruction in the fight with his forces, his sons, his ministers, and his kinsfolk. Hearing that the daughter of King Janaka had been borne away in the forest, the great-hearted Bharata summoned you all. Your devotion has been unanimous, O princes of great soul, but your stay here has been prolonged, and I now wish to assure myself of your safe return." Then the kings, greatly delighted, answered him, saying, "By the grace of heaven thou hast triumphed, O Rama, and hast regained thy kingdom. By divine grace thou hast recovered Sita. By divine grace thy foe is vanquished. To behold thee victorious and delivered from thine enemies, O Rama, was our most ardent desire, and is now our supreme satisfaction. The praises thou hast heaped upon us are natural to thee, O thou whose merits are such that we cannot match them with our tributes. We are about to take leave of thee, but thou wilt ever remain in our thoughts. O long-armed warrior, we shall return full of devotion to thee. Mayest thou, O great prince, ever hold us in affection." "Be it so," replied Rama, and the kings, highly delighted, paid obeisance to Raghava with joined palms, eager to return home, and having been duly honored by him, went to their own countries. Chapter 39. Rama loads his allies with gifts. Those magnanimous princes departed joyfully on their countless elephants and horses whose tread shook the earth. Many army divisions full of ardor had come to the aid of Raghava under Bharata's command with their regiments and squadrons. Thereafter, in the pride of their strength, those monarchs said, "We did not see Rama's adversary Ravana on the battlefield. Bharata called on us too late, or those Rakshasas would assuredly soon have fallen under our blows. With the protection of the valiant Rama and Lakshmana, we should have striven successfully without anxiety on the shores of the ocean." Conversing on thus and other matters, those kings, full of joy, returned to their kingdoms, those mighty empires that were prosperous, happy, abounding in silver and grain, and overflowing with treasure. Reaching their capitals safely, those monarchs, anxious to gratify Rama, paid him homage by sending him every kind of precious object: horses, carriages, jewels, elephants intoxicated with ichor, rare sandalwood, celestial ornaments, gems, pearls, coral, lovely slave girls, coverings made of goat skins, and a variety of chariots. The mighty Bharata, Lakshmana, and Shatrugna, having accepted those gifts, took their way back to the capital, and returning to the ravishing city of Ayodhya, those lions among men handed all those objects of great price to Rama, who, receiving them, joyfully bestowed them on Sugriva, who had fulfilled his duty, and also on Bibhishana and the other Rakshasas and the monkeys, by whose aid he had attained victory. And those monkeys and titans decorated their heads and arms with the jewels that Rama had given them. Thereafter, the sovereign of the Ikshvakus, that warrior of the great car, he whose eyes resembled the petals of the lotus, Rama, seating Hanuman and Angada on his knees, said to Sugriva, "This Angada, thine illustrious son, and the son of the wind, thy minister, O Sugriva, both of whom are endowed with wisdom and devoted to our interests, merit every kind of honor, and on thine account also, O king of the monkeys." With these words, the illustrious Rama took off some extremely rare ornaments from his breast, and decorated Angada and Hanuman with them. Thereafter, Raghava addressed the foremost of the monkey leaders, Nila, Nala, Kesharin, Kumuda, Gandhamadana, Sushena, Panasa, the valiant Mayinda and Devivida, Jambavan, Gavaksha, Vinata and Dumra, Balamukha and Prajanga, Samnara of great valor, Deramuka, Dadamukha, and Indrajanu, and in a sweet voice, consuming them with his glance as it were, in gentle accents, said, "You are my friends, my brothers, my very self. It is you who have saved me from misfortune, O dwellers in the woods. Happy is King Sugriva to possess such excellent friends." Uttering these words, that lion among men bestowed jewels upon them in accord with their deserts, and also diamonds of great price, and embraced them all. Thereafter they drank of fragrant honey, and partook of choice viands, roots, and fruits, and sojourning there for a month, such was their devotion to Rama, that it seemed to them that but an hour had passed. Rama too spent the time happily in the company of the monkeys, who were able to change their form at will, and the extremely powerful titans and bears of great energy. In this way, the second month of autumn passed, and the monkeys and titans savored delights of every kind in that city belonging to the Ikshvakus that was full of allurements, and during the time they were thus entertained, by the grace of Rama's affectionate regard, the hours flew by happily for them. Chapter 40. Rama takes leave of the bears, monkeys, and titans. In this way, the bears, monkeys, and titans passed their time with Rama, and thereafter the mighty Raghava said to Sugriva, "Return to Kishkinda, my friend, which may not be conquered by the gods or asuras themselves, but thy ministers rule over thine empire without hindrance. Almighty King, thou shouldest look on Angada with supreme affection, as also Hanuman and the great-hearted Nala, Sushena, thy valiant father-in-law, and Tara, the foremost of warriors, the invincible Kamuda and Nila, who is full of strength, the energetic Shatabali, Mayinda, Devivida, Gaja, Gavaksha, Gavaya, the mighty Sharaba, and the king of the bears, the indomitable Jambavan. Look also with affection on Gandhamadana, the agile Rishaba, the Plavangamas, Suptala, Kesharin, Shumba, and Shankashura, all these magnanimous ones, who, in order to serve my cause, were ready to give up their lives. Look on them always with friendliness, and never cause them pain." Having spoken thus to Sugriva, whom he embraced again and again, Rama said affectionately to Bibhishana, "Do thou rule Lanka faithfully. Thou art conversant with thy duty. This is my conviction, and also of those in the capital, the Rakshasas and thy brother Vishravana. Give no place in thy soul to evil, O king. Just monarchs are assured of earthly prosperity. Think ever of me and Sugriva, mine ally, O prince, and in perfect contentment go hence without anxiety." Hearing Rama's words, the bears, monkeys, and Rakshasas cried, "Excellent, excellent!" praising Kakusta again and again, saying, "Thy wisdom, O long-armed hero, thy wonderful valor, thine extreme goodness, O Rama, has ever rendered thee the equal of Swayambhu." While the monkeys and the titans were speaking thus, Hanuman, bowing low to Raghava, said, "I shall ever hold thee in the greatest affection, O prince. My devotion is thine forever, O hero, nor shall I give mine allegiance to any other object. As long as thy story is told in the world, assuredly life will remain in my body, O valiant Rama. The Apsaras will recount thine history and all thy divine exploits to me, O joy of the Raghus, O lion among men, and listening to them, O great hero, the nectar of thy deeds will dispel all mine anxieties as the wind chases away a flock of clouds." As Hanuman was speaking, Rama arose from his marvelous throne and, embracing him tenderly, said to him, "Undoubtedly so will it be, O best of monkeys. As long as my story is current in the world, so long will thy fame endure and life remain in thy body. For every service thou hast rendered me, I would give up my life and still remain thy debtor, O monkey. In mine heart, the memory of what thou hast done for me will ever abide, O Hanuman. It is in times of misfortune that one has recourse to those whom one has benefited." Thereafter, taking from his neck a string of pearls from which an emerald as bright as the moon hung, Raghava placed it round Hanuman's, and with that rope of pearls falling on his breast, the monkey appeared as radiant as Mount Sumeru when the moon passes over the summit of that golden peak. At a signal from Hanuman, those powerful monkeys, having placed their heads at the feet of Raghava, rising one after the other, went away. Sugriva, who held Rama in a firm embrace, and the virtuous Bibhishana were shaking with sobs, and all were weeping, their eyes brimming with tears, beside themselves, distracted with grief as it were, on leaving Raghava. Overwhelmed with gifts by the magnanimous Rama, each returned to his own country as souls leave the body. Titans, bears, and monkeys, after bowing to Rama, the increaser of the glory of the Raghu race, their eyes filled with tears caused by that separation, took the road to their own countries. Chapter 41. Rama dismisses the Pushpaka chariot. Having said farewell to the bears, the monkeys, and the Titans, the long-armed Rama began to live happily with his brothers. One day at noon, that great Prince Raghava heard a melodious voice speaking from the sky, saying, "O my friend Rama, look on me and know, O Prince, that it is I, Pushpaka, who come from Kubera's abode. At his command I have returned from his palace. It is he, O first of men, who has told me to place myself at thy service, saying, Thou hast been won by the magnanimous Prince Raghava in the fight when he struck down Ravana, that invincible monarch of the Titans. I experienced supreme felicity on the slaying of that wretch with his forces, sons and kinsfolk. Having been made captive in Lanka by Rama, the Paramatman, do thou go and serve him as a vehicle, O friend. It is I who command thee. It is my supreme desire that thou shouldest carry that hero, the joy of the Raghu race, round the world. Go without anxiety. Obedient to the behests of the illustrious Danada, I have reached thee without difficulty, and placed myself at thy disposal. Inaccessible to all beings at Danada's will, in obedience to thy commands, I come to surrender my power to thy service." Hearing these words, the valiant Rama answered the Pushpaka car in the sky that had returned to him, saying, "O most wonderful of chariots, O Pushpaka, welcome to thee. Danada's generosity must not find me wanting." Thereafter, the long-armed Raghava paid homage to Pushpaka with roasted grain, flowers, and fragrant perfume, saying, "Go now, O Pushpaka, wherever thou desirest, but come again whenever I call thee to mind. Go by the path of the Siddhas, O friend, and let no harm come to thee. Mayest thou not suffer any collision with thy fantastic journeyings in space. Such is my will." Rama, having dismissed the aerial car with due homage, Pushpaka replying, "So be it," went wheresoever it desired, and when that chariot of pure soul had disappeared, Bharata, with joined palms, addressed his elder brother, the joy of the house of Raghu, saying, "O hero, thou who hast the soul of a god, under thy rule one beholds beings who are not of the human race, speaking frequently, nor is there any disease among men, and their days are passed in peace. Even the aged do not die, and women give birth without pain, whilst all enjoy good health. A real felicity is to be seen among the citizens, and in the rainy season, Parajanya lets loose the nectar of immortality. Soft, auspicious, and balmy breezes blow, and the people of town and country all exclaimed, 'May such a king reign over us all, O Prince.'" Hearing these gracious and flattering words spoken by Bharata, Rama, the foremost of monarchs, was supremely gratified. Chapter 42. The felicity enjoyed by Rama and Sita. Having dismissed the Pushpaka chariot, which was encrusted with gold, the long-armed Rama entered the Ashoka grove that was rendered beautiful by sandal, agaloka, mango, tunga, and kalakya trees, with groves of devadaru on all sides, whilst champaka, aguru, panaga, maduka, panasa, and asana trees adorned it, and radiant parajatras blazed like smokeless fires. Lodra, Nipa, Arjuna, Naga, Saptaparna, Adamuktaka, Mandara, and Kadali trees screened it with a web of thicket and creepers. Priyangu, Kadamba, Bakula, Jambu, Dadima, and Kovadara trees embellished it on every side with their magnificent flowers, marvelous fruits of celestial fragrances, divine nectar, tender shoots and buds, heavenly trees of graceful shape, thick with heavy foliage and enchanting blossom were humming with intoxicated bees. Kokilas, Bringarajas, and other birds of varied plumage, their heads crowned with pollen from the mango trees, added to the beauty of those marvelous woods. Some of the trees had the brilliance of gold or resembled tongues of flame, others were as dark as collyrium, and everywhere only flowers of sweet fragrance and wreaths of blossom of all kinds were to be found. Pools of various shapes, filled with limpid water on which tufts of flowering lotus and water lilies floated, were approached by steps made of rubies. Trees in full flower adorned the banks, which re-echoed to the call of datuas and shukas and the cries of geese and swans. That grove was enclosed by flat rocks of differing forms, within which were many grassy glades of the sheen of emerald and pearl, and these were adorned by trees rivaling each other in the profusion of their blossom, the earth beneath being heaped with flowers, resembling the sky full of stars, so that it appeared like the garden of Indra or Chitraratha created by Brahma. Such was Rama's pastoral retreat, with its arbors filled with countless seats and grassy couches, inviting one to rest. And the increaser of Raghu's joy entered that magnificent Ashoka grove and seated himself on a throne of great splendor, which was decorated with innumerable flowers and covered with a carpet of kusha grass. Taking Sita by the hand, Kakusta gave her delicious wine made of distilled honey to drink, as formerly Purandara had offered to Sachi. Thereafter, pure viands and fruits of every kind were brought by servants, whilst lovely apsaras, skilled in the arts of singing and dancing, began to perform in the prince's presence, and troops of nymphs and uragas, surrounded by the canaries, intoxicated with wine, danced before Kakusta, and the virtuous Rama, the most captivating of warriors, delighted those ravishing and charming women. Seated by Vaidehi, he was radiant with splendor and resembled Vasishta at the side of Arundhati. In this way, in the joy that possessed him, Rama, like unto a god, each day prepared some new delight for Sita, the princess of Vaideha, who was like unto the daughter of a celestial being. While Sita and Raghava sported thus for a long time, the flowery season that yields perpetual enjoyment passed away, and as those two tasted every kind of felicity, spring appeared once more. One day, having fulfilled the functions of state, that virtuous prince returned to his palace, where he spent the rest of the day. On her side, Sita, having worshipped the gods and performed her morning duties, offered her services to all her mothers-in-law without distinction, thereafter adorned herself with marvelous jewels and rejoined Rama, like unto Sachi when reunited with that god of 1,000 eyes as he returns to his city Trivishchapa. Beholding his consort glowing with beauty, Raghava experienced an unequaled delight and exclaimed, "It is well." Then he addressed the lovely Sita, who resembled a daughter of the gods, and said, "Now, O Vaidehi, that thou dost bear a child in thy womb, what dost thou desire, O lady of lovely hips? What pleasure can I prepare for thee?" Smiling, Vaidehi answered Rama, saying, "O Raghava, I wish to visit the sacred retreats of the rishis of rigid penances, who dwell on the banks of the Ganges, where they subsist on fruit and roots, and there I will throw myself at their feet, O Lord. O Kakusta, it is my supreme desire even to pass a night in the hermitage of these ascetics who live on fruit and roots." Then Rama, of imperishable exploits, gave her permission to do so, saying, "Be at peace, O Vaidehi. Tomorrow, without fail, thou shalt go there." Having answered Maithili, born of Janaka, in this wise, Kakusta went to the central court surrounded by his friends. Chapter 43. Rama informs himself concerning current rumors from his friends. Having entered there, the king was surrounded by entertaining companions accustomed to the exchange of humorous experiences. Vijaya, Madhumata, Kashyapa, Mangala, Kula, Suraji, Kaliya, Bhadra, Dantavakra, and Sumagara, and they beguiled the magnanimous Rama with amusing tales of every kind amidst great merriment. Raghava, however, during some narrative, inquired of Bhadra, saying, "O Bhadra, what do they say of me in the town and country? What do they say of Sita, Bharata, and Lakshmana? What do they say of Shatrugna and Kaikeyi, our mother? Kings are always the subject of criticism, whether they are in the forest or on the throne." On hearing Rama's enquiry, Bhadra, with joined palms, answered, "Amongst the inhabitants of the city, naught but what is good is spoken of thee, O king. Above all, they tell of thy victory over Dashagriva, whom thou didst slay, O dear prince."
At these words of Bhadra, Raghava said, "Tell me all truthfully without reserve. What reports, good or ill, do the people of the city circulate regarding me? When I learn of them, I shall endeavor to do what is meet in the future and eschew what is evil. Tell me all in full confidence without fear. Laying aside every scruple, relate all the rumors current about me in the kingdom." Thus exhorted by Raghava, Bhadra, with joined palms in profound reverence, addressed that mighty hero in measured tones, saying, "Hear, O king, what the people are saying, be it good or ill, in the highways, markets, streets, woods, and parks. Rama has achieved the impossible by throwing a bridge over the sea, which to our knowledge was never done by his predecessors, nor even by the gods and Danavas together. With his foot soldiers and cavalry, he has destroyed the invincible Ravana and has made the monkeys, bears, and Rakshasas subject to him. Having slain Ravana in the fight and recovered Sita, Raghava, having mastered his anger, has taken his spouse into his house again. What pleasure can his heart experience in possessing Sita, whom Ravana formerly held in his lap, having borne her away by force? How is it that Rama was not filled with aversion for her after she had taken to Lanka and conducted to the Ashoka Grove, where she was left to the mercy of the Titans? We shall now have to countenance the same state of affairs regarding our own wives, since what a king does, his subjects follow. These are the sayings current everywhere among the people of town and country, O king." At these words, Raghava, stricken with grief, asked, "Is it thus that they speak of me?" Then all, bowing to the ground in reverence, answered the unfortunate Raghava and said, "It is true, O Lord of the earth." Having heard their unanimous testimony, Kukusta, the scourge of his foes, dismissed his companions. Chapter 44. Rama summons his brothers. Having dismissed his companions, Raghava began to ponder within himself, and thereafter said to the doorkeeper who stood near, "Go speedily and seek out the son of Sumitra, Lakshmana of auspicious marks, and the fortunate Bharata, and the invincible Shatrugna." At Rama's command, the janitor paid obeisance with joined palms and went to Lakshmana's abode, which he entered unchallenged, and there, having saluted the magnanimous prince, he said, "The king desires to see thee. Do thou go to him without delay." "It is well," answered Saumitri, and in obedience to Raghava's command, he ascended a chariot and hastened to the palace. When he had departed, the doorkeeper approached Bharata and, saluting him in a like manner, said, "The king respectfully requests thy presence." Hearing these instructions issued by Rama, Bharata, rising swiftly from his seat, started out hurriedly on foot. Beholding the virtuous Bharata going away, the messenger speedily approached Shatrugna's abode, and with joined palms addressed him, saying, "Go quickly, O prince of the Raghus, the king wishes to see thee. Lakshmana has already preceded thee, as also the renowned Bharata." At these words, Shatrugna descended from his throne, and bowing to the ground, went to rejoin Raghava. Meantime, the messenger, having returned, paid obeisance to Rama and made it known to him that his brothers had come. Learning of the youthful prince's arrival, Rama, who was deeply troubled, with a downcast mien, sad at heart, said to the doorkeeper, "Make haste and usher them into my presence. Mine existence depends on them. They are my very life's breath." At this command from that Indra of men, the princes, attired in white, bowed with joined palms and entered respectfully. On beholding Rama, who resembled the moon in eclipse or the sun that the dusk robs of its splendor, whose eyes were filled with tears and who looked like a lotus bereft of its brilliance, they placed their heads at his feet and then stood silent. Thereupon the mighty Rama, shedding tears, having raised them up, clasped them in his arms and said to them, "Be seated. You are my whole wealth. You are my life. It is with your assistance that I attained a kingdom, and now rule, O princes." Thus spoke Kukusta, and all, attentive and deeply moved, wondered what words he might be about to address to them. Chapter 45. Rama commands Lakshmana to take Sita to the hermitage. All having taken their places, full of sadness, Kukusta, his features stricken, said to them, "Hear me, all of you. May good betide you. Do not let your attention wander. This is what people are saying about me concerning Sita. The inhabitants of the city, as also those of the country, censure me severely, and their criticism pierces my heart.
I am born in the race of the illustrious Ikshvakus, and Sita belongs to the family of the great-souled Janaka. My dear Lakshmana, thou knowest how, in the lonely forest, Ravana bore Sita away, and that I destroyed him. It was then that the thought came to me regarding the daughter of Janaka. How can I bring Sita back to Ayodhya from this place? Thereupon, in order to reassure me, Sita entered the fire in my presence and that of the gods, O Saumitri. Agni, the bearer of sacrificial offerings, witnessed to Mathili's innocence, and Vayu also, who was then journeying through space, and Chandra and Aditya proclaimed it formally before the gods and all the rishis that the daughter of Janaka was without fault. The gods and Gandharvas testified to her pure conduct in Lanka, where Mahendra placed the proofs in my hand. Further, I knew from my own inner being that the illustrious Sita was innocent. It was then that I took her back and returned to Ayodhya. Since then, a great sadness on hearing the censure of the people of town and country has filled my heart. Whoever it may be, if his ill fame be current in the world, he falls to a lower state, so long as the defamatory rumors exist. Dishonor is condemned by the gods. Honor is revered in the world, and it is on account of fair repute that great souls act. As for me, so greatly do I fear dishonor that I would renounce my life, and you yourselves on its account, O bulls among men, how much more, therefore, it is incumbent on me to separate myself from the daughter of Janaka. See, therefore, in what an ocean of grief I have fallen. There is no misfortune greater than this. Tomorrow at dawn, O Saumitri, take my chariot with Sumantra as thy charioteer, and causing Sita to ascend it, leave her beyond the confines of the kingdom. On the further side of the Ganges, the magnanimous Valmiki has his hermitage of celestial aspect, situated by the Tamasa. It is in a solitary spot that thou shouldest leave her, O thou who art the joy of the house of Raghu. Go quickly, O Saumitri, and carry out my behest. Do not discuss it in any way. Go therefore, O Saumitri, it is not the time for observations. Any resistance on thy part will cause me extreme displeasure. Yea, I swear to thee by my 2 feet, by my life, that those who seek to make me alter my resolve in any way or oppose my desire, I shall deem to be mine enemies. If you are subject to me and hold me in reverence, then obey me and take Sita away from here this very day. Formerly, she appealed to me, saying, I wish to visit the sacred retreats of the banks of the Ganges. Let her wish be fulfilled. Having spoken thus, the virtuous Kakusta, his eyes filled with tears, re-entered his apartments escorted by his brothers, his heart riven with grief, sighing like an elephant. Chapter 46. Lakshmana takes Sita away. When the night had passed, Lakshmana, with a sad heart and downcast mien, said to Sumantra, O charioteer, harness swift horses to the most excellent of cars, and by the king's orders prepare a comfortable and luxurious seat for Sita. She, in accord with the king's wish under my charge, is to visit the retreats of the great rishis of pious practices. Therefore bring hither the chariot with all speed. Then Sumantra, saying, Be it so, yoked some superb horses to a splendid chariot that was well furnished with cushions, and approaching Saumitri, the heaper of honors on his friends, he said, The car is ready. Let what must be accomplished be done, O Lord. At these words of Sumantra, Lakshmana re-entered the king's palace, and having approached Sita, that bull among men addressed her thus, According to the wish that thou didst express to him, that lord of men, the king, has charged me to take thee to the desired retreats. At the request of our sovereign, I will conduct thee without delay to those excellent solitudes of the rishis on the banks of the Ganges, O divine Vaidehi. I shall take thee to those hermitages inhabited by the sages. At these words of the magnanimous Lakshmana, Vaidehi experienced supreme felicity, so greatly did the thought of the expedition please her, and having furnished herself with costly raiment and jewels of every kind, she prepared to depart, saying, I shall give these jewels as also the excellent robes and various treasures to the wives of the ascetics. It is well, said Saumitri, causing Mathili to ascend the chariot, and recollecting Rama's command, he went forward, drawn by swift horses. Thereafter Sita said to Lakshmana, the increaser of prosperity, I behold countless inauspicious omens, O joy of the house of Raghu. Observe how my left eye twitches and all my limbs tremble. Further, my mind is confused, and I feel extremely restless, whilst all my courage has ebbed away, O Samitri. The earth appears deserted, O large-eyed prince. Can thy brother be happy, O thou who art so devoted to him? May all be well with my mothers-in-law without distinction, O hero. May all beings in town and country be happy. Thus with joined palms, Sita, the divine Maithili, prayed, and Lakshmana, listening, bent his head, and, though his heart was contracted with grief, he cried in joyous accents, "Mayest thou too be happy." Meantime they reached the banks of the Gomati and rested in a hermitage. And the following day at dawn, Samitri, rising, said to the charioteer, "Harness the car speedily. Today, with great strength, I shall bear the waters of the Bhagirati on my head, as did Triambaka." Thus commanded, the driver with joined palms said to Vaidehi, "Mount!" And he gave rein to the horses yoked to the chariot, who were as swift as thought, whereupon she, hearing the voice of the charioteer, ascended that excellent car. Thereafter, the large-eyed Sita, accompanied by Samitri and Sumantra, reached the Ganges that destroys all sin, and arriving there at noon, beholding the waters of the Bhagirati, the unfortunate Lakshmana began to weep openly in his profound distress, and the virtuous Sita, in her extreme solicitude, observing Lakshmana's misery, inquired of him, saying, "Wherefore art thou groaning? We have reached the banks of the Jhanavi, the object of my desires for a long time, and at the moment of rejoicing, why dost thou cause me pain in this wise, O Lakshmana? O bull among men, is thy grief on account of these 2 days' absence from Rama, thou who art ever in attendance on him? Rama is dearer to me than life, O Lakshmana, yet I do not distress myself. Do not behave like a child. Let us cross the Ganges and visit the sages, so that I may distribute the raiment and jewels. Having paid homage to the great rishis, which we owe to them, and passing one day there, we shall return to the city. My heart is impatient to see Rama again, whose eyes are like the petals of a lotus, whose chest is like a lion's, that foremost of men." At these words of Sita's, Lakshmana, wiping his beautiful eyes, hailed the ferrymen, and they, with joined palms, said, "The boat is ready." Eager to cross over that splendid river, Lakshmana boarded the skiff, and his mind, preoccupied, took Sita across the Ganges. Chapter 47. Lakshmana tells Sita she has been repudiated. The younger brother of Raghava, having first assisted Maithili to board it, entered the well-furnished boat, ready to depart. Thereafter, he said to Sumantra, "Wait here with the chariot." And overcome with grief, he commanded the craft to set sail. Arriving at the farther bank of the Bhagirati, Lakshmana, with joined palms, his face bathed in tears, said, "A stake has been driven into my heart by the noble and virtuous Rama, which will bring universal censure upon me. Death were better for me this day. Verily, death would be preferable to the mission on which I am engaged, which the world will condemn. Forgive me, and do not impute this offense to me, O illustrious princess." Thereafter, making obeisance, Lakshmana threw himself on the earth. Seeing him weep, paying her homage and calling on death, Maithili, alarmed, said to Lakshmana, "What is this? I do not understand anything. Tell me the truth, O Lakshmana. Why art thou agitated? Is the king well? Tell me the cause of thy grief." Thus questioned by Vaidehi, Lakshmana, his heart filled with anguish, with bowed head, choked with sobs, addressed her, saying, "Having learnt in open council that he was the object of severe censure in the city and country on thine account, O daughter of Janaka, Rama, his heart riven, returning home, told me of it. I am unable to repeat the things spoken in confidence to me, O queen. Although thou art blameless in mine eyes, the king has repudiated thee. Public condemnation has perturbed him. Do not misunderstand the matter, O goddess. I am to leave thee in the vicinity of the sacred hermitages. The king has commanded me to do so on the pretext of satisfying thy desire. The ascetics' retreats on the banks of the Jhanavi are sacred and enchanting. Do not give way to grief, O lovely one. The foremost of rishis, the supremely illustrious sage Valmiki, was a great friend of thy sire, King Dasaratha. Taking refuge under the shadow of the feet of that magnanimous one, and living in chastity, be happy, O daughter of Janaka. It is by remaining faithful to thy lord and practicing devotion to Rama in thine heart that thou shalt, by thy conduct,
acquire supreme felicity, O goddess. Chapter 48. Lakshmana leaves Sita on the banks of the Ganges. Hearing Lakshmana's harsh words, the daughter of Janaka, overcome with despair, fell to the ground, but regaining consciousness after a time, her eyes bathed in tears, she addressed him in broken accents, saying, "Assuredly, this body of mine has been created for misfortune, and is its supporter from this time forward. What sin can I have committed in days gone by, or whom did I separate from her husband, that I, who am virtuous and chaste, should be cast off by the king? Formerly I lived in the forest, following in Rama's footsteps, and was content in the misfortune in which I found myself, O prince. Now, how can I, abandoned by all, live in solitude, O dear Lakshmana? To whom shall I confide the affliction that has overwhelmed me? What can I say to the ascetics, O Lord? For what sin, for what reason, am I repudiated by the magnanimous Raghava? I may not yield up my life in the waters of the Ganges, lest I bring the royal line to an end. Therefore, do what thou hast been commanded, O Saumitri. Leave me to my wretched plight. It is for thee to carry out the king's behests, yet hear me. Do thou with joined palms pay homage to all my mothers-in-law, and having worshipped his feet, address the king. With bowed head, speak to them all, O Lakshmana, and do thou also say to the king, who is ever fixed in his duty, O Raghava, thou knowest I am truly pure, and that I have been bound to thee in supreme love. Yet thou hast renounced me in fear of dishonor, because thy subjects have reproached and censured thee, O hero. Thou shouldest, however, have spared me, since thou art my only refuge. Further, thou shouldest say to the king who is established in righteousness, as thou dost act in regard to thy brothers, so shouldest thou act in regard to thy subjects. This is preeminently thy duty, and will bring thee immeasurable renown. By its observance thou wilt enjoy the fruits of the earth. As for me, I am not distressed on mine own account, O Prince of Raghu. It is for thee to keep thy fair name untarnished. The husband is as a god to the woman. He is her family and her spiritual preceptor. Therefore, even at the price of her life, she must seek to please her lord. Repeat these words to Rama. It is all I ask of thee. Having borne witness that I am far advanced in pregnancy, do thou depart. So did Sita speak, and Lakshmana, sad at heart, bowed to the earth without being able to answer her. Thereafter he circumambulated her sobbing aloud, and, after reflecting a while, said, "What hast thou said, O beautiful princess? I have never raised mine eyes to thy face, and have ever but looked on thy feet, O irreproachable one. How should I, in his absence, dare to gaze upon the one Rama has abandoned in the lonely forest?" With these words, he paid obeisance to her and re-entered the boat. Boarding the skiff, he urged the ferryman on, saying, "Cross to the farther shore." Beside himself with grief, in deep affliction, he, having reached the other bank, proceeded in his swiftly moving chariot, turning round again and again to gaze on Sita, who, as if bereft of all support, was wandering about distraught on the farther side of the Ganges. Her eyes fixed on the chariot and on Lakshmana, now far distant, Sita was overcome with grief and crushed by the weight of her misfortune. The illustrious, noble, and virtuous woman, seeing herself without a protector in the forest that re-echoed to the cry of peacocks, a prey to despair, burst into loud sobs. Chapter 49. Valmiki offers Sita his protection. Beholding Sita, who was sobbing, the sons of the rishis ran to seek out the blessed Valmiki of rigid penances, and having paid obeisance to the feet of that great ascetic, the children of the sages informed him that a woman was weeping nearby, saying, "O Lord, a lady resembling Shri, whom we have never before seen and who must be the consort of some great man, her features distorted, is lamenting in the vicinity of the hermitage. O Blessed One, thou wilt surely deem her to be a goddess fallen from heaven. Verily the most lovely of women, in deep distress, appear before us on the bank of a river, shedding scalding tears, overcome by grief. In this misfortune that was assuredly not merited, she is alone and without a protector. We do not know the lady, but do thou receive her with kindness, for she is close to this retreat, and has come to take refuge with thee." Valmiki, that prince of sages, being aware of everything by virtue of his asceticism,
ascertaining the truth of their words, with rapid steps went to where the queen was weeping, and as he strode forward, the disciples followed that illustrious Muni. Bearing the Argaya in his hands, proceeding on foot, the sagacious Valmiki reached the banks of the river and beheld Raghava's beloved consort lamenting like one bereft. Thereafter, having consoled her by virtue of his holiness, the great ascetic addressed her in a sweet voice, saying, "O virtuous lady, thou art the daughter-in-law of King Dasaratha, Rama's beloved consort, the daughter of Janaka. O faithful one, by virtue of my meditations, the cause that brings thee here has been revealed to me. O auspicious one, I am fully aware of thy purity, for all that comes to pass in the three worlds is known to me. By my spiritual vision, I am convinced of thy chaste conduct, O daughter of Janaka. Thou art under my protection. O Vaidehi, take comfort. Not far from mine hermitage, there are many female ascetics established in pious practices. They will care for thee as their own daughter, O dear child. Now accept the Argaya and trust in me, giving up all anxiety. Do not grieve, but look on this as thine abode." Hearing these excellent words from the sage, Sita, paying obeisance to his feet with joined palms, accompanied the ascetic. Beholding the sage approaching, followed by Vaidehi, the female ascetics came out to meet them, and, filled with delight, said, "O foremost among the sages, be thou welcome. It is long since thou hast visited us. We bow down to thee. What are thy commands?" Hearing their words, Valmiki answered, "This lady is Sita, the consort of the virtuous Rama. She is the daughter-in-law of King Dasaratha, the chaste daughter of Janaka. Though innocent, her husband has renounced her. We should all therefore protect her. She is worthy of our affection. Such is my wish, who am your spiritual preceptor. At my behest, do ye pay her every honor." Having placed Sita in the charge of those female ascetics, the great and illustrious sage Valmiki, followed by his disciples, returned to his hermitage. The following traditional verses appear here in the original text. Thus has this ancient tale been narrated in its entirety. May good betide you. May the might of Vishnu increase. Those who have installed Sri Rama, who is the color of a blue lotus, in their heart will achieve success, nor will they ever experience defeat. May the rains come when they are needed. May the earth bring forth a rich harvest of grain, and may the land be free from disorders. May the Brahmins be without anxiety and just. May prosperity reign in due time, and the monsoons never fail. May Raghunath ever triumph, and Shri ever reign. May the kings of the earth protect their subjects in accord with justice. May the cows and the Brahmins prosper. May all the worlds be happy. May good fortune attend the king of Koshala, who is an ocean of virtue. May good fortune attend on that monarch born of the sovereign of the world. May good fortune attend on Punyashloka, the knower of the Veda, and the Vedanta, who appears in the form of a dark-colored cloud, causing delusion to human beings. May good fortune attend the king of the city of Mithila, the close companion of Vishvamitra, the personification of prosperity in a gracious form. May good fortune attend on the blessed Rama, whose subjects are full of joy, who is, with his brothers and Sita, ever devoted to his sire. May good fortune attend on the one who is constant and noble, who dwelt in and abandoned Saketa, Ayodhya, and wandered about Chitrakuta, worshipped by the self-controlled. May good fortune attend on my guru, who, bearing the bow, the arrow, and the sword, was ever worshipped with devotion by Janaki and Lakshmana. May good fortune attend on that king of the vultures, who dwelt in the Dandaka forest, who is the enemy of those who oppose the gods, who is a great devotee and a granter of liberation. May good betide him who is exalted by Sattva, who is extremely approachable, who is perfect in virtue, and who desired to partake of the roots and fruits offered to him in reverence by Shabari. May good fortune attend on the destroyer of Bali, he of supreme steadfastness, the fulfiller of the desire of the monkey king, whose companion was Hanuman. May good fortune attend him who is resolute in combat, the foremost of the conquerors of the Rakshasas, the blessed hero of the Raghus, who passed over the ocean by a causeway. May good fortune attend on the blessed Rama, king of kings and princes, who returned to the celestial city and was installed there with Sita. May good fortune attend on him, who was honored by the foremost Acharyas,
and all the great sages of old engaged in prayer, benediction, and blessings. Chapter 50. Sumantra seeks to console Lakshmana. Having seen the princess of Mithila conducted to the hermitage, a profound anguish seized the unfortunate Lakshmana, and that hero said to Sumantra, who drove his car repeating the sacred formulas, "See into what affliction Sita's plight has thrown Rama. What could be sadder for Raghava than to have to renounce the daughter of Janaka, a chaste wife? It is evident to me that fate has separated Raghava from Vaidehi. O charioteer, destiny is inexorable. Raghava, who in his wrath slew the gods, Gandharvas, Asuras, and Rakshasas, is under the sway of destiny. Formerly, Rama, at his father's command, dwelt in the vast and lonely Dandaka forest for 14 years, but more painful and cruel to me seems the repudiation of Sita through listening to the calumny of the people. What justification was there, O Suta, for this dishonorable procedure consequent on the ill-considered reports regarding Maithili?" Hearing these words uttered by Lakshmana, the loyal and sagacious Sumantra answered, "Do not grieve about Maithili, O son of Sumitra, O Lakshmana. It was formerly predicted by the Brahmins to thy sire. Assuredly, Rama is destined to become extremely unhappy. Misfortune is his lot. Undoubtedly, that long-armed hero will be separated from all those he loves. Under the sway of destiny, that great man will renounce thee, Shatrugna and Bharata. Do not repeat to Bharata or Shatrugna what Durvasa uttered in reply to the king who was questioning him. It was in the presence of a large assembly when I was present, O bull among men, that the rishi uttered these words, Vasistha himself with others being there." Hearing the words of the rishi, the foremost of men, Dasaratha, then charged me, saying, "Do not repeat anything that thou hast heard to others." I have kept his command scrupulously, and as I see it, under no circumstances should I divulge the matter to any. Yet if I can trust thy discretion, O dear one, then hear me, O joy of the Raghus. If I repeat the secret formally confided to me by King Dasaratha, then it is fate and inevitable. It is on account of fate that a similar misfortune, the source of thy present distress, took place. Do not speak of it before Bharata or in Shatrugna's presence either." When he heard those grave and portentous words of Sumatra's, Saumitri said to the charioteer, "Tell me the whole truth." Chapter 51. Vishnu is cursed by Brigu. Thus requested by the high-souled Lakshmana, the charioteer began to relate what the ascetic had said. Formerly, a great sage named Durvasa, the son of Atri, passed the rainy season in Vasistha's hermitage. Thy supremely illustrious sire went there himself, desirous of beholding the magnanimous family priest, and he observed the great ascetic Durvasa, bright as the sun, radiant in his own effulgence, seated by the side of Vasistha. Those two sages, the foremost of ascetics, saluted him with respect and bade him welcome, honoring him with a seat, fruit and roots, and water wherewith to wash his feet. Thereafter he dwelt in their company, and the illustrious rishis there present at noon used to recount pleasing traditions, and once during their recital, the king, with joined palms, said to the magnanimous ascetic, the son of Atri, "O blessed one, how long will my dynasty endure? To what age will Rama live? And my other sons, how long will they survive? How long will the sons of Rama live? Be so good as to tell me the destiny of my race, O blessed Lord." Hearing the words of King Dasaratha, the highly effulgent Durvasa began to speak thus, "Learn, O king, what happened formerly during the conflict between the Devas and Asuras. The Daityas, whom the Suras threatened, took refuge with the consort of Brigu, and she, having given them a haven, they dwelt there in safety. Seeing them thus succored, the chief of the gods, enraged with his sharp-edged discus, severed the head of Brigu's wife. Beholding the murder of his consort, Brigu, in his wrath, instantly cursed Vishnu, the destroyer of enemy hosts, saying, "Since in thine insensate fury thou hast slain my spouse, who should never have died thus, thou shalt take birth in the world of men, O Janardana, and there thou shalt live, separated from thy consort for many years." Having pronounced this curse, Brigu was overcome with remorse, and his merits being exhausted by the malediction he had uttered, he began to propitiate that god, paying homage to the one who delights in penance and protects his devotees.
Thereafter that god spoke, saying, "For the good of the worlds I will be subject to thy curse." This is how the illustrious Vishnu was cursed by Brigu in days of yore and descended on earth, becoming thy son, O foremost of monarchs. Renowned in the three worlds under the name of Rama, he has to undergo the dire consequences of Brigu's curse. He will reign in Ayodhya for a long time. Those who follow him will be happy and prosperous, and having reigned for 11,000 years, Rama will go to Brahmaloka. Having performed many great sacrifices, distributing costly gifts, he, who may not be overcome by the most powerful beings, shall establish many dynasties, and he will beget 2 sons by Sita. Having related all concerning the past and future of his race to King Dasaratha, Durvasa fell silent, whereupon the king paid obeisance to the 2 magnanimous ascetics and returned to the city. This is what I was formerly told by the Rishi, and I have kept it in my heart. None of these things could have happened otherwise. Sita's 2 sons will be installed in Ayodhya by Raghava. The words of a sage never fail to be fulfilled. It being so, do not grieve either for Sita or for Rama, O son of Raghu. Take courage, O prince. Hearing this remarkable speech of the charioteers, Lakshmana experienced unsurpassed felicity and cried out, "Excellent! Excellent!" Meantime, while Lakshmana and the charioteer were thus conversing on the way, the sun set and they halted on the banks of the Kashini River. Chapter 52. Lakshmana seeks out Rama. Having passed the night by the Kashini, Lakshmana, the joy of the house of Raghu, rose at dawn and continued on his way. At noon, that prince of the great car entered the opulent city of Ayodhya, crowded with happy people. The extremely sagacious Saumitri, however, became exceedingly apprehensive, reflecting, "On mine arrival, when I fall at Rama's feet, what shall I say to him?" As he was thus anxiously pondering, Rama's residence, bright as the moon, rose before him, and the prince, dismounting at the door of the palace, his heart contracted, with bowed head entered without hindrance. Seeing his elder brother Rama seated on his throne in deep distress, Lakshmana's eyes were filled with tears, and seizing hold of his feet, his soul afflicted, with great reverence he offered obeisance to him and addressed him in plaintive accents, saying, "In accord with thy command, O Lord, I left the daughter of Janaka on the banks of the Ganges, near the splendid retreat of the sage Valmiki, following the counsel given to me. It is there at the entrance of the hermitage that I abandoned the chaste Sita and have returned to serve thee. Do not grieve, O foremost of men, it has been decreed by destiny. Assuredly, those like thee who are intelligent and wise do not give way to despair. All growth ends in decay, those who rise high fall, and all meetings end in separation. Death is the end of life. Therefore, in regard to sons, wives, kinsfolk, and wealth, detachment should be practiced, for separation from them all is certain. Thou who art able to control the spirit by the spirit, and the mind by the mind, and all the worlds, O Kukusta, how much more art thou able to control grief? Nay, in similar circumstances, the foremost of men, like thyself, do not distrust themselves. Assuredly, thou wilt be censured anew, O Raghava, for giving way to grief on account of calumny. Undoubtedly, the people will condemn thee. O best of men, thou who art so well endowed with firmness of purpose, give up this faint-heartedness and cease to grieve." Hearing the words of the magnanimous Lakshmana, the son of Sumitra, Kukusta, beloved of his friends, answered him in cheerful tones, saying, "It shall be as thou sayest, O best of men. O valiant Lakshmana, I am gratified by the execution of my behests, O hero. O gentle prince, my distress has been assuaged by thy felicitous words. I shall be guided by them, O Saumitri." Chapter 53. Rama tells Lakshmana the story of Nariga. Hearing Lakshmana's remarkable speech that filled him with amazement, Rama replied, "Assuredly, it would be difficult in these times to find a relative like thee, O dear brother. O thou who bearest auspicious marks, who art gifted with intelligence, and art one with me in thought, now learn all that is passing in my heart, and knowing it, do what I command thee. O dear Saumitri, 4 days have gone by since I concerned myself with the interests of my people, and my soul is tormented. Now call together my subjects, the family priests, and also the ministers, with all those whose affairs attention must be given. The king who does not fulfill his duties in regard to his people each day undoubtedly falls into the darkest hell. It is related that formerly a monarch named Narada reigned, who was illustrious, truthful, pure-hearted, and devoted to the Brahmins. Once at the time of a sacred pilgrimage to Pushkara, that monarch bestowed on the Brahmins hundreds and thousands of kine with gilded horns, accompanied by their calves. And it came about that one cow with its calf, belonging to a poor Brahmin, was accidentally given away, and he, hungry and thirsty, searched in vain here and there for that cow for a long time. Finally, having reached Kankala, he observed his cow in the abode of a Brahmin, and though in good health, it had grown old. Thereupon that Brahmin called the cow by name, calling, "Shabali, come!" And the beast, hearing him, recognized the voice of that one who was stricken with hunger and followed him. Then the ascetic, in whose house the cow had been retained, speedily pursued him, and reaching that rishi, addressed him in harsh tones, saying, "That cow belongs to me and was given me by the foremost of monarchs. It was Narada who bestowed her on me as a gift." Therefore a great quarrel ensued between those two learned Brahmins, and wrangling, they both approached the one who had given away that cow, but though they waited there a long time, they were unable to gain admission to the palace. Having tarried there many days and nights, they became greatly enraged, and those two illustrious ascetics, furious at not achieving their purpose, uttered the following dreadful malediction: "Since thou hast refused to grant us audience in order to settle our dispute, do thou become a lizard and remain invisible to all beings. In that state thou shalt pass hundreds and thousands of years in a ditch. When Vishnu in human form descends to earth among the Yadus, whose glory he will enhance, thou shalt be liberated from the curse. He shall be named Vasudeva. When the Kali Yuga has come, Nara and Narayana will descend on earth to relieve her of her burden." Having pronounced this curse on the king, the two Brahmins fell silent, and they both agreed to bestow the cow, who had become old and weak, on another Brahmin. "O Lakshmana, King Narada is still suffering under that dreadful curse. The folly of not attending to the dispute between contestants is to be attributed to the king. Therefore, let all those who have come for reasons of arbitration be ushered into my presence, though a king does not seek the fruit of duty fulfilled. Go now personally and see if anyone seeks audience with me." Chapter 54. The End of the Story of Narada. Hearing the words of the supremely effulgent Rama, the exceedingly sagacious Lakshmana with joined palms replied, "O Kakusta, it was for a very trivial fault that the twice-borns struck down Narada, that royal sage with the dreadful curse like unto the rod of Yama. O foremost of men, what did King Narada reply to those enraged ascetics when they condemned him to such suffering?" Thus questioned by Lakshmana, Raghava took up the tale again, saying, "O gentle one, hear what that prince first did when he was struck down by the curse. Learning that the two sages had departed, the king called together his ministers, citizens, and chief priests, and in the presence of his subjects said, 'Hear me carefully. Having pronounced a dreadful curse upon me, the rishis Narada and Parvata have, with the speed of the wind, returned to the region of Brahma. Let the youthful prince Vasu, here present, be installed on the throne today. Let artisans construct 3 ditches where I shall expiate the curse laid upon me by the Brahmins, one proof against the rains, one against the cold, and a third against the heat. Let this habitation be made comfortable, and trees laden with fruit and bushes covered with flowers be planted round about, as also shrubs of every kind to lend shade. The precincts of these ditches should be pleasant, and I shall pass the time agreeably there till the termination of my sufferings. Let flowers with a sweet fragrance be sown frequently for half a league on all sides." Having made these arrangements, he installed Vasu on the throne and addressed him, saying, "My son, be ever fixed in thy duty and rule thy subjects in accord with the laws of the Kshatriyas. Keep before thine eyes the curse the 2 Brahmins pronounced upon me. Do not grieve on my account, O foremost of men. Destiny is just, O my son. It is destiny that has plunged me in this affliction. What must happen will happen. What we must pursue will be pursued. What is to be attained will be attained, whether good or ill, according to the acts of a previous existence. Do not grieve, O my son." Having spoken thus to his son,
the highly illustrious King Narada descended into the constructed ditch in order to take up his abode there. Having entered that deep hole adorned with precious gems, the magnanimous Narada suffered the curse that the two Brahmins had pronounced on him in their anger. Chapter 55. The Story of Nimi. I have related the cursing of Narada in detail, but if thou so desireth, listen to the following story. On this, Samitri said, I never tire of hearing these marvelous tales, O king. Thus spoke Lakshmana, and Rama, the joy of the Ikshvakus, began to recount many exceedingly instructive legends, saying, There was once a king named Nimi, the 12th son of the magnanimous offspring of the Ikshvakus, and he was full of courage and truth. That highly valorous monarch founded a beautiful city, resembling that of the gods, in the vicinity of Gautama's hermitage, and the name of that city was Vaijanta. It served as the residence of the royal sage Nimi, and while he dwelt in that vast capital, he reflected, I will perform a great sacrifice to gratify my sire. Having invited his father Ikshvaku, the son of Manu, he first welcomed Vasishtha, the foremost of rishis. Thereafter the Rajarishi Nimi, the joy of Ikshvaku, invited Atri, Angira, and also Brigu, that treasury of asceticism. Meanwhile, Vasishtha said to Nimi, the foremost of royal sages, I am already pledged to Indra, therefore wait for me till his sacrifice is completed. Soon afterwards, the great ascetic Gautama undertook the sacrifice, whilst the mighty Vasishtha was officiating at Indra's ceremony. King Nimi, that foremost of men, having assembled the Brahmins, celebrated a sacrifice in the vicinity of his city, on the side of the Himavat mountain, its term exceeding 5,000 years. Indra's sacrifice being completed, the blessed and irreproachable sage Vasishtha returned to the king and offered himself as officiating priest. Observing that Gautama had, in the interval, filled that office, Vasishtha was transported with rage, and anxious to behold the king, sought out the monarch. But that day he lay in a deep sleep, and the fury of the magnanimous Vasishtha burst forth anew, so that he began to curse the king, who was unaware of his presence there, saying, Since thou didst choose another, and have failed to treat me with due respect, O king, thy body will be rendered lifeless. Thereupon the king awoke, and hearing the curse pronounced against him, in a transport of rage, said to the son of Brahma, When I was unconscious and asleep, thou, beside thyself with anger, hast subjected me to the fire of thy wrath like unto the rod of Yama. For this, be assured thy body too, O Brahma Rishi, shall be bereft of sensation for a long time. Thus, both dominated by anger, the foremost of kings and the chief of the ascetics mutually cursed one another, and they whose powers were equal to the gods were both instantly deprived of their bodies. Chapter 56. The Cursing of the Nymph Urvashi. Having heard this story, Lakshmana, the slayer of his foes, with joined palms addressed the effulgent Rama, saying, O Kakusta, how did that twice-born one, worshipped by the celestials, and the king, having cast off their bodies, regain them once more? Thus questioned by Lakshmana, Rama, having truth for his prowess, answered, Following on their mutual cursing, those two virtuous ones, that sage among monarchs and the foremost of ascetics, having discarded their bodies, lived in their subtle forms. Thereafter, the great rishi Vasishtha, desirous of regaining his physical shape, sought out his sire, and that virtuous sage in his subtle body paid obeisance to the feet of that god of gods, the grandsire, and addressed him, saying, O Lord, through King Nimi's curse, I am deprived of my physical body. O Lord of Lords, O Mahadeva, I am merged in air. Those deprived of a body suffer great misfortune. Many righteous deeds may not be performed without a body, O Lord. By thy favor grant me another form. Then Brahma Swayambhu, whose powers are immeasurable, said to him, Do thou enter the vital seed of Mitra and Varuna, O thou illustrious one. Thou shalt then be born without a mother, O foremost of the twice-born, and endowed with great virtue shalt regain thy state. Thus spoke the divine grandsire, and Vasishtha, circumambulating him, instantly left for Varuna's abode. At that time, Mitra, being worshipped by the foremost of the celestials, was reigning over Varuna's kingdom, and the chief Apsara, Urvashi, came there by chance in company with her friends. Beholding the lovely Urvashi sporting in the waters, Varuna was seized with extreme delight and desired to unite himself with that nymph, whose eyes are as large as lotus petals, and whose face was as radiant as the moon. But she, with joined palms, answered him, saying, "Mitra has already invited me for this purpose, O chief of the gods." Then Varuna, being stricken with desire, said, "Since thou dost not wish to be united with me, I shall loose my vital seed in the vessel created by Brahma, O thou of lovely hips and beautiful complexion. Thus shall my desire be satisfied." Hearing this amiable speech, Urvashi was highly gratified and said to him, "Be it so, for my mind is fixed on thee, though my body belongs to Mitra, O Lord." At these words of Urvashi, Varuna discharged his powerful vital seed that shone like fire into the vessel. Then the divine Urvashi immediately sought out Mitra, and he, in the height of anger, said to her, "Why didst thou desert me, who first chose thee? For what reason hast thou taken another, O thou without moral sense? For this misdeed I condemn thee to live in the world of men for a time. Thou shalt be united with the son of Buddha, the royal sage Vishravas, who rules over Kashi. Go to him, O sinful one." Then Urvashi, under the influence of that curse, went to Pratistana, to Vishravas, the beloved son of Buddha, and she bore him a lovely child, Ayu, who was full of valor and became the father of Nahusha, the equal of Indra in glory. And when the Lord of the Celestials loosed his thunderbolt on Vitra and suffered eclipse, Nahusha reigned in his stead for thousands of years. In consequence of this curse, Urvashi, of charming teeth, beautiful eyes, and graceful brows, descended on earth, where she passed many years, and the period of the curse having expired, she returned to the region of Indra. Chapter 57. The end of the story of Vasista and Nimi. Hearing that wonderful and divine theme, Lakshmana, highly delighted, said to Raghava, "O Kakusta, how did that twice-born one and the king, adored by the gods, who had been deprived of their physical bodies, regain them again?" Thus questioned, Rama, that true hero, began to relate the story of the magnanimous Vasista, saying, "O Prince of the Raghus, from that vessel in which the two mighty gods had emptied their vital seed, two sages were born who were the foremost of rishis. First Agastya appeared, that blessed ascetic, and he said to Mitra, 'I am not thy son,' and went away. O Lakshmana, the seed of Mitra formerly received by Urvashi was to be found in the same vessel as that of Varuna's. After a time, Vasista was born in his turn, he who is worshipped by the celestials. He is a god to the Ikshvakus, and the mighty and highly effulgent Ikshvaku chose the irreproachable Vasista as his family priest for the good of our race, O my friend. I have thus described to thee how the magnanimous Vasista, who was previously bodiless, was reborn. Now hear of the story of Nimi. Beholding the king deprived of his body, all the sagacious rishis assisted him by the celebration of a sacrifice, and the foremost of the twice-born preserved the body of that first of monarchs by means of unguents, cloths, and herbs, with the help of the citizens and servants. At the conclusion of the sacrifice, Brigu said to Nimi, "I shall restore thee to life, O king. I am gratified with thee." Thereafter the gods in their delight said to him, "Choose a boon, O royal sage. Where shall thy consciousness be set?" Thus spoke the gods, and Nimi's spirit answered, "I wish to live in the eyes of all beings, O illustrious gods." "So be it," said the celestials. "Thou shalt dwell in the eyes of all beings in the form of air. By thy grace, O Lord of the earth, their eyes shall close again and again for rest when thou dost move about in the form of air." Having spoken thus, the gods returned to their own region, and the magnanimous rishis bore away Nimi's body to the sacrificial ground and began to rub it with great energy to the accompaniment of sacred formulas. And from the Arani, thus violently agitated, a great and highly ascetic being arose, and on account of him being born from an inanimate body, he was called Miti, the king of Videha, and through his birth he became the ancient Janaka. It was from that being of severe penances, who was called Miti, that the race of Mithila originated. O friend, I have told thee all without omitting anything concerning the curse, and of the wonderful birth of that royal sage and the foremost of kings. Chapter 58. Shukra curses Yayati. Thus spoke Rama, and Lakshmana, the slayer of his foes, said to his mighty brother, who was blazing with effulgence, O lion among monarchs, this ancient history of the king of Videha and the sage Vasistha is astonishing and wonderful. But why was King Nimi, a warrior full of valor, who had received initiation, unable to forgive the rishi Vasistha? Thus questioned by Lakshmana, who was conversant with the Shastras, Rama, the foremost of warriors, answered his illustrious brother, saying, O valiant one, forgiveness is not always shown by men. O Saumitri, hear with what resignation King Yayati bore the injuries done to him. King Yayati, the prosperity of his people, was the son of Nahusha. He had 2 wives whose beauty was unequaled on earth. One was his favorite, Sharmishta, born of Diti, and the Daitya, Vrashparavan. The other consort of Yayati was the daughter of Shukakarya and called Devayani, who was not beloved of her husband. 2 sons of great beauty and amiability were born to them. Sharmishta begot Puru and Devayani Yadu. Puru was the favorite of his sire on account of his good qualities and also because of his mother, whereupon Yadu, much distressed, said to Devayani, Thou who art born in the family of the divine son of Brigu, of imperishable exploits, art exposed to misery and contempt. It is not tolerable. Let us both enter the fire, O queen, and let the king amuse himself for innumerable nights with the daughter of the Daitya. Or if thou art able to endure it, then allow me to go my way. Do thou suffer this, for I shall not brook it, and have resolved to put an end to my life. At these words from her son, who was weeping, Devayani, overcome by grief, highly indignant, called her sire to mind, and being thought upon, Bhargava instantly appeared before his daughter, and beholding her perturbed and beside herself, he inquired of her, saying, O child, what is the matter? Then Bhargava, his heart wrung, questioned her again and again, whereupon Devayani, enraged, answered her father, saying, I shall enter the fire, or drink poison, or cast myself in the waters, for I will not continue living. Thou dost not know to what misery and contempt I am subject. When a tree is neglected, those who live thereon suffer. The king disregards me and treats me with disdain. Therefore thou too art disregarded. At these words, which filled him with fury, the descendant of Brigu began to curse the son of Nahusha, saying, O Nahusha, since in the wickedness of thy heart thou hast looked upon me with contempt, old age shall come upon thee, and thou shalt become senile. Having spoken thus and comforted his daughter, the descendant of Brigu, that highly illustrious Brahma Rishi, returned to his own abode. Having solaced his daughter Devayani and pronounced that curse on the king, the foremost of the twice-born, Shukra, radiant as the sun, departed. Chapter 59. Puru takes the place of his father, cursed by Shukra. At these words of the enraged Shukra, the unfortunate Yayati, overtaken by old age, said to Yadu, O Yadu, my son, thou art conversant with Dharma. Do thou take mine old age upon thyself, and give me back my youth, so that I may continue to give myself up to various enjoyments. O foremost of men, I am not yet sated with pleasures. Once I am satisfied, I will resume my senility. Hearing these words, Yadu answered that foremost of monarchs, saying, Thou hast excluded me from all matters, O king, and deprived me of thy proximity. Let Puru, who feasts with thee, take this upon himself. Hearing the words of Yadu, the king addressed Puru, saying, O hero, do thou take mine old age upon thee. On this, Puru, with joined palms, cried out, What good fortune is mine? Do thou favor me. I am at thy command. This response from Puru filled Nahusha with exceeding joy, and seeing himself freed from senility, he experienced an unequaled satisfaction. Thereupon, regaining his youth, he performed thousands of sacrifices and ruled the earth for innumerable years. After a long time, the king said to Puru, Give me back mine old age, my son, that I deposited with thee. I placed this decrepitude upon thee, and that is why I now reclaim it. Fear not, I am pleased with thy submission to my will, and shall install thee as king in token of my satisfaction. Having spoken thus to his son Puru, King Yayati, born of Nahusha, addressed the son of Devayani harshly, saying, Thou art an intractable Rakshasa, born to me as a warrior.
O thou who dost disregard my behests, thou shalt never be king, since thou hast set me at naught, who am thy sire and thy spiritual director. Thou shalt beget terrible Rakshasas and Yatudanas. Assuredly, O thou of perverse soul, thy race shall not intermingle with the issue of the lunar race, and will resemble thee in conduct." Having spoken thus for the good of his realm, that royal sage invested Puru with the supreme dignity and himself withdrew to the forest. After a long time, when the hour fixed had struck, he went to the celestial abode. Thereafter, Puru ruled the empire with great equity and glory in the city of Pratisthana in the kingdom of Kashi. Yadu, however, begot thousands of Yatudanas in the inaccessible city of Durga. In this wise, Yayati endured Shukra's curse in accord with the traditions of the Kshatriyas, but Nimi never exercised forgiveness. I have related everything to thee. Let us follow the example of those who accept all, so that we do not fall like Nriga. As Rama, whose face resembled the moon, was speaking thus, the heavens were spangled with stars, and the east became a roseate golden color, as if she had donned a robe covered with the pollen of flowers. First of the interpolated chapters, third series. In the clear light of dawn, the lotus-eyed Rama performed the morning rites and took his seat in the council chamber on the royal throne in the company of the Brahmins and citizens engaged in affairs of state, and the priest Vasistha with the sage Kashyapa and others well versed in the rules of government, ministers conversant with the law, scriptures and ethics were of the assembly, which resembled Indra's hall of justice, or Yamas, or Kuberas. Then Rama said to Lakshmana, who was endowed with auspicious marks, "O Saumitri, O long-armed warrior, do thou go out to the city gate and summon those who have come here as petitioners." Thereupon, according to Rama's command, Lakshmana, endowed with auspicious marks, went to the gate and called upon those who had come as complainants, but no one presented himself, for under the rule of Ramachandra there was neither poverty nor disease, and the earth was filled with grain and herbs. Neither children nor the young, nor those of middle age met with death. The kingdom was ruled with equity, and there was no adversity. Thus, during Rama's administration, none was to be seen who was in need of justice. Then Lakshmana, with joined palms, said to Rama, "None has come as a complainant." Whereupon Rama, with a delighted heart, answered, "Do thou go once more, O Saumitri, and see if any presents himself. Under royal decree, unrighteousness must not prevail. Though laws inaugurated by me protect my subjects from harm, like the arrows I discharge, yet, O long-armed one, do thou engage thyself in vigilance on their behalf." Thus addressed, Lakshmana went forth from the palace and observed a dog sitting at the gate. Fixing its gaze steadfastly upon him, that dog was howling unceasingly, and the valiant Lakshmana, beholding it in that plight, said, "O fortunate one, what has brought thee hither? Speak without fear." Hearing the words of Lakshmana, the dog replied, "I wish to communicate something to Rama of imperishable exploits, who is the refuge of all beings and who confers fearlessness on all." Hearing the dog's words, Lakshmana entered the beautiful palace to inform Rama, and having reported the matter to Ramachandra, he went out and said to the dog, "If thou hast anything true to say, then come and inform the king." Hearing the words of Lakshmana, the dog said, "Since we are vilely born, we may not enter the temple of a god, the palace of a king, or the abode of a Brahma, nor may we go where there is fire, Indra, the sun, or the wind. The king is the personification of virtue. Sri Ramachandra is truthful, well versed in the science of warfare, and is ever engaged in the welfare of all beings. He is perfectly cognizant of the time and place to exercise the 6 qualities, a master of ethics, omniscient, all-seeing, and is the delight of his subjects. He is the moon, the sun, Agni, Yama, Indra, Kubera, and Varuna. O Saumitri, do thou go and communicate to the king, the protector of his subjects, that without his permission I may not enter." Thereupon, the highly effulgent and noble-minded Lakshmana went into the palace and said to Rama, "O long-armed one, the enhancer of Kaushalya's joy, I have carried out thy behests and shall relate everything to thee. Hear me, as a petitioner, a dog is at the gate awaiting thy pleasure." Then Rama answered, saying, "Whosoever it may be, speedily bring him in." Second of the interpolated chapters, third series,
Hearing the words of Rama, the sagacious Lakshmana immediately sent for the dog who stood before Rama, and he, beholding it, said, "Come, communicate what thou hast to say without fear." Thereupon the dog, whose skull was gashed, said, "The king is the protector of animals and their lord. He is awake when others sleep. By administering the law, the king protects Dharma. Without his support, his people perish. The king is the Lord. The king is the father of all the world. He is Kala. He is Yuga. He is the creation which comprises all animate and inanimate beings. He is Dharma because he supports all, for it is Dharma that sustains the world. By Dharma, the three worlds are upheld. It is Dharma that restrains the wicked. It is for this he is called Dharana. Dharma is greater than all and confers benefits after the death of the body. Naught is superior to Dharma in the world. O king, charity, compassion, reverence for the wise, and absence of guile are the chief virtues that constitute Dharma. They who follow Dharma are happy in this life and in the next. O Raghava, O thou of firm vows, thou art the authority of authorities. Thou art well known for such conduct as is followed by the pious. Thou art an ocean of good qualities and the abode of righteousness. O foremost of kings, if in mine ignorance I have said many things to thee, with bowed head I crave thy forgiveness. Be not angry with me." Hearing these words from the dog that were full of wisdom, Rama said, "What shall I do for thee? Speak without fear." Then the dog answered, "O king, it is by Dharma that a king rules. It is by Dharma that a king protects his subjects and becomes a refuge, delivering men from fear. Bearing this in mind, O Rama, do thou hear me. There is a Brahmin named Sarvata Siddha who lives on alms and who has all his desires satisfied. Through no fault of mine, he has inflicted a wound on my head." Hearing these words, Rama sent forth a messenger who brought Sarvata Siddha there, and he, beholding Rama in the assembly of those effulgent and leading sages, said, "O sinless king, for what purpose hast thou sent for me?" Then the king answered, saying, "O Brahmin, thou hast injured this dog. What offense did it commit that thou didst strike it severely with thy staff? Anger is a mortal foe. Anger is a sweet-spoken enemy in the garb of a friend. Anger is the first of passions, and like unto a sharp sword. Anger bears away the essence of good. It carries away all that is acquired by asceticism. Sacrifices, gifts, and charity are all destroyed by anger. Therefore, it is proper to banish anger by every means. Passion runs wild on all sides like exceedingly wicked steeds. Satiated with all the objects of enjoyment, it is better to govern these appetites with patience. By mind, speech, and sight, a man should engage himself in the well-being of others. He should give up aversion and injure no one. The harm that an uncontrolled mind can accomplish is beyond the range of a sharp sword, or a serpent that has been trodden underfoot, or a foe who has been provoked. Even the nature of one who has learnt humility cannot always be trusted. A study of the scriptures does not alter the innate character of a man. He who conceals his nature will reveal his true self at a given moment. Rama, of imperishable exploits, having spoken thus, Sarvata Siddha, the foremost of the twice-born, said, "O king, wandering about the whole day in search of alms, I became angry and struck the dog. It was seated in the center of a narrow street, and I requested it to move away. Thereupon, moving with reluctance, it stood by the roadside. O descendant of Raghu, at that time I was overcome with hunger and struck it for its perverse conduct. I am guilty, O king. Do thou punish me, O lord of monarchs. Do thou administer correction, and I shall be released from the fear of hell." Then Rama inquired of all his ministers, saying, "What shall be done now? What punishment should be inflicted on him? By administrating justice in accord with the crime, our subjects are protected." Thereupon Brigu and Giris, Kutsa, Vasishtha, Kashyapa, and the other rishis, ministers, leading merchants, and sages conversant with the Shastras who were present there said, "A Brahmin is exempt from punishment." And the sages conversant with the law having spoken thus, those ascetics addressed Rama, saying, "O Raghava, a king is the ruler of all, and thou above all, for thou art the chastiser of the three worlds, the eternal Vishnu." They having spoken thus, the dog said, "Thou didst solemnly inquire, 'What shall I do for thee?'
Therefore, if thou art pleased with me and dost wish to bestow a favor on me, do thou appoint this Brahmin to be the head of the holy assembly of the Kalanjava monastery." Thereupon the king instantly sanctioned the appointment, and the Brahmin, honored and gratified, mounted on an elephant, proceeded to occupy his new and dignified status. At this, Rama's counselors were astonished and said, "O thou of great effulgence, this Brahmin has not been punished, rather hast thou favored him with a boon." Hearing the words of the ministers, Rama said, "You do not know the secret of the matter. The dog knows it well." Thereafter, questioned by Rama, the dog said, "O king, I was formerly the head of the assembly of Kalanjava, and after worshipping the gods, feeding the Brahmins and feasting the servants, male and female, I used to take my food. I duly administered all things, and my mind was untouched by sin. I protected the articles belonging to the tutelary deities carefully, cultivated virtue, followed dharma, and engaged in the welfare of all beings. In spite of this, I have fallen into this wretched state. O Raghava, this Brahmin is given to anger and impious. He injures others and is harsh and cruel. He will dishonor 7 generations of his race. He will by no means be able to discharge the duties of the head of an assembly. He who wishes to see his children, friends, and beasts fall into hell is made chief of the gods, cows, and Brahmins. O Raghava, he perishes who deprives the Brahmins, women, or children of their legitimate possessions. One who misappropriates the offerings of the Brahmins or the gods goes to the lowest hell." Hearing the words of the dog, the eyes of Rama opened wide in astonishment. Thereafter, the dog departed from whence it had come. In its former birth, it had been high-minded, but was born in a degraded state in that existence. Repairing to the holy city of Kashi, that dog, desiring to leave its body in a sacred spot, thereafter undertook a waterless fast. Third of the interpolated chapters. Third series. For a long time, a vulture and an owl dwelt near the city of Ayodhya, in a forest on a mountain that was intersected by many streams, where cuckoos called and which abounded in lions, tigers, and birds of every kind. One day, the wicked vulture, alleging that the owl's nest was his, began to quarrel with him, whereupon both said, "Let us seek out the lotus-eyed Rama, who is the king of the people, and let him decide to whom the nest belongs." Having thus agreed, the vulture and the owl, wrangling with one another, wrought up with ire, came before Rama and touched his feet. Beholding that lord of men, the vulture said, "O preserver of humanity, thou art the foremost of the Devas and Asuras. O resplendent one, in hearing and intelligence thou art superior to Brihaspati and Shukrakarya. Thou art conversant with the good and evil karma of all creatures. In beauty thou resemblest the moon, in splendor the sun, in glory the Himalaya, in profundity the ocean, in prowess the grandsire, in forbearance the earth, in speed the wind. Thou art the spiritual preceptor of all animate and inanimate beings, and art endowed with every kind of wealth. Thou art illustrious, forgiving, invincible, victorious, and master of all the scriptures and laws. O foremost of men, hear my plea. O Lord of Raghu, I had built a nest for myself, and this owl is now occupying it at his own. Therefore, O king, do thou protect me." The vulture having said this, the owl spoke, saying, "True it is that in a king there is to be found a portion of the moon, of Indra, the sun, Kubera, and Yama, but there is also a measure of man in him. Thou, however, art the all-pervasive Narayana himself. Thou, impelled by thine own self, dost judge all creatures impartially, yet a certain gentleness is manifest in thee, and therefore people say thou art endowed with a portion of the moon. O Lord, by anger, punishment, and reward, thou dost remove the sins and dangers of thy subjects. It is thine to give and withdraw. Thou art the dispenser, destroyer, and protector, and art as Indra to us. In energy thou art as fire, irresistible to all creatures, and since thou dost spread thy luster on all beings, thou art like the sun. Thou resemblest the Lord of wealth, and art even superior to him, for prosperity resides in thee. Thou lookest on all creatures, whether animate or inanimate, with the same eye, O Raghava, and dost regard foe and friend alike, duly protecting thy subjects. O Raghava, those who have incurred thine anger are already slain, therefore thou art praised as Yama. O foremost of kings, since in human form thou art merciful and beneficent, people sing thy glory, thou who art intent on not harming men. The king is the strength of the weak and helpless, the eye of the blind, and the refuge of those who seek shelter in him. Thou art also our Lord. Therefore, hear our plea. O king, entering into my nest, this vulture is oppressing me. Thou alone, O foremost of men, art the divine chastiser of creatures. Hearing these words, Rama called for his ministers with those of King Dasaratha, Vrishti, Jayanta, Vijaya, Siddhartha, Rashtravardhana, Ashoka, Dharmapala, and the highly powerful Sumantra and others who were well versed in the law, high-minded and conversant with the Shastras, intelligent, nobly born, and skilled in counsel. Thereafter, summoning both, Rama, descending from his throne, inquired of the vulture, "How long has this nest been made? Tell me if thou dost remember it." Then the vulture replied, "From the time men were first born on earth and spread over the 4 quarters of the globe, I have been living in this nest." Thereupon the owl said, "At the time when the trees first covered the earth, this nest of mine was constructed." Hearing these words, Rama said to his counselors, "That assembly is not an assembly where there are no wise and elderly men, nor those who do not dwell on righteous topics. That religion is no religion where truth is not to be found, and that truth is no truth where there is no guile. Those counselors are liars, who remain silent when they are well informed in any matter. He who does not speak either on account of passion, fear, or anger binds himself with 1,000 nooses of Varuna, and at the expiration of a full year is only released from a single sin." Hearing these words, the ministers said to Rama, "O thou of great intellect, what the owl has said is true, the vulture has spoken falsely. Thou art proof of this, O great king, since the king is the final refuge of all, the root of the people, and eternal Dharma itself. Those punished by the king do not fall into a lower state, they are saved from hell and expand in virtue." Hearing these words of the ministers, Rama said, "Hear what is related in the Puranas. Formerly the sun, moon, and firmament with its stars, the earth with its mountains and forests, the 3 worlds with all that moves and does not move, were merged in the waters of the great ocean. At that time, Narayana existed as a second Sumeru, and in his belly lay the earth with Lakshmi. Having destroyed the creation and entered the waters, the highly effulgent Vishnu, identical with the souls of creatures, lay asleep there for many long years. Beholding Vishnu asleep after the destruction of the worlds, and knowing all the entries to be obstructed, the great Brahma entered his belly. Thereupon a golden lotus sprang from Vishnu's navel, and that great lord, the creator, Brahma, rose therefrom and engaged in severe penances for the purpose of creating the earth, air, mountains, trees, men, reptiles, and all other life forms from the womb or egg. Thereafter, from the wax in the ears of Narayana, 2 valiant and dreadful daityas, Madu and Kapila, were born. Beholding the grandsire, they were greatly enraged and rushed upon him, whereupon Brahma, the self-born, cried out loudly. Awakened by that sound, Narayana engaged in combat with Madu and Kapila and slew them with his discus, and the earth was drenched with their blood. When purifying it once more, Vishnu, the preserver of the world, covered it with trees and created medicinal herbs. Thus filled with the marrow of Madu and Kapila, the earth was called Medini. It is for this that I hold this abode does not belong to the vulture, but to the owl, O counselors, the owl having maintained that he built the nest when trees were first created, that is, before men appeared. This vicious vulture should therefore be punished, for this evil-minded one, having robbed another of its nest, is now oppressing him." At that moment, a voice was heard in the sky saying, "O Rama, do not slay the vulture, for it has already been reduced to ashes by the power of Gautama's asceticism. O Lord of men, this vulture in a former birth was a heroic, truthful, and pure king by the name of Brahmadatta. One day a Brahmin called Gautama, the very personification of time, came to the house of Brahmadatta for food and said, 'O king, I shall feed in thy house for more than 100 years.' Thereupon, with his own hands, offering that effulgent Brahmin water to wash his feet, the king Brahmadatta entertained him with due hospitality. Once, accidentally, flesh was mixed with the food of the high-souled Gautama, and he, enraged, uttered a terrible curse, saying, "O king, do thou become a vulture." The monarch thereupon replied, "O thou of great vows, do not curse me thus. Be propitiated. It was in ignorance that this offense was offered by me, O great one. O blameless one, do thou so act that this curse be rendered void." Recognizing that the offense had been unwittingly committed by the king, the ascetic said, "O king, a monarch shall be born under the name of Rama in the race of Ikshvaku. O foremost of men, thou shalt be released from the curse when he touches thee." Hearing these words from the sky, Rama touched Brahmadatta, and he, giving up his vulture's form, assuming a beautiful body sprinkled with celestial perfumes, worshipped Rama and said, "O thou conversant with piety, by thy grace I have been saved from a dreadful hell. Thou hast verily brought the curse to an end for me." Chapter 60. The ascetics seek out Rama. As Rama and Lakshmana passed the time conversing thus, the temperate spring night drew on, and when the stainless dawn broke, Kakusta, having performed his morning worship, went to the audience chamber to attend to affairs of state. Then Sumantra approached him and said, "O king, there are some sages who are waiting at the gate with Chayavana, the descendant of Brigu, at their head. These illustrious rishis seek audience with thee, O great king, and eager for thy sight, those dwellers on the banks of the Yamuna have sent me to announce their arrival." Hearing these words, the virtuous Rama, conversant with his duty, said, "Let those blessed ascetics, whose leader is Bhargava, enter." Thereupon, in deference to the king's summons, the chamberlain, with joined palms, bowing low, ushered in those eminent ascetics, numbering over 100, who were blazing in their own effulgence. Thereafter, those magnanimous sages, entering the palace with their loshtas filled with holy water drawn from sacred places, carried various kinds of fruit and roots as an offering to the king, which Rama accepted with delight. Then that long-armed prince said to those illustrious sages, "Do you occupy these seats according to your pleasure?" Thus invited by Rama, those great rishis took their places on the brilliant golden seats, and seeing them installed, Rama, with joined palms, paying obeisance to them, inquired of them, saying, "For what reason have you come? In my devotion I would fain know what I may do for you. I am at your command, O illustrious ones, and shall carry out all you desire with great delight. My whole kingdom and the life in my breast and all that I am is at the service of the twice-born. This is the truth that I speak." Hearing this speech, the magnanimous rishis of severe penances, who dwelt on the banks of the Yamuna, cried out, "Excellent!" And with extreme delight they added, "O thou, the best of men, none other on this earth would speak as thou hast done. Many monarchs, though supremely courageous and powerful, dare not engage themselves in an undertaking when they consider the difficulties. Thou, however, without even knowing in what the matter consists, in thy reverence for the Brahmins, dost pledge thy word, which thou wilt undoubtedly honor. It behooveth thee to deliver the sages from a great peril, O Lord." Chapter 61. The Story of Madu. Then Kakusta inquired of those ascetics who had spoken thus, saying, "Say, what shall I do, O Munis, in order to dispel this danger for you?" At these words from Kakusta, Bhargava replied, "Learn the cause of our fears and from whence they spring, O prince. Formerly in the Krita Yuga, a highly intelligent Daitya, the great Asura Madu, the eldest son of Lola, who was well disposed to the Brahmins and protected all those who sought refuge in him, was united in an unequaled friendship to the supremely illustrious gods. And Madu, who was endowed with valor and ever fixed in his duty, received a marvelous weapon from Rudra, who held him in high esteem. Taking from his own trident another of great power and beauty, that magnanimous one, well pleased, conferred it upon him and said, "Thou hast fulfilled thy duty in a remarkable degree, which has evoked my grace. In the supreme delight that I now experience, I confer this excellent weapon upon thee. As long as thou dost not attack the gods or the Brahmins, O great Asura, this spear will remain with thee, otherwise it will vanish. Whoever rashly provokes thee to combat will be reduced to ashes by this weapon, which thereafter will return to thine hand." Having received this rare gift from Rudra, the great Asura prostrated himself before Mahadeva and said, "O Lord, thou who art the chief of the gods, O Blessed One, may this weapon ever remain in my family." Thus spoke Madu, And the Lord of all beings, Shiva, that great god, answered him, saying, Nay, that may not be. Nevertheless, since thy plea finds favor with me, it shall not have been uttered in vain. Thy son shall inherit this weapon. As long as it is in his hand, he will be invulnerable to all beings, but only if it remains there. Then Madu, the foremost of the Asuras, having received that great and marvelous gift from the god, built himself a magnificent abode. He had a beloved wife, the fortunate and illustrious Kumbhanasi, who was born of Vishvasu by Anala, and she bore him a son full of vigor named Ravana. Cruel and perverse from infancy, he was ever engaged in harming others, and seeing the iniquitous conduct of his son, Madu was incensed and grieved, but he said nothing. After a time, he left this world and entered Varuna's abode, having bequeathed the weapon to Ravana and instructed him in the nature of the gift. Now Ravana, due to the power of that weapon and his natural perversity, has become the scourge of the three worlds, and particularly of the sages, his might being equaled by the power of that weapon. Thou hast heard all. Now it is for thee to decide, O Kakusta, for thou art our supreme refuge. Many monarchs, O Rama, have been solicited by the sages to deliver them from fear, but, O valiant prince, we have not found a protector. Learning that thou hadst destroyed Ravana with his infantry and cavalry, we have recognized thee as our savior, O dear son. We know of no other king on earth capable of delivering us. We entreat thee to free us from the terror which Ravana inspires in us. This, O Rama, is the cause of our present fear. Thou art able to dispel it. Fulfill our desire, O thou whose valor is unconquerable. Chapter 62. Shatrugna asks permission to fight Ravana. Such was the speech of the ascetics, and Rama, with joined palms, inquired of them, saying, On what does he live? How does he conduct himself? Where does he dwell? Raghava, having questioned them thus, all the ascetics informed him as to how Ravana sustained himself, and said, His food consists of all creatures, particularly the ascetics. His manner of life is savage, and he constantly roams in Madhuvana. Having slain thousands of lions, tigers, antelopes, birds, and even men, his daily food is their flesh, and that monster, like unto Antaka at the dissolution of the worlds, also devours all beings. Hearing these words, Raghava said to those great sages, I shall slay that demon, have no fear. Having given his word to the ascetics of great effulgence, Rama, the delight of Raghu, said to his three brothers who were present, Who is brave enough to slay this Asura? On whom shall the choice fall, on the valiant Bharata or the sagacious Shatrugna? Listening to Raghava's words, Bharata answered, It is I who will slay him. Let the task be entrusted to me. Hearing Bharata, full of energy and courage, speak thus, Shatrugna, the younger brother of Lakshmana, rose from his golden seat and, bowing before that lord of men, said, The long-armed Bharata has already proved his fortitude. Let him remain amongst us, O joy of the Raghus. When Ayodhya was previously deprived of thy noble person, Bharata, concealing his sorrow in his heart, ruled the kingdom till the return of his lord. Undergoing innumerable hardships, O prince, lying on a hard couch in Nandagrama, the supremely illustrious Bharata lived on fruit and roots, his hair matted and clothed in bark. Having endured such a test, that son of Raghu should not have to undergo further trials, since I, thy servant, am here. Thus spoke Shatrugna, and Raghava said, Be it so, O descendant of Kakusta. Carry out my commands, and I will install thee as king in the splendid capital of Madu. O long-armed warrior, let Bharata stay there as thou wishest. Thou art brave and experienced, and well able to establish a kingdom with its flourishing provinces and a capital that is washed by the Yamuna. For he who, having destroyed a dynasty, does not install a king, goes to hell. As for thee, when thou hast slain the son of Madu, Ravana of perverse ways, do thou govern his kingdom righteously, if thou desirest to carry out my wishes. Do not question what I have said, O hero. The younger brother should undoubtedly obey the elder. O descendant of Kakusta, receive the consecration at my hands with the traditional blessings pronounced by Vasistha and the other Brahmins. Chapter 63. The Installation of Shatrugna. These words of Rama filled the valiant Shatrugna with confusion, and he spoke with exceeding diffidence, saying, O Lord of men, these measures do not seem to me to be justified. How may a younger brother be installed when his elders yet live? Still, it is imperative that I should submit to thy will, O fortunate prince, for it would be impossible for me to disregard any order of thine. I have heard from thy lips, O hero, and the scriptures have taught me that one should never oppose the one in authority once he has spoken. My words were ill-advised when I said, I will slay the redoubtable Ravana in the open field. This unfortunate utterance places me in a serious dilemma, O foremost of men. One should not add anything when one's elders have spoken, for this is a moral taint, and in the next world proves a cause of retribution. I shall not speak again, O Lord Kakusta, for fear that a second observation draw punishment upon thee. I shall do thy pleasure, O foremost of men, O joy of Raghu, but do thou so order it that in mine interest this improper act be erased. Thus spoke the brave and high-souled Shatrugna, and Rama, greatly delighted, said to Bharata and Lakshmana, Prepare everything for the installation with care. This very day I shall install that tiger among men, issue of the house of Raghu. At my command, summon the Purodas, O offspring of Kakusta, and the citizens, Ritvijis, and ministers. Hearing the king's command, the great Kar warriors, under the direction of the Purodas, began the ceremony. Thereafter, the lords and Brahmins entered the king's palace, and the enthronement of the magnanimous Shatrugna was solemnly performed, to the great delight of Raghava and the city. The fortunate Shatrugna, son of Kakusta, having received the divine anointing, resembled a second son, as Skanda when he was formerly enthroned by the inhabitants of heaven, led by Indra. Meanwhile, Shatrugna being installed by Rama of imperishable exploits, the inhabitants of the city were highly delighted, as also the illustrious Brahmins, and Kaushalya, Sumitra, and also Kaikeyi, who with the other queens rejoiced in their royal residence. Thereafter the rishis, who dwelt on the banks of the Yamuna, on account of Shatrugna's enthronement, prophesied the death of Ravana. Clasping the newly crowned one to his heart, Raghava, in caressing tones, thus enhancing his courage, said to him, Here is an infallible shaft that overthrows hostile citadels. By means of this thou shalt destroy Ravana, O my dear brother, joy of the house of Raghu. It was fashioned, O descendant of Kakusta, when Swayambhu, the divine Ajita, reposed on the waters out of sight of the gods and asuras, invisible to all beings. That god fashioned this arrow, the foremost of all, in order to slay those two perverse beings, Madu and Kaitaba, for he was enraged against them when he desired to create the three worlds, despite all the Rakshasas. Having destroyed Madu and Kaitaba, for the good of all beings, with this marvelous weapon, Brahma created the worlds. I did not loose this dart formerly on Ravana, whom I wished to slay, O Shatrugna, for all creatures would have been greatly diminished thereby. As for the superior weapon bestowed on Madu by the magnanimous Triambaka for the destruction of his foes, Ravana, while he is raging the regions in search of his favorite nourishment, leaves it in his dwelling, where he honors it in various ways. But when the desire for combat rises in him, or he is challenged, that demon lays hold of that weapon and reduces his foes to ashes. O foremost of men, ere he returns to the city, and while he is without his weapon, place thyself at the entry, furnished with thy powerful shaft. Before he regains his abode, challenge that demon to combat, O long-armed warrior, and thou shalt overcome him. If thou actest in any other way, thou canst not slay him. Whereas, using these means, O valiant one, thou wilt exterminate him. Thou knowest all, and how to eschew that weapon of irresistible force belonging to the ancient Shitakanta. Chapter 64. Shatrugna sets out to meet Ravana. Having spoken thus to Shatrugna, the offspring of Kakusta, and encouraged him again and again, Rama, the joy of the house of Raghu, continued, Here are 4,000 horses, 2,000 chariots, 100 selected elephants, and stalls furnished with every provision, also singers and dancers. O foremost of men, I give thee gold and silver coins. Take with thee a quantity of gold and set out, having furnished thyself with supplies of weapons, food, and conveyances. By words and gifts do thou satisfy that well-nourished army that is cheerful, contented, and disciplined, O valiant prince. Where there are neither riches, women, nor kinsfolk, devoted servants will not be found, O Shatrugna. Having marshaled thy great army composed of people full of ardor, do thou go alone, bow in hand, to the Madu wood. Act in such a manner that Ravana, the son of Madu, is not aware that thou art approaching, seeking to enter into combat with him, that he may be without suspicion. There is no other means of slaying him. O foremost of men, he who approaches him with that purpose inevitably perishes under his blows. The summer having passed and the rainy season being at hand, thou shalt destroy the wicked Ravana, for the hour will have struck. With the great rishis at their head, send the troops forward so that they profit by the summer for crossing the waters of the Janavi. There thou shouldest take care to encamp the whole army on the river, and thou, who art fleet of foot, shouldest go ahead with thy bow. Halt at the place indicated to you, and establish the camps without obstruction, so that no one may have cause for complaint. Having thus issued his orders and marshaled his army, Shatrugna circumambulated Rama, bowing to him with joined palms, and in great humility paid obeisance to Bharata and Lakshmana, as also the family priest, Sri Vasishta. Having received permission from Rama to depart, that hero, the scourge of his foes, circumambulated him and went away. Ordering his army, comprising innumerable elephants and well-bred steeds, to advance, that descendant of Raghu took leave of the king and set out on his mission. Chapter 65. The story of Sodasa, who is cursed by the sage Vasishta. Having caused his army to halt after a month's march, Shatrugna started out alone with a rapid step. 2 days later, that hero, the joy of the Raghus, reached the sacred hermitage of Valmiki, the foremost of retreats, and with joined palms, paying obeisance to that magnanimous sage, spoke thus: O Blessed One, I desire to spend the night here where the mission of my elder brother has led me. Tomorrow at dawn, I shall set out for the west. Thus spoke the great-souled Shatrugna, and the foremost of sages, smiling, answered him, saying, Be thou welcome, O illustrious prince. This hermitage, O dear friend, belongs to the descendants of the Raghu race. Also, without hesitation, do thou accept a seat from me and water for thy hands and feet. Thereupon Shatrugna, being honored, accepted the fruits and roots for his repast, and, being fed thereon till he was fully satisfied, then inquired of the great rishi, saying, Whose is this fertile area to the east of the hermitage that has been created by sacrifice? To this enquiry, Valmiki replied, O Shatrugna, hear to whom this region formerly belonged. One of thine ancestors was the king Sodasa, and of that monarch was born Mitrasaha, who was full of vigor and extremely virtuous. One day the valiant and righteous Sodasa, having followed the hunt, observed 2 Rakshasas wandering here and there in the form of tigers, and those monsters were devouring thousands of antelopes in order to appease their insatiable appetites. Seeing those 2 Rakshasas, who had denuded the forest of deer, Sodasa was seized with violent anger and pierced one of them with a long dart. Having slain it, that foremost of men recovered his composure, and his anger dissipated, he gazed on the dead Rakshasa. Observing him contemplating his companion thus, the surviving demon, filled with a burning grief, said to him, Thou hast slain my companion, who had done thee no harm. I shall revenge myself on thee one day, thou wretch. Speaking thus, the Rakshasa disappeared. In the course of time, the son of Sodasa, Mitrasaha, came to the throne, and Sodasa undertook the Ashwamedha sacrifice in the vicinity of this ashrama, with Vasishta as the officiating priest. This continued for many years, and was of exceeding splendor, so that it resembled one offered by the gods. At the close of the rites, the Rakshasa, calling to mind his past grievance, assumed the form of Vasishta, and said to the king, Now the sacrifice has been completed. Let flesh be brought speedily, that I may eat without delay. Hearing that Rakshasa, transformed into a Brahmin, speaking thus, the king addressed his cooks, who were skilled in their art, and said, Speedily prepare havis and such savory dishes of flesh that will please my guru. This command of that monarch bewildered the cooks, whereupon the Rakshasa, assuming their form, prepared a dish of human flesh, which he brought to the king, saying, Here is a savory dish made of flesh. O foremost of men, the king with his consort, Madayanti, presented those dishes brought by the Rakshasa that were composed of flesh to the sage Vasishta, and that ascetic, perceiving he had been offered human flesh, was transported with rage and began to pronounce a curse upon him, saying, Since it has pleased thee, O king, to offer me a repast of this nature,
it shall assuredly become thy food." Thereupon Sodasa, incensed, in his turn took water in his hand and was about to curse Vasishtha when his wife restrained him, saying, "O king, since the blessed sage is our spiritual preceptor, it is not proper for thee to pronounce a curse upon him. A priest is like unto a god." Then that virtuous monarch poured out that water charged with power, and some fell on his feet, which became stained, and from that time the illustrious Sodasa became known as Kalmashapada. Then that monarch with his consort, having prostrated themselves before Vasishtha again and again, informed him of what the Rakshasa under the shape of a Brahmin had done. Hearing from that foremost of monarchs of the vile act of the Rakshasa, Vasishtha addressed the king once more, saying, "The words that I have pronounced in anger may not be uttered in vain, but I will grant thee a boon. Thou shalt be freed from the curse in 12 years, and by my favor shall not remember what has passed, O foremost of men." Having suffered the consequences of that curse, Sodasa, the slayer of his foes, recovered his kingdom and ruled over his subjects. O descendant of Raghu, this is the beautiful sight of that sacrifice performed by Kalmashapada, about which thou hast inquired. Having heard the dreadful story of that monarch, Shatrugna, paying obeisance to that great rishi, entered the leaf-thatched hut. Chapter 66. The Birth of Kusha and Lava. Now, during the night that Shatrugna passed in the leaf-thatched hut, Sita gave birth to 2 children, and at midnight the youthful ascetics brought the pleasant and auspicious tidings to Valmiki, saying, "O Blessed One, Rama's consort has given birth to twin sons. Do thou perform the rites that will preserve them from evil forces." Hearing these words, the great rishi went to those newly born ones, who were as effulgent as the new moon and full of vigor, like unto twin offspring of the gods. Coming to where Sita was, on beholding those 2 infants, his heart was filled with delight, and he performed the Rakshasa rite. Taking a handful of kusha grass with its roots, that twice-born one, Valmiki, pronounced the formula of protection for the destruction of evil forces, saying, "Since they will rub the firstborn of the children with the kusha grass, blessed by the aid of mantras, his name shall be Kusha, and as the lastborn will be carefully dried by the female ascetics with the roots of the grass, he shall be called Lava. Therefore those 2 shall be called Kusha and Lava, and by these names that I have given them, they will become renowned." Thereafter the female ascetics purified themselves and reverently received the grass from the hands of the Muni, applying it to the 2 children. The rite having been performed in the night, Shatrugna, hearing the pleasant tidings, the names the children would bear, and Rama's praises, also that Sita had undergone this double and fortunate birth, approached the leaf-thatched hut where Sita lay and said, "O mother, be thou happy." Thus for the magnanimous Shatrugna, that night of the rainy season in the month of Shravana passed joyfully and rapidly, and the next day at dawn, that great hero, having offered up his morning devotions, with joined palms paid obeisance to the sage and resumed his journey. After a march of 7 days, reaching the banks of the Yamuna, he halted at the hermitage of rishis of great renown, and that illustrious prince listened to the pleasant and ancient legends of Chayavana and the line of Brigu and of other sages. In this way, Shatrugna, the son of that foremost of monarchs, King Dasaratha, in great delight, passed the night conversing with the ascetics, of whom Kankana was the leader on various themes. Chapter 67. The Story of Mandhata. The night having come, Shatrugna inquired of the son of Brigu, Chayavana, concerning the strength of Ravana, saying, "O Brahmin, how powerful is his weapon? Who did Ravana formerly slay with that splendid shaft in combat?" Thus questioned by him, the extremely virtuous Chayavana answered the magnanimous Shatrugna, the joy of the Raghus, saying, "O son of Raghu, innumerable are his exploits. Hear what befell a descendant of Ikshvaku. Formerly there reigned in Ayodhya the valiant son of Yavanashva, Mandhata, who was renowned in the 3 worlds for his prowess. Having placed the entire earth under his yoke, that monarch sought to conquer the celestial realm. Great was the fear of Indra and the gods on beholding Mandhata's preparations, who wished to conquer the region of the Devas. Learning of his intention to share Indra's throne and kingdom, the god who chastised Paka addressed Yavanashva's son in propitiatory accents and said, "Thou dost not yet rule over the entire earth,
not having wholly subjugated it, O king, yet thou aspirest to the celestial throne. When the whole earth is under thy dominion, then with thy servants, thine army and thy chariots do thou take possession of the kingdom of the gods." Thus did Indra speak, and Mandhata answered him, saying, "Who on the face of the earth has contested my domination?" Then the god of 1,000 eyes said, "The Rakshasa named Ravana, son of Madu, who dwells in the forest, who has not recognized thine authority, O irreproachable warrior." At these extremely unpleasing words uttered by Indra, the king hung his head in shame, being unable to answer him. Thereafter, paying obeisance to the 1,000-eyed god, he departed with bowed head and returned to earth. Then that prince, the slayer of his foes, concealing his anger, placed himself at the head of his servants, infantry and cavalry, and marched against the son of Madu in order to conquer him. And that foremost of men sent a messenger to Ravana to challenge him to combat, who, coming before him, covered the son of Madu with abuses, and while he was still speaking, the Rakshasa devoured him. As his envoy failed to return, the king, enraged, assailed Ravana with a hail of arrows, whereupon the Rakshasas, taking up his trident, mockingly hurled it upon him in order to exterminate him and his followers, and the flaming trident, that formidable weapon, reduced the king, his servants, his infantry, and cavalry to ashes, and returned to the hand of its master. Thus did that great monarch perish with his foot soldiers and chariots. O my friend, it was through the power of that trident which is unsurpassed. Tomorrow at dawn thou shalt without doubt slay Ravana, ere he has taken up his weapon. Thy victory is assured. The worlds will be freed as a result of thine exploit. O foremost of men, I have now told thee all concerning the wicked Ravana. It is on this account that Mandhata succumbed in his undertaking. Tomorrow at dawn, O magnanimous one, thou shalt undoubtedly slay him. He will have set out in search of food without his trident. Thy victory is therefore assured, O foremost of men. Chapter 68. Shatrugna encounters Ravana. Whilst Chayavana was recounting this story and all were wishing him an overwhelming victory, the night speedily passed away for the magnanimous Shatrugna. Meantime, as the cloudless dawn broke, the bold Rakshasas set out from the city eager to find food, and during this time the intrepid Shatrugna crossed the Yamuna and, bow in hand, took up his position at the gate of Madhupura. At noon, that Rakshasa of evil karma returned laden with countless living beings, and beholding Shatrugna standing at the gate with his weapon, the demon inquired of him, "What wilt thou do with that weapon? In my wrath, O least of warriors, I have devoured thousands of men like thee with their weapons. It is death that brings thee here. I am not yet fully fed, O vilest of men. Why hast thou come to cast thyself into my mouth, thou fool?" Thus did he speak, laughing loudly, and the courageous Shatrugna shed tears of rage, and in his fury sparks of fire issued from all his limbs. Thereafter, in a transport of anger, he said to that ranger of the night, "I shall enter into single combat with thee. I am the son of Dasaratha, the brother of the sagacious Rama. My name is Shatrugna, a veritable Shatrugna, and it is my desire to slay thee that has brought me hither. I wish to fight with thee, therefore be on thy guard. Thou art the enemy of all beings. Thou shalt not escape me alive." At these words, the Rakshasa, sneering, answered the prince, saying, "It is my good fortune that has brought thee to me, O insensate one. Rama slew my maternal aunt's brother, Ravana, on account of a woman, O wretch. O Lord of men, I have suffered the entire destruction of Ravana's family, and it is because I have neglected to avenge them that thou art overconfident. I shall exterminate you all, O vilest of men. I shall sweep you all away like straws, both those who are already born and those still to be born. O thou of vicious intellect, I accept thy challenge. Stay but a moment till I fetch my weapon, one suited to thy destruction." Thereupon Shatrugna instantly answered, saying, "What, shalt thou escape me alive? He who has any wit does not allow a foe to go free who has come forth of his own accord. He who in his stupidity suffers a foe to escape perishes. Look long on the world, for with my whetted shafts I shall dispatch thee to Yama's abode, thou, the enemy of the three worlds and of Raghava." Chapter 69.
The death of Ravana. At these words from the mighty Shatrugna, Ravana fell into a violent rage and cried out, "Stay!" striking his hands together and grinding his teeth, thereafter assailing that lion of the Raghus with redoubled blows. Thereafter, Shatrugna, the slayer of his foes, answered Ravana of formidable aspect, who had addressed him thus, saying, "When others were slain by thee, I was not yet born, but today, pierced by my darts, do thou enter the region of Yama. May the rishis and learned Brahmins this day be witness of thy death in combat, O wretch. When my shafts have consumed thee in the fight, thou who art a ranger of the night, the city and the country too will be at peace. As the rays of the sun penetrate the lotus, so shall the dreadful pointed arrows, loosed by mine arm, pierce thy heart." Then Ravana, beside himself with anger on hearing these words, hurled a great tree on Shatrugna, striking his breast, but he severed it into 100 pieces, and the Rakshasa, finding himself foiled, seized hold of a large number of trees and hurled them on his adversary. Then Shatrugna, burning with ardor, severed those innumerable trees one by one with 3 or 4 well-seasoned crescent-shaped arrows, and thereafter he let a shower of darts fall on the valiant Rakshasa without causing him to retreat. With a mocking laugh, Ravana, brandishing a tree, struck the head of that hero so that he fell insensible, and when that warrior fell, a great cry of "Ah! Ah!" arose from the rishis, devas, gandharvas, and also apsaras. Thereupon the Rakshasa, thinking Shatrugna to be slain, did not enter his house, though the opportunity presented itself, and seeing him lying on the earth, he did not go in search of his trident, but reflecting, "He is dead," he began to collect his food. Shatrugna, however, regaining his senses, in an instant took hold of his weapon and went to his place at the city gate once more, amidst the acclamations of the rishis, and he selected a celestial, infallible, and marvelous arrow that illumined the 10 regions with its brilliance and resembled lightning in its velocity. That shaft, smeared with sandal paste of the color of blood, wonderfully plumed, was greatly feared by the leaders of the Danavas, the mountains, and also the Asuras, and beholding that dreadful weapon flaming like time at the end of the world period, all beings were seized with terror. Then Devas, Asuras, Gandharvas, and troops of Apsaras and the whole universe trembled and took refuge with the grandsire of the worlds. Thereafter the gods, beside themselves with fear, inquired of that Lord of Lords, the bestower of grace, the grandsire of the worlds, whether the universe were about to be destroyed. Hearing them speak thus, Brahma, the grandsire, addressed them in soothing accents that restored their serenity, saying, "Hear me, O ye gods. It is in order to destroy Ravana in combat that Shatrugna is armed with that weapon. O foremost of the gods, all are overwhelmed by the power of this eternal weapon forged by the primeval god, the creator of the world. O my children, that effulgent shaft which causes such terror was fashioned for the destruction of the demons, Madu and Kaitaba, by the magnanimous god Vishnu, who alone understands it. In reality, it is the primeval form of Vishnu himself. Therefore go and witness the death of the foremost of the Rakshasas, Ravana, under the blows of that valiant warrior, the younger brother of Rama." At these words of that god of gods, the Devas went to the place where the combat between Shatrugna and Ravana was in progress, and that weapon of celestial effulgence, which Shatrugna held in his hand, appeared to all beings like the fire that blazes forth at the dissolution of the worlds. Beholding the firmament filled with the celestial host, the descendant of Raghu emitted a leonine roar, and thereafter looked on Ravana again and again. On this renewed provocation from his adversary, the Rakshasa, enraged, stretched his bow up to his ear, and that most skilled of archers discharged his great arrow on the breast of the enemy, that, piercing it, entered the lower regions. Having penetrated into Rasatala itself, the celestial weapon, honored by the gods, immediately returned to that hero, the joy of the Ikshvakus, and, pierced by Shatrugna's arrow, Ravana, that ranger of the night, fell like a mountain struck by lightning. Thereafter, Ravana being slain under the eyes of the gods, the mighty celestial trident returned to Rudra, when, with a single shaft, that hero of the Raghus destroyed the terror of the 3 worlds with his bow and marvelous arrow. He resembled that orb of 1,000 rays which dispels the darkness. Then the Devas, great rishis, Panagas, and Apsaras cried out in chorus, "By good fortune,
the son of Dasharatha has triumphed. Fear is banished, and like a great reptile, Ravana lies stretched on the earth.
Chapter 70. Shatrugna establishes himself in the city of Madu. Ravana being slain, the gods with their leaders, led by Agni, spoke to Shatrugna in affectionate terms, saying, "By good fortune, O dear child, thou art victorious. By good fortune, Ravana the Rakshasa is destroyed. O lion among men, O pious one, do thou ask for a boon. The distributors of boons, those who desired thy triumph, are assembled here, O long-armed warrior. Let not our presence prove fruitless." Hearing these words of the gods, that long-armed warrior, Shatrugna, placing his joined palms to his forehead, answered humbly, "That I may enter into possession of this ravishing and picturesque city, constructed by the gods, is my dearest wish." Then the celestials answered with delight, "Be it so. This charming city shall assuredly become Shurashena." At these words, the high-souled celestials returned to their abode. The valiant Shatrugna, however, summoned his army that was encamped on the banks of the Yamuna, and the troops immediately came to that place, having learned of his victory, and he established himself there in the month of Shravana. The inhabitants of that region of celestial aspect lived there for 12 years in peace and happiness, and the fields abounded in grain. Under the aegis of Shatrugna's arms, Indra sent rain in the proper season, and the city was full of healthy and happy people. That capital had the brilliance of the crescent moon and rose in splendor on the banks of the Yamuna, and it was magnificent with its buildings and squares, markets and highways, and the inhabitants who belonged to the 4 castes. Shatrugna had embellished the magnificent and vast edifices that Ravana had formerly constructed and painted in various colors. Parks and places of entertainment were to be found in all parts of that city, which was also adorned with works of art, both human and divine. Of a celestial aspect, it was filled with different kinds of merchandise, and traders from every country came there. Looking on that opulent city, Shatrugna, the younger brother of Bharata, at the height of prosperity and happiness, experienced supreme satisfaction. After 12 years, while he yet dwelt in that enchanting abode, the thought came to him, "I desire to behold Rama again." Thereupon, while residing in that city full of people of every condition, the prince resolved to look on the feet of the chief of the Raghus once more. Chapter 71. Shatrugna seeks out the sage Valmiki. Now in the 12th year, Shatrugna, with a small escort of servants and soldiers, desired to return to Ayodhya, where Rama reigned. Having dissuaded his leading counselors and chief warriors from accompanying him, he set out on his most excellent steed with 100 chariots. That descendant of Raghu, having covered 15 stages of the journey, reached Valmiki's hermitage, where he halted. Thereafter, that foremost of men paid obeisance to the ascetic, who, as host, with his own hands offered him water to wash his feet, and the arghaya. Then the sage recounted the most agreeable and varied traditions to the magnanimous Shatrugna, and speaking of the death of Ravana, he said, "Thou hast accomplished a difficult feat in slaying him. O valiant youth, many mighty monarchs with their troops of infantry and cavalry succumbed in their struggle with Ravana. Thou hast slain him, as it were in sport, O foremost of men. By thy valor, the fear of the worlds has been terminated. The death of Ravana was brought about with great difficulty by Rama, but this marvelous feat of arms has been accomplished by thee without any trouble whatsoever. At the fall of Ravana, great joy broke out amongst the celestials, and happiness now reigns amidst all beings in the whole world, O Prince of the House of Raghu. Being present in Vishravas' assembly, I witnessed thy combat, and my heart too was filled with a keen felicity. Now, by smelling the crown of thy head, I testify to the great affection I bear for thee." With these words, the illustrious Valmiki smelt the crown of Shatrugna's head and offered him and his followers the traditional hospitality. Having eaten, Shatrugna, the foremost of men, listened to the sweetest chants which told the history of Rama and how all had taken place. Stringed instruments accompanied the singing in the triple mode, which was expressive and melodic, and he heard the story of Rama and what had formerly been achieved by him, his imperishable exploits as they had taken place in time gone by, and that foremost of men, Shatrugna, was transported, his eyes full of tears, and he remained absorbed, sighing again and again.
It seemed to him that this song made the past live once more, and Shatrugna's companions, overcome, listened to the enchanting symphonic poem with bowed heads. Thereafter, those warriors cried out, "Wonderful!" and began to question each other, saying, "What is this? Where are we? Is it a vision or a dream? Are we seeing that marvelous epic in a dream?" In their extreme astonishment, they said to Shatrugna, "O Prince, do thou interrogate Valmiki, that foremost of sages." For they were all struck with amazement, but Shatrugna answered them, saying, "O ye soldiers, it is not fitting to interrogate such a person. Many miracles take place in this hermitage. Nevertheless, it does not become us to question a great ascetic out of curiosity." Having spoken thus to his troops, the son of Raghu paid obeisance to that illustrious rishi and entered his own quarters. Chapter 72. Shatrugna returns to see Rama. Though that lion among men had laid himself down, he was unable to sleep, and his mind was absorbed in the marvelous epic of Rama. And while he listened to those ravishing strains accompanied by stringed instruments, the night passed quickly for the magnanimous Shatrugna. The night being over, that prince, having performed his morning devotions, with joined palms addressed the foremost of ascetics, saying, "O Blessed One, I desire to behold the one who is the joy of the Raghu race, and crave permission to take leave of thee and the other ascetics of rigid penances." Hearing the petition of Shatrugna, the scourge of his foes, offspring of the Raghu race, Valmiki embraced him and granted him permission to depart. Thereupon that prince, having paid obeisance to the foremost of the ascetics, ascended a magnificent chariot, and in his eagerness to see Rama, soon reached Ayodhya. Having entered that charming city, the long-armed and fortunate descendant of the Ikshvakus sought out Rama of great renown and beheld him seated amidst his counselors, his countenance as radiant as the full moon, and he resembled the thousand-eyed god surrounded by the immortals. Paying obeisance to the resplendent and magnanimous Rama with joined palms, he addressed that hero whose prowess was truth, saying, "O great king, all that thou hast commanded has been carried out by me. The wicked Ravana is dead, and his city is occupied. Now 12 years have been passed far from thee, O joy of the Raghus, and I can no longer live separated from thee, O prince. Be gracious to me, O Kakusta, thou whose valor is immeasurable. Do not ask me to remain there longer like a calf separated from its mother." As he spoke thus, Kakusta embraced him and said, "Do not give way to despondency, O valiant one. Such conduct is not worthy of a warrior. Kings do not withdraw to foreign lands, O Raghava. The duty of a king is the protection of his people. O virtuous Shatrugna, do thou visit me from time to time in Ayodhya, then thou must return to thy capital. I too cherish thee more than life itself, yet it is essential to look to the security of thy kingdom. Meantime, remain here with me for 7 days, O Kakusta, and thereafter return to Madura with thine escort of servants and cavalry." Hearing Rama's words that were pleasing to the heart and in conformity with Dharma, Shatrugna answered sorrowfully, "So be it." Thereafter, having passed a week in Rama's proximity, that skillful archer, Shatrugna, in accord with his brother's will, made preparations to depart. Paying obeisance to that true hero, the magnanimous Rama, and to Bharata and Lakshmana, he ascended his chariot, and being accompanied for a great distance by Lakshmana and Bharata, he hastened to regain his capital. Chapter 73. The Death of a Brahmin's Son. Having said farewell to Shatrugna, the fortunate Rama found satisfaction in ruling his kingdom in equity. Now, some time after, an aged peasant, a Brahmin, bearing his dead child in his arms, came to the palace gate, weeping and crying out again and again, "What sin did I commit in a previous existence?" Overcome with paternal grief, he repeated unceasingly, "O my son, O my son! Ah, of what fault was I formerly guilty in another body, that I should see mine only son meet with death? This boy had not yet reached adolescence, his 14th year not having been completed. To my misfortune, before his time, this dear child has been struck down by death. In a few days, I and thy mother too will die of grief, O dear child. I do not recollect ever to have uttered a lie. I do not remember ever inflicting an injury on any animal or doing harm to any person. For what misdeed has this child, born to me, gone to the abode of Vaivaswata this day, ere he had performed a son's duties to his sire? Never before have I witnessed or heard of such a dreadful thing as in Rama's reign for people to die prematurely. Rama must have committed a serious fault, since in his kingdom children succumb. Assuredly, the young who inhabit other countries need not fear death. O king, give me back the life of my child who has fallen under the sway of death. With my wife, I shall yield up my life at the gate of the king as if I were without a protector. Thereafter, having been guilty of Brahmanacide, O Rama, be happy. Mayest thou live long with thy brothers. O mighty monarch, under thy rule, after a period of prosperity in thine empire, misfortune has now overtaken us, placing us under death's dominion, O Rama. From now on, we shall not enjoy the least felicity, since the empire of the magnanimous Ikshvakus no longer has a support. With Rama as its protector, the death of children is certain. People perish under the unrighteous rule of an impious monarch. The evil conduct of a king brings about the premature death of his subjects. When, in the cities and country, crimes are committed and no supervision is exercised, then death is to be feared. Undoubtedly, the king will be held to be at fault in city and country, hence the death of this child.
Such were the countless recriminations that the unfortunate father addressed to the king whilst he clasped his son to his breast. Chapter 74. Narada's Discourse. The piteous lamentations of that unfortunate Brahmin reached the ears of the king, and he, in the profound distress he experienced, called together his ministers, Vasishta and Vamadeva, with his brothers and the elders of the city also. Then 8 Brahmins were ushered into the king's presence by Vasishta, who resembled a god, and they said, "May prosperity attend thee." Thereafter those foremost of the twice-born, Markandeya, Maudgalya, Vamadeva, Kashyapa, Katyayana, Javali, Gotama, and Narada took their seats, and those rishis being assembled, Rama paid obeisance to them with joined palms. Then the ministers and citizens received a cordial welcome, as was fitting, and all those highly effulgent persons being seated near him, Raghava informed them of the reproaches of that twice-born one. Hearing the words of the prince, who was filled with distress, Narada himself made this memorable reply in the assembly of the sages. "Learn, O king, what has caused the untimely death of this child. When thou art conversant therewith, do what thou considerest to be thy duty. O prince, joy of the Raghus, formerly in the Krita Yuga, the Brahmins alone practiced asceticism. He who was not a Brahmin in no wise undertook it. At the close of that age, all was consumed and absorbed into Brahman. Thereafter, the Brahmins were reborn enlightened and endowed with the gift of immortality. In that age, none died prematurely, and all were wise. The Treta Yuga followed when the sons of Manu were born, who practiced austerities. These noble men were the rulers, and full of power and heroism. In that era, Brahmins and Kshatriyas were equal in power, nor could any distinction be found amongst them. It was then that the 4 castes were established. When that Yuga, which had been free from nescience, was consumed in the fire, unrighteousness placed one foot on the earth, and on account of wrongdoing, glory waned, and the span of life was diminished, O best of monarchs. Flesh that had been formerly eaten became impure food throughout the whole world, and in these conditions men gave themselves up to good deeds, taking refuge in purity and justice to rid themselves of evil. In the Treta Yuga, Brahmins and warriors practiced asceticism, and the rest were under the supreme obligation of obedience, proper to the Vaishya and Shudra classes, the Shudra's duty being to serve the other 3. O great king, in the Dwapara Yuga, untruth and evil increased, unrighteousness having placed a second foot on the earth, and then the Vaishyas began to practice penance, so that dharma in the form of asceticism was performed by the 3 castes, but the Shudras were not permitted to undertake it during that time, O foremost of men. O prince, a man of the lowest caste may not give himself up to penance in the Dwapara Yuga. It is only in the Kali Yuga that the practice of asceticism is permitted to the Shudra caste. During the Dwapara Yuga, it is a great crime for one of Shudra birth to perform such practices. At this time, in thine empire,
A rigid penance is being undertaken by a wretched Shudra, O prince, and this is the cause of the death of that child. The practice of unrighteousness, be it in the city or the country, brings about misfortune, and the monarch who does not mete out an immediate punishment goes to hell. Of this there is no doubt. An act of mortification that is prescribed is well done, and a sixth of the merit goes to the king who rules with justice. But how should he who does not protect his people enjoy the sixth portion? O lion among men, thou shouldest investigate the happenings in thy kingdom and put down evil wherever it is practiced, so righteousness may flourish, man's life be prolonged, and the child be revived. Chapter 75. Rama makes a tour of inspection of his kingdom. Hearing the nectar-like words of Narada, Rama was delighted and said to Lakshmana, "O dear friend, thou who art faithful to thy vows, go and console that leading Brahmin and cause the body of the child to be placed in a jar of oil with precious unguents and fragrant salves, so that it is covered and does not suffer decomposition. Act in such a way that the body of the child does not dissolve or decay." Having issued this command to Lakshmana, who was endowed with auspicious marks, the highly illustrious Kakusta thought of Pushpaka and said, "Come hither." Conscious of his intention, the golden chariot appeared before him in the same hour and bowing said to him, "Behold, I am here at thy service, O long-armed prince." Listening to the gracious words of Pushpaka, Rama paid obeisance to the great rishis and ascended the chariot. Armed with his bow, his two quivers, and his glittering sword, Raghava left the city in the charge of his two brothers, Saumitri and Bharata, and thereafter that monarch directed his course to the western region, which he explored on every side. Then he went to the northern region bounded by the Himalayas, but found no trace of evildoing there. Later, the eastern region was carefully searched by him, and that long-armed prince from on high in his chariot beheld people of pure morals there, as stainless as a mirror. Then he who causes felicity to the great rishis ranged the southern region, and on the side of the Shaivala mountain a vast lake appeared to him, on the banks of which the blessed Raghava beheld an ascetic practicing an extremely rigorous penance, his head hanging downwards. On this, that prince born of Raghu approached the one who had given himself up to rigorous practices and said, "Blessed art thou, O ascetic, who art faithful to thy vows. From what caste art thou sprung, O thou who hast grown old in mortification and who art established in heroism? I am interested in this matter. I, Rama, the son of Dasaratha. What purpose hast thou in view? Is it heaven or some other object? What boon dost thou seek by means of this hard penance? I wish to know what thou desirest in performing these austerities, O ascetic. May prosperity attend thee. Art thou a Brahmin? Art thou an invincible Kshatriya? Art thou a Vaishya, one of the third caste, or art thou a Shudra? Answer me truthfully." Then the ascetic, who was hanging head downwards, thus questioned by Rama, revealed his origin to that prince born of Dasaratha, the foremost of kings, and the reason why he was practicing penance. Chapter 76. Shambuka is slain by Rama. Hearing the words of Rama of imperishable exploits, that ascetic, his head still hanging downwards, answered, "O Rama, I was born of Shudra alliance, and I am performing this rigorous penance in order to acquire the status of a god in this body. I am not telling a lie, O Rama. I wish to attend the celestial region. Know that I am a Shudra, and my name is Shambuka." As he was yet speaking, Raghava, drawing his brilliant and stainless sword from its scabbard, cut off his head. The Shudra being slain, all the gods and their leaders with Agni's followers cried out, "Well done, well done," overwhelming Rama with praise, and a rain of celestial flowers of divine fragrance fell on all sides, scattered by Vayu. In their supreme satisfaction, the gods said to that hero Rama, "Thou hast protected the interests of the gods, O highly intelligent prince. Now ask a boon, O beloved offspring of Raghu, destroyer of thy foes. By thy grace, this Shudra will not be able to attain heaven." Hearing the words of the gods, that hero of the region of truth with joined palms addressed Purandara of 1,000 eyes, saying, "Since the gods are gratified with me, let the son of that Brahmin be resuscitated. Accord me this, the greatest of all favors. It is on account of my negligence that this child, the only son of that Brahmin, has died before his time. Give him back his life. May prosperity be yours. I have promised that I would restore his son to this twice-born. Do not let my words prove false." Thus spoke Raghava, and the foremost of these celestials, full of joy, gave him this reply, enhancing his felicity. "O Kakusta, be happy. This very day that child has received new life and has been restored to his parents. The child was resuscitated at the instant that the head of the Shudra fell. Be happy. May prosperity attend thee. Now let us go, O Raghava, O foremost of monarchs. We desire to visit Agastya's hermitage. The hour of consecration is at hand for that great rishi. O illustrious prince, for 12 years he has lived in the water. O Kakusta, let us go together to offer felicitations to that ascetic. Do thou come and visit the foremost of rishis also, and be happy." "Be it so," said the enhancer of the Raghu's joy, and ascended the gold-encrusted chariot Pushpaka. Meantime, the gods had left in their vast chariots, and Rama followed them without delay to the hermitage of Kumbhayoni. Beholding those gods come to meet him, the virtuous Agastya, that treasury of asceticism, paid obeisance to all without distinction, and having received his homage and offered salutations to him, the gods joyfully returned to their abode with their attendants. When they had departed, Rama descended from the Pushpaka plain and offered obeisance to that illustrious rishi. Agastya, radiant in his own effulgence, returned the salutation of his magnanimous sovereign, who, having received supreme hospitality, seated himself, whereupon the illustrious Kumbhayoni of rigid penances said to him, "O foremost of men, be thou welcome. O Raghava, it is my good fortune that brings thee here. O Rama, thou art worthy of the highest respect on account of thine outstanding and innumerable attributes, O prince. Thou art a guest worthy of honor and abidest in mine heart. The gods tell me that thou hast come here after slaying the Shudra, and by this act of justice thou hast restored the son of a Brahmin to life. Pass the night here with me, O Raghava, for thou art Narayana, the blessed Lord, and all is to be found in thee. Thou art the divine Purusha. Tomorrow at dawn thou canst return to the city in the Pushpaka chariot. O my friend, here is an ornament wrought by Vishvakarma, which is of divine origin and glows by its own light. Be pleased to accept it, O Kakusta. To give again what one has received is said to be of the greatest profit. Thou art worthy of this ornament, and also of the highest rewards, since thou hast protected the gods and their leaders. I have therefore a right to offer this to thee. Do thou accept it, O prince." Note: the following 14 verses are considered to be interpolations. Then that great warrior of the Ikshvakus, pondering on the duties of the Kshatriyas, answered that magnanimous ascetic, saying, "O illustrious rishi, only Brahmins may accept gifts. It is censurable for a Kshatriya to do so. It is not fitting for a Kshatriya to accept a gift from a Brahmin. Do thou tell me, therefore, how may I do so?" On this, the rishi Agastya replied, saying, "O Rama, O son of Dasaratha, at the beginning of the Golden Age, the human race had no king. Only the celestials had Vasava as their ruler. To obtain a king, therefore, men approached Brahma, the god of gods, and said, 'O Lord, thou hast made Indra ruler over the celestials. Therefore do thou confer a sovereign upon us who shall be the foremost of men. We cannot live without a king. This is our firm conviction.' Then the grandsire of the world sent for Indra and the other gods and said, 'Do ye all sacrifice a portion of your welfare?' And the celestials surrendered part of their power, and a king was born, whereupon Brahma named him Kashupa. In his person, Brahma placed an equal portion of the powers of the gods and appointed him as ruler of men. By virtue of the portion of Indra's energy, the king Kashupa brought the earth under his control. By the portion of Varuna's energy, he fostered health in his body. By the power of Yama, he ruled the people. O Rama, by virtue of Indra's portion, thou art the ruler of the earth. Do thou accept this jewel and confer thy grace on me." Hearing the words of the sage, Rama accepted the brilliant and celestial gem, sparkling like the rays of the sun, and having taken that excellent ornament, Dasarathi inquired of the great sage Kumbhayoni, saying, "Whence hast thou obtained this divine ornament of celestial workmanship? Who has given it to thee, O Brahmin? I ask thee out of curiosity. Thou art an ocean of marvels." Then Agastya answered, "Hear, O Rama, how I obtained this ornament in the Treta Yuga." Chapter 77. The Story of Swargan. O Rama, formerly in the Treta Yuga there was a vast wilderness some 400 miles in extent, where there was neither beast nor bird, and there I was undergoing a rigid penance. O my friend, I began to range that uninhabited solitude. I cannot describe its beauty with the fruits, roots of exquisite savor, and the trees of varying essences. In the center was a lake some 4 miles in extent, abounding in swans and waterfowl, Sakravaka birds being its ornament. It was covered with lotuses and water lilies. No weed or moss grew there, and its waters were deep, tranquil, and sweet. Near that wonderful lake I found a spacious hermitage, which was of great antiquity and devoid of man or beast. It was there I spent a summer night, O foremost of men. At dawn I rose to perform my morning devotions and directed my steps to the lake. There I beheld a dead body, plump and spotless, shining in splendor in the water. This sight caused me to reflect a while, O Raghava, and I stood on the banks of the lake asking myself, what can this be? O Lord, a moment later a wonderful celestial chariot came into view, which was magnificent and harnessed to swans that were as swift as thought. In that chariot I beheld a man of extraordinary beauty, O joy of the house of Raghu, who was surrounded by thousands of apsaras, adorned with celestial ornaments. Some were singing enchantingly, whilst others played on musical instruments such as mridangas, veenas, and panavas. Some were dancing, and some, with the aid of chanwaras, gleaming like the moon's rays, possessing ornate handles, were fanning the face of that lotus-eyed youth. Then he who was as radiant as the peak of Mount Meru, leaving his seat, descended from the chariot, and under my gaze devoured that corpse. Having satisfied his hunger with abundant flesh, he plunged into the waters, and after washing his hands and rinsing his mouth according to tradition, he reascended his chariot. Beholding that heavenly being about to depart, I spoke to him thus, O Prince. What art thou who resemblest a god? Why hast thou partaken of this forbidden flesh, O my friend? Tell me, how does this loathsome nourishment benefit thee, O thou who art the equal of the celestials? There is some mystery in this, O friend. I wish to know what it is. I cannot believe a corpse to be fitting food for thee. Thus, out of curiosity and friendly accents, did I speak to that Nakin, O Prince, and having listened to me, he told me all.
Chapter 78. Shveta tells his story.
Having listened to these auspicious words, that celestial being with joined palms answered me in this wise, O Rama, joy of the house of Raghu.
Hear me, O Brahmin, of what happened to me formerly, bringing about my felicity and also my suffering. Learn of the inexorable fate about which thou hast questioned me. In times gone by, my illustrious sire, the mighty Sudeva, reigned over the Vidarbhas. He had 2 sons by his 2 queens, O Brahmin. I was named Shveta, and my younger brother, Surata. My father having ascended to heaven, I was installed as king by the people, and accordingly applied myself to rule with equity. 1,000 years passed whilst I governed the empire piously and protected my people according to Dharma. Knowing by certain indications that I was aging, O foremost of the twice-born, I reflected on the laws of time and went to the forest. There I penetrated into an inaccessible grove where there were neither beasts nor birds, in order to practice penance on the banks of this beautiful lake, having first placed my brother Surata on the throne as lord of the empire. Near this lake, I gave myself up to severe mortifications and practiced austerities for thousands of years in the great forest. This excessively rigid penance caused me to attain Brahmaloka, which nothing transcends. Having ascended to heaven, extreme hunger and thirst assailed me, O foremost of the twice-born, whereupon my mind troubled, I approached the Lord of the 3 worlds, the grandsire, and said to him, O Blessed One, in Brahmaloka, one should not be subject to hunger and thirst. From what act of mine does this desire to eat and drink spring? What should be my food? Tell me, O divine grandsire. Then the grandsire answered me, saying, O son of Sudeva,
Thine own flesh shall be thy savory nourishment, and thou shalt feed on it daily. Thou didst ever nourish thy body well when thou wast performing an excellent penance. That which is sowed ever flourishes, O virtuous Shveta. Without making any gifts, thou didst practice asceticism. It is on this account that thou art subject to hunger and thirst in heaven, which thou hast attained. Therefore, thine own body that has been well nourished shall be thy food in heaven, and it shall be converted into Amrita. But when the great and invincible Rishi Agastya comes to the forest, he will deliver thee from this bondage, O Shveta. My friend, he can save the hosts of the gods themselves. How much more is he able to save thee from the domination of hunger and thirst to which thou art subjected, O long-armed hero? O Lord of the Twice-Born, since the decree of Bhagavat, that Lord of Lords, I have been nourishing myself miserably on mine own body. For innumerable years I have fed upon it without it diminishing, O Brahma Rishi, and my appetite is excessive. Do thou deliver me from this painful pass. Release will not come to me from any other than the ascetic Kumbhayoni. O dear and excellent sage, do thou accept this gift. May good betide thee. Accord me this favor. I will bestow gold, possessions, raiment, savory food, and much else besides, as also ornaments on thee, O foremost of sages. I offer thee all that is desirable, and all felicity as the price of my deliverance. O grant me that grace. Hearing these words of that unfortunate celestial being, I accepted the rare jewel in order to save him, and as soon as I received that magnificent gem, the mortal body of that royal rishi melted away. His body being thus dissolved, that Raja Rishi experienced supreme satisfaction and joyfully ascended to Swarga. This is why that celestial being who resembled Shakra gave that divine gem, wonderful to look upon, to me, O Kakusta.
Chapter 79. The 100 Sons of Ikshvaku. Having heard Agastya's marvelous story, Raghava, full of reverence and admiration, began to question him, saying, O Blessed One, why are there no wild beasts or birds in this forest where the king of Vidarbha, Shveta, used to practice that rigid penance? Why did that prince enter this deserted and uninhabited wood in order to give himself up to the performance of asceticism? I wish to know all in detail. Hearing this question, inspired by curiosity, that foremost of ascetics began to speak thus. In ancient times, in the Golden Age, O Rama, the Lord Manu was the ruler of the earth. His son was Ikshvaku, the enhancer of the felicity of his race. Having placed his eldest son, the invincible Ikshvaku, on the throne, Manu said, Become the founder of royal dynasties in the world. O Rama, Ikshvaku promised to follow his injunctions, and Manu, greatly delighted, added, I am pleased with thee, O noble one. Undoubtedly thou shalt form a dynasty, but whilst ruling thy subjects with firmness, never punish any who is without fault. A punishment meted out to the guilty according to the law is instrumental in conducting a monarch to heaven. Therefore, O long-armed hero, O dear child, exercise extreme care in wielding the scepter. This is thy supreme duty on earth. Having counseled his son repeatedly in this wise, Manu joyfully repaired to the eternal abode of Brahma. His sire having ascended to the celestial region, Ikshvaku of immeasurable glory reflected anxiously within himself as to how he should create progeny. Having performed many sacrifices and charitable deeds, he was blessed with 100 sons, like unto the offspring of the gods. The youngest of all, O descendant of Raghu, was stupid and ignorant, nor would he listen to the advice of his elders. On account of his lack of virtue, the king named him Danda, thinking that the rod Danda would inevitably fall on him. As the monarch was unable to find a province suitable for his son, O Raghava, conqueror of thy foes, he carved out a territory for him between the Vindhya and Shaivala mountains. Danda became king, and there built an incomparably beautiful city on that charming site surrounded by mountains. He named that city Madhumanta, O Lord, and chose Shukradeva of pious practices as his spiritual preceptor. Danda, with his guru, ruled over that city inhabited by happy people as the king of the gods in heaven. That monarch, the son of the foremost of men, with the help of Shukradeva, ruled as the great and magnanimous Shakra in heaven under the guidance of Brihaspati. Chapter 80. Danda insults Aruja. Having related that story to Rama, the great ascetic born from a jar, continued, Danda, O Kukusta, fully self-controlled, continued to rule for innumerable years, overcoming all obstacles. One day in the delicious month of Chaitra, the king went to the ravishing hermitage of Bhargava, and he beheld the daughter of that ascetic, who was walking in the woodland glade, and she was unrivaled in beauty on earth, so that he was seized with desire. Pierced by the darts of the god of love, he approached that youthful maiden and inquired of her, saying, From whence art thou, O lady of graceful hips? Who is thy father, O beautiful one? Being afflicted with passion, I make these enquiries of thee, O fair lady. Thus did he speak in his agitation, and the daughter of the ascetic answered sweetly, I am the eldest daughter of Shukrakarya, of imperishable deeds. Know that my name is Aruja, O foremost of kings, and I dwell in this hermitage. Do not force thine attentions upon me, O king, for I am a girl still under my father's authority. My sire is thy guru, O prince. Thou art the disciple of that magnanimous ascetic. That great sage will inflict a terrible punishment on thee in his wrath. It is for thee to act honestly regarding me, in accord with the law of Dharma, O prince. Do thou first approach my father and ask for my hand, or fearful consequences will follow thine act. In his wrath my father will consume the three worlds themselves, O thou of faultless form. If, however, thou ask for my hand, he will bestow it on thee. Thus spoke Aruja, but Danda, who had fallen under the sway of desire, with joined palms answered her in his frenzy, saying, Grant me thy favors, O charming one. Do not delay. On thine account my breath is being extinguished, O thou of lovely countenance. Having united myself with thee, what care I if death or the most terrible retribution follow? Respond to my love, O timid one, that love that overwhelms me. Speaking thus, he seized that youthful woman roughly in his powerful arms and sated his lust on her. Having committed this monstrous outrage, Danda returned to the unrivaled city of Madumanta with all speed. Aruja, however, sobbing near the hermitage, terrified, awaited her father, who resembled a god. Chapter 81. The Destruction of Danda's Kingdom. Having heard what had taken place, the blessed and illustrious Rishi, surrounded by his disciples, returned to the hermitage, tormented with hunger. Like unto the moon that has been devoured by the planet Rahu at dawn, and is deprived of its radiance, he beheld the unfortunate Aruja besmeared with dust, and that Brahmin, being already consumed with hunger, fell into a transport of rage, so that it seemed he wished to destroy the three worlds. Thereafter he addressed his disciples, saying, Witness the terrible calamity born of my wrath, like unto fire that will befall that evildoer Danda. The time has come for the destruction of that wretched monarch and his court. He who has dared to place his hand in the flame of the sacrificial fire will soon reap the fruit of his evil act. In 7 nights he will perish with his children, infantry, and cavalry. Pakashana will destroy the territory of that wretch with a rain of dust for a distance of 100 leagues in extent. In the kingdom of Danda, in 7 days, all things animate and inanimate will perish utterly, and everything that grows will vanish entirely under the rain of ashes. Having spoken thus to the inhabitants of the hermitage, his eyes red with anger, he added, Take up your abode beyond the confines of this region. Hearing the words of Shukrakarya, all those who dwelt in the hermitage left that place to establish themselves elsewhere, and Shukrakarya, having spoken thus to that company of sages, addressed his daughter Aruja and said, Remain in this hermitage, O foolish one, and give thyself up to meditation. O Aruja, awaiting the time of thy deliverance, enjoy carefree this lake of enchanting aspect 4 miles in extent. Those creatures that take refuge with thee at that time will in no wise suffer from the rain of dust. At the command of the Brahma Rishi, her sire, Aruja, who was overcome with grief, answered, So be it. Having spoken thus, Shukrakarya found a dwelling elsewhere. Meantime, the kingdom of that foremost of men with his servants, his army and his chariots was reduced to ashes on the 7th day, as predicted by that interpreter of the Veda. O prince, that empire situated between the Vindhya and the Shaivala mountains, its sovereign having ceased to uphold Dharma, thus cursed by the Brahma Rishi,
has since been known as the desert of Dandaka, O Kakusta, and the place where the ascetics dwelt became known as Janasthana. I have now replied fully to all that thou hast asked, O Raghava. The hour for the evening devotions is passing, O hero. From all directions, the great rishis with their loshtas filled, having bathed, O prince, are now worshipping the sun god. The sun has withdrawn behind the Astakala mountains, while these learned interpreters of the Veda were reading the Brahmanas together. Do thou also perform thine ablutions, O Rama.
Chapter 82. Rama takes leave of Agastya. Following the behest of the rishi, Rama, in order to perform his evening devotions, approached the sacred lake frequented by troops of Apsaras. Having completed his ablutions and the evening rites, he returned to the hermitage of the magnanimous Kumbayoni. Thereupon Agastya, for his repast, prepared many kinds of fruits and roots with rice and pure ingredients, and the foremost of men partook of that food resembling Amrita and passed the night there happily. At dawn, that subduer of his foes, the prince of the Raghus, having performed the morning rituals, approached the sage before his departure, and paying obeisance to that great ascetic, born from a jar, said to him, "Suffer me to return to this retreat, I beg of thee. Happy am I to have received the favor of looking on such a great ascetic, whom I shall visit again for my sanctification." Listening to the words of Kakusta, wonderful to hear, he whose vision was righteousness, in great delight answered, "O Rama, O joy of the Raghus, thy speech, brilliantly expressed, is of great eloquence. Thou thyself art the sanctity of all beings. O Rama, whoever casts a single glance of love on thee is purified. He goes to paradise, where he receives the homage of the lords of the third heaven. But those who look on thee with a malevolent eye are suddenly struck down by the rod of death and fall into hell. O Prince, issue of the Raghu race, thou art the salvation of all beings on earth, and those who even speak of thee acquire perfection. Do thou go in peace, govern thine empire with equity. Thou art the path of the world." Thus did that Muni speak, and the virtuous prince with joined palms paid obeisance to that ascetic, and having offered salutations to that foremost of sages and the other Munis, tranquilly ascended the golden Pushpaka chariot. As he was leaving, the companies of sages showered blessings of every kind upon him, he who was equal to Mahendra, as the Devas acclaimed that god of 1,000 eyes. Standing in space, Rama, in his golden chariot Pushpaka, resembled the moon encircled with clouds. Thereafter, at noon, Kakusta entered Ayodhya amidst continuous acclamations, and having reached the central court, he dismounted from the car. When the prince left Pushpaka, that magnificent chariot, which coursed wheresoever one willed, dismissing it, he said, "Go, may good betide thee." Thereafter, Rama issued this command to the doorkeeper who was in the courtyard and said, "Go and announce mine arrival to Lakshmana and Bharata, those two swift-footed heroes, and summon them here without delay." Chapter 83. Bharata persuades Rama not to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice. At this command from Rama of imperishable exploits, the guard summoned those two youthful princes and came back to inform his master. Then he, seeing Bharata and Lakshmana, embraced them both and said to them, "I have faithfully carried out the task of the excellent twice-born. Now I wish to perform the Rajasuya sacrifice, which to my mind is indestructible and unchangeable, the support of the law and the destroyer of all evil. Accompanied by you both, who are parts of myself, I wish to prepare for this sacrifice based on eternal dharma, for it is an unwritten duty." It was after performing the Rajasuya sacrifice that Mitra, the scourge of his foes, obtained Varunahood by means of this rich offering. Having celebrated that sacrifice according to the tradition which was well known to him, Soma acquired an imperishable state and renown in the world. Do you therefore tell me what is now best, and considering the matter with me, say candidly what is of the greatest profit for the future." Thus spoke Raghava, and Bharata, a skillful debater, with joined palms made answer, saying, "O dear brother, in thee the highest sense of duty is to be found. It is in thee that the world finds her support. In thee all glory resides, and also immeasurable valor, O long-armed hero. All the kings of the earth, and we too, regard thee as the protector of the universe, as do the gods and Prajapati.
Children look on thee as their father, O valiant prince. Thou hast become the salvation of living beings also, O Raghava. How shouldest thou perform a sacrifice of such a nature, O Lord, in which the destruction of many royal houses is involved? Further, O king, it means the total annihilation of those warriors who have become the heroes of the earth, which will prove a cause of universal condemnation. O lion among warriors, O thou whose virtues render thee unequaled in power, do not destroy the world that is wholly subject to thee. When Rama heard Bharata speak thus, in words sweet as nectar, he experienced an extreme delight and addressed this benign response to the enhancer of Kaikeyi's joy, saying, I am happy and delighted with what thou hast said, O irreproachable hero. This resolute discourse, in accord with righteousness, that thou hast uttered, O lion among heroes, has preserved the earth. The resolve I have made to proceed with the great Rajasuya sacrifice, I now renounce on thine excellent counsel, O virtuous Bharata. The wise should never commit any act detrimental to the world. Contrariwise, one should be willing to receive good advice, even from a child, O thou, the elder brother of Lakshmana. I am pleased with thy counsel, which is wise and considered, O valiant prince. Chapter 84. The Story of Vitra. Thus spoke Rama to the great-souled Bharata, and thereafter Lakshmana addressed this eloquent discourse to the one who enhanced the felicity of the Raghus, saying, The great sacrifice Ashwamedha removes all sins and is the infallible means of purification. May it please thee to undertake it, O joy of the Raghus. It is said in the Puranas that the magnanimous Vasava, sullied by the sin of Brahmanacide, was cleansed by performing the horse sacrifice. O long-armed warrior, in former times when Devas and Asuras were united, there lived a universally honored Daitya named Vitra. The width of his body was 100 leagues, and he was 3 times as tall. In his loving kindness, he cast his beneficent glance in all directions on the 3 worlds. Loyal, grateful, highly intelligent, he ruled his fertile territory with care and integrity, and under his dominion, the earth produced all that could be desired: flowers, roots, and delicious fruits. Without being cultivated, the earth was abundantly fruitful, and for many years that magnanimous prince enjoyed a rich empire, marvelous to behold. Then the thought came to him, I shall perform a rigid penance. In truth, asceticism is a great joy. All other happiness is a mere illusion. Having established his eldest son over his people as king of Madura, he gave himself up to a rigid penance that caused terror among the gods. As Vitra was mortifying himself thus, Vasava, in his extreme affliction, sought out Vishnu and spoke to him as follows. On account of his asceticism, that long-armed hero, Vitra, has conquered the worlds. He is powerful and virtuous. I shall not be able to overcome him. If he continues with these austerities, O chief of the gods, we shall be subject to him as long as the worlds endure. Thou hast overlooked the extremely illustrious Vitra, or he would not live an instant in the face of thy wrath, O Lord of the gods. From the moment he succeeded in propitiating thee, O Vishnu, he has taken over the direction of the worlds. It is for thee and thy great solicitude to befriend the universe. Then, by thy favor, the worlds will live in peace, free from affliction. All the inhabitants of the celestial region have fixed their gaze on thee, O Vishnu. Slay Vitra, and by this great feat deliver them. Thou hast ever lent support to the magnanimous gods, which cannot be withstood by their adversaries. Be the refuge of those who have no other refuge. Chapter 85. The Death of Vitra. Hearing Lakshmana speak thus, Rama, the slayer of his foes, said to him, O thou faithful to thy duty, do thou relate the rest of the history of Vritra's destruction. At these words of Raghava's, the virtuous Lakshmana, increaser of Sumitra's delight, continued his exalted theme, saying, Such was the entreaty addressed by all the inhabitants of the heaven, led by that Lord of 1,000 eyes, to Vishnu, who answered all those gods with Indra at their head, saying, An ancient tie binds me to the magnanimous Vitra. Therefore I am unable to favor you by slaying that great Asura. It is not possible for me to grant you that supreme felicity, but I will indicate the means whereby the 1,000-eyed god may destroy him. I shall divide my natural essence into 3 parts, O foremost of the gods, and by these means that god of 1,000 eyes can undoubtedly slay Vitra. A third of my being will enter Vasava, a second part into the thunderbolt, and a third will enter the bosom of the earth. Thus Vitra will perish." Thus spoke the Lord of the gods, and the deities answered him, saying, "O slayer of deities, assuredly what thou hast uttered will come to pass. May victory be thine. We shall now take our leave infused by thy power in order to slay the Asura, Vitra, O Lord." Then all the magnanimous gods, with Sahasraksha at their head, went to the great Asura Vitra's retreat. There they beheld the most powerful of Asuras, effulgent in his own radiance that seemed to consume the worlds and space itself. Beholding the foremost of the Asuras, the gods were seized with terror and reflected, "How shall we kill him? How may we avoid defeat?" As they were thinking thus, Sahasraksha, the destroyer of cities, taking the thunderbolt in his hands, hurled it at Vitra, striking his head. Like unto the fire of time, formidable, blazing with its wreath of flame, that thunderbolt falling on Vritra's head caused terror to all the worlds. Then the extremely illustrious king of the gods, reflecting on the iniquity he had perpetrated in slaying his enemy, fled in all haste to the ends of the world. And the sin of Brahmanacide pursued him in his flight and entered into him, so that Indra was subject to great affliction. The enemy destroyed, but deprived of their leader, the gods with Agni at their head lavished homage on Vishnu, Lord of the three worlds, saying, "Thou art the way, O Supreme Master, the firstborn, Father of the universe. For the protection of the world thou hast assumed the form of Vishnu. By thy favor, Vitra is slain, but the sin of Brahmanacide holds Vasava in bondage. Do thou liberate him." Then Vishnu answered the gods who had spoken thus and said, "Let Shakra, he who bears the thunderbolt, perform a sacrifice in mine honor, and I will cleanse him of his sin. Let him who destroyed Paka offer up the sacred horse sacrifice, and he will become king of the gods once more without having anything to fear." Having thus addressed the gods in these words, like unto Amrita, Vishnu, the lord of the celestials, while they were yet acclaiming him, returned to Trivishtapa. Chapter 86. Indra is liberated by means of the Ashwamedha sacrifice. Having thus described the slaying of Vritra at length, Lakshmana, the foremost of men, continued, "The extremely valiant Vritra, who inspired terror in the gods, being destroyed, Shakra, his slayer, filled with the guilt of Brahmanacide, failed to return to his senses, and having taken refuge at the end of the worlds, his mind confused, distracted, he remained there for some time, resembling a serpent that is casting its slough. And the thousand-eyed god, having disappeared, the whole world was agitated, and the earth seemed to be lost, bereft of its humidity, its forests dried up. There were no running waters to feed the lakes and rivers, and a great desolation seized all beings on account of the lack of rain. Then the gods, seeing the decay of the world, which filled them with distress, began to prepare for the sacrifice according to the words Vishnu had formerly uttered, and all the hosts of the gods, accompanied by their spiritual preceptors and the rishis, sought out the terror-stricken Indra in his retreat. Beholding Saharaksha assailed by the guilt of Brahmanacide, O foremost of men, and having paid homage to the chief of the gods, they performed the Ashwamedha. O foremost of men, thereafter the great horse sacrifice took place, which was offered by the magnanimous Mahendra in order to cleanse himself of the sin of Brahmanacide, and the ceremony being completed, the spirit of Brahmanacide issued out of Indra's body, and approaching the gods inquired of them, saying, "Tell me, where shall be my abode?" And the gods in delight answered, "Divide thyself into 4 parts, O evil one." Hearing the words of the mighty gods, the spirit of Brahmanacide did so, varying his habitation, he with whom cohabitation is a disaster, and said, "Restraining egoity, and following mine own whim with a quarter of myself, I shall inhabit the rivers in flood in the rainy season. With another quarter undoubtedly I shall dwell perpetually in the earth as Ushara. I speak the truth. For the third portion I shall live for 3 nights each month with radiantly youthful women, whose pride I shall humble. With my 4th portion I shall live in those who by false report caused the death of innocent Brahmins, O mighty deities." Then the gods answered, saying, "O thou, to live with whom is a calamity, do as thou sayest, accomplish thy design."
Full of joy, the gods then paid homage to Vishravas of 1,000 eyes, who was cleansed of his sin and delivered from his affliction. And Sahasraksha having been installed on the throne, peace came to the whole world, and Indra paid homage to that wonderful sacrifice. Such is the preeminence of the Ashwamedha ceremony, O joy of the Raghus. Do thou perform the horse sacrifice. Hearing these exulting words of Lakshmana, whose charm touched his heart, that magnanimous sovereign, the equal of Indra in strength and prowess, experienced supreme satisfaction. Chapter 87. The Story of Ila. Having listened to Lakshmana, the eloquent and powerful Raghava answered with a smile, O best of men, Lakshmana, that which thou hast related regarding the slaying of Vitra and the fruits of the horse sacrifice are wholly true, O gentle one. It is said that formerly Kardama, the son of Prajapati, the extremely virtuous and blessed Ila, reigned over the province of Balika. That highly illustrious monarch, O lion of men, having made the entire earth subject to him, reigned over his subjects as his own sons. The magnanimous gods, the wealthy Daityas, the Nagas, Rakshasas, Gandharvas, and Yakshas, inspired by fear, constantly worshipped him, O dear friend, O joy of the Raghus, and the three worlds trembled before that irascible potentate. Such was that prince, the illustrious sovereign of the Balikas, full of energy, highly intelligent, and fixed in his duty. During the lovely month of Chaitra, that long-armed warrior went hunting in the enchanting forest with his attendants, infantry and cavalry, and that magnanimous prince in that wood slew wild beasts in their hundreds and thousands, yet was not sated. Countless animals of all kinds had already perished when he reached the country where Kartikeya had been born. There the foremost of the gods, the invincible Hara, was sporting with the daughter of the king of the mountains, and having transformed himself into a woman, the lord of Uma, whose emblem is the bull, sought to entertain the goddess in the midst of the waterfalls. Wherever there were male beings or trees in the forest, whatsoever there was assumed a female form. King Ila, the son of Kardama, penetrated into that place, slaying innumerable beasts, and he observed that they were all female. Thereafter he became aware that he too was changed into a woman, as also his followers. His distress was great on this metamorphosis, and he recognized it to be the work of Uma's consort, and was seized with terror. Thereupon that monarch with his attendants, his army and his chariots took refuge with that mighty blue-throated god, Kapardin, and the magnanimous Mahashwara, laughing with that goddess, the bestower of grace, said to the son of Prajapati, Rise, rise, O royal Rishi, O valiant son of Kardama, accept manhood, ask what thou wilt. The king was sorely disappointed by this reply of the magnanimous Shiva. Transformed into a woman, he did not wish to accept any other boon from the foremost of the gods, and in his profound distress, that prince, falling at the feet of the daughter of the king of the mountains, Uma, with his whole heart entreated her, saying, O thou who distributest thy favors in all the worlds, O lovely goddess, whose sight is never fruitless, cast thy merciful glance upon me. Knowing what was passing in the heart of the Rajarishi, that goddess who stood before Hara, she, the consort of Rudra, made this reply. Half the boon that thou dost beg of us both shall be granted by Mahadeva, and the other half by me. Therefore receive this half from man and woman according to thy desire. Hearing that remarkable and unparalleled boon bestowed by that goddess, the king, overcome with joy, said, If I have found favor with thee, O goddess, whose beauty is unrivaled on earth, may I be a woman during 1 month, and in the 2nd month assume the form of a man. Then that goddess of gracious mien, understanding his desire, answered amicably, It shall be so, O king, and when thou art a man, thou shalt not remember thou wast ever a woman, and in the succeeding month, having become a woman, thou shalt forget thou wast ever a man. That is how that king, born of Kardama, being a man for 1 month, became a woman the following month, under the name of Ila, the most lovely female in the 3 worlds. Chapter 88. Buddha encounters Ila. The story of Ila, related by Rama, greatly astonished Lakshmana and Bharata, and both, with joined palms, requested him to recount further details of that magnanimous king and his transformations, saying, What did that wretched king do when he was transformed into a woman,
and how did he conduct himself when he became a man once more?" Hearing these words inspired by curiosity, Kakusta told them what had happened to that monarch, saying, "Having been transformed into a woman, he passed the first month amidst his female attendants, his former courtiers, and that lady, the most beautiful on earth, whose eyes resembled lotus petals, entering a deep forest, wandering on foot amongst the copses, bushes, and creepers, having given up all conveyances, sported in the winding vale. Now in that wooded region, not far from the mountain, lay a charming lake frequented by birds of every kind. There Ila beheld Buddha, the son of the moon, who was as radiant as that orb on rising. Buddha, who remained inaccessible in the waters, had given himself up to a rigid penance, and that illustrious sage was benevolent and extremely compassionate. In her astonishment, Ila agitated the waters with her companions, and beholding her, Buddha fell under the sway of the god of love with his shafts, and, no longer self-controlled, became restless as he stood in the lake. Seeing Ila, whose beauty was unsurpassed in the three worlds, he reflected, "Who is this lady more lovely than these celestials? I have never before beheld such radiance amongst the wives of the Devas, Nagas, Asuras, or Apsaras. If she is not already wedded to another, she is worthy of me." As he delayed, thinking thus, the company left the water, and Buddha, pondering, emerged therefrom. Thereafter, those women, having been summoned by him, went to his retreat, and they paid obeisance to him, whereupon that virtuous ascetic inquired of them, saying, "To whom does this lady, the most lovely in all the world, belong? Why has she come here? Tell me all without hesitation." Hearing these fair words, spoken in gentle tones, all those women answered with sweet voices, saying, "That lady is our mistress. She has no husband and wanders in the woods in our company." Hearing the reply of those women, that twice-born called to mind the science by which all may be perceived, whereupon he became conversant with all that had passed regarding King Ila, and that foremost of sages said to the women, "Here in the mountainous region you shall dwell as Kimpurushis. Make your home on this mountain, you shall feed on roots, leaves, and fruits, and shall have Kimpurashas as your consorts." At this command of the son of Soma, those women, who were men, having been transformed into Kimpurushis, took up their abode on the slopes of the mountain. Chapter 89. The Birth of the Pururavas. Hearing of the origin of the Kimpurushis, Lakshmana and Bharata both said to Rama, that lord of men, "How wonderful!" Thereafter, the illustrious and virtuous Rama continued the story of Ila, the son of Prajapati, saying, "When he saw that all those troops of Kinnaris had departed, the foremost of the rishis said to the beautiful Ila with a smile, 'I am the beloved son of Soma, O lady of gracious mien. Do thou look on me with favor.' Thus did he speak in that lonely forest deserted by the others, and that gracious and beautiful solitary one answered him, saying, 'O dear son of Soma, I range where I will. I am at thy service. Do whatsoever pleaseth thee.' Hearing this charming reply, the son of the moon was overjoyed and united himself with her in love. Thereafter, the enamored Buddha passed the month of Madu, that vanished like a moment, in dalliance with Ila, and the month having expired, that moon-faced one awoke from her couch and beheld the son of Soma given over to the practice of penance in the waters, supportless, his arms upstretched, and said to him, 'O blessed one, I came to this inaccessible mountain with my train of attendants. I do not see them anywhere. Where have they gone?' Hearing the words of the Rajarishi, who had lost all knowledge of the past, Buddha, in order to reassure him, said in friendly tones, 'A great hailstorm overwhelmed thy attendants whilst thou wast asleep, having taken refuge in the hermitage, in fear of the wind and rain. Be happy, banish all anxiety, and calm thyself. O hero, live here in peace, nourishing thyself on fruit and roots.' The king, comforted by these words, then made this noble reply, in the distress that the loss of his people caused him. 'I cannot abandon my kingdom, though deprived of my servants. I must not delay an instant, O illustrious ascetic. Permit me to depart. I have an elder son fixed in his duty, and extremely illustrious, O Brahmin. His name is Shashabindu. He shall succeed me. Nay, I cannot abandon my consorts and my good servants, O illustrious ascetic. Do not reproach me.' Thus spoke that Indra among monarchs and Buddha, who first consoled him, then addressed these astonishing words to him, saying, be pleased to remain here. Do not grieve, O mighty Kardamaya. At the end of the year I will grant thee a boon." Hearing these words of Buddha of imperishable deeds, who was conversant with the Veda, Ila resolved to remain there. The following month, becoming a woman, he spent in dalliance with Buddha, and thereafter becoming a man once more, he passed the time in the exercise of duty. In the 9th month, the lovely Ila gave birth to a son, the mighty Vishravas, and after he was born, she gave the child into the paternal hands of Buddha, whom he resembled. Chapter 90. Ila regains her natural state through the performance of the Ashwamedha sacrifice. Rama, having related the story of the marvelous birth of Vishravas, the illustrious Lakshmana and Bharata inquired of him once more, saying, "After Ila had passed a year with the son of the moon god, what did she do? O Lord of the earth, tell us all." Thus questioned by his two brothers in affectionate tones, Rama continued to relate the story of Ila, the son of Prajapati, and said, "That hero, having recovered his manhood, the extremely intelligent and illustrious Buddha called together the sages, the extremely noble Samvarta, Chayavana, the son of Brigu, the ascetic Arishtanemi, Pramodama, Modkara, and the hermit Durvasa. When they were all assembled, the eloquent Buddha, able to discern the truth, said to those sages, his friends who were endowed with great power, 'Learn what has happened to that long-armed king, the son of Kardama, so that his happiness may be re-established.' While those twice-born were conversing thus, Kardama came to that forest accompanied by Pulastya, Kratu, Vashatkara, and Amkara of great effulgence. All those ascetics, happy to find themselves together and wishing to be of service to the Lord of Bali, each voiced their views about him. Kardama, however, expressed himself with extreme wisdom for the good of his son and said, "O twice-born ones, hear what I have to say for the happiness of the prince. I see no remedy apart from the god who has the bull as his emblem. There is no sacrifice greater than the Ashwamedha, which is dear to the heart of the mighty Rudra. Let us therefore perform this mighty sacrifice." Thus spoke Kardama, and all the foremost of sages approved these means of propitiating Rudra. Thereafter, a Rajarishi, the disciple of Samvarta, the conqueror of hostile citadels, whose name was Maruta, performed that great sacrifice which took place near Buddha's hermitage, whereupon the glorious Rudra was extremely gratified, and, the ceremony being accomplished, the consort of Uma, in an excess of joy, addressed all those sages in Ila's presence, saying, "I am pleased with your devotion in the Ashwamedha sacrifice. O illustrious Brahmins, what shall I do for this king of the Balis?" Thus did the Lord of the gods speak, and the sages, in deep recollection, caused the Lord of the gods to look upon them with favor, so that Ila might regain his manhood. Then Mahadeva, gratified, gave him back his virility, and having conferred that favor on Ila, the mighty god disappeared. The horse sacrifice being complete, and Hara having rendered himself invisible, all those twice-born of penetrating gaze returned whence they had come. The king, however, renouncing his capital, founded the city of Pratishtana in the central region, which was unsurpassed in splendor, whilst Shashabindu, the Rajarishi, conqueror of hostile cities, dwelt in Bali. From that time, Pratishtana became the residence of King Ila, the valiant son of Prajapati, and his time having come, he went to Brahma's abode. The son of Ila, the king Vishravas, succeeded him in Pratishtana. Such is the merit of the Ashwamedha sacrifice, O bull among men. Ila, who was formerly a woman, became a man again, which would have been impossible by any other means. Chapter 91. Rama gives the command for the Ashwamedha sacrifice to be performed. Having related this history to his two brothers, Kakusta, of immeasurable glory, addressed these pious words to Lakshmana, saying, "Assemble for council Vasishtha, Vamadeva, Javali, Kashyapa, and all the Brahmins learned in the Ashwamedha sacrifice. O Lakshmana, I shall loose the caparisoned steed in accord with tradition." On this command being communicated to him, Lakshmana, of swift step, assembled all those sages and ushered them into Rama's presence. When they beheld Rama, who resembled a god, paying obeisance to their feet, they showered blessings upon him. Having performed the Pranjali, Raghava addressed those sages on the Ashwamedha sacrifice in a speech inspired by Dharma.
Hearing the words of Rama and having offered homage to the god, whose emblem is the bull, all those twice-born praised the Ashwamedha highly, and that eulogy greatly delighted Kakusta, who, seeing them ready to perform the ceremony, said to Lakshmana, "O long-armed hero, make known to the magnanimous Sugriva that he should come here with his great monkeys and the innumerable dwellers in the woods in order to enjoy this great festival and be happy. Let Bibhishana, he who has no rival in valor, come surrounded by his host of Rakshasas, moving where they will, in order to assist me in the great Ashwamedha sacrifice. Let wealthy monarchs who wish to render me a service come in all haste with their retinues to see the place of sacrifice, and all the virtuous twice-born who have gone to the foreign lands, summon them all to the Ashwamedha sacrifice, O Lakshmana. Invite all the rishis, those long-armed warriors, minds of asceticism, who live in distant parts with their wives, as also the players on the cymbals, jugglers, and dancers. Let a vast structure be set up near the Gautami River in the Naimisha wood, O long-armed warrior. It is preeminently a sacred spot. Let propitiatory rites be performed everywhere, and hundreds of Brahmins, conversant with the law, assist in the Naimisha wood at this great sacrifice, the highest of all, and which is unsurpassed, O joy of the Raghus. Assemble all the people speedily, O virtuous prince, and do not let them depart ill-contented, unsatisfied, or without having been loaded with favors according to tradition. O hero, send out in advance 100,000 loads of rice in good condition, and an ayutya of sesamum seed and beans, as well as chickpeas, lentils, quantities of salt, oil of good quality, and innumerable perfumes. Let Bharata first carefully furnish 100 kotis of gold and as much silver, and go before. In the center, the merchants, all the jugglers, dancers, cooks, and women should be ranged. Let them be numerous and young in heart. The troops, however, should go in advance with Bharata. Shopkeepers, children, the aged, the twice-born in profound meditation, the masons, carpenters, agents, and also the mothers and women of the prince's apartments with the golden statue of my consort for consecration, as also skilled sacrificers, should be first assembled by the illustrious Bharata, who will precede them. O prince, he will cause pavilions to be set up worthy of the mighty kings and their suites. Food, drink, and raiment should be supplied for those brilliant escorts. Thereafter, Bharata went away, followed by Shatrugna and the magnanimous monkeys who surrounded Sugriva, accompanied by the leading priests. Bibhishana, at the head of the Rakshasas, and women in great numbers, provided an escort for the rishis of rigid penance. Chapter 92. Description of the Ashwamedha sacrifice. Having arranged everything in detail with dispatch, the elder brother of Bharata loosed the horse marked with black spots, adorned with his own insignia. Placing Lakshmana, assisted by the priests, in charge of the steed, he himself went to the Naimisha wood with his army. That long-armed prince, beholding the vast and beautiful sacrificial spot, was greatly delighted and exclaimed, "How wonderful!" During his sojourn in the Naimisha wood, the kings brought all their gifts to Rama, and he, in his turn, provided for them abundantly with food, drink, and provisions of every kind. Bharata and Shatrugna were in the service of the king. The magnanimous monkeys who accompanied Sugriva attended on the priests with humility. Bibhishana, with his innumerable titans, became the most diligent servitors of those rishis of rigid penance. Sumptuous pavilions, set up for the powerful monarchs and their retinues, were under the orders of that most valiant prince. Such were the excellent arrangements devised for the Ashwamedha sacrifice. Meantime, Lakshmana carefully watched over the comings and goings of the horse. Thus did that magnanimous lion among monarchs proceed with the utmost punctiliousness in this foremost of sacrifices, during which nothing was heard but, "Give lavishly of all that is sought," and in the Ashwamedha sacrifice, that liberal prince furnished all that everyone required till they were fully satisfied. Sweet dishes of every kind, confections, till they were no longer in demand, were distributed by monkeys and titans, and no one was seen in rags or afflicted or hungry. But in that splendid royal feast, only those who were happy and satisfied could be observed. Amongst the venerable sages present, the oldest could not remember a sacrifice where such prodigious liberality had taken place. Those who desired gold received gold, those who preferred possessions received them, those who coveted jewels had jewels bestowed upon them, and one beheld silver,
gold, gems, and raiment being distributed continually in great quantities. Neither Shakra, nor Soma, nor Yama, nor Varuna have ever achieved anything of such magnitude, proclaimed the ascetics. And on every side, monkeys and titans stood distributing raiment, silver, and rice in profusion to those who sought them. This sacrifice of that foremost of monarchs was carried out in accord with every tradition, and at the end of a whole year it still had not come to a close, nor was the treasury exhausted. Chapter 93. Valmiki commands Kusha and Lava to recite the Ramayana. As this most wonderful sacrifice was proceeding, the disciples of Valmiki, that blessed sage, suddenly came there, and having witnessed the divine festival, admirable to behold, that company of rishis constructed some comfortable huts a little way off. Innumerable bullock carts, full of provisions, with excellent fruit and roots, were heaped in Valmiki's charming grove, and thereafter that sage said to his disciples Kusha and Lava, "Go, and with great enthusiasm sing the epic Ramayana cheerfully and carefully in the sacred enclosures of the rishis, the dwellings of the Brahmins, along the roads and highways, and in the residence of princes, and especially it should be sung at the gate of Rama's pavilion, where the sacrifice is taking place, and also before the priests. Here are savory fruits of every kind that grow in the mountainous regions. Eat and then sing. You will not experience any fatigue, O dear ones, on account of these roots and succulent fruits that will preserve the purity of your voices. If Rama, the Lord of the earth, indicates that you should be heard by the assembled sages, act accordingly. Each time you will have 20 sargas to sing, which you have previously learnt from me. Above all, do not entertain the least desire for reward. Of what use is gold to ascetics who live on fruit and roots? If Kakusta questions you, saying, 'Who is your master?' answer the king in this wise, 'We are both the disciples of the great sage Valmiki.' Sing without fear to the accompaniment of these stringed instruments of a tone unknown heretofore that you have tuned sweetly. Sing the poem from the beginning without showing any lack of respect to the king, who is the father of all beings according to the law. Tomorrow, therefore, at dawn, with a cheerful heart and taking care to sing with sweet voices, accompany yourselves on these stringed instruments of harmonized intervals." Having repeatedly issued these instructions, that ascetic born of Prasetas, of noble birth, the illustrious sage Valmiki, became silent. On receiving the commands of that sage, the two sons of Matili humbly answered, "We will act in accord with thy behests." And those conquerors of hostile cities then took their leave. Those youthful boys allowed the excellent counsels of the rishi to enter their hearts, as the Ashwins received the teachings of Bhargava, and, eager to put them into practice, they whiled away that auspicious night. Chapter 94. Kusha and Lava chant the Ramayana. When the dawn appeared, those two youthful ascetics, having bathed and ignited the sacred fire, began to sing as the rishi had previously instructed them to do. Kakusta listened to that poem, composed by the aged Valmiki, unheard till then, set to music in multiple cadences, accompanied by stringed instruments in measured rhythm, and hearing those youthful musicians, Raghava was greatly mystified. During an interval in the sacrifice, that foremost of monarchs called together the great sages, kings, pundits, Naigamas, aged grammarians, venerable Brahmins, and those versed in music, the twice-born, those learned in omens, and the citizens specially instructed in aesthetics, those who had knowledge of meters, words, and accents, those who knew the different rhythms and measures, those versed in astronomy, those skilled in the science of sacrifices and rituals, and experienced liturgists, those versed in discerning cause and effect, philosophers, scholars, teachers of hymns and legends, and the Veda, those conversant with the Vritis and Sutras, and also singers and dancers. Thereafter, having assembled them all, Rama ushered in the two singers to that vast and murmuring throng of listeners for his own great pleasure. The two youthful disciples of the sage began that recitation that unrolled melodiously like unto the singing of the Gandharvas, nor could the company be sated with listening to so beautiful a song. In their delight, ascetics and great potentates seemed to consume those musicians with their gaze, whom they looked upon again and again, and the whole assembly, having centered its attention upon them, Each said to his neighbor, "Both resemble Rama, like twin representations of the same planet. If they did not wear matted locks and bark robes, we should see no difference between the singers and Raghava." As the people of town and country spoke thus, Kusha and Lava, having introduced the first part according to Narada's instructions, continued up to the 20th Sarga during the afternoon. Then Raghava, having heard the 20 Sargas, said to his beloved brother, "Give these two musicians 18,000 gold pieces immediately, with aught else that they may desire, Kakusta." Thereupon Saumitri instantly offered this to those youthful boys, one after the other, but the great-souled Kusha and Lava would not accept the gold that was presented to them, inquiring in astonishment, "What good is this? Grain, fruit, and roots suffice ascetics like ourselves. What should we do with gold or silver in the forest?" These words amazed all Rama's assistants extremely, and desiring to know the origin of the poem, that illustrious prince inquired of those two disciples of the ascetic, saying, "What is this poetical composition? Where is the residence of the sublime author of this great epic? Where is this bull among the ascetics?" On this enquiry from Raghava, the two disciples of the sage answered, saying, "The blessed Valmiki, who is attending the sacrifice, is the author of the poem in which thine whole life is told. 24,000 verses and 100 upakyanas have been used by that ascetic, the son of Brigu. 500 sargas divided into 6 kandas, together with the Uttara-Kanda, O king, are the work of that magnanimous rishi, our guru. Thy conduct, thy circumstances, thine entire life is unrolled with its vicissitudes. If thou desirest it, O king, thou mayest hear it from us in the intervals of the sacrifice, in thy moments of leisure." Thereafter Rama, accompanied by the sages and magnanimous monarchs, having heard that melodious chant, returned to the sacrificial pavilion. That recitation, accompanied by talas and layas, divided into sargas in harmonious notes and tones, in which the scansion was stressed by the stringed instruments, was heard by the king from the lips of Kusha and Lava. Chapter 95. Rama Sends for Sita. Surrounded by the ascetics, kings, and monkeys, Rama listened during many days to the sublime and wonderful epic. While the two sons of Sita, Kusha and Lava, were singing, he recognized them. Having reflected deeply, he summoned messengers of virtuous conduct, and in the assembly spoke to them of that princess, saying, "Go and repeat my words to that blessed one, and say, if she be irreproachable in her conduct and without sin, then, should she so desire it and has the approval of the rishi, let her prove her good faith. Do you then return and inform me concerning this matter. Tomorrow at dawn, let Mathili, the daughter of Janaka, attest her purity on oath in my presence before the assembly." At this extremely significant command from Raghava, the messengers straightway went to seek out the foremost of the ascetics, and bowing to that sage, who shone with infinite effulgence, they, with humility, communicated Rama's words to him. Hearing them, the extremely illustrious ascetic, learning of Rama's wish, said, "Be it so. May prosperity attend you." Thereafter, those royal messengers returned with the Muni's answer and repeated it faithfully to Raghava, and he, being informed of the decision of that magnanimous sage, full of joy, addressed the rishis and the assembled kings, saying, "O blessed ones, with your disciples, the kings and their attendants, and whosoever may wish to do so, bear witness to the vow that Sita will make." These words of the magnanimous Raghava were praised by all the leading rishis and those mighty kings who addressed the monarch, saying, "Such conduct is only possible in thee, and is found nowhere else in the world, O prince." Having resolved thus, Raghava, the scourge of his foes, said, "Tomorrow this shall take place," whereupon he dismissed the assembly. The trial by oath being fixed for the following day, the magnanimous and illustrious Rama gave leave to all the great sages and kings to depart. Chapter 96. Valmiki leads Sita before Rama. When the night had passed, the great descendant of Raghu went to the place of sacrifice to which he had summoned all the rishis: Vasishta, Vamadeva, Javali, Kashyapa, Vishvamitra, Durgatmas and Durvasa of rigid penances, also Pulastya and Shakti, Bhargava, Vamana, Markandeya,
Dirgayos, and the highly renowned Modgalya, Garga, Chayavana, the virtuous Shatananda, the far-famed Bharadwaja, the illustrious Agniputra, Narada, Parvata, and Gautama of great glory, all these ascetics and others of austere observances in great numbers. Inspired by curiosity, they all assembled, as also the intrepid Titans, and the valiant monkeys and kings, intrigued, gathered there in like manner, with the warriors, merchants, and thousands of the lower caste. Brahmins of rigid penances arrived from every region, and all met together to be present at the taking of the oath by Sita, and that immense multitude stood absolutely motionless, as if turned to stone. Knowing that all were come, the foremost of sages immediately approached with Sita following him, her head bowed, her palms joined, choked with sobs, her mind absorbed in Rama. Beholding Sita walking behind Valmiki, like unto the holy Shruti, following in Brahma's footsteps, there arose a great clamor with cries of "Hala! Hala!" from all those who were oppressed with profound sorrow on account of the unfortunate princess. And some cried, "Hail, O Rama!" and some, "Hail, O Sita!" while the rest acclaimed both. Thereafter, advancing amidst that multitude, the foremost of the ascetics, accompanied by Sita, addressed Raghava, saying, "I am Valmiki, and here, O Dasarati, is Sita of virtuous ways and conduct, who, on account of calumny, was abandoned near mine hermitage, the censure of the people having inspired thee with fear, O virtuous one. Sita will prove her innocence. It is for thee to issue the command. These two sons of Janaki, twin brothers, invincible heroes, are thy sons also. I speak the truth to thee. I am the 10th son of Prasetas. O joy of the Raghus, I do not recollect ever having uttered a lie. Truly these are thy two children. During countless years I have practiced asceticism. May I never reap the fruits thereof if my Thili be guilty. I have nothing wherewith to reproach myself regarding thought, word, or deed. If my Thili be guilty, may I never gather the fruits thereof. With my 5 senses, and the mind as the 6th, meditating amidst the forest waterfalls, Sita's innocence was revealed to me. That lady of irreproachable and pure conduct, to whom her Lord is a god, will give proof of her good faith, O thou who didst fear public condemnation. O foremost of men, here is that lady whom I proclaim to be essentially chaste, I whose vision is divinely illumined, and who, though she was supremely dear to thee and her innocence well known, thou didst repudiate when thy spirit was troubled by the censure of the people. Chapter 97. Sita descends into the earth. Thus spoke Valmiki, and Raghava, on seeing that fair-complexioned princess with joined palms, answered in the presence of the assembly. O fortunate and virtuous Brahmin, may it be so. I fully concur in thine irreproachable words. This assurance was formally given to me by Vaidehi in the presence of the gods, and believing in that oath, I reinstated her in my house. But great indeed was the public condemnation, therefore I sent my Thili away. O Brahmin, though wholly convinced of her innocence, it was from fear of the people that I cast off Sita. Do thou pardon me. I acknowledge these twins, Kusha and Lava, to be my sons. I desire to make my peace with the chaste Maithili amidst the assembly. Hearing of his intention, the foremost of the gods, led by Brahma, all assembled there to witness Sita's defense, and Adityas, Vasus, Rudras, Vishvadevas, and hosts of the Maruts and all the great Rishis, Nagas, Satyas, Suparnas, and Siddhas gathered with delight. Beholding the gods and the sages, the foremost of men, Raghava once more affirmed, I am in agreement with the irreproachable words of the Rishi Valmiki. I wish to be reconciled with the chaste Vaidehi in the presence of this assembly. The defense of Sita filled all who witnessed it with emotion, and at that moment Vayu, the foremost of the gods, sent forth a pure and fragrant breeze to the great delight of the assembly, as formerly in the Golden Age, and it appeared marvelous to all those people from many lands who experienced it. Beholding that assembly, Sita, attired in a yellow robe with joined palms, her head bowed, her eyes lowered, said, If, in thought, I have never dwelt on any but Rama, may the goddess Madhavi receive me. As Vaidehi was still speaking,
a miracle took place, and from the earth rose a marvelous celestial throne supported on the heads of Nagas of immeasurable power, their bodies adorned with divine gems. The goddess Dharani, bidding her welcome, took Maithili in her arms, causing her to be seated on that celestial seat, and while she occupied the throne, a shower of blossoms fell without ceasing from the sky. Then the gods burst into loud acclamations, crying, "Excellent! Excellent! O Sita, thy virtue is supreme!" From the heavens, the gods, with delighted hearts, beholding Sita descend into the earth, praised her again, and at the place of sacrifice, where all were assembled, sages, kings, and the foremost of men were unable to recover from their astonishment. In the sky, on earth, and in the nether regions, all beings, animate and inanimate, Danavas of great stature, and the foremost of the Panagas cried out in delight, whilst others remained absorbed in their thoughts, or gazed on Rama and on Sita in ecstasy. The entire assembly witnessed Sita's descent into the earth, and at that moment, a great tremor passed through the whole world. Chapter 98. Rama's anger and grief. Brahma appeases him. When Vaidehi had descended into the earth, all the monkeys and sages cried out in Rama's presence, "Excellent! Excellent!" But Rama, deeply distressed, supporting himself on a staff employed in the sacrifice, his eyes veiled with tears, his head bowed, was overcome with grief. Sighing again and again, letting fall many tears, a prey to pain and wrath, he said, "Beholding Sita, the personification of Shri, vanish in my presence, my soul experiences an agony hitherto unknown. Formerly, when she was in Lanka, on the further side of the vast ocean, I brought her back. How much more easily shall I be able to wrest her from the bosom of the earth? O goddess Vasudha, give me back my Sita, whom thou retainest, or thou shalt witness my wrath. Thou shouldest know me, since thou art assuredly my mother-in-law, and Maithili rose from thee when Janaka was following the plough. Therefore let Sita go, or open thyself to me that I may dwell with her in Patala, or else in Nakaprista. Bring back Maithili, on whose account I am distraught. If thou failest to return Sita to me in her original form, I shall plough thee up with thy mountains and forests, and shall destroy thee, so that nothing but water remains." Thus spoke Kakusta, full of wrath and grief, and Brahma, accompanied by the hosts of the gods, addressed the son of Raghu, saying, "O Rama, virtuous Rama, do not be incensed. Recollect thy divine origin and nature, O scourge of thy foes. Assuredly, O prince, I do not need to remind thee that no one is superior to thee. Now recall that thou art Vishnu, O invincible hero. The chaste and virtuous Sita, who was wholly absorbed in thee formerly, has happily reached the region of the Nagas by virtue of her ascetic practices. Thou wilt undoubtedly be reunited with her in the celestial realm. O Rama, hear in the assembly what I relate in this poem, the most beautiful of epics, recited in thine honor. I will make all known to thee in detail. Do not doubt it. In this poem of Valmiki, all is included from the time of thy birth, O hero, the good and evil that has visited thee, and what will happen in the future. That great poet, O Rama, is wholly devoted to thee. None other is worthy of the honor bestowed by poets save Raghava. Formerly, in company with the gods, I heard the entire classic. It is divine, marvelously beautiful, true, and the remover of nescience. O foremost of men, O supremely virtuous Kakusta, listen to the conclusion of the Ramayana and what concerns the future. Listen now with the rishis, O doughty and illustrious prince, to the end of this sublime poem entitled Uttara. Assuredly, O Kakusta, this excellent epilogue may not be heard by any other save thee, who art the supreme sage, O hero, O joy of the house of Raghu. Having spoken thus, Brahma, the lord of the three worlds, returned to his abode with his followers, the gods. Meantime, the magnanimous and high-souled rishis, whose abode was Brahmaloka, at Brahma's command remained, desirous of hearing Uttara-Kanda and what should happen to Raghava. Having listened to the significant words of that god of gods, the illustrious Rama said to Valmiki, "O Blessed One, the rishis of Brahmaloka desire to listen to Uttara-Kanda, and all that shall happen to me. Tomorrow let it be narrated by thee." Having resolved thus, Rama sought out Kusha and Lava, and dismissing the company returned with them to the leaf-thatched hut of the rishi Valmiki, where he passed the night lamenting for Sita. Chapter 99. The Death of the Queens. When night had given way to dawn, Rama called together the great ascetics and said to his 2 sons, "Now, sing without anxiety." And when those 2 great and magnanimous sages were seated, Kusha and Lava sang the epilogue to the Ramayana. Sita, having re-entered the earth, thus proving her fidelity and the sacrifice being completed, Rama, in the extremity of grief, not beholding Vaidehi, regarded the world as a desert, and he dismissed the kings, bears, monkeys, and titans, and the host of leading Brahmins, having loaded them with treasure. Taking leave of them, the lotus-eyed Rama, who was ever absorbed in the thought of Sita, returned to Ayodhya. The joy of the house of Raghu never sought another consort, but in every sacrifice he set up a golden image of Janaki in her stead. For 10,000 years, Rama performed the Vajameda sacrifice and the Vajapeya, 10 times more, distributing quantities of gold, and that fortunate one also performed the Agnistoma, Ataratra, and Gosava sacrifices, giving away abundant charity. For a long time, the magnanimous Raghava occupied the throne, his heart fixed in his duty. Bears, monkeys, and titans were subject to his rule, and monarchs came daily to pay him homage. Parajanya sent rains in the proper season, and it was abundant. The skies were clear, the regions sinless, the city and country abounding in cheerful and satisfied people. None died prematurely, nor was there any disease, and in Rama's reign none were destitute. After many years, however, Rama's aged mother, surrounded by her sons and grandsons, passed away, and she was followed by Sumitra and the renowned Kayaki, who, having performed many righteous acts, went to the celestial region, where those happy ones were reunited with Dasaratha and received the fruit of their merit in heaven. From time to time, in memory of his mother, Raghava distributed gifts to the Brahmins, vowed to asceticism, and the virtuous Rama offered up obsequies accompanied by gifts of gems to the sages and performed incomparable austerities in honor of his ancestors. Thus thousands of years passed happily, during which, with the aid of sacrifices, that prince promoted the execution of duty in all its aspects. Chapter 100. Rama sends Bharata to conquer the Gandharvas. One day, Yudhajita, the king of Kaikeya, sent his spiritual preceptor, Gargaya, the son of Angiras, the Brahma rishi of immeasurable glory, to the magnanimous Raghava with 10,000 horses as a token of his unsurpassed affection, and also carpets, gems, diverse splendid stuffs, and brilliant ornaments. Such were the gifts bestowed on Rama by that monarch. Hearing of the arrival of that great rishi Gargaya, with those magnificent presents from Ashwapati, his maternal uncle, the virtuous Raghava went out with his suite to meet him to the distance of a mile, and he offered homage to him as Shakra pays obeisance to Brihaspati. Having paid salutations to the rishi and accepted the gifts, he inquired of him fully regarding the welfare of his mother's brother and family. Ushering the blessed rishi into his palace, Rama began to question him, saying, "What message has my uncle confided to thee in sending thee hither?" Having come there, that great rishi, hearing Rama's words, unfolded his mission in eloquent terms, saying, "This, O long-armed hero, is what thy maternal uncle, Yudhajita, in his affection for thee, requests thee to hear. There is a country of the Gandharvas, rich in fruit and roots, situated on the banks of the Sindhu River. That country is extremely fertile. The Gandharvas, armed and skillful warriors, defend it. When thou hast conquered them, O virtuous Kakusta, and destroyed their magnificent citadels, take possession of their cities, which are well constructed. None other can achieve this. The country is extremely beautiful. Do thou follow my counsel, it is to thine advantage." This speech of his uncle's, conveyed by the great rishi, pleased Raghava, who replied, "So be it," and he glanced at Bharata. Thereafter, delighted, Raghava, with joined palms, spoke again to that twice-born, saying, "These 2 youthful princes will explore the country, O Brahma rishi. Bharata is the father of these valiant youths, Taksha and Pushkala.
Under the protection of my uncle, they will show themselves to be devoted in the discharge of their duty. With Bharata at their head, those two youthful princes, accompanied by their troops, will slay the sons of the Gandharvas and take possession of the two cities. Having subdued those two great capitals and installed his two sons, my very virtuous brother will return once more." Thus did Brahma speak to that Brahma Rishi, and thereafter issued orders to Bharata to start out with his army, having first installed those youthful princes. Under the constellation Samya, preceded by the son of Angiras, Bharata set out with his troops and his two sons, and it seemed as if that army, leaving Ayodhya, followed to a great distance by Raghava, could not have been approached even by the gods themselves. Then, those beings who live on flesh and titans of colossal stature followed in Bharata's train, thirsting for blood, and the redoubtable Bhuttagramas, in their desire to devour the corpses of the Gandharvas, came in hundreds and thousands, and lions, tigers, boars, and birds in countless numbers preceded the troops. In a month and a half, that army composed of cheerful and healthy warriors reached the kingdom of Kayakya. Chapter 101. The Slaying of the Gandharvas and the Conquest of Their Country. Hearing of the arrival of Bharata at the head of a vast army accompanied by Gargya, the king of the Kayakyas, Yudhajita experienced supreme joy and set out in all haste with a great company against the Gandharvas. Bharata and Yudhajita, having joined forces, approached the city of the Gandharvas with their swift troops and followers, whereupon, learning of the invasion, the Gandharvas assembled, eager for combat, full of vigor and shouting on every side. Then a terrible battle of appalling violence ensued, lasting 7 days, without victory being decisive for either army. Rivers of blood, floating with corpses, streamed on every side, scimitars and spears being the crocodiles. Thereafter Bharata, the younger brother of Rama, enraged, loosed a terrible shaft propelled by mantras named Samvarta on the Gandharvas. Caught in the noose of destruction, 300,000 Gandharvas were slain in an instant, cut to pieces by that hero. The inhabitants of the celestial region were unable to remember such a fearful conflict in which, in the twinkling of an eye, so vast a number of warriors perished. The Gandharvas all being slain, Bharata, the king of Kayakyi, entered those two opulent and magnificent cities, and there Bharata established Taksha in Takshashila and Pushkala in Pushkalavata, in the country of the Gandharvas in the ravishing region of Gandhara. Overflowing with treasure and precious gems, adorned with groves, they seemed to vie with each other in magnificence. For 5 years the long-armed Bharata, son of Kayakyi, occupied those capitals of supreme beauty, whose inhabitants were of irreproachable conduct, and thereafter he returned to Ayodhya. Those cities with their innumerable parks, filled with vehicles and well-stocked markets, enchanting beyond imagining, were embellished by fabulous buildings and countless palaces, resplendent with a multitude of magnificent temples and adored with tala, tamala, tilaka, and bakula trees. Then the fortunate Bharata paid obeisance to the magnanimous Raghava, who was Dharma personified, as Vasava offers salutations to Brahma, and Raghava listened with satisfaction when Bharata told him of the total extermination of the Gandharvas which had taken place, and of the occupation of their territory. Chapter 102. Rama bestows kingdoms on Lakshmana's sons. Hearing those tidings, Rama with his brothers rejoiced, and he uttered these memorable words in their presence. "Thy 2 youthful sons, Angada and Chandraketu, are worthy to reign, O Saumitri, for they are strong and energetic. I shall install them both as kings. Come, find these 2 valiant ones a pleasant region which is not confined, where there is no danger of treachery from hostile monarchs, where they may live at ease, and where the ascetics' retreats are not despoiled. O friend, seek out such a country without causing injury to any." Thus spoke Rama, and Bharata answered, "There is a charming and healthy region named Karupata. Let 2 cities that are salubrious and beautiful be established there for the magnanimous Angada and Chandraketu, which shall be called Angadaya and Chandrakanta." These words of Bharata were approved by Raghava, and he brought that country under his rule and established Angada therein. The city of Engadaya was built for Engada by Rama of imperishable deeds, and it was splendid and well fortified. As for Chandraketu, who was a giant, his uncle built Chandrakanta for him in the country of the Malas, and that capital was celestial and equal to Amaravati. Thereafter, greatly delighted, Rama, Lakshmana, and Bharata, those invincible warriors, attended the installation of those two youthful princes, who, having received the divine unction, fixed in their duty, divided the territory, and Engada had the western, and Chandraketu the northern region. Engada was accompanied by Sumitra's son, whilst Lakshmana and Bharata followed in Chandraketu's train. His sons being firmly established on the throne, Lakshmana took the road back to Ayodhya, having sojourned in Engadaya for a year. On his side, Bharata remained with Chandraketu for 1 year more, thereafter returning to Ayodhya to take up his place again at Rama's feet. Both Saumitri and Bharata, in their love for him and their extreme piety, forgot that time was passing, and thus 10,000 years went by while they devoted themselves to affairs of state. Employing their days in this wise, their hearts satisfied, surrounded with splendor, dwelling together in that righteous city, they resembled the three fires, whose flames are fed with abundant libations amidst great solemnity. Chapter 103. Death is sent to seek out Rama. After a long time, Death, in the form of an ascetic, presented himself at the gates of the great and virtuous Rama and said, "I am a messenger from an all-powerful Maharishi and have come to see Rama on a matter of great importance." Hearing these words, Saumitri hastened to announce the arrival of the ascetic to Rama, saying, "Mayest thou extend thy dominion over both worlds, O illustrious prince. A messenger has come to see thee, who by virtue of his penances is as radiant as the sun." Hearing Lakshmana's words, Rama said, "Bring in that ascetic of great effulgence, who carries a message from his master, O dear brother." Then Saumitri answered, "Be it so," and ushered in that sage, flaming in splendor, surrounded as it were with burning rays. Approaching the foremost of the Raghus, who shone in his own effulgence, the Rishi, in a harmonious voice, addressed Raghava, saying, "May felicity be thine." Then the supremely illustrious Rama, having paid him the traditional homage and offered him the arghya, inquired of him concerning his state. Having informed Rama of his well-being, the most skilled of orators, that illustrious ascetic, seated himself on a golden throne, and thereafter Rama said to him, "Be thou welcome, O great sage. What message hast thou for me, since thou dost come as an ambassador?" On this enquiry from that lion among men, the sage said to him, "If thou dost revere the wishes of the gods, this meeting must take place between us alone. Whoever shall overhear us should be put to death by thee. The words of the Lord of the ascetics are secret and should be revered by thee." "Be it so," replied Rama, and having given this assurance, he issued the following command to Lakshmana: "Do thou stand at the door, O long-armed warrior, and dismiss the doorkeeper. It is for me to slay whoever hears the converse between this Muni and myself, for it must take place between us alone." Having sent Lakshmana to guard the door, Kakusta, born of Raghu, said, "O ascetic, thou canst now disclose that which thou hast been charged. Speak without fear. I shall treasure it in my heart." Chapter 104. Death delivers his message. "Learn, O magnanimous sovereign, that this is the purpose of my coming. It is the blessed grandsire who has sent me, O mighty prince. I was his son in a former existence, O conqueror of hostile citadels. Born of Maya, O hero, I am Death, who destroys all. The grandsire, lord of the worlds, speaks thus to thee. Thy task is accomplished, O friend, O protector of the worlds. Having formerly destroyed all beings by the aid of Maya, lying amidst the waters of the vast ocean, thou didst give me birth. Thou hadst already created the serpent of large coils, Ananta, as also two mighty beings, Madu and Kaitaba, whose crushed bones cover the earth, which appeared at that time with its chain of mountains. From a celestial lotus, bright as the sun, that issued from thy navel, thou didst produce me and give me the task of creating the world. Since thou hast charged me with this burden,
I lean on thee for support, O Lord of the earth. Do thou watch over all beings, for it is thou who art my strength. By virtue of thine invincible and eternal nature, thou shouldest afford protection to all creation, for thou hast assumed the form of Vishnu. O mighty son of Aditi, thou didst enchant the power of thy brothers, and when they sought to accomplish their tasks, thou didst come to their aid. When, O prince, all creatures were being exterminated by Ravana, thou, desiring to slay him, bethought thyself of men. Then thou didst resolve to dwell among them in person for 11,000 years, and thereafter return to us. Thou who art mind-born hast completed thy stay among mortals. It is the hour, O foremost of men, to return to us. If it is thy desire to prolong thy sojourn among creatures, O great king, do so and be happy. Such are the words of the grandsire. If thou prefers to enter into possession of the world of the gods once more, O Raghava, they with their leaders will be freed from all anxiety, since Vishnu will be amongst them. Having heard the words of the grandsire, which death communicated to him, Raghava, smiling, answered the destroyer of the world, saying, These holy admirable words of that god of gods assuredly causes me supreme delight, as also thy coming hither. I came for the good of the worlds. This is the purpose of my being. Mayest thou be happy. Thine advent here has moved my heart. I shall leave without delay. The grandsire has uttered what is true. I must attend to all that concerns the gods under my dominion, O destroyer of the universe. Chapter 105. The sage Durvasa comes to visit Rama. As the two were conversing thus, Durvasa, that blessed sage who wished to see Rama, came to the gate of the palace, and approaching Saumitri, that illustrious ascetic said, Bring me straightway into Rama's presence, the affair is urgent. So spoke the magnanimous sage, and Lakshmana, the slayer of his foes, bowing low, said to him, What is the matter? Explain thyself, O blessed sage. What can I do for thee? Raghava is occupied, O Brahmin. Have patience a while. Hearing this reply from that lion among men, the great Rishi, highly incensed, said to Lakshmana, whom he seemed to consume with his glance, Announce my presence here to Rama immediately, O Saumitri, or I shall pronounce a curse on the kingdom, on thee, the city, on Raghava, Bharata, and on thy house. O Saumitri, I can no longer contain mine indignation. Having heard the mighty ascetic's alarming words, Lakshmana pondered a while within himself concerning their significance, and reflected, It were better that I should perish than all others be destroyed. On this he made the arrival of the ascetic known to Raghava, and Rama, hearing the tidings, took leave of death, and in all haste sought out the son of Atri. Having paid obeisance with joined palms to that great sage, flaming in effulgence, he inquired of him, saying, What may I do for thee? On this enquiry from that king of ascetics, the sage Durvasa answered, O virtuous Rama, hear me. This day I have concluded a fast for 1,000 years. O irreproachable Raghava, now give me what thou hast ready to eat. At these words, the king Raghava, with a delighted heart, offered the foremost of sages dishes that had been made ready, and that ascetic, having partaken of that food like unto Amrita, addressed Rama, saying, It is well, and returned to his hermitage. Thereafter, Rama called to mind the words of death at that portentous meeting, and with bowed head, his heart wrung with anguish, he was unable to speak. Reflecting again and again within himself, the illustrious Raghava thought, All is lost, and fell silent. Chapter 106. Rama banishes Lakshmana. Seeing Rama, his head bowed, afflicted, and like unto the moon in eclipse, Lakshmana spoke to him in cheerful and affectionate tones, saying, Thou shouldest not grieve on mine account, O long-armed warrior. Thus was it already ordained, and has its roots in a past cause. Slay me without hesitation. Be faithful to thy vow. Those who do not honor their promise go to hell. If thou hast any affection for me, O great king, and dost find any merit in me, then slay me and fulfill the law, O Raghava. Thus spoke Lakshmana, and Rama, his mind troubled, called his ministers and priests together and told them what had taken place, of the arrival of Durvasa and the vow he had made to the ascetic. When they had heard these things, the ministers and Brahmins became silent. Nevertheless, the the illustrious Vasista spoke thus: "O long-armed prince, I perceive that the separation from Lakshmana is for thee a calamity, causing thy hair to stand on end. O illustrious Rama, do thou abandon him. Death is powerful, let not thy words prove false. When a promise is not honored and virtue is destroyed, undoubtedly the three worlds with all animate and inanimate beings, with the hosts of the gods and rishis, perish. Therefore, O lion among men, in order to save the three worlds and assure the continuance of the universe, banish Lakshmana." Hearing these words, which were in accord with duty and righteousness, approved by all, Rama, in the midst of the assembly, said to Lakshmana, "Lest righteousness should perish, I banish thee, O Samitri. A sentence of banishment or death is the same to men of honor." At this decree of Rama's, Lakshmana, weeping, his mind distracted, departed in all haste without returning to his home. Having reached the banks of the Sarayu River, he performed his ablutions, and with joined palms, closing the doors of the senses, he began to meditate. As he was thus restraining his senses, he did not release his breath while given up to contemplation, and the gods with their leaders, the troops of Apsaras, and companies of rishis covered him with a rain of flowers. Becoming invisible to men, the mighty Lakshmana was borne away in the body by Shakra, who carried him to the celestial region. Beholding the fourth part of Vishnu entering heaven, the foremost of the gods, delighted, joyfully and unitedly offered homage to that descendant of Raghu. Chapter 107. Rama installs Kusha and Lava on the throne. Having banished Lakshmana, Rama, a prey to grief and desolation, said to his priests, ministers, and citizens, "Today I shall give the royal anointing to the valiant Bharata, who is faithful to his duty, and make him lord of Ayodhya. Thereafter I shall go to the forest, make all preparations, lose no time, for today I too shall follow the path that Lakshmana has taken." Thus spoke Raghava, and his subjects bowed low as if deprived of all strength. On his side, Bharata, beside himself on hearing his brother's speech, refused the crown and expressed himself thus: "I swear in truth, O king, without thee I do not wish to reign, even in Svarga, O thou, the joy of the Raghus. Establish thy two sons, the valiant Kusha and Lava, in the southern Koshalas and the northern regions. Send swift messengers to Shatrugna to announce our departure. Let there be no delay." Hearing these words of Bharata, and also beholding the citizens who, with their heads bowed, were overwhelmed with grief, Vasista spoke, "O beloved Rama, see how these people are prostrating themselves, having learnt what they desire. Fulfill it, do not grieve them." Thus spoke Vasista, and Kakusta, having caused them to rise, said to the people, "What is asked of me?" And they all said to him, "If thou art leaving us, let us accompany thee wheresoever thou goest, O Rama. If thou dost love thy subjects and that affection is unsurpassed, let us, with our sons and wives, follow the righteous path with thee. Whether it be to an inaccessible retreat, river, or ocean, thou shouldest not abandon us. Lead us all wherever thou wilt, O thou, our master. This is our supreme desire, our most cherished wish. It will always be the delight of our hearts to accompany thee, O prince." Recognizing his people's profound attachment, Rama answered, "So be it," and occupied himself in carrying through what he had undertaken that day. He gave over the southern Koshalas to the valiant Kusha, and those of the north to Lava. Thereafter, placing those two princes on his lap, he enthroned them in Ayodhya and bestowed upon them thousands of chariots and numberless elephants with 10,000 horses. Having furnished them with jewels and treasure in abundance and given them cheerful and healthy people to attend upon them, he sent the two brothers, Kusha and Lava, each to his own capital. Those two heroes being installed in their respective cities, Rama sent out an emissary to the magnanimous Shatrugna. Chapter 108. Rama issues his last commands. The messengers, urged on by Rama's command, swiftly and promptly went to Madura without halting on the way. After 3 nights, they had reached that city where they all informed Shatrugna what had happened: the banishing of Lakshmana, Raghava's vow, the installation of his 2 sons, and the resolution of his subjects to follow him. how an enchanting city had been built for Kusha under the name of Kushavati on the high ridge of the Vindhya Mountains by the virtuous Rama, and that Shravasti was the name of the ravishing and famous capital of Lava. They told him also of the preparations made by Raghava and Bharata to take all the people from Ayodhya and enter Svarga. Having related all these things to the magnanimous Shatrugna, the messengers became silent and thereafter added, "Make all haste, O king." Hearing these fearful tidings regarding the imminent destruction of his entire house, Shatrugna, the joy of Raghu, called his people together and summoned his family priest, Kanchana, in order to impart the truth to them of this immediate departure with his brothers. Thereafter, that valiant prince installed his 2 sons, having distributed abundant wealth equally amongst them, and Sabahu was established in Madura and Shatrugatan in Vaidisha. This being accomplished, that descendant of Raghu left for Ayodhya in a single chariot. There he beheld the magnanimous Rama, like unto a flaming brazier, clothed in a robe of fine wool, in the midst of the imperishable sages. Paying obeisance to them with joined palms, his senses under control, he addressed his virtuous brother, whose thought too was ever fixed on his duty, and said, "I have enthroned my 2 sons, O king, and have come hither. Know well that I am resolved to follow thee. Do not oppose me, O valiant one, for I would not that thy will should be disregarded by one like me." Seeing his resolve was fixed, Rama said to Shatrugna, "So be it." Having ceased from speaking, the monkeys, who were able to change their form at will with the companies of bears and titans, came there from all directions with Sugriva at their head, all being united in their desire to behold Rama, who stood with his face turned towards the sky. Devas, Rishis, and Gandharvas, with their offspring, hearing of Rama's intended departure, had all assembled, saying, "We have come here to follow thee, O prince. To leave without us, O Rama, is to strike us down with the rod of death." At that instant, the supremely powerful Sugriva, bowing before that hero in accord with tradition, addressed him with humility and said, "Having installed the virtuous Angada, O prince, know that I have come hither with the intention of accompanying thee." At these words, the illustrious Kakusta, smiling, answered, "So be it." Thereafter, he said to Bibhishana, the king of the Rakshasas, "As long as people exist, O mighty lord of the Rakshasas, do thou remain in Lanka. As long as the moon and sun continue to shine on the earth, as long as they speak of me in the world, so long shall thine empire endure. This is the will of thy friend. Do thou obey. Govern thy people according to justice, and do not question this further. One more thing I wish to say to thee, O mighty monarch of the Rakshasas. Do thou worship the divinity of the house of Ikshvaku, the guide of the universe, Sri Jagannath, whom the Devas themselves with their leaders perpetually adore." "So shall it be," answered Bibhishana, and Kakusta thereafter addressed Hanuman, saying, "Resign thyself to continuing to live. Do not render my will void. As long as my story is told in the world, O foremost of monkeys, so long mayest thou be happy and remember my words." Thereupon Hanuman, acquiescing in Rama's utterance, in his delight said, "As long as thy purifying history is circulated in the world, so long, O Rama, shall I remain on earth, submissive to thy will." Then Raghava issued the same command to Jambavan and said, "Till the Kali Yuga begins, continue to dwell on earth." Thereafter, addressing all the other bears and monkeys, he said, "If it be your desire, then follow me." Chapter 109. Rama's Departure for the Mahaprasthana. When the dawn broke, the broad-chested and illustrious Rama, whose eyes were as large as lotus petals, said to his spiritual preceptor, "Let the Angahotra burning brightly with the twice-born, and also the sacrificial canopy, be born in advance, and thou, my lord, precede them on this great journey." Thereupon Vasistha, full of majesty, performed the prescribed rituals related to the Mahaprasthana without omitting anything. Then Rama, clothed in fine silk, invoking Brahma and reciting the Vedic mantras, taking kusha grass in both his hands, set out for the Sarayu river, halting from time to time, silently making his way along the rough path. Radiant as the sun, he issued from his palace barefooted, and on his right walked Sri Lakshmi with her lotus. On his left was the great goddess Vayavasaya, and, assuming human form, his innumerable arrows, marvelous bow, and all other weapons accompanied him. The Vedas, in the persons of Brahmins, the holy Gayatri, protector of the world, the sacred syllable Om, and invocation Vashat, followed in Rama's train, as also the great-souled rishis, and all the deities of the earth accompanied that hero to the open gates of heaven. In his steps trod the women of the inner apartments, with the aged, the children, servants, eunuchs, and personal attendants. The faithful Bharata, with his wives, accompanied by Shatrugna, followed in Rama's train, attended by the sacrificial fire. All the magnanimous sages with the ritualistic articles, having assembled there with their sons and wives, joined the procession of the virtuous Kakusta. Ministers, groups of servants with their offspring, their kinsmen, and their flocks joyfully followed in the footsteps of their master. All the citizens, happy and healthy people, distinguished by their good qualities, joined Raghava's departure, and all the men and women with their birds, beasts, and friends, purified of their sins, went forward cheerfully. Devoted to Rama, the monkeys, having bathed, delighted and satisfied, cried out exultantly with all their strength, "Kila Kila!" In that multitude, none was sad, downcast, or unhappy, but a universal felicity filled all to the highest degree. In their desire to behold Rama taking his departure, the people of the country, through which he passed on seeing him, took their places in his train. Bears, monkeys, titans, citizens, with deep devotion, followed him in the utmost serenity. Even the invisible beings of the city joined Raghava's procession when he went to heaven. Beholding him, all creatures, animate and inanimate, lovingly accompanied him on that journey. Not a single being, not even the least of them, was to be seen in Ayodhya. Even those born of animals followed in Rama's wake. Chapter 110. Rama ascends to heaven with the other beings. When he had proceeded about 6 miles, the pride of the Raghus beheld the sacred waters of the Sarayu flowing westwards, eddying and rippling in their course, and he went on further to the Gopura-Taraka Gata, his subjects thronging round him on all sides. At that moment, as Kakusta was preparing to ascend to heaven, Brahma, the grandsire of the world, surrounded by the gods and the illustrious rishis, adorned with jewels, appeared seated in their aerial chariots, and the whole firmament glowed with a transcendent splendor, a marvelous radiance emanating from the luster of those heavenly beings of virtuous deeds. Pure, balmy, and fragrant breezes blew, whilst shower upon shower of blossom was scattered by the gods. Thereafter, to the sound of a myriad instruments and the singing of the Gandharvas and Apsaras, Rama stepped into the waters, whereupon the grandsire, from on high, uttered these words: "Hail, O Vishnu! Hail, O Raghava! With thy godlike brothers, now enter thine eternal abode. Return to thine own body if thou so desirest, O long-armed warrior. Occupy the realm of Vishnu, or the shining ether, O mighty God. Thou art the support of the world, though there are some who do not recognize thee without the large-eyed Maya, thine ancient consort. Thou art the inconceivable one, the great being, the indestructible, the ageless one. Enter into thy real body if thou so desirest." Hearing these words of the grandsire, the supremely virtuous Rama formed his resolution and entered Vishnu's abode in his body with his younger brothers. Thereupon immortals began to worship that god who had returned to his form as Vishnu, and the Sadyas, the hosts of Maruts with Indra and Agni at their head, the celestial companies of rishis, the Gandharvas and Apsaras, Suparnas, Nagas, Yakshas, Daityas, Danavas, and Rakshasas, and all the dwellers in heaven felt a supreme delight, their desires fulfilled, their sins washed away, and they cried out, "Hail! All hail!" Then the all-resplendent Vishnu said to the grandsire, "Grant to each of these my subjects a suitable abode. They are my devotees, and truly deserving, having sacrificed their lives for me." Thus spoke Vishnu, and the god Brahma, guru of the worlds, answered, saying, "All those who have assembled here shall go to the region called Santanakas. Yea, even the beasts who die meditating on thy holy feet shall live in the vicinity of Brahmaloka, where I have united all pleasurable things. The monkeys and the bears, the manifestations of various deities have already returned to the worlds of the gods from whence they came forth, and Sugriva has entered the disk of the sun. Even as the great god was speaking, the monkeys and the bears, having assumed their pristine forms, came to Goprataraka Gata before the eyes of the assembled gods. At that time, whosoever entered the waters of the Sarayu River yielded up their lives gladly, their eyes suffused with tears of ecstasy, and having abandoned their bodies, took their places in a celestial chariot. As for those in animal form who entered the waters of the Sarayu in hundreds, they ascended to the third heaven in divinely resplendent bodies, and they appeared as effulgent as the gods in their celestial lineaments. All beings, whether animate or inanimate, who entered those waters attained to the region of the gods, and in their turn, the bears, monkeys, and titans, abandoning their bodies in the river, also attained heaven. Having granted them all a place in paradise, the grandsire of the world, accompanied by the gods, in the height of felicity, returned to the third heaven, his supreme abode. Chapter 111. The Supreme Virtue of the Ramayana. This, then, is the whole of the great epic and its sequel called the Ramayana, which was composed by Valmiki and is revered by Brahma himself. The Lord Vishnu returned to Svargaloka as erstwhile he who pervades the three worlds and all they contain, both the moving and the fixed. Gods, Gandharvas, Siddhas, and the great rishis in heaven ever listen with delight to the poem Ramayana. This epic, which promotes long life, grants good fortune, and destroys sin, is equal to the Veda and should be recited by the wise to men of faith. On hearing it, he who has no son will obtain a son. He who has no fortune will become wealthy. To read but a foot of this poem will absolve him from all sin. He who commits sins daily will be wholly purified by reciting a single sloka. The reciter of this narrative should be rewarded with raiment, cows, and gold, for if he is satisfied, all the gods are satisfied. He who recites this epic Ramayana that prolongs life will be blessed with his sons and grandsons in this world, and after his death, in the other world. He who with devotion recites the Ramayana at the hour when the cows are loosed, or at noon, or at dusk, will never suffer adversity. The enchanting city of Ayodhya, having remained deserted for countless years, will be repeopled by a prince named Rishabha. This narrative that grants longevity with the Bhavishaya and Uttara, whose author is the son of Prasetas, has the approval of Brahma himself. End of Uttara-Kanda. End of the Ramayana.